Huang Jie slowly regained consciousness amid a strong, burnt smell of roasted meat. It was difficult for him to open his eyes, yet his ears caught a harsh grating noise he could not quite describe. Several people were speaking in strange terms he did not really understand. From the general drift, it seemed they were talking about fixing. Summoning all his strength, he barely managed to open his eyes only to see a green cloth hanging before him and some odd device covering his nose. Beyond that he could see nothing else. Struggling to move, he discovered his whole body was limp, his hands and feet The patient is showing signs of waking up. Teacher Lu increased the anesthesia a bit, someone said. Not long after, Huang Jie slipped back into unconsciousness. When he woke again, Huang Jie found himself lying on a bed in a completely unfamiliar environment. The room carried a strange smell of alcohol, while above his head shone an unfamiliar light, and the walls were an unnervingly pure white. His body still would not move, though a tingling numbness had begun to spread. Rolling his eyes to one side, he noticed a strange object stuck into his left hand, with clear liquid dripping through a tube drop by drop into his body. Several odd wires were attached to his upper body, and 4 transparent bags hung from his body. Shockingly, one of them was connected to his little brother for reasons he could not fathom. A chubby young man in strange clothes saw that Huang Jie was awake and cried out in delight, "Bro, you're awake. I'll go call the nurse," then hurried out of the room. Nurse? What in the world was a nurse? Huang Jie was bewildered. Before long, a young woman dressed entirely in white along with a middle-aged man in gray clothes entered the room. "You are Huang Jie?" the young woman asked. Still confused, he neither spoke nor reacted in any way. "He's awake. Among all the patients in this ward, your injuries are the most severe, but the doctor said the surgery went very smoothly. We're giving you painkillers through the drip now. When the anesthetic fully wears off, it will still hurt a bit," she explained. As she spoke, the young woman hung up a new bottle. "If the patient hasn't passed gas, yet he absolutely must not be given any food, and not even water," she added. She busied herself while instructing the chubby youth and the man in gray. Huang Jie considered himself reasonably well-informed, yet under such confusing circumstances, he did not dare utter a single word. In accordance with his master's dying wish, he had painstakingly traveled from Xianying all the way to Jixian. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, he climbed the mountain his master had described. Before he could find the cave his master had mentioned, night fell, and a large pack of vicious wolves set their sights on him. The mountain path was treacherous, and he was unfamiliar with the terrain. After easily slaughtering more than a dozen savage wolves, he stepped into thin air and plunged off a cliff. Then everything was swallowed by darkness. Within that darkness, a person's voice kept repeating the same words: "Take care of my daughter for me, work as a delivery rider, and pay off the debt." The constant repetition drove Huang Jie to irritation. Unable to endure it any longer, he tried agreeing to help, and at that moment, both the person and the voice vanished abruptly. Yet that promise seemed etched into his mind as though it had branded itself there like a mark. Speaking of his master, Huang Jie could only say the old man was a strange and extraordinary figure. His master's surname was Huang. He claimed to be called sure, an old immortal-like man with white hair and beard. Huang Jie had been picked up by his master and from childhood had roamed the land at his side, witnessing with his own eyes many inexplicable deeds and hearing countless unfathomable sayings from the old man. The old man would mutter in his sleep about things like Minzu, Minju, Minchuan Gonga Beifa, and someone called Sun Xianxing. Since it was all incomprehensible to him, and clearly sleep talk, Huang Jie had never told his master he heard any of it. There were of course other oddities, such as the years when his master became particularly enthusiastic about taking disciples. He wandered from place to place, instructing a roaming swordsman surnamed Jing in the art of assassination, teaching a destitute man surnamed Han the principles of warfare, and imparting stratagems to a handsome youth surnamed Zhang. As for Huang Jie himself, he learned only exceptional culinary skills and a formidable set of fighting and assassination techniques. Another peculiar thing was that his master often toyed with a strange ring, frequently staring at it in a daze. When Huang Jie was 28, just before his master passed away, the old man charged him with a bizarre final task to bury that ring in a cave north of the county seat of Jixian, once part of the ancient Yan state. Though he did not understand why, he was determined to fulfill his master's last wish. After that came the encounter with the wolf pack, the fall from the cliff, and now waking in this strange room. He suddenly realized he was lying there completely naked. "This is bad. Looks like I've lost master's ring," he thought. The moment he thought of the ring, a strange sensation stirred in his mind. He somehow became aware that the ring existed within his dantian, and then inexplicably it appeared on the middle finger of his right hand. Yet the ring was no longer the same as when his master had idly played with it. Now its surface was veiled in layers of flickering lightning that appeared and vanished. Huang Jie could clearly sense that within the ring was a square space about 1 zhang to a side, utterly still, containing nothing but a single jade slip. With a mere thought, the jade slip appeared in his hand, startling him so much that he hastily willed it back into the ring. Fortunately, no one seemed to notice. Though his heart itched with curiosity like a cat, he dared not attempt it again. At a single thought, the ring returned to his dantian. Near nightfall, the gray-clad man Zhang Gong began ushering the patients' families out of the ward. "Bro, I retrieved your shuji from the police station. I'll bring it for you tomorrow," the chubby youth said. "I've put some food at your bedside. When you're allowed to eat, let Zhang Gong get it for you. Once you can eat, ask him to help you order me shuji, whatever that was." Though he felt deeply grateful to this plump fellow, Huang Jie was utterly puzzled. He had absolutely no idea who the youth was. After all the family members left, the ward suddenly fell quiet. There were 8 beds in total, each occupied by a patient. Feigning sleep, Huang Jie gleaned a fair amount of information from the patients' conversations, though much of what they said still made. He learned that 3 patients had undergone shushu today, whatever that meant. One was a university student whose foot had been fractured while playing a game called basketball. Words like university student and basketball were as unfamiliar to him as everything else. Another patient, an old man, had been riding something called a gongjiake when it breaks, suddenly causing him to fall and break his thigh. The term gongjiake piqued Huang Jie's curiosity. As for what the other patients discussed, Huang Jie understood very little. He could only hazard guesses at their meaning, but words like baoxian diandong hongding and huocha were beyond even guesswork. The young woman in white came by frequently, making rounds again and again. Whenever a bottle ran dry, she would replace it with a new. Most of the food the patients ate looked so strange that Huang Jie could not even begin to describe it. He had never seen such things before. The only item he recognized was the egg that one elderly man was eating. After watching for most of the night, Huang Jie finally understood one thing: the place he was in now was completely different from the world he knew. Fortunately, his years of roaming the lands with his master had given him some breadth of experience. When one does not understand, one can always play the fool. He resolved to spend some time listening and observing, slowly familiarizing himself with this new world. By the latter half of the night, sensation gradually returned to his body. 2 spots on his left leg, his head, and his left ribs began to ache intensely, while the other scraped areas burned with a fiery sting. 2 other patients also began to groan in pain. It truly hurt. Perhaps because their voices were rather loud, the others could not sleep either. Each person held some glowing object in their hand, raised before their eyes, doing something he could not comprehend. What struck him as most peculiar was that these objects not only emitted light, but also produced sound. Enduring the pain, Huang Jie began to explore the ring left behind by his master. He repeatedly guided the ring from his dantian to his hand, then from his hand back to his dantian, taking out and putting back a jade slip from the ring's internal space again and again. The jade slip was even more wondrous. When he held it, he could actually read the contents within. There was not much recorded inside, only a breathing and circulating method called lei xiao, which was directly imprinted in Huang Jie's mind. However, the content was quite lengthy and not easy to comprehend. Since the ring itself was so mystical, the method within the jade slip was unlikely to be simple. Huang Jie decided he would slowly attempt to practice it bit by bit. He awoke groggily in the morning to see Zhang Gong, the man in gray, busy at work. First, he took away the chamber pots by each bed one by one, then he fetched a basin of water for each patient and helped them wash up. Some patients did something strange, holding a small bristled stick squeezed with some unknown paste. They repeatedly scrubbed inside their mouths, soon producing white foam. When it was Huang Jie's turn, things were much simpler. Zhang Gong merely wiped his face with a warm, damp cloth. After everyone had washed, Zhang Gong began tidying the entire room, putting the items from the tables away into the cabinets. Then it was time for breakfast. Someone delivered the meals to the door, and Zhang Gong took them and placed a portion by each patient's bedside. Naturally, this time, there was no share for Huang Jie. As he ate his own breakfast, Zhang Gong asked everyone to place orders for tomorrow's meals. When he handed a very thin sheet of something to Huang Jie stared blankly at it. First, he was curious what such a thin object was. Second, although the characters on it looked vaguely familiar, he could not read. Huang Jie was literate, and he knew the scripts of all 6 kingdoms. He had even studied the simplified characters his master had created. Yet the writing before him was completely foreign. The strokes were so few, and it had to be read horizontally. It seemed there was truly a great deal he needed to learn. He had watched for most of yesterday, and had already grown somewhat accustomed to the tone and pronunciation of the others in the room. Huang Jie did not know what to say. He simply sat there dazed, holding the menu. For today's lunch and dinner, I ordered porridge and steamed egg custard for you. Tomorrow I'll get you some light, set meals, Zhang Gong said. You have to inform your family to come and pay the fees. Seeing Huang Jie in a daze, Zhang Gong could only sigh helplessly. Huang Jie did not understand what a set meal was, but as long as there was food, it was enough. Shally, what will you eat tomorrow? Zhang Gong asked the young man in the bed next to Huang Jie. Uncle Zhang, I'll order why my tomorrow. The hospital food doesn't taste good, the young man replied. When the food arrives tomorrow, I'll have to trouble you to pick it up for me. All right, just let me know when it gets to the door, Zhang Gong agreed readily. Huang Jie heard another new term, why my takeout. It seemed the voice in his dream had mentioned it before. After everyone finished breakfast, Zhang Gong bustled about again until the room was completely cleaned. Before long, the young lady in white from yesterday entered the room again, going from bed to bed and giving everyone an object. Imitating the others, Huang Jie tucked it under his arm. She gave special attention to Huang Jie. Besides starting an infusion into his body, she drew the urine and pus-filled fluid from the 4 bags hanging by his side into separate cups, then wrote something on each bag. Finally, she jabbed his abdomen with a certain device. According to her, it was to prevent blood clots. Shortly after the young lady in white left, a group of women in white uniforms arrived, led by a middle-aged woman who brought along a number of younger nurses. The woman in white was clearly their leader. The young nurse in white introduced each patient's condition one by one. When it was Huang Jie's turn, he naturally received extra attention. They spoke words that Huang Jie could not understand, and when they examined his injuries, the young girls behaved as though it were the most ordinary thing in the world, showing not the slightest hint of shyness. Heaven above, what kind of world was this? Huang Jie thought in grief and indignation. Not long after these women left, another group of men and women in white came in. At their head was a tall, thin man whom the others addressed as Director Chow. He spoke a long string of words to Huang Jie that he only half understood, Guessing from context, it was probably about the state of his injuries. But Huang Jie clearly understood the final sentence: the fees for seeing the doctor had not yet been paid. He was to contact his family as soon as possible to settle the bill so as not to make things difficult for the doctor. "Doctor, I do not have a single coin on me. Could I work here to pay off the debt?" This was the first thing Huang Jie said after waking for these people had saved his life, and to owe them money felt utterly wrong to him. Director Chow looked utterly taken aback, and several people in his group could not help but laugh. In a while the police will come. They'll ask you about the car accident, and will contact your family." Then he said at last, clearly unwilling to say more. The police arrived quickly. In Huang Jie's eyes, the three newcomers all wore identical clothing. After repeated rounds of communication, Huang Jie learned that he had been hit by a car, and that the vehicle that struck him had actually been a police car. The police were effectively officials of the government equivalent to constables. They had fronted the money for his treatment first. These constables were truly good people in his eyes. Through multiple conversations, the police also came to understand one thing: the man who had been hit seemed to have lost his memory. Or rather, his mind was not quite right, for he kept insisting he had fallen from a mountain. This was no longer just a matter of a few fractures, it was clearly a mental problem as well. Undeniably a case. Since the station's car was fully at fault under pressure from the hospital, the leadership had already come today to advance over 100,000 in surgical fees, and there would still be a large amount of compensation to follow. Fortunately, all the station's vehicles were insured, though it remained uncertain whether the insurance would cover everything. Only the political instructor knew that this time they absolutely could not go through the insurance, and that the matter had to be covered up as much as possible. This year was critical for Zhang Sua's career. If the accident were reported, his promotion would be ruined. Fortunately, Zhang Sua's parents were well-known entrepreneurs and were willing to put up extra money for the victim's treatment and As for the victim, Huang Jie had been an orphan raised on the charity of many households. The company he had founded had gone bankrupt half a year ago. Even after selling his house to pay his debts, he still owed more than 500,000. He had divorced 2 years earlier, his ex-wife Zhang Min taking their daughter, Huang Lei, back to her parents' home. Now he lived in a rented room in an urban village delivering takeout for a living. Most of what he earned went to repaying the bank. He practically had no savings at all. To help the victim, Huang Jie quickly regain his memory. A strikingly valiant-looking female officer patiently began her explanation with an item called an identity card. She told him that Huang Jie had been born on July 1st, 1997, in Tianzhuang Village, Mulan County, Gai Prefecture in Zhongyuan Province. His parents had died in a car accident when he was young, and he had graduated from Jixian University of Industry and Commerce. After graduation, he had opened a design company providing exhibition design and construction services, which had gone bankrupt half a year ago. He had divorced his ex-wife Zhang Min 2 years earlier, and their daughter Huang Lei now lived with her mother. Today was March 6, 2024. At present, Huang Jie lived at Courtyard 783, Zayok Xinzhuang Village, Huiying Chongping, making a living as a Waimai delivery rider. She went on and on all the way up to the details of the car accident and the subsequent treatment and compensation. Huang Jie was truly stunned. In his mind, he was clearly someone who had come from Xianyang. Seeing him staring blankly, the three officers decided he was genuinely lost and bewildered, better not to agitate him further. As they were leaving, the female officer left a small card. "I'm the station's instructor. My phone number is on it. If anything happens, call me anytime," she said. Just as the constable left, a man and a woman claiming to be from the rehabilitation department arrived and carefully examined the documents on the bedside. "Your injuries are quite severe. Broken ribs, a fractured tibial plateau in your left knee, and your thigh is also fractured. Today is the second day post-surgery. You need to begin conscious rehabilitation exercises to prevent adhesions. Starting today, try to stretch your legs and point your toes 5 repetitions, each holding for 10 seconds each. Your condition is quite serious. Let's start with this training, and we'll come back on Thursday to guide you through the next steps." "Doctor, when will I be able to walk normally?" Huang Jie asked. "There's no need to rush. It takes 100 days to heal from injuries to muscles and bones. It will certainly take at least 3 to 4 months before you can walk like a normal person." Lunch was fed to him spoon by Zhang Gong. Not only was the portion small, but the taste was also rather mediocre. In the afternoon, with Zhang Gong's help, he managed to take care of his bowel needs. At that moment, Huang Jie realized that this body was clearly not his own. The reason was quite simple: the several wounds and arrow injuries on his body had completely vanished, the muscles on his belly had turned into a lump of fat, and his legs and arms had also thickened considerably. He had also grown noticeably taller, almost reaching 8 feet, around 183 meters. "Zhang Gong, is there a copper mirror here? I want to see the wound on my head," Huang Jie said. "There's no copper mirror, but I can take a photo with my phone." Saying this, he pulled out a box and gestured to Huang Jie before handing it over. "Your head is bandaged so tightly that you can't see anything." After seeing the photo, Huang Jie was completely stunned, not because of the photo's magic, but because the person in the photo was not. Having traveled with his master for years, enduring hardships, and sleeping outdoors, how could he resemble a fat person like that in the photo? This was clearly a case of borrowing a corpse to return to life. But it didn't seem quite right. His master had said that the time for borrowing a corpse shouldn't be too long, and the consciousness would be unclear, leading one to act impulsively under the influence of obsession. Now he was fully awake, and he could feel the pain from several injured areas quite clearly. Huang Jie remained in a daze until the afternoon visiting hours. The visiting hours were from 4 to 6, and all 8 patients' family members entered the room, creating a lively atmosphere. Huang Jie saw the chubby boy again. Calling him fat was a bit of an exaggeration, he just had a bit too much flesh on his face, standing around 1.7 meters tall and weighing about 170 pounds. Brother, I heard from the nurse that you lost your memory. Do you remember me? While speaking, he placed a large bag of items on the bedside. I really can't remember, Huang Jie replied softly. Brother, I'm Tian Xiaobin, my nickname is Xiaonyo, 5 years younger than you. Let me help you remember. In Tian Xionia's words, he had been following Huang Jie since he was a child, essentially serving as Huang Jie's leader. He talked about Huang Jie's family situation, then how he worked at Huang Jie's company, and finally about the company's closure culminating in the two of them renting a place in the village to deliver takeout. Brother, my sister-in-law is from Fengtai in the capital. Look, here's a photo of her. Our niece is 4 years old and just started kindergarten. Here's her photo. By the way, brother, here's your phone. I picked it up from the police station this morning. It's quite sturdy, surprisingly unbroken. Here's the charger and the power bank. Xiaonyo, I can't use it right now. Oh, I can't even recognize all the characters. Could you? Brother, this is serious. If you continue to lose your memory, we need to ask for more compensation from the driver. Brother, scan your face to turn it on. With Tian Xionia's guidance, Huang Jie slowly learned some simple operations. Brother, time is running out. I'll come back tomorrow. The nurse is starting to rush people again. I checked your data plan, and this card is a rider card with over 100 gigabytes of data. If you get bored, you can watch videos to pass the time. You don't need to come every day. There are people taking care of you here. Focus on your own matters, and be sure to pay attention to your safety, Huang Jie advised. Being hospitalized was extremely boring. Almost every day new patients were admitted, and the orthopedic ward had patients groaning in pain daily. Huang Jie stayed in the hospital for more than half a month. There was no choice. His injuries were indeed quite serious, especially the damage to his thigh. If it didn't heal properly, there was a risk of injuring the major artery. On top of that, his amnesia showed no signs of improvement. Even under the tense conditions of the hospital bed, he ended up staying for 20 days. His time in the hospital was spent in a cycle of sleeping, eating, playing with his phone, changing bandages, receiving IVs, doing rehabilitation training, and listening to other patients chat. Naturally, he also made efforts to learn to read. His greatest joy was watching short videos which allowed him to see the modern lifestyle firsthand, not to mention the numerous beautiful women with generous figures. He had some recognition of cars, trains, electric bikes, televisions, and movies in this strange world. More importantly, he realized he had traveled from over 2240 years ago in the Qin dynasty to the modern era, possessing the body of someone who was also named Huang Jie. Although he was shocked, curious, and helpless, his body was severely injured. Even if he wanted to find the cliff from which he fell immediately, he felt powerless. To be honest, Huang Jie sincerely did not want to be discharged. He had food and drink, someone to take care of him, and he didn't have to. 20 days had passed since the surgery, and his ribs still throbbed slightly. His left leg had little strength, let alone the ability to walk. Especially after returning to the rented house, Huang Jie truly appreciated the advantages of the hospital. The rental unit in the suburbs of the capital was not only small, but also had poor living conditions, not to mention the inconvenience of using the toilet. Just imagine trying to squat in a cramped squat toilet while leaning on crutches. How could that possibly work? Fortunately, it was on the first floor, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to manage the stairs. He was very grateful for Tian Xiaonyo, his little brother. No matter how busy it got during peak delivery times, he always brought Huang Jie takeout, otherwise he wouldn't even have food to eat. His practice had shown no progress at all. Simply sitting in meditation was something he couldn't manage. The so-called cultivation only allowed him to become more familiar with the content of the technique. Aside from the hospitalization costs of 2,000, which were fully covered by the department, the compensation for the car accident came through quickly. A total of 3,500 in cash, including lost wages, ongoing treatment costs, like possible steel plate removals, and compensation for his amnesia. Tian Xiaonyo consulted several law firms, and even when they asked for exorbitant fees, they couldn't demand that much. So after hearing about the compensation amount, Tian Xiaonyo directly had Huang Jie agree. In Xiaonyo's words, with this money, Huang Jie could easily repay the monthly loan of over 1,000 and still have financial security during his recovery. Of course, he would have to repay all the debts, which included a deficit of nearly 1,500, but this would at least give Huang Jie some breathing space. However, what Huang Jie didn't know was that this money wouldn't be recognized by the sole imprint tied to the loan. Fortunately, Huang Jie still had several thousand in savings to support 4 to 5 months of installment payments. Time passed slowly but meaningfully, and as June arrived with Tian Xionia's help, he had learned to recognize most common characters and how to use mobile maps and navigation. What delighted Huang Jie even more was that he could now slowly walk normally and had learned to ride Tian Xiaonyo's electric bike. He also became familiar with the landlord and several other tenants who worked in delivery courier services and other low-level jobs. Overall, the small courtyard with more than a dozen rental units was relatively harmonious. I must say, electric vehicles are truly remarkable. They are much faster than horseback riding, easy to operate, and don't require feeding or cleaning out a stable. Once I fully recover, I plan to buy one for myself, so I can ride into the mountains. According to my master's map, and with the help of Tian Xiaonyo, I can almost confirm that mountain resembles the current Mang Mountain. When Huang Jie expressed his desire to visit that mountain, Tian Xiaonyo chuckled, "Brother, there are no temples up there. If you want to burn incense, I can take you to other scenic spots. Moreover, an electric vehicle won't suffice for traveling to Mang Mountain. The battery can't last that long. Currently, there are buses that go directly there. Once your legs are fully healed, I will take you. By the way, brother, what are your plans? What do you intend to do next?" The compensation from this accident isn't enough to pay off the entire bank loan. Tian Xiaoyo asked again. My mind isn't quite right yet, I don't even know what to do. Perhaps you can take me along to deliver take. Alright brother, but we have to wait until July, you need to rest for a few more days. Delivering takeout requires timing and often involves climbing stairs. If your leg has issues again, it will be a serious problem. Tian Xiaoyo said. Since it's an installment payment, there's no need to rush to make money. Tian's Ionious reasoning made sense to Huang Jie, who naturally took it to heart. Moreover, Huang Jie is currently engaged in something very important. After nearly 3 months of exploration and studying the contents of the jade slips, he has gained a basic understanding of the ring and the martial arts. This ring is not a profound magical artifact. It merely contains a stationary space that measures 3 meters in length, width, and height. However, the ring's original owner was a super sect from the ancient times, a creative practitioner who specialized in lightning. This practitioner, named Lei Ming, had a prominent elder in the sect. Yet he himself was not particularly powerful. To compensate for his lack of strength, he heavily modified the ring. He sought many masters of artifact crafting and formations, investing in numerous precious materials, resulting in an item that became increasingly impractical as his own cultivation advanced. The ring can absorb the spiritual energy from the air or convert the power of lightning into highly concentrated spiritual energy for storage. Typically, it is placed in the dantian for nurturing. During cultivation, it can supply spiritual energy to the dantian. In combat, it can unleash a lethal strike equivalent to that of a fully realized golden core practitioner through the formations on its surface. The description of converting lightning power is quite unreliable. It's simply placing the ring in the air and letting lightning strike it, which is entirely impractical for Huang Jie. As for absorbing spiritual energy from the air, Huang Jie has been wearing the ring for several months, but has yet to feel any spiritual energy entering the ring's space. However, last night, while boiling water when he accidentally received an electric shock, Huang Jie sensed a flicker of something akin to lightning entering the space, adding some unusual elements to it. In that instant, all the lights in the yard instantly went out, and the yard became lively. This excited Huang Jie immensely, as possessing spiritual energy opens up the possibility of cultivation. Regarding the lightning-based martial arts in the jade slips, according to the records of the practitioner named Lei Ming, this martial art is the sect's top technique, capable of being cultivated from the qi refinement stage all the way to transcendence. The combat prowess after practicing this technique is also outstanding, not weaker than sword cultivators of the same level. It is said that an elder once cultivated to a profound realm capable of summoning the purple cloud divine thunder, tearing apart space with great might. However, regardless of how profound the techniques are, Huang Jie is currently unable to cultivate. Due to his fractured fibula, he still cannot sit in meditation. Currently, the most useful aspect for Huang Jie is the storage function of the ring. Although the space isn't large, it is definitely not small. Approximately 36 cubic meters, enough to hold 36 tons of water or fit several vehicles shorter than 33 meters. The ring is on Huang Jie's hand, and due to not cultivating, he cannot collect items through divine sense. He can only retrieve items into the space when the ring touches them, guided by his consciousness. To take items out from the space, he can only place them beside him or hold them in hand. With the lightning martial arts and the storage ring, Huang Jie feels much less pressure regarding the promise he made to the original owner of the body. Although he still needs to repay over 15000 yuan, he is not too anxious anymore. However, when Huang Jie realized that using this money for repayment would not lift the imprint of divine sense, he angrily cursed a few times, damn it. Yet he feels uncertain about the promise to take good care of his daughter Huang Lei. Before he crossed over, he was an orphan who wandered around with his master. When it was time to settle down, his master fell ill, and he had to stay with him deep in the Qinling Mountains to avoid the calamities of war, leaving no opportunity to marry and have children. He truly lacks experience dealing with children in modern times. Not to mention that the original owner of the body had many unpleasant disputes with his wife during their divorce. The child now lives with the maternal grandparents, making it likely that it would be very difficult for him to see Huang Lei. As for returning to the end of the Qin dynasty, Huang Jie had not considered it. The chaos of war, suffering of the people, and scarcity of resources left him with only 2 senior brothers, Han Exine and Zhang Liang, who were capable of great things, as well as 2 craftsmen who inherited his master's art of carving the heavenly script. There was not much else worth remembering. Although this society feels quite unfamiliar, at least there are no worries about food and drink, and society is stable. Moreover, he now has a legal identity, allowing him to live a secure life in this world. He could marry a virtuous wife and have several children. Taking a concubine is out of the question. Wu Xiaoyo mentioned that the current government forbids it. However, he still plans to visit Mang Mountain. At the very least, he needs to know from which cliff he fell and to find the cave his master mentioned. Although he won't put the ring inside, he must at least pay his respects to his master. Of course, once he fully recovers, he will make a trip to Shaanxi province to pay respects to his master and several senior brothers. After more than 2,000 years, they probably never expected their little junior brother would come to offer incense. Speaking of Huang Jie's current body, 2 days ago, he and Xiaoyo were wandering in the village, and at the pharmacy at the village entrance, he measured his height and weight. At 183 meters, Huang Jie was quite satisfied, but the 247 gene weight was a different story. Looking at the mirror, the big fat man covered in flesh, Huang Jie was genuinely displeased with his appearance. It seems he needs to control his food intake. Eating 3 large meals a day of meat and fish is not a sustainable plan. To the north of the village is a large hot spring facility and 3 universities. As the weather heats up every time he shops with Tian Xiaoyo, the little chubby boy, and sneaks a glance at the cool female classmates, they always shoot him disdainful looks. However, I must say today's women really know how to dress and enjoy a high social status. Yet in Huang Jie's eyes, this is nothing special, as women in the Qin dynasty enjoyed considerable status, and there were especially many fierce women. After self-assessment, Huang Jie realized that there were many job opportunities in this world, but the tasks he could perform were true. For example, with his skills, becoming a constable should be no problem, but after asking Tian Xiaoyo, he learned that it was impossible. In Tian Xiaoyo's words, even becoming a cleaner in the yamen would be out of the question, as it required official quota. Finding a formal job, like his neighbor programmer Huang Jie or receptionist Wang Li, was also off the table. Although he possessed a university diploma, considering his amnesia, it seemed quite unrealistic. The culinary skills he once possessed now seemed like a joke. During the Qin dynasty, resources were scarce, and he could only manage to make the food taste a bit better. Working in a restaurant, he could only perform small tasks, probably just serving dishes and cleaning. Moreover, during his time with his master, he mostly lived in seclusion in the mountains and viewed material wealth and fame rather indifferently, so he never contemplated undertaking any grand endeavors. He promised to help the original owner of this body repay the 5,000 yuan bank debt and take good care of his daughter, which meant he would need to work and better integrate into society. Tian Xiaoyo had been delivering takeout for nearly 8 months. With his help, Huang Jie purchased a brand of electric bike commonly used by delivery workers without a battery for only 1,880 yuan. Compared to brand name bikes that easily cost over 400 yuan, the cost effectiveness was exceptional. The speed of brand name bikes was 25 kilometers per hour, and even if they were unregulated, the maximum speed was still under 40 kilometers per hour. Bikes used for delivery could generally reach speeds of 60 to 80 kilometers per hour. For delivery, one battery was definitely not enough. If he wanted to get an extra battery, each one would cost over 120 yuan, and after a year of use, the battery life would shorten. Even with multiple batteries, charging would become increasingly difficult. In Xiaoxing village, for instance, electric bikes were not allowed to park in the village. Charging could only be done at designated bike sheds outside the village, which not only had expensive charging fees, but also made it hard to find charging stations. Therefore, if he truly wanted to deliver food, he would have to rent batteries for 260 to 300 yuan per month, and during promotional events, he could rent for several months at a time. With Xiaoyo's help, he managed to acquire all the necessary delivery gear: a locked 60-liter large backpack, helmet, Bluetooth headset, sun protection, clothing, face mask, glasses, power bank, non-slip shoes, charging cable, gloves, raincoat, and shoes, disposable waterproof phone bag, and the most impressive of all, a small camera. Xiaoyo, why do our clothes look different from other riders? Brother, they are organized, doing dedicated deliveries or participating in activities which have specific clothing requirements. We are doing crowdsourced deliveries, so there are no requirements for our outfits. Should we also become dedicated delivery riders? Huang Jie asked. Brother, they lack freedom. Their work hours and load are regulated. Although they earn slightly more than most crowdsourced riders, the difference isn't significant. Many highly experienced dedicated delivery riders sometimes also do crowdsourced deliveries. If you do well in crowdsourced deliveries, you can earn just as much as they do. Brother, I will take you out for a while to familiarize you with the merchants and the community. Your legs are just recovering, so it's best not to take orders that require climbing stairs. Alright, I will listen to you, Huang. During the first week of deliveries, Tian Xiaoyo did not let Huang Jie ride the bike. Instead, he guided Huang Jie in person each time they delivered, mainly to impart knowledge about traffic rules, the delivery platform's regulations, merchant locations, and the layout of residential buildings. The primary focus was on dealing with unexpected situations such as slow food preparation by merchants or unreasonable customers, issues they would frequently encounter. In any industry, having someone to guide you through the entry phase can help avoid many troubles. Without a familiar person to assist, it is actually better to first join a dedicated delivery team, as growth will be faster with team support, minimizing detours. After a week of training, Huang Jie opened his Xiaomei crowdsourcing app and found that after more than 4 months without accepting orders, his level had reverted to that of a novice rider. He could only take a maximum of 5 orders and needed to attend 3 online training sessions to accept orders normally. Huang Jie had a good mindset. Earning money wasn't the most important thing. Quickly familiarizing himself with the business was key. Although he had learned for a week with Xiaoyo, going out to take orders and interacting with each merchant and customer was quite different from observing Xiaoyo at work. In July, the weather grew increasingly hot. Tian Xiaoyo left the house before 5 in the morning, planning to return around 8 to rest for 2 or 3 hours before tackling the lunch rush. Although Huang Jie currently seemed able to function like a normal person, he still felt a slight peculiarity in his life. At 10 in the morning, he avoided the morning rush of office workers. Dressed in sun protection clothing, he arrived at the village's electric bike shed, carefully inspected the bike's condition, checked the battery level, opened the Xiaomei crowdsourcing app, donned his helmet, took the required photos to go online, turned off the automatic order acceptance feature, and finally set the maximum simultaneous order limit to 2. He activated the camera on his helmet, put on his gloves and face mask, gripped the handlebars, and gently accelerated, causing the electric bike to merge onto the main road. Just across the main road was the newly opened pedestrian street, where Huang Jie planned to wait for nearby orders. He first enjoyed a bowl of noodles at a local noodle shop before parking his bike at the entrance of the pedestrian street, starting to accept orders in the shade of nearby trees. With more than half an hour until the lunch rush, there weren't many orders, most flashed by in an instant, leaving him no time to carefully check the details before they were snatched away. However, if he were to be quick to accept orders, landing one that required climbing 6 flights would not bode well for Huang Jie. You have a new order, please check it promptly. The phone suddenly chimed. Huang Jie saw it was a dedicated delivery order from a pharmacy with an order amount of 142 yuan. Without any hesitation, he clicked to accept. However, upon closely examining the order, he felt a bit apprehensive. The rented battery could probably cover 40 to 50 kilometers, but the delivery address was at a motorcycle shop in Yinjiao, over 50 kilometers away. Calling Xiaoyo, he found the line busy, so Huang Jie could only go pick up the goods first. Hello, this is Xiaomei Dedicated Delivery. I'm here to pick up order number 1. Sure, the document bag contains all the credentials. Just deliver it by 2:30 p.m., said a beautiful girl by the pharmacy's cash register as she handed the bag to Huang Jie. Alright, I'll take a photo, and I would appreciate it if you send the pickup code to the recipient, Huang Jie replied politely. Can your electric bike's battery make it that far? The girl reminded him. One battery is barely enough, but I rented a battery. I'll swap for another at a charging station halfway. That should be fine. Plan your route well. The closest routes seem to lead to the suburbs. Make sure to deliver it by 2. Opening the battery rental app, Huang Jie found that the battery exchange station in Songzhuang was the most convenient, located about 30 kilometers away. He planned to drive to Songzhuang first, then proceed to the final delivery location. Since arriving in this world apart from the vicinity of Shaoxin village, Huang Jie had never ventured far. He never expected that his first delivery would take him to a place 50 kilometers away. Not long after he set off, Tian Xiaoyo called Bro Im at the Shangxi Noodle restaurant by my doorstep. Do you want to come over? I've already eaten. I got an order going to Yinjiao, and I'm on the way. What? Bro, remember to change the battery on the way, or it would be troublesome if you run out of power in the suburbs. Not only should you follow the map from the crowdsourced app, but you also need to have the Baidu map open at the same time. If you can't find it, just call the customer. Ride slowly, and be careful. Okay, I got it. You be careful too, Huang Jie replied. Aside from being a bit sunny, it wasn't really hot when he started riding. As he made his way, Huang Jie felt quite emotional. The buildings in the city were truly tall, the roads were wide, and there were really many vehicles. Even during the height of the Qin dynasty, it couldn't compare to the modern era. After leaving the city, there was a stretch of road that was rather narrow and dilapidated, but it didn't last long before he turned onto a greenway by the river. On both sides of the road were towering trees over a decade old, and being close to the river made the ride quite refreshing. There were hardly any people or vehicles on the road, so Huang Jie increased his speed to about 40 kilometers per hour. He still didn't dare to push the speed to 80 kilometers, as this was his first time riding on the road and safety was paramount. Feeling cheerful while riding his small electric scooter, it wasn't long before a dozen motorcycles roared past him, disappearing around a bend ahead. From their attire, he could tell that several of the female riders had fantastic physiques. In a fleeting glance, Huang Jie also spotted a Beijing A license plate, which in this world had quite a lucky number. He remembered how Tian Xiaoyo had dramatically remarked upon seeing a Beijing A license plate, that just that single plate could buy a house back in their hometown. After riding for more than 20 minutes and turning several sharp bends, he witnessed a quite tragic scene as he approached. A motorcycle lay fallen on the road, with the rider being lifted onto an ambulance. A 3-wheeled cart carrying watermelons had toppled into a ditch by the side of the road, with many watermelons scattered on the ground, their red flesh smeared everywhere. A police car was parked at the accident scene, with the 3-wheeled cart owner and several motorcyclists gathered around it. Huang Jie couldn't discern who was at fault, but he noticed the rider on the stretcher was utterly still. Regardless, even if he wasn't dead, he must have been seriously injured. It's truly said that one who doesn't act recklessly won't die. Riding so fast on a road where small paths lead to villages is quite dangerous. Seeing such a situation, Huang Jie instinctively felt pain in his legs and ribs. No matter how urgent the order, he should be cautious while riding. Carefully bypassing the accident scene, he followed the navigation from the battery rental app and found the battery exchange station. After swapping in a new battery, Huang Jie couldn't help but marvel at how advanced it was, so much more convenient than riding a horse. After leaving Songzhuang, although the road widened, the trees on either side disappeared. At around 11 a.m. in July, it was exceptionally sunny, and he felt the air he inhaled was hot. For the remaining 10 kilometers, Huang Jie took nearly half an hour, keeping his speed low, safety first. There was nothing to say about the delivery process. After the other party provided the receipt code, Huang Jie clicked delivered, and 142 yuan was promptly credited to his account. He bought a bottle of cola at a convenience store. How should he put it? Although he wasn't quite accustomed to it, it was surprisingly refreshing with the aid of the refrigerator. He wanted to take an order for the return trip, but the delivery app indicated that Yinjiao belonged to Jixian province, and he didn't have the authority to take orders across provinces. Moreover, the batteries in Yinjiao could not be replaced for the same reason, indicating that he would have to change batteries again during his. On the way back to Shaoxin village, Huang Jie spotted a large watermelon field by the roadside, not far from Songzhuang, with stalls selling watermelons set up at the edge of the field. Watermelon was a fruit not available during the Qin dynasty. Of course, there were also no apples, grapes, mangoes, guavas, strawberries, or pineapples. The fruit varieties available during the Qin dynasty were not much different from those today. At that time, there were already pears, peaches, plums, apricots, persimmons, tangerines, and plums. Naturally, the taste couldn't compare to modern fruits. Huang Jie had only eaten watermelon once, and that was when Tian Xiaoyo bought it from a fruit shop at the village entrance shortly after Huang Jie was discharged from the hospital. Now that he encountered a watermelon field, he naturally wanted to buy some fresh ones. Fortunately, the prices weren't expensive, and there was no need to weigh them. The stall had only two prices, 10 yuan for 2 and 15 yuan for 2. He picked 4, spending a total of 25 yuan, and paid with his phone. Nowadays, even cash is hard to come by. He thought to himself that if it weren't for Tian Xiaoyo helping him recover his memory repeatedly over the past 3 months. To survive in this era, I still don't know how many jokes I'll have to create. Under the scorching sun, he borrowed a knife from the vendor, cut up the smallest watermelon, and found it surprisingly sweet and quite thirst-quenching. He then bought 4 smaller watermelons, pretending to place them in the delivery box, while actually storing them in his spatial ring. By the time he rode back to where he lived, it was already 4 p.m. The distances on the map sometimes aren't reliable, and unexpected circumstances can cause delays. This order round trip covered over 100 kilometers and took him nearly 4.5 hours. Bro, you're back. You really did well. Your first order was such a huge one, Tian Xiaoyo said. I rode for nearly 5 hours. I was almost dead. By the way, I have a few watermelons in my box. You can have some before. With the heat, now the evening rush starts later. They'll head out again at 6:30. By the way, bro, I want to discuss something with you, Xiaoyo said somewhat shyly. If you have something to say, just speak frankly. There's nothing we can't talk about. Huang Jie noticed the other person's shyness. Bro, I've recently started dating someone. She works as a cashier at a supermarket, and we're planning to move in together. That's easy. He'll ask the landlord if there are any rooms available. I can rent one by myself. Dating is a big deal. Bro, the house we're renting now will be up in less than a month. The conditions inside are quite poor, and the village is somewhat chaotic. I found an apartment-style place that costs a bit more, but it has showers, cooking facilities, and air conditioning. Alright, when you go to check it out, help me book a unit too. And let's find a time. I'll treat you and your girlfriend to a meal, Huang Jie said. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh internally at how bold the current social customs were moving in together before marriage. Before the evening rush hour arrived, Huang Jie, guided by Tian Xiaoyo, arrived at the apartment he mentioned, located in a large courtyard to the south of the Shinkansen community. The building has 4 floors with approximately 40 single rooms on each floor, each covering an area of 25 square meters, equipped with air conditioning, a refrigerator, a washing machine, an independent bathroom, and an open kitchen. The rooms were renovated 2 years ago and are still relatively clean, with conditions far superior to the rental houses in the village, although the price is considerably higher. While single rooms in the village cost just over 1,000 here, each room rents for 2,000 yuan per month. Tian Xiaoyo considered sharing the accommodation with his girlfriend, so the conditions naturally needed to be better. Huang Jie didn't mind, since he had the opportunity to start life anew. He didn't want to live too poorly given the circumstances. After negotiation, they decided to officially move in a week later, signing the rental contract on the spot and securing 2 single rooms. Then they planned to pack and move during their free time. When it comes to moving, there was no need to hire a moving company. As 2 big men, they had relatively few belongings, and both had electric bicycles, which would save them several hundred yuan by making multiple trips. If it weren't for Tian Xiaoyo being present to store everything in space, it would have been even more convenient. After all, a cubic space measuring 3 meters on each side could hold quite a bit. When Huang Jie returned to discuss the lease termination with the landlord wasn't as easy to negotiate with, since it wasn't mentioned in advance. They could only refund half of the deposit, considering their generally good relationship. Huang Jie felt that the landlord was somewhat worried about retaliation from the 2 young men. Huang Jie was indeed correct. The landlord couple thought of the 2 poor delivery boys as young men and decided it was best not to make things too awkward, fearing that one day they might come back and cause trouble. Even if it was just throwing a brick at their house, it wouldn't be worth the risk. By deducting half the rent, it would balance things out. Although it might create some unpleasantness, it wouldn't lead to a complete fallout. If it were a girl or a couple, they certainly wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Despite feeling a bit displeased, Huang Jie still didn't want to miss the evening rush hour, so he opened the app and received a large order worth over 20 yuan, suggesting that the newbie package still existed. He picked up a few boxes of takeout dishes and beer from a restaurant in the village, delivering them to a resort about 12 kilometers away. Bro, this isn't a good order. This place you're going to is quite remote. You'll definitely come back empty-handed. Tian Xiaoyo glanced at him and said, since I'm idle anyway, taking this order allows me to avoid some extra miles. Huang Jie replied, just be careful. There's construction along the Wenyu River, and there's a steep slope when crossing the river. During the delivery, the steep slope wasn't the scary part. What was frightening was that after crossing the Wenyu River, the road became increasingly unsettling, with no one around at night except for himself. Both sides of the road were lined with large trees and fields, providing cool shade during the hot summer, and apart from the headlights of the electric bicycle, there were no lights in sight. With no reference points, the 10+ kilometers felt quite long. If it weren't for checking 2 navigation apps simultaneously, Huang Jie would have doubted whether he was on the wrong path. Upon arriving at the destination, Honglu Mountain Villa, Huang Jie was also taken aback. The large courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and several buildings were completely dark. However, the phone connected immediately, and a woman's voice came through. It seemed that only someone like Huang Jie, who often faced the elements, would not think much of it. Following the woman's directions, Huang Jie found 2 tents in the empty lot behind the buildings of the villa. Here, a woman said. Turning the corner, Huang Jie saw 2 young women and 2 small men. The 4 looked like students. Hello, your food has arrived. Why is there no electricity here, and it's so overgrown? Huang Jie asked casually. It seems you really don't know. This villa is famous for being haunted. We're here to play with ghosts. A young man replied. What the heck? This is quite wild. But is it a bit much to trouble a delivery guy so far away? Huang Jie thought. Where would there be any ghosts? Did you find any? Huang Jie asked with a smile. Not a single shadow of a ghost, but there are plenty of mosquitoes. Another woman remarked. Enjoy your meal. I have to go deliver the next order. Huang Jie told a little white lie, thinking about leaving this place quickly. Even if he didn't earn money from the delivery, wouldn't it be better to go home and sleep? It's absurd to feed mosquitoes here. After leaving Honglu Mountain Villa, Huang Jie was nearly hit by a van that suddenly appeared from a small road. At that moment, the two vehicles were not far apart, and the opposing driver leaned out, revealing a scarred face, aggressively cursing at Huang Jie. Someone in the back also opened the door, seemingly wanting to take action against Huang Jie, but for some unknown reason closed the door again, and the driver stepped on the gas and drove away. Having been inexplicably cursed at, Huang Jie saw that the other party had already left, and the two vehicles had not collided, resulting in no losses, so he could only helplessly ride his bike and continue his journey back. What Huang Jie didn't expect was that it wasn't until the third day, when the police asked him to make a statement, that he learned about a major homicide that occurred at Honglu Mountain Villa that night. All four young people who had come to explore the haunted house had met with accidents. Of course, that's a story for another day, so in some places it's still best not to take risks when one's abilities are insufficient. After returning to the Longwan area, he received a few more orders, but these orders were only worth 4 to 7 yuan each. He was busy until after 11 p.m. When he returned home and summarized his earnings for the day, it totaled only 243 yuan. According to Tian Xiaonyo, this was already quite good. Thinking about it, given that he only took one order each time, achieving such results should be considered satisfying. Fortunately, he found a new house. The current rental was really inconvenient. After a whole day of delivering takeout in the hot summer, the smell on his body was unimaginable. Even at this hour, simply rinsing off with tap water in the room would still disturb the neighbors. At least he would be moving next week. From now on, he could enjoy the benefits of a single room. Not only would life be convenient, but he could also secretly start his cultivation. At 5 a.m., he was awakened by the sound of Xiaonyo getting up. This guy was quite determined to live with his girlfriend. Bro, I suggest you wake up early like I do, but it's so cool now, and orders before 8 a.m. are at least 2 yuan higher than at other times. Just working for 2 or 3 hours, you can earn over 100 yuan. The main thing is that there are fewer people on the road before 7 a.m., making it more pleasant to ride. During the morning rush, everywhere is congested, even electric bikes can't move fast, and even if you grab an order, you can only feel anxious. Listening to advice is good, although I'm still a bit tired since I've already been awakened. I got up with him. He rode his electric bike to the village entrance, found the nearest battery exchange station, swapped for a fully charged battery, put on his gear, logged in online, and began his second day of delivering takeout. Although it was already July, riding the electric bike in the morning was still quite pleasant, and there was even a slight chill around 4. Perhaps due to the scarcity of online riders in the morning, Huang Jie received a new order as soon as he logged on, and it was quite a good. The restaurant was only 100 meters away, and the delivery distance was less than 3 kilometers, with a delivery fee of 6.9 yuan, as such orders would typically only be 4 yuan during the day. Meanwhile, the takeaway app displayed several even better orders that had not been claimed, indicating that there were indeed quite a few people ordering takeout early in the morning. However, due to his unfamiliarity with the road conditions and a leg injury, Huang Jie did not adjust his order acceptance settings and chose to take one order at a time, which had its own advantages. He could deliver as soon as he grabbed an order, significantly shortening the delivery time. But by 7:30 in the morning, the roads had already begun to congest, especially in the direction of the city center. Even the bicycle lane had to inch forward slowly, and if a careless car blocked the bike lane, the entire road would be jammed. With the orders in hand, he earned a total of 64 yuan in 3 hours. If he had kept accepting orders without limits, he could have earned over 100 yuan. After finishing the orders, Huang Jie was reluctant to be stuck in traffic and noticed a nearby chain restaurant that offered a 3 yuan porridge buffet with soy milk, orange juice, spicy soup, century egg, and lean meat congee, millet pumpkin congee, mung bean congee, and 8 treasure congee, all available to drink at will. Huang Jie ordered 2 meat buns, a youtiao, and a serving of 3 yuan porridge, spending a total of 10 yuan and 50 cents. After a busy morning, he was truly hungry, and he took one serving each of the various porridge and drinks. The trouble was that there was only one bowl, and it was not large. After trying everything, Huang Jie ultimately took 2 bowls of century egg and lean meat congee. In total, he got porridge 10 times, which astonished the little old man across from him. "Young man, your appetite is quite impressive. Sitting across from you, I ended up drinking 2 extra bowls myself." The old man's tone was quite kind and his gaze was normal, but the people at the next table looked at Huang Jie with disapproval, clearly finding him quite distasteful. Huang Jie was not just anyone. He had traveled through various countries with his master before the unification of the Qin dynasty, so he had seen all kinds of gazes. "Sir, I do physical labor, so my appetite is naturally large," he replied. "Being able to eat is a blessing. I genuinely envy you. At my age, when I see something delicious, I can only satisfy my eyes. So take your time eating. I must get busy now." Huang Jie didn't think it worthwhile to continue the conversation and would rather go back and sleep for 2 hours to prepare for the lunch rush. Lying in bed at home, he found that he couldn't fall asleep. He felt that there was something important he hadn't done. After tossing and turning for quite a while, he remembered that in a confined space, he had once promised to take care of a 4-year-old girl named Huang Lei. It seemed that the previous owner's obsession with this body was indeed strong. While taking care of a daughter was understandable, why did it have to be running takeout to repay debts? Couldn't he do something else? In early July, Huang Jie planned to use the compensation money to pay off debts, but he was warned by the soul imprint, and he couldn't explain why after all he had promised back then. After several months, Huang Jie had gained a basic understanding of money. With 5,000 yuan spread over 60 installments, he needed to earn at least 1,500 yuan per month to barely cover the bank payments. Fortunately, there was still some money in the account that could be used for repayment, which was recognized by the soul imprint. He wouldn't be overdue immediately, but if he didn't work hard on takeout, now being overdue would just be a matter of 2 or 3 months. It had been 3 or 4 months since he was discharged from the hospital, and Huang Jie had not contacted Huang Lei primarily because he didn't know how to face her. Before coming to this era, Huang Jie had wandered and traveled with his master with no time to marry and have children, so he truly had no experience in taking care of children. Should he go see the child? Huang Jie thought. Just as he was hesitating, his phone rang. Huang Jie, this is Zhang Min. A strong woman's voice came from the other end, though it sounded somewhat fatigued. Huang Jie thought for a moment and realized that Zhang Min was his ex-wife. Before he could say anything, she said, Xiao Lei is sick. You need to come to base in hospital. What illness? Is it serious? Huang Jie asked. You'll know when you get here. Okay, I'll hurry over and call you when I arrive. No matter the reason, promises must be kept. He opened the navigation app and found it was only 13 kilometers away. At this time, riding an electric bike should be the fastest. After about 40 minutes, Huang Jie arrived at the entrance of base in hospital and received a call from Zhang Min, who quickly walked out of the hospital with a middle-aged man. From Zhang Min's eyes, it seemed she had been crying. What illness does Xiao Lei have? How long has it been? Huang Jie asked directly. It's been almost a month. When Xiao Lei had a fever, her grandparents took her to the hospital, and she was diagnosed with leukemia. As she spoke, Zhang Min's tears fell again. Can the doctor cure her? By the way, I still have plenty of money. Huang Jie had no concept of leukemia, but the compensation money in his hands wasn't of much use. Using it for the child could also be seen as fulfilling a promise. The issue of money has been resolved, though it's not about money anymore. Xiao Lei needs a donor for a bone marrow transplant, and you are the most likely match. I beg you to save her. Mr. Huang, you don't need to worry about money. We have already prepared it, the middle-aged man added. Why didn't you contact me sooner? What do I need to do to save my daughter? I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Huang Jie said. Initially, we found a matching donor in the spinal cord registry, and the donor agreed to donate, but they recently had an accident and were seriously injured. Zhang Min said, what do I need to do? Huang Jie asked. Mr. Huang, we need to do a matching test first to see if you... The middle-aged man said. Under Zhang Min's guidance, the three of them first went to Dr. Wang's office, where the doctor explained Xiao Lei's condition in detail, elaborated on the bone marrow donation process, and then issued a form for Huang Jie to get a blood test. You don't have to worry, donating bone marrow is simply donating hematopoietic stem cells, which poses no harm to the donor. Dr. Wang reassured him. After the blood draw, Huang Jie did not see his daughter Huang Lei. She had been arranged to go in for pre-surgery treatment, but he did meet Zhang Min's parents and her younger sister Zhang Li, who was in college. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Min took Huang Jie to the hallway. Huang Jie, thank you. You should rest well over the next few days. The test results will come out the day after tomorrow. If there's a match, you'll need to be hospitalized in advance for the surgery. That's only right, as she is also my daughter, Huang Jie replied. This is my current husband, Liang Xian. Zhang Min added, Mr. Huang, hello. Don't worry, I love Xiao Lei as much as you do. You don't need to worry about money, or whatever it costs, I will arrange it. In the future, you can come and see Xiao Lei anytime, Liang Xian said. Okay, I still have over 3,000 yuan here. If you need it for treatment, just let me know anytime. Since Xiao Lei just fell asleep, I'll come back tomorrow. Huang Jie was truly unsure how to continue staying and deal with these people. That's fine, I keep your phone on and I'll call you as soon. After leaving the hospital, Huang Jie checked on his phone and learned how serious leukemia was. He hoped for a successful match, or the little girl would suffer from the torment of illness. Additionally, from today's conversation, it was apparent that Huang Jie was not well regarded in Zhang Min's parents' eyes, but they still cared about their granddaughter. Zhang Min's current husband came from a relatively affluent family. Otherwise, an ordinary household would struggle immensely to bear the medical expenses for such an illness. Yet no matter what, she had to find ways to earn more money. Should the bone marrow match fail, subsequent treatment costs would be substantial. If even her own biological father could not be relied upon, how could she place faith in a stepfather? Only with her own financial independence could she maximize the chance of saving her daughter. But how to earn money? Huang Jie truly had no idea. He certainly couldn't revert to his master's days, robbing corrupt local gentry or bandits. As Tian Xiaoyo put it, look around. Surveillance cameras line every street and dashcams are mounted on every car. Commit a crime and arrest follows swiftly. Huang Jie knew full well that revealing the existence of his spatial ring would spell certain doom. Though he had already lived in this era for over 3 months, and his speech now matched that of modern people, he possessed no practical skills for any other profession. With no brilliant scheme in sight, he resolved to proceed cautiously, seeking opportunities for prosperity step by step. Meanwhile, accepting as many delivery orders as possible to accumulate funds, repay debts, and build a reserve for unforeseen needs. At 1030 p.m., he returned to his rented apartment and tallied his earnings, 211 yuan for the day, a commendable sum for a newcomer. Huang Jie chose not to tell Tian Xiaoyo about his daughter's grave illness. On Wednesday, after completing his morning deliveries, Huang Jie did not head straight to the hospital. Instead, he planned to visit the mall at its 10 a.m. opening to purchase toys and snacks favored by children. Though he could not see her, some items could still be delivered. Truly, this era offered extraordinary abundance. No hunger, no scarcity, only an overwhelming variety of food and drink, leaving one bewildered by choice. Especially after several trips to supermarkets and malls with Tian Xiaoyo, Huang Jie grew deeply enamored with this era, free of war, assured of sustenance, rich in leisure and entertainment. At the hospital, he met Zhang Min's parents once again. They uttered no harsh words, but neither did they acknowledge him. Faced with this helplessness, he could offer no tangible aid. Only a sincere, heartfelt hope that the bone marrow match would succeed, sparing the little girl unnecessary suffering. It was Zhang Min who escorted Huang Jie out of the hospital. "What have you been busy with lately?" she asked. "I've been delivering takeout with Tian Xiaoyo to repay debts. Though recently after my traffic accident the other party compensated me handsomely. The money remains untouched. Let me know if it's needed for her treatment." Huang Jie withheld nothing. "Where were you injured?" "2 fractures in my left leg and minor rib fissures. Delivery work is inherently dangerous. Please take care. Don't worry about the medical expenses for Shaolei. The demolition compensation for our second property has already arrived." "That's reassuring. Call me tomorrow once the matching results come in." Huang Jie replied. Sigh. Zhang Min had been such a devoted wife. He could scarcely fathom how the original owner of this body had managed through entrepreneurial missteps to lose both wife and child. Now Zhang Min belonged to another man, while he himself had become a food delivery rider. Not that delivery work was dishonorable, rather it was a grueling profession demanding relentless time and energy just to earn a modest income. Returning to the familiar Huilong community, he had just completed a delivery when the police called Mr. Huang Jie. "This is the Huilong branch. We require your cooperation regarding an investigation. Please report to our station for questioning. It's right beside the subway. Do you know our address?" "Yes, I'll be there shortly." Huang Jie felt no resistance. After all, he'd committed no offense recently. 2 male officers received him in a designated interview room. Name: Huang Jie. Age. As he hesitated, Huang Jie reached instinctively for his ID card. "Sorry, I was in a car accident recently. Many memories remain hazy." "Where were you last night?" "I made 7 deliveries." "Wait, I'll pull up my order history on my phone for you." As he spoke, he opened the Meituan Zhongbao app, retrieved his delivery records, and handed the phone to one officer. "Did anything unusual happen last night?" "Nothing out of the ordinary. Standard deliveries signed for then immediate departure." "Did anything occur, or anyone appear, when you visited Honglu Villa?" "Honglu Villa. Those 4 youths weren't sleeping peacefully at home. They were out chasing ghosts at midnight." Huang Jie replied. Described the scene in detail. There was little to elaborate, less than half a minute on site. In a few concise sentences, Huang Jie recounted the setting and dialogue precisely. "Did you encounter anyone else upon leaving?" "A van nearly struck me as I exited the villa. I recall its license plate, Jingbi, and the scarred man who cursed at me. Someone even opened the rear door ready to Unfortunately, the dashcam footage didn't capture that angle. I'd have provided it otherwise." "What a pity. Please recount everything again in greater detail." Upon hearing Huang Jie's account, the 2 officers looked disappointed. One then took Huang Jie's phone and stepped out, returning shortly with a middle-aged officer in his 40s holding a sketchpad. Remarkably, as Huang Jie repeated his description, the older officer sketched continuously, pausing occasionally to clarify details. Within minutes, a striking likeness of the scarred man emerged. "It's about 80 to 90% accurate. Though it was dark at first glance, this portrait matches the man exactly." Huang Jie. Soon another officer re-entered, returning Huang Jie's phone. "Mr. Huang will verify your movements using your phone data. Thank you for the additional information. It's invaluable to our investigation." "Officer, has something happened?" Huang Jie asked. "Don't ask what you're not meant to know. Keep your phone on, and remain within Beijing." Unbeknownst to Huang Jie, police had preliminarily ruled him out as a suspect due to lack of opportunity, though this conclusion remained tentative. What if he'd lied, or colluded with an accomplice to fabricate an alibi, or secretly returned to the scene after finishing work? His claims of accident, surgery, and memory loss required further verification. Anything was possible, especially since the crime scene had been meticulously cleansed. At present, Huang Jie's sole verifiable connection to the site was his documented presence there. What Huang Jie did not know was that he was not the only one being watched. Tian Xiaoyo was also under surveillance. However, this was not a big deal. Ever since discovering that hidden cameras were rampant in hotels and on the streets, he had been very careful, especially when using his ring space. The total number of orders delivered throughout the day was not much, totaling less than 180 yuan, while Tian Xiaoyo earned 467 yuan. "Bro, we need to start packing tomorrow. There will be more orders on Friday and Saturday, so we can take on more deliveries and make a couple of trips on Sunday morning to move things into the new house." "Alright, I'll tidy up tomorrow. Anyway, we don't have much stuff." "By the way, does your family know about your girlfriend?" Huang Jie asked. "Not yet. It's almost the end of the year, and if it feels right, I'll see if I can bring her home then." "Bro, after we move, I'll invite my girlfriend over, and we can all have dinner together on Sunday night." "Sounds good. I'm planning to take a day off on Sunday." On Thursday around 5 o'clock, he encountered a peculiar order. After picking up goods from a 24-hour supermarket, when he arrived at the delivery address, he found a note from the customer: "Do not knock, do not call, just leave it at the door." While going upstairs, Huang Jie ran into trouble. The unit door wouldn't open. After hesitating, he decided to call the... After a while, someone finally answered the phone. Huang Jie explained the situation and apologized, saying, "Ma'am, I'm really sorry, but the unit door is locked, and I have no choice but to call you. Could you please help me open the door? I'm not home either, I'm working the night shift, and won't be back for over an hour." Just wait a bit and see if anyone comes out. The woman hesitated before responding. This was quite a predicament. At 4 or 5 in the morning, how long would it take for someone to leave the house? Can I leave it at the security room? Huang Jie inquired. No, just wait a little longer. We have elderly people in our building who get up. With that, she hung up the phone. Seriously, whose time isn't valuable? If it weren't for the urgency to make some extra money, who would wake up this early to deliver food? Fortunately, the security guard patrolling the building came by, assessed the situation, and helped open the door. He delivered the order to 1102 on the 11th floor, took a photo, and clicked delivered. Just when he thought it was over during the lunch rush, Huang Jie received a call from the supermarket. Huang Jie, right? I'm calling about the order number 12 from this morning. The customer said they didn't see the delivery. There's nothing at the door. Did you deliver it? That's the order from Yin Family Courtyard No. 7. I delivered it as requested and took a photo, Huang Jie replied, feeling a bit confused. Did he deliver it to the wrong floor? The customer insists they haven't received it. What do you want to do? Asked the supermarket staff. Hold on, let me check my phone. I'm sure I delivered it. Ooh, I have a photo on my phone. Huang Jie said confidently. Okay, I'll confirm with the customer again. Be prepared for a complaint. Oh, I have a feeling this By the way, tell the customer I have recording equipment. The entire delivery was recorded. The elevator and hallway of the building have surveillance cameras. If it can't be found, I'll go over immediately and report it. Huang Jie said, following what Tian Xiaoyo had taught him. After more than 10 minutes, the supermarket staff called back saying the customer said their roommate took the delivery to their room. They found it now. I'm glad you brought the recording device, otherwise you would have been in trouble. Huang Jie replied, thank you. Though Huang Jie couldn't be 100% certain that this was just someone trying to take advantage of the situation, he could only feel grateful. Tian Xiaoyo repeatedly told Huang Jie that regardless of the order, he must always record the delivery, or else there would be too many things left unclear. While Huang Jie was out delivering orders, a car was always following him at a distance, tailing his electric bike. Inside the car were a male and a female police officer. They could not only follow Huang Jie through their phones, but also listen in on his calls. During an inquiry, when Huang Jie's phone was taken away for a while, someone had tampered with it. There was no way around it. After all, Huang Jie was a suspect in a major case. Huang Jie, I'm Zhang. The match was successful. Our daughter is saved. Once the call connected, Zhang said excitedly, that's great. What do I need to do? When is the surgery? Huang Jie was also very happy. It was just a matter of drawing a few vials of blood. If he couldn't save Huang Lei, Huang Jie felt that the mark in his soul would directly affect his cultivation. From now on, don't smoke, don't drink, and avoid oily foods. Once the doctor confirms the surgery date, they will notify you to be hospitalized 5 days in advance. Zhang instructed. Why do I need to be hospitalized? Can't I just get my blood drawn? Huang Jie asked. The doctor said they need to give you some kind of injection every day to enhance the vitality and quantity of your hematopoietic stem cells. During the blood draw, only hematopoietic stem cells will be extracted while the rest will be returned to your body. But don't worry, the doctor said it won't harm you. Zhang explained. As long as it can save our daughter, I'm willing to do anything. I can go over it any time, Huang Jie said. Thank you, Huang Jie. If you had just focused on working these past few years instead of messing around with entrepreneurship, we wouldn't have divorced. That's all in the past. You and Leon can live your lives well and take good care of Xiaolei. Once I pay off my debts, I'll prepare a large dowry for Xiaolei. Huang Jie replied. Let's not talk about that. You take care of yourself these days and wait for my call. Zhang said. It seemed he needed to tell Tian Xiaoyo about their daughter's illness, and then either postpone the dinner or prepare something light at the new house. With so much on his mind, he easily overlooked some things. After delivering a distant order, he discovered that his battery was completely dead just after exiting the community. The nearest battery exchange station was at least 3 kilometers away, which was really going to delay his work. With no other choice, Huang Jie could only take a shared bike with the battery to exchange it. The round trip of 6 or 7 kilometers was quite exhausting. After returning, his left leg, where he had previously fractured, felt sore and swollen. Given his last experience delivering to Yinjiao, where he felt that overwhelming anxiety of being controlled by the battery, Huang Jie believed that in the future, he would often encounter situations where the battery would run out. Huang Jie decided to immediately buy 2 spare batteries. 2 batteries could extend his range by nearly 100 kilometers, allowing him to take on more local delivery orders. For other riders, carrying 2 extra batteries would be a hassle, but for Huang Jie, who had a spatial ring, it was not a problem. Charging was also not an issue. In 3 days, he could live alone in a 25 square meter studio. With a stationary space, he could immediately store anything in it during an emergency. He decided to take action. Even if he was in debt, he had to prepare the tools for making money. Otherwise, constantly worrying about the journey would always be a hassle. Of course, he would still primarily use rented batteries, otherwise paying 300 yuan a month would be a huge loss. The spare batteries were only for emergencies. The process of buying batteries went quite smoothly. He found a well-known battery brand's physical store, clarified the battery model and connector shape, and purchased 2 48V28 batteries for 3,200 yuan. The staff helped place the batteries on the electric scooter's footboard and explained the warranty details. To store the 2 batteries in a space, Huang Jie deliberately took a distant order, riding over 10 kilometers and finding a deserted, unmonitored spot along the way. The numerous surveillance devices on the streets had become quite a hassle for Huang Jie. His efforts caused quite a headache for the 2 people assigned to monitor him, though they had not come away empty-handed. To their astonishment, after circling around, they discovered that the 2 batteries Huang Jie had bought were missing. However, this did not pertain to the case. Perhaps they had been temporarily stored at the shop as it was quite inconvenient to deliver the two hefty items. One of the female officers speculated. Zhang Ge, don't we have evidence that proves Huang Jie didn't have the time to commit the crime? Moreover, he just had surgery not long ago. Xiaofeng, we can't completely rule it out. Think about it, if he didn't bring his phone after work and return to Honglu Villa. Zhang Ge, I've observed that Huang Jie has been renting from Jintao Battery. Just now I checked the battery cabinet, and it seems that the rental service also has tracking capabilities. We can check on that, but as you saw, he just bought 2 more batteries. Therefore, until we receive orders from our superiors, we still need to keep surveillance. After the lunch rush ended, Huang Jie finished his day of work, went home to rest for a while, and then started packing to prepare. However, the small room he was renting in July was quite stuffy, and relying solely on a fan made it difficult to sleep well. Taking advantage of the fact that Xiao Niu hadn't returned, yet Huang Jie tried to store as many of his belongings as possible in his space. Of course, he couldn't store everything, but he had to symbolically pack a few boxes. Just as he was finishing up, Xiao Niu returned. Go, it's really hot today, I'm going to wash up first. I just bought a few packing boxes at the supermarket. I soaked a watermelon in the bucket, you can open it later. Alright then, go. Xiao Niu, we can't take too many orders in the next couple of days. Your niece is sick and hospitalized. What's wrong, Go? Is it serious? Xiao Niu asked anxiously. The doctor said it's leukemia, but don't worry, the doctor said my hematopoietic stem cells matched successfully, and after the surgery, she should recover quickly. Go, this is a serious illness. Wait, I'll check online. Luckily, this disease is treatable. Go, I have 600 yuan, I'll transfer it immediately, her treatment is urgent. Xiao Niu, the money issue has already been resolved. Xiao Lei's grandmother's house is being redeveloped, and a large sum of money has already been credited to my account. If I really needed money, I would borrow from you. Huang Jie genuinely appreciated Xiao Niu. Once he was capable, he would definitely help him start a business. Being young, he shouldn't have to keep delivering takeout. Then go, let's go to the hospital together tomorrow. I haven't seen Xiao Lei in a long time. You won't be able to see her at the hospital. Xiao Lei is already in the isolation room for treatment. By the way, Xiao Niu, I can't eat greasy food for the next few days. We can have a light meal at home during our gathering on Sunday. Or my girlfriend's family is from Fuxing, I'll ask her to prepare some seafood. I'll go buy some things for my niece. No need, I've already bought everything. We just need to go over early tomorrow. Go, how about I take you to the temple to burn incense lately? I feel like you haven't had good luck in recent years. Let's see, in the past 2 years you divorced, your wife failed in business, accrued debts, had a car accident that caused amnesia, and now Xiao Lei has this illness. This idea is good, but not in the next few days. The doctor has advised me to rest well and be ready for blood tests and surgery. After this matter passes, we'll find a temple with strong incense. After dinner, the room he was renting felt stifling without air conditioning. Xiao Niu went out to deliver takeout again, saying he would come back home to sleep once it cooled down. Huang Jie was preparing to start meditating at home, but unfortunately, although he had the will, he lacked the strength. After sitting cross-legged for a short while, the injury began to ache and swell, so he had to give up. Not far away in a car, one officer said, Zhang Ge, I think Huang Jie is really quite unfortunate. For a normal person, encountering just one of these issues would be enough to cause distress, yet he seems to have encountered them all. Therefore, we cannot treat him as a normal person. I'm going to take a nap. When Xiao Wang comes to replace you, wake me up. Sure, Zhang Ge. Anyway, there's no movement in Huang Jie's room right now. The next day, Huang Jie did not rush to take orders, but instead rode his small electric scooter aimlessly into the city. Having been in the capital for several months, his destinations had been quite limited. Entering from the North 4th Ring Road onto Shiyuan Road heading south, according to the map, he unexpectedly got stopped by the traffic police after walking a short distance east on Chang'an Street, receiving a 20 yuan fine before realizing that a significant portion of Chang'an Street does not allow electric bicycles. This dashed Huang Jie's plans to check out the palace. Strangely enough, the palace had also started charging admission for everyone, which was really hard to fathom. What was even more unbelievable to Huang Jie was that the Emperor's Tomb, royal gardens, and the places for worshipping heaven and earth were all open for casual visits. Turning back from Chang'an Street, he navigated through the West Railway Station and circled back to the West 3rd Ring Road. However, not far north, he got lost at the Gong's-Hufeng interchange. Although the main road looked like a straight line, the side roads made Huang Jie circle around 3 times before finally finding the correct route. On the way back, he passed by Huaqing University, where many people were lined up at the entrance taking pictures, which piqued Huang Jie's curiosity. However, there were way too many people, so he didn't stop. After driving for less than 2 minutes, he saw a young man dressed in delivery attire successfully enter by scanning his ID card at the gate. Huang Jie attempted the same approach, but was stopped by a female security officer. You're a delivery person, right? You need to scan your code at the entrance to register before you can scan your ID card to enter. Following the young lad's instructions, he was indeed able to unlock the gate. Just as he was about to enter, he was pulled back by a hurried rider outside. Little brother, could you help me deliver this order? I forgot my ID and can't get in. I am about to miss the time limit, said an old. Huang Jie was a bit stunned. He never expected such a thing, but he agreed anyway. You take my phone, and after delivering it to the customer, remember to click delivered. He'll give you the money I earned from this order when I come out. I'm really confused. I forgot to bring my ID. You trust me that much? What's there to distrust? A delivery person won't cheat another delivery person. Thank you, little brother. No need to be polite. I'll deliver this order first. You wait here for me, and I'll return your phone soon. Huaqing University is indeed vast. Huang Jie rode over 2 kilometers to deliver the order to the designated shelf at the dormitory entrance, as per the customer's request. He had intended to take a good look around, but thinking of the anxious older brother at the entrance, Huang Jie ultimately returned to hand. Little brother, open your WeChat, and he'll send you the delivery fee for this order. No need, you should hurry along, it's not easy for him, Huang Jie said. After leaving the university, he planned to take his time exploring the entire Jixian, experiencing the local customs and culture. In the past, following his master, he had visited one capital city after another to experience life. However, during those years, the capitals were not very large and management was strict, with a significant wealth gap that made most urban environments less than ideal. But there was no rush for that. There was plenty of time to do it. Right now, the most important thing was to cooperate in treating Huang Lei's illness. However, to say he had deep feelings for Huang Lei would surely be a lie. If it weren't for the promise to take care of this little girl, she would just be a passerby to Huang Jie. Even now that she called him dad, although it added a sense of responsibility, Huang Jie still did not truly consider her as this cannot be forced. Without any experience of being a parent, he truly lacks empathy. On Friday, Huang Jie completely let himself go, leisurely riding his electric bike, wandering around, which frustrated the 2 officers who were tailing him. Back at Xiaoxian village, he found a barbershop and got a buzz cut. After all, people in this era do not care much about hair. During a period of the Qin dynasty, ordinary men generally had shaved heads, and Emperor Qin even issued a hair prohibition order forbidding men from growing their hair. Of course, for most periods, the main elements of men's hairstyles included middle partings, top knots, and wearing crowns. Huang Jie cut his hair short mainly for convenience. After delivering takeout every day, he needed to shower, and long hair was hard to manage and troublesome to wash. However, it must be said that after the buzz cut, Huang Jie, who is 183 centimeters tall and weighs over 240 pounds, appeared even more imposing in his bulkiness. Zhanggu, if Huang Jie were to lose weight, he should be quite handsome, but now he is really destroyed by his weight, said Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, don't you think it's strange that Huang Jie is out and about today? His daughter is hospitalized with leukemia, yet he has the leisure to wander around for half the day. What if he has noticed us and is deliberately leading us on? That possibility cannot be ruled out. In truth, Huang Jie had never considered that he could be followed. He had not done anything wrong or exposed himself in any way, so he never thought someone would be tailing him. Huang Jie had not contemplated crime either. He had watched many videos showcasing modern weaponry warfare and even if he had learned remarkable skills from his master back in the day and had fought off many robbers and bullies with a sharp sword, Huang Jie did not believe he could withstand a single bullet now. With a spatial ring and cultivation skills, isn't it better to live a low-key life in this peaceful era? What's the point of unnecessary trouble? Delivery riders hardly have any holidays, especially on weekends. Although the doctor advised not to overexert himself, it was still possible to deliver a few orders slowly and earn the necessary living expenses. Saturday's morning and noon rush hours are different from usual. Most orders before 8 a.m. on Saturdays are for middle-aged and elderly people, while many young people's breakfast and lunch are often taken together, resulting in highly irregular dining times. Thus, weekends are peak periods, all day lasting until quite late. On an ordinary day, unexpected surprises and incidents can occasionally arise. You never know what kind of bizarre customers or events you might encounter during deliveries. Just past 11 o'clock, a large order was pushed through the delivery platform, 21 kilometers, with a delivery fee of 63 yuan. At this time, this order cannot be considered good. The reason is very simple. After completing this order, he would miss the peak time for lunch orders. For a delivery person who can handle 10 or so orders simultaneously, missing out on earning 100 or 200 yuan in a single afternoon just to earn 63 yuan is not worth it. Picking up the food went smoothly. He waited 5 minutes at the restaurant and got the meal. However, within 10 minutes of riding, he received a call from the customer urging him. Why are you so slow? We have urgent matters to attend to this afternoon. Could you hurry up? I only have your order. I am doing my best to deliver it. Huang Jie was very patient, but also a bit bewildered. After all, it was a 23-kilometer distance, and he couldn't. After 7 or 8 minutes, the customer called again. Other delivery riders pick up food and arrive in under 10 minutes. You're almost 20 minutes in. What's going on? Sister, the straight line distance from the restaurant to your home is about 24 kilometers. Even if I drove, it would take 40 minutes. I've already traveled a third of the distance. Please wait a bit longer. No, this restaurant is only a few hundred meters from my home. How can it be over 20 kilometers? Wait a moment, let me check. Oh no, I placed the wrong order and chose the wrong restaurant. Saying this, she immediately hung up on Huang Jie. Within seconds, Huang Jie received a notification from the platform that the customer had canceled the order. Then the merchant instantly rejected it. It's understandable. The merchant had already prepared the meal and the rider had covered half the journey. To cancel just like that, who bears the loss? However, Huang Jie had a bad feeling about this. After delivering the order politely, although the customer complained, she still accepted the meal, but handed Huang Jie a bad review. Seeing the bad review the next day, Huang Jie was speechless. The reason for the bad review was poor service attitude, resulting in a fine of 3 yuan, as the platform did not accept appeals for service attitude issues. Damn, he was truly speechless. He had recorded audio and video the whole time, yet the platform provided no application channel. There was no way to appeal. The customer was also bizarre. Clearly it was her fault, yet she gave the rider a bad review, which was utterly unreasonable. Fortunately, the first bad review only resulted in a 3 yuan fine, and Huang Jie decided not to dwell on it. Moving on Sunday was not complicated. There were no large pieces of furniture or appliances, just scattered items. With 2 electric bicycles, they completed the move in a few trips. However, Tian Xionia's girlfriend had quite a bit of stuff. Their room was piled high with various odds and ends. Huang Jie's room was on the first floor, sunlit 23 square meters, equipped with appliances and furniture, including a refrigerator, washing machine, air conditioner, bathroom, kitchen, stove, and very good internet. Once the air conditioning was turned on, Huang Jie felt that this summer would not be so difficult. The convenience of being able to shower and use the restroom anytime meant he no longer had to run 300 or 400 meters to use the bathroom in the dark or stand in long lines. More importantly, having an independent room made cultivation easier. Once the door was closed, he no longer had to worry about moving. Always makes some noise. A girl next door, dressed in pajamas and still half asleep, opened her door and curiously glanced into Huang Jie's room, only to find someone was moving. In the end, she said nothing and went back. Tian Xiaoyu's girlfriend Chen Xiaoyu is from the Danjiao people of Fuxing, 19 years old, not tall, with slightly dark skin. She is not very pretty, but she clearly appears to be clever and capable. Of course, she is also somewhat rebellious, otherwise she wouldn't be working in the capital. It's not exactly rebellion, she just doesn't want to live on the sea like her parents. Last year, her close friend got admitted to the Post and Telecommunications University, so she came along with her. With her friend's help, she is currently preparing for the legal studies self-examination. No matter how grand her ideals are, she still has to hustle for a living. Chen Xiaoyu has been in the capital for over a year and has certainly endured hardships, doing quite a few temporary jobs. Chen Xiaoyu met Tian Xiaoyu while working in a restaurant. She doesn't know what means Tian Xiaoyu used to get her into his room. Last month, Tian Xiaoyu helped her find a more relaxed stock clerk job at the supermarket. In the evenings, it's Chen Xiaoyu who cooks. The dishes are all simple home-cooked meals, but they are incredibly delicious, especially the fish porridge, which is exceptionally fresh. Sister-in-law, your cooking skills could easily make a restaurant thrive, Huang Jie praised. Brother, these are just home-cooked dishes. Fish porridge is something we Danjiao people eat every day, but most of the seafood in the capital is not very fresh, Chen Xiaoyu replied. My wife's culinary skills are exceptional. We are planning to open a porridge shop next year, Tian Xiaoyu said. How much more do you need? I still have a lot of cash on hand. Huang Jie sincerely wanted to help Xiaoyu, as delivering food is not a sustainable livelihood. Brother, you still owe the bank over 500,000. Xiaolei still needs surgery, so you should keep the money for emergencies. When we truly need money, we will definitely ask you. Besides, finding a shop to rent takes time, Tian Xiaoyu replied. That's fine. Don't hesitate to ask if you need help, Huang Jie said. Thank you, brother. Chen Xiaoyu replied. Last time at the hospital, Huang Jie asked the doctor about the treatment costs. Bone marrow transplantation must first achieve complete remission, with costs ranging from 50,000 to 300,000 yuan. The expenses for a bone marrow transplant from entry to discharge range from 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. Post-transplant, due to serious complications such as graft-versus-host disease and infections, the annual medical costs are around 50 to 200,000 yuan. Overall, for Huang Lei to have everything go smoothly and with insurance, at least 500 to 600,000 yuan is needed. If the situation is not ideal, preparing around 1.5 million yuan is necessary. If relying solely on Huang Jie, it would definitely be unaffordable. Fortunately, Zhang Min's family received compensation from the demolition, so there is no need to worry about money. Even so, Huang Jie still needs to save some money for emergencies. Therefore, Tian Xiaoyu has no plans to use Huang Jie's money for opening a restaurant, as the compensation money is deducted over 10,000 every month for loan repayment. Tian Xiaoyu is considering a career change because he knows very well that running food deliveries is only a temporary solution. Some orders have already dropped to just over 2 yuan, and to earn more than 10,000 a month, he needs to work over 13 hours a day. Huang Jie naturally knows this, but he came from the Qin dynasty, and apart from earning a living by delivering food, he has no idea what else to do while enjoying a relatively free schedule. Setting the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature is indeed quite pleasant. Huang Jie took out his phone and started scrolling on Douyin, unexpectedly coming across a bounty notice. Relevant departments issued a level wanted notice publicly seeking 50 major fugitives to encourage the public to actively report clues and assist in capturing the criminal suspects. For those providing effective clues that play a crucial role in the capture, a reward of 100,000 yuan will be given for each captured fugitive. Out of curiosity, he did a related search and found that such information is actually released regularly, and some sites. Of course, not every capture will yield 100,000. There are also rewards of 10,000 or 20,000. Moreover, there are also decent rewards for reporting illegal businesses, gambling, drug abuse, and many other matters involving immoral activities. Additionally, acts of bravery will also receive considerable rewards. The master once said Huang Jie has a good memory, and now that he has traveled to this era, his memory seems to have improved significantly, otherwise he wouldn't have adapted to modern life in just 3 to 4 months. Spending most of the night, Huang Jie wrote down all the information he could find about the individuals on the wanted list. After all, he rides his electric bike to pick up and deliver meals every day, so who knows, he might run into one of them. Even if using this money to repay the loan is ineffective and cannot remove the spiritual imprint, he still needs to take good care of Huang Lei while improving their lives, which will ultimately require saving a significant amount. With the air conditioning, sleeping in the summer is truly comfortable. After waking up, naturally Huang Jie had breakfast and then went to the hospital to handle the procedures in advance. The bone marrow transplant surgery is scheduled for July 24th, and Huang Jie needs to be hospitalized on the 19th for pre-transplant conditioning. Today is Monday the 15th, leaving 4 days until hospitalization. After finishing up at the hospital, Huang Jie began his delivery work. He wasn't familiar with the routes in the city, wasting a lot of unnecessary time picking up and delivering meals. After accepting 5 orders along the way, he finally returned to the familiar Huitian area. However, he missed the lunch peak, and seeing the order hall empty plus the outside temperature soaring to 37 or 38 degrees, Huang Jie could only helplessly go back to rest for a while. At this moment, the apartment was quiet with hardly anyone around. On workdays, most people go to work, making daytime sleep peaceful. However, he accidentally slept until 8 o'clock in the evening. He missed the evening peak. Looking at the Xiaomei app, it showed he had earned over 60 yuan today. Huang Jie decided to go out for some evening deliveries. Although it was still hot in the evening, as long as he wasn't exposed to the sun, riding the electric bicycle felt much cooler. Moreover, after 10 o'clock, pedestrians and vehicles on the road noticeably decreased, making riding considerably more pleasant. Riding an electric bike to deliver food, being brushed by a car, or involved in a collision isn't too terrifying, but what's frightening are the sudden appearances of elderly individuals and children. If he were to hit them, it would be hard to recover for the rest of his life. Many riders, upon realizing such dangers, choose to self-rescue by preferring to crash into a wall or fall rather than. Huang Jie's experience in evening deliveries isn't very rich. Although the routes have become smoother, he still only accepts 2 orders at the same time. Most neighborhoods are unfamiliar, and finding the destination at night is not that easy, as many building number signs have fallen off and navigation is often not very accurate within the neighborhoods. After midnight, the number of orders decreased significantly, but the amounts per order generally increased by 2 to 3 yuan. Plus, with rewards and promotions, some types of orders can increase by 5 to 6 yuan. A 4 yuan order during the day can rise to around 10 yuan after midnight, making it very worthwhile to run. While pausing to drink some water, the platform pushed a delivery order for fried rice to a KTV less than 3 kilometers for 7 yuan. Delivering to the front desk as per the customer's request, taking a photo, and clicking delivered went quite smoothly. As he exited the KTV, he encountered a situation. A girl dressed provocatively and clearly intoxicated sat on the ground with her head lowered, dazed. This had nothing to do with Huang Jie, and he had no intention of meddling. In his past travels with his master across various countries, he had seen all sorts of scenes, from royal palaces to beautiful courtesans. Just as he was about to ride away, Tian Xianyu called, "Brother, are you back? They'll be back soon." "I thought so. I knocked on your door, but there was no response. I bought a watermelon and left it at your door. Please take it inside when you return." "All right, you all should get to bed early. I'm heading back now." Once he hung up the platform, sent a notification for a distant order. Huang Jie hesitated for a moment, but ultimately rejected it. His left leg was already feeling uncomfortable, and resting was the priority. As he prepared to log off, the crowdsourcing platform initiated a smile action, prompting him to take a selfie to verify his identity and check if he was wearing his helmet properly. Due to the dim lighting, Huang Jie had to turn on his phone's flashlight for better visibility. Upon completing the verification, he looked up to see a young man with a stick cursing as he approached. "What the heck is going on? Stop taking pictures. Delete them." Huang Jie realized that the guy misunderstood him, thinking he had taken their photo. But what was there to misunderstand? Wait, the other 2 young men seemed to be stuffing the drunken girl into a car by the roadside. Huang Jie had seen such situations before. It seemed to be a case of corpse picking, but this was clearly a living person. His hat was equipped with a full recording device, yet those attacking him were unaware. The young man was fierce with his words and swung the stick at Huang Jie's head. Even with a helmet on, being struck would not. Huang Jie was the most favored disciple of his master. Masters like Jingke were merely slightly guided by him. Huang Jie had actually fought against tyrants and bandits at his master's side. Although this body was somewhat out of shape and he hadn't had the chance to cultivate thunder-type techniques, he was certainly no match. His training focused on lethal techniques without any frills. He dodged the attack and delivered a swift elbow strike, knocking the young man unconscious. The other 2, realizing they were being recorded, hurriedly dropped the girl and fled in their car. "Damn, Brother Zhang. Look, this Huang Jie is quite skilled," said the officer monitoring Huang Jie, Officer Wang, who was substituting for Officer Feng that night. "I see. Notify the nearest police station to apprehend those 2 fleeing. Let's observe what Huang Jie does." "Got it, Brother Zhang." What more could Huang Jie do? He had merely knocked someone out, and not fatally. They would wake up after a while, and the drunken girl also needed assistance. Even though she was a woman, Huang Jie was reluctant to approach her due to the strong smell of alcohol. The best course of action was to call for the police. Huang Jie had a favorable impression of the local officers, at least those he had encountered were quite good, unlike the oppressive lawmen of the 6 kingdoms. He first called the police, then surrounded the girl with 3 shared bicycles to prevent her from being hit by any careless driver. When the police car arrived, 2 officers got out. Huang Jie showed them his recorder. "Is this person all right? Should we No need. He just fainted for a bit. He's just pretending to be asleep." Saying this, Huang Jie poured half a bottle of water on the young man's head, and sure enough, he awoke, albeit still a bit dazed. "Good thing you have a full recording. It makes things easier. Well, take these 2 to the station. You ride along, and ride a state." Huang Jie never expected this ordeal to take over 2 hours, truly delaying his sleep. Watching the girl sleeping soundly on the sofa, he could only marvel at her heart. Know her generosity. The next day, he naturally overslept. After a quick wash, he copied the recording to his computer. During a fast playback, Huang Jie suddenly made a significant discovery. In that day's footage, the same vehicle appeared multiple times in different locations, and there were 3 individuals in total. His master had trained him in assassination techniques. Although Huang Jie had never executed a mission, he remained vigilant. Skeptical, he opened the footage from a few days prior. Indeed, he could find the same vehicles or individuals. While the cars occasionally differed, the people were unmistakable. He realized he was being targeted. Reflecting carefully on every detail, since waking up in the hospital, he found nothing that could indicate his possession of this body. But why were these people fixated on him? The more he pondered, the more complicated it seemed. In the face of danger, one must remain calm. He had been pursued before while following his master. Since these individuals showed no signs of acting, Huang Jie decided to maintain his usual routine. It was hard-earned to have a legitimate identity and a stable life. He did not wish to live on the run any longer. Time flew, and it was Friday again. Early in the morning, Huang Jie packed his belongings and took a taxi to the 3rd hospital. After completing the admission procedures, he spent each day in his hospital room eating specially prepared meals and receiving a shot called a mobilization injection every morning and evening. After receiving the mobilization injection, Huang Jie felt a noticeable decline in his physical strength. He initially thought he would only need to give blood on the 24th, but in reality, he had to endure constant blood draws. After extracting hematopoietic stem cells using a separator, they were injected back into Huang Jie's body. After several rounds, they finally extracted 200 milliliters of qualified blood. Although the doctor assured him that it would not harm the donor, repeated blood draws left Huang Jie feeling extremely fatigued. After the donation was completed, he could not leave the hospital immediately. There was an observation period for the patient. If the surgery was not successful, they would need to draw more blood from the donor. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. After 2 days of observation, Huang Lei entered the recovery phase, and Huang Jie was able to be discharged. Overall, the donation was quite successful. The surgery went relatively well. However, Xiao Lei's recovery period would last at least a year, involving various checkups and treatments, which would be quite a painful process. In the short term, Huang Jie still could not see his daughter. When he left the hospital, he felt extremely weak, indicating that recovery would take some time. It was Zhang Min who escorted Huang Jie out of the hospital. "Thank you for saving the child. She is also my child. Please call me when she is discharged from the hospital. You should rest for a few days and eat more blood-nourishing foods. You should go back too. You've passed the hardest part. Take care of yourself and call me if you need anything." Huang Jie replied. As August arrived, Huang Lei's health began to improve, and Huang Jie fully restored his strength. During this time, several minor incidents occurred, including a drunken girl at the KTV entrance who managed to obtain Huang Jie's phone number somehow and called to express her gratitude, but Huang Jie declined her. The staff at the police station also called to report that the 3 individuals involved in the body recovery had been apprehended, and they would soon face trial and sentencing. After observing, Huang Jie noticed that the vehicles and personnel monitoring him had vanished, but unbeknownst to him, his phone was still being tracked and listened to. The tragedy at Honglu Villa resulted in 4 deaths, and aside from the clues provided by Huang Jie, there had been no substantial progress. The suspicious van and the scar-faced man had yet to be found. The case had entered a state of stagnation, and more troubling was the fact that someone had leaked details about the case, rapidly turning it into a hot topic on platforms like Tremor and Slowhand, as well as various news outlets. After drawing significant attention from society and higher authorities, the major crime investigation team was under. They received a huge order to deliver an important document from the Huitian area to Fengyi Garden, but suddenly a torrential rainstorm hit during the northern summer, and it began to pour near Daoxiang Lake. Despite putting on the raincoat and rain boots from his ring space, it was of no use. He was drenched like a drowned rat, and the road quickly turned into a pond, with the shallowest areas submerging half of the electric bike's wheels. Unable to find shelter from the rain, even standing still would leave him soaked. With determination, Huang Jie slowed his speed to below 10 kilometers per hour and slowly drove towards the client's residence, according to the navigation. It must be said that Huang Jie had a disaster-prone physique. Just as he turned from Daoxiang Lake Road to Tzu North Road, he dodged a large branch that fell from a tree, but suddenly felt a wave of numbness throughout his body, causing him and the electric bike to topple to the roadside. Damn, this sudden accident left Huang Jie, with his current knowledge base, utterly confused about what had happened. Fortunately, the ring in his dantian appeared on Huang Jie's finger, and the numbness faded away, but so did his control over his body. Simultaneously, Huang Jie sensed a vast amount of items entering the space, and the ring was covered in flickering. After lying in the rain for 5 or 6 minutes, Huang Jie slowly got up from the ground and saw a severed power line on the fallen branch. He propped up the electric bicycle. Aside from the broken right rear view mirror, the rest of the bike was unharmed, likely due to the cushioning effect of the water on the road. However, the trunk had accumulated a lot of water, and he was thankful that he hadn't placed the client's documents inside. Instead, he stored them in the space while changing into the raincoat. Thinking of the space, Huang Jie focused his consciousness into it, and immediately sensed something was amiss. Aside from the items he had stored, the space was almost filled with an unknown substance resembling thick rice porridge. The torrential rain continued, with raindrops hitting his face, making it difficult to see the road, while the delivery platform reminded him that there was still an order pending. Huang Jie decided to complete the order in hand first, then find a nearby public restroom or a restaurant with a restroom to change into dry clothes, and then explore the changes in the space. After riding for another 20 minutes, with less than a minute left, he delivered the documents to the recipient. Before reaching the ground floor, the platform system notified him that the client had tipped him 10 yuan. At the same time, there was a new order, also a substantial one, to deliver to the Jixian Hospital near the second ring road from the adjacent community. 4 kilometers for 160 yuan. Of course, this was the price for a rainy day. Normally, it would only be around 70 or 80 yuan. Such a large sum for an order was rare. After some consideration, Huang Jie impulsively accepted the order. This delivery was for a film used by the hospital, and the client had wrapped it in several layers of plastic bags, saying the hospital urgently needs this. Please hurry, young man. Brother, the water on the road is severe. I can't ride fast, but I'll deliver it as soon as possible. Okay, please pay attention. The navigation provided 2 routes, and Huang Jie naturally chose the way he came. Then he would switch to the Beideling Expressway, minimizing the chances of encountering obstacles. Fortunately, Huang Jie made the right choice. Later he saw on Tremor that there were multiple segments on the alternative route that were flooded and impassable. There were hardly any vehicles or pedestrians on the road. In the heavy rain, Huang Jie slowly made his way toward the hospital. Although the water on the road was significant, it was still passable. As he approached Beiqing Road, Huang Jie noticed a white car in the roadside ditch. Fortunately, it was just a small ditch, but the water was nearly submerging the vehicle. Upon closer inspection, he saw a woman inside the car frantically making a phone call. A lot of water had entered the vehicle, and she was sitting sideways in the driver's seat with the water level reaching her chest. Huang Jie walked to the front of the car and knocked on the window. It took a while for the woman to realize someone had come to rescue her. He tried to pull the car door, but the ditch wasn't wide and the car had tilted, in jamming the door. He could only open a small gap, making it impossible for the woman to exit. The door won't open. Oh, just roll down the windows, and I'll pull you out, Huang Jie shouted to the woman. Fortunately, the woman was quite petite, and with little effort, he managed to pull her out. Then he opened the trunk of the electric bike, pretending to retrieve an umbrella from inside. Thank you, the woman said as she stood by the roadside. Did you call the police? Yes, the traffic police might take a while to arrive, the woman replied, becoming much calmer. Then wait here, I have another delivery that I need to rush. My name is Huang Lijuan, young man. Let's add WeChat, and I'll return the umbrella to you later, said the woman. After adding each other on WeChat, Huang Jie continued with the delivery. Just 10 minutes later, he received a message from Huang Lijuan, which turned out to be a WeChat red envelope, and a note expressing her thanks, and for the umbrella. Huang Jie didn't refuse the red envelope. Accepting it meant that she wouldn't need to find time to return the umbrella, thus saving both parties a lot of trouble. However, the amount was a bit high, 200 yuan. Avoiding construction areas and bridge culverts, when he reached the expressway access road, the rain had finally stopped. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, he received a call from the client, who was waiting at the door, clearly anxious. After clicking delivered, he immediately logged off. Feeling completely soaked was quite uncomfortable, and even in the height of summer, it was a bit chilly. In a nearby burger shop's restroom, he changed into the clothes he had prepared in the ring space. He ordered a hot drink and a hamburger at the service counter. Finding a corner to rest, he observed and discovered that there were actually 2 cameras in the restaurant. This was quite inconvenient, causing Huang Jie to instantly lose interest in exploring the ring space. Opening the Xiaomi delivery app, excluding the 200 yuan red envelope, he realized that his income for most of the day had actually exceeded 360 yuan. Just as rumored, as long as it rains, delivery workers would turn into delivery masters. Now that the rain had stopped, delivery fees quickly returned to normal, with most orders in the platform's order hall being between. After resting for half an hour, I took a few rides along the way and finally returned to the familiar Huitian district. Delivering in unfamiliar areas is truly troublesome, as it often leads to many unnecessary detours. Upon returning to my rented room, I eagerly took out some thick, mysterious substance from my spatial ring, only for it to instantly dissipate into the air, making the atmosphere inexplicably much fresher. It was then that Huang Jie realized this must be the spiritual energy described in the texts. After numerous attempts to contain the spiritual energy in a cup, I failed each time as it dissipated too quickly. I stored the spatial ring in my dantian and released it again, discovering that this spiritual energy could actually exist around the ring, making my body feel significantly more comfortable. It has been 4 months since the surgery, and I can now sit in meditation for short periods. Trying to cultivate according to this thunder cultivation technique, I found that this spiritual energy could flow slowly along my meridians with my thoughts and be absorbed in small amounts. After absorption, Huang Jie felt incredibly refreshed, with the fatigue of a busy day vanishing without a trace, though there was an unpleasant odor on my body. I got up around 4 or 5 o'clock to make myself something to eat. I must say, cooking in modern times is truly convenient. Just a twist, and I have fire quick and easy. During the Qin dynasty, meals were either roasted or boiled, and obtaining salt was not only difficult, but most of it was. During my hospital stay, I also came across a humorous video which went as follows: if modern people could return to the Great Qin and eat at a restaurant encountering a similarly time-traveled waiter, the scene would likely play out like this. Please come in. May I ask if the guest is here for a meal or for lodging? For a meal. A bowl of tomato and egg noodles, please. I'm sorry, but the noodles won't take shape until the Song dynasty. Tomatoes only exist in South America now, and were only introduced to the Middle Earth during the late Ming dynasty. Currently, we only have eggs. Would you like to order one? What kind of ridiculous establishment is this? You don't even have a bowl of noodles. Surely you have steamed buns. Bring a steamer. I'm sorry, but we don't have those either. Steamed buns will only be available when Prime Minister Zhuge Liang campaigns against Ming. Sorry about that. What? You only serve plain rice. Come on, we are in Guangzhou. Rice paddies originate from the subtropics, requiring us to cross the Qinling Mountains to cultivate them, and we don't have any here. Fine. Then he'll just have a hero's meal set, half a gene of daughter's red and 2 gene of cooked beef. Why are you covering my mouth? Guess keep it down. The government strictly prohibits the private slaughter of farm cattle. Being reported would lead to severe punishment. I absolutely cannot risk that. Moreover, daughter's red is only available in Wu and Yue, and we are in Guangzhou. Alright, I won't drink wine, you must have tea. Tea. That only appeared in the Han Dynasty. Even in the Tang Dynasty, it was only consumed by the gentry, so we certainly don't have any. What? Then I want to eat. You just give me a boiled corn. Didn't I see corn fields in the drama The Empire of Qin? That was just the director's imagination. Corn is still in Mexico. It won't arrive in China until the late Ming Dynasty. Then let's have some fruit. It's hot. Give me half a watermelon. A watermelon is a product of Africa and will only arrive in the Northern Song Dynasty after being transmitted from the Khitan. No watermelon. Surely you have apples. I'm truly sorry, Western apples only arrived in China from Europe in the 19th century. Guest, please don't order fruit anymore. I can responsibly inform you that grapes, mangoes, pomegranates, strawberries, pineapples. You cannot have any of those right now. What on earth do you have in this shop? Corn cakes that you can dip in meat sauce. I can also serve you a portion of boiled cabbage. So you're running a spicy hot pot. As you say, chili was only introduced in the Ming Dynasty. Ooh, I couldn't possibly serve spicy hot pot. No chili. Garlic can substitute. I'm truly sorry, garlic seeds were brought back by Zhang Qian during the Western Han's mission to the Western regions. Our shop only has Sichuan peppercorns, which are numbing, but not spicy. Can't you stir-fry some vegetables? Why only boiled cabbage? You may not know, but cast iron pans could only be produced in the later Song Dynasty, so we can't stir-fry. Furthermore, stir-frying requires vegetable oil, which will only be available after the widespread cultivation of rapeseed in the late Ming Dynasty. Fine, you could use peanut oil. Peanuts are still in the Americas. They started spreading only after Columbus discovered them. Even until the end of the Qianlong era, peanuts were still quite rare. Then just give me some boiled cabbage, adding a lot of cilantro. Cilantro originates from the Mediterranean. It started spreading after Zhang Qian's mission to the Western regions. Get lost. I wish I could slap you with a cucumber. Cucumber. It's native to India and was also brought back by Zhang Qian during his mission to the Western regions. No cucumber. Then he'll stab you with an eggplant. Eggplant comes from Southeast Asia and was introduced to China during the Jin Dynasty. Emperor Yang of the Sui Dynasty especially loved it. What else do you want, guest? The video was indeed quite humorous, but much of the content was true. The variety of food was sparse, and the cooking methods were simple, either roasted or boiled in water. Most common people often struggled to fill their stomachs. Having made a little extra, I guessed that Tian Xiaoyo would be getting up soon, so I opened the door. Sure enough, within 5 minutes Tian Xiaoyo was up and had breakfast with me. The two of us then rode our electric bikes to exchange the battery. Brother, ride a bit slower and be careful. Tian Xiaoyo reminded me as we parted ways. The morning orders were as easy to handle as ever, but most of them were solo rides with hardly any along the way. Moreover, I should avoid orders to remote places as there would be no merchants there, and returning empty-handed would waste too much time. By 8 o'clock in the morning, I had earned 113 yuan. During the early rush hour, I began to head back to the rental apartment. Halfway there, I found a good order destined for the Shea Higher Education Park, which was considered a reverse peak order. This meant it was in the opposite direction of the congested route. The amount of 28 yuan for 15 kilometers was quite decent, so I decisively went to pick up the goods only to find it was a wheelchair with a box. This thing was packed in a large cardboard box, making it very difficult to transport. If it weren't for the pharmacy owner giving a 10 yuan tip, I would have definitely canceled the order. Tied to the box of my electric bike, the cardboard box took up a large part of the seat, making it extremely uncomfortable to ride, as I could only sit on a small portion of the seat. Unfortunately, it was very inconvenient to store in the spatial ring. The numerous cameras on the streets rendered the spatial ring not particularly useful at this moment. The road conditions were fairly good, with little traffic. Aside from a few long red lights at the major intersections, the delivery process went smoothly. However, when I arrived at the entrance of the client's community, I was stopped by the security guard who adamantly refused to let my electric bike into the community. The wheelchair was electric and quite heavy, and the client's building was located deep within the community. Even if I was willing to take the battery off and leave it in the security room, pushing the wheelchair inside was not permitted, which felt quite inhumane. We are in a high-end villa community, and you definitely can't come in. We have no choice, that's just how the community regulations. With no other option, seeing that I was about to run out of time, I had to call the client to explain the situation. It wasn't that I wasn't delivering, I just needed to inform the client and report that the address did not match the actual situation. After reporting the anomaly, I could click that I had arrived at the gate. After doing this, I could then slowly deliver it to the client. But once the client heard this, they exploded. Put it on speaker, I'll talk to the security guard. Then just leave it at the entrance, I'll have the security guard bring it to me. The phone had an automatic recording feature, and there were surveillance cameras at the entrance of the villa, so Huang Jie had nothing to fear. Just as I was about to unload the wheelchair from the electric bike, the security guard grew anxious. An older security guard who had been standing nearby hurried over. Bro, don't unload the truck just yet. It's the rule that you can't enter or else would be fined 100 yuan. Your situation is special since your load is quite heavy. Please wait a moment while I ask my supervisor for permission. As he spoke, he picked up the walkie-talkie and began to call. Before long, he gestured for Huang Jie to enter. Only the more stubborn security guard remained bewildered. The customer, like Huang Jie, had also suffered a fracture and had just come out of the hospital feeling irritable. Huang Jie casually mentioned that he too had recently broken a bone and was just starting to move normally, offering some simple tips on how to recover better. Once out of the villa area, Huang Jie recalled that most new neighborhoods in the capital no longer allowed bicycles. After observing for a long time, he realized that electric bikes could still get in, but delivery riders were not permitted. As long as he wore a helmet, had a large trunk, dressed simply, and rode a professional electric bike, the security guards could recognize him at a glance. Huang Jie planned to buy another stylish electric bike, which would only need to fit a helmet in the trunk and to get a few nice outfits. This way he could easily blend in with the residents coming in and out of the neighborhood. After all, he was working as a crowdsourced delivery rider, and there were no dress codes except for the helmet. As he approached the neighborhood entrance, he could simply stow away his helmet and put his phone in his pocket, making it difficult for the security to recognize him. It wasn't that Huang Jie didn't want to abide by the community regulations, but some neighborhoods were indeed quite large. If the building was located deep within, it could take more than 10 minutes to walk there. Not only would he sweat profusely in the summer heat, but if he had too many orders, he would also risk being late. Riding a bike was much faster, allowing him to go directly to the bottom of the building. Without further ado, he visited several shops and ultimately bought a retro-style small Q80C from the No. 9 store, which was said to be the most popular among women. It had a very appealing design, a sufficient battery with a maximum speed of 48 km/h and a range of 82 kilometers. The clothing was rather simple. As long as it was clean and looked somewhat professional, he could easily blend in by stowing away his delivery gear a little distance from the community. As long as it wasn't a large item, most of the deliveries could be pretended to fit in the trunk. Although there were many cameras in the community, most hallways lacked surveillance. The surveillance he carried could be selectively shown when necessary, and the recorded footage usually only captured what was in front of him, as there were often blind spots. Of course, he still rode his old brand bike for the time being, as some of the more distant orders indeed required speed for delivery. To be honest, he only earned over 3,200 yuan in July, while his equipment alone had cost over 10,000 yuan. Just yesterday, he had about 15,000 yuan deducted for repayments, and money was really too hard to come by. To be frank, he didn't cross over to suffer. Huang Jie wanted to live in that big villa he had seen in the morning, a 3-story house of over 1,000 square meters with nearly 2 acres of garden, where he could plant flowers and vegetables and maybe a few fruit trees. It sounded delightful. However, he couldn't engage in illegal activities. The more he understood society, the more he felt the need to be cautious. The current police and military were not something he could provoke. Just pulling out a weapon could easily cost him his life. Honestly, he didn't know any other way to make money. He would have to slowly discover more opportunities while continuing to deliver. Moreover, he felt that soul imprint stamped in his brain. How could he be reduced to delivering takeout to pay off debts? What a blind spot. How many orders would he need to run to earn 400,000 to 500,000 yuan? Luckily, he still had some savings left. Although he called it savings, it was actually just money set aside for installment repayments. This gave him a bit of breathing room, otherwise he would certainly become a person of untrustworthiness. It was said that being labeled as such would lead to a lot of trouble. In reality, good orders were relatively scarce. Most were priced between 4 to 8 yuan. After working until 8 p.m., he had earned less than 300 yuan. No matter what, even if he was currently only accepting 2 orders at a time, he still couldn't compare with those who could take on 10 or more. It was said that the top delivery person in Shanghai could earn 1.02 million yuan over 3 years, averaging nearly 1,000 yuan a day. Although he admired that, Huang Jie knew clearly that such hard work was something he couldn't endure in the short term. He had bought a new electric bike, but he realized that swapping vehicles through the ring space wasn't very realistic, mainly due to the surveillance issues. Therefore, Huang Jie started working on the No. 9 small Q, which could reach a speed of 45 kilometers per hour, enough to meet the requirements of most orders. After changing equipment in the 10 or so neighborhoods he frequented, as long as someone was coming in or out normally, Huang Jie could easily blend in without any delivery gear. No security guard ever questioned him, as he carried nothing. Upon reaching the target floor, he would first check the stairwell to confirm there were no cameras. He then took out the items for delivery from his storage, put on his helmet and other gear, and approached the customer's door to make contact. Of course, most villa areas or neighborhoods that prohibited any electric vehicles were places he couldn't infiltrate. Nevertheless, this greatly shortened his delivery time. After a 3-hour break following the lunch rush, he began his evening delivery shift, only to find that the first order he received was for a wooden folding bed. Seriously, shouldn't this be ordered from a furniture delivery service? Having a rider deliver this on an electric bike was absurd. Luckily, the convenience store owner had thought of it, but he was riding a small electric bike that couldn't be secured properly. There was no way to cancel the order, as it would lead to significant deductions from the system and be hard to appeal. Reluctantly, he raised the price by 8 yuan to transfer it, and the high-price transfer was instantly accepted. Huang Jie hadn't left yet when the young man arrived. Upon seeing the bed, he immediately began to curse. However, the young man had more experience than Huang Jie. Although he couldn't transfer the order again, he could report large items. After reporting the anomaly and receiving approval, he directly canceled the order, teaching Huang Jie a valuable lesson. This order not only didn't earn Huang Jie any money, but also cost him 8 yuan in transfer fees, which only highlighted his lack of experience. Around midnight, as he was preparing to sleep, he received an order that appeared to be on the way according to the map, so Huang Jie chose He picked up the packaged cooked food and beer from the small restaurant and navigated through an urban village heading south along a path by the village park, increasingly veering off course. The navigation indicated he had arrived at the destination, but in Huang Jie's eyes, it was a graveyard. This was a minor situation for him. After all, he had once followed his master through a freshly slaughtered battlefield, which was far more horrifying than this. Fortunately, the call connected immediately. Following the customer's directions, he rode for another 5 or 6 minutes along a dirt road and found a usable garbage storage site, which was simply a temporary storage point for garbage rental. At the entrance of the garbage storage site, he was greeted by an elderly man with graying hair, and in the light of the electric bike, he recognized someone familiar. Although it was only for a moment, the person entered the room and was recognized by Huang Jie. This was the scar-faced man who had once nearly crashed into him with a van outside Honglu Villa and had insulted him. There were cameras at the entrance of the garbage storage area, and as someone who had undergone assassin training, he didn't show any change. Although the order was delivered, he still had to return to the vicinity of the graveyard to confirm the delivery, otherwise he might incur a 50 yuan system fine tomorrow. After leaving for 2 kilometers, he finally dialed the number reserved for him by the Major Crimes Unit. What happened at Honglu Villa was naturally known by Huang Jie. Through the tremors, 4 people had died in a tragic incident. Hello, Officer Fong, I want to report a case. I am the delivery worker who was delivering food on the night of the Honglu Villa incident. I just saw the scar-faced man, yes, the van driver who passed by the villa at that time. Where are you? We're heading over immediately. Good, keep your distance from them and don't expose yourself. The scene was larger than Huang Jie had imagined. 7 or 8 vehicles arrived at once. After clarifying the situation, over 40 armed individuals got out of the cars and stealthily approached the garbage storage area. To everyone's surprise, gunfire broke out a few minutes later. 4 to 5 minutes later, 6 individuals were escorted out from inside and 3 of them were carried out. Huang Jie, right. You've made a contribution this time. Although it's still uncertain whether the incident at Honglu Villa was their doing, this scar-faced man is not simple. He was on the list wanted list a few years ago. Wow, I've really made a contribution. It seems I need to check the list of wanted criminals when I get back. This guy isn't on this year's. Don't worry, he'll apply for a reward for you in a timely manner. The bounty for this scar-faced man is 500,000. If it's confirmed that the Honglu Villa case was their doing, there's an additional reward of 300. However, for your safety, we can't give you a public commendation, Captain Fong said. Looking at the combat strength of these individuals, Huang Jie decided to keep a lower profile in the future, avoiding any illegal activities and enjoying a good life. Huang Jie, you still need to come back with us. We need you to elaborate on certain matters. Don't worry, we won't let you meet these criminals, and we will keep your information confidential. After 2 to 3 hours of repeated questioning, he finally signed off and left. By the time he got home, it was already past 3 in the morning. Ooh, what a hassle. After a quick rinse, he fell into a deep sleep and woke up again after 9, only to be awakened by the urge to urinate. There were 8 missed calls from Tian Xiaoyo on his phone. After going to the bathroom, he first reassured Xiaoyo and briefly recounted yesterday's events. Bro, you should avoid such dangerous things in the future. You still have a daughter to take care of, Tian Xiaoyo said with concern. I know, I just happened to run into it this time. I won't do it again. Huang Jie replied. He was quite grateful for the concern from this younger brother from the same village. Huang Jie had a good sleep, but most of the police involved in the operation had stayed up all night. Under intensive interrogation, one of the scar-faced man's underlings finally couldn't hold out any longer. Not only was the Honglu Villa case solved, but several unsolved cases and unexposed crimes were also uncovered, clarifying the purpose of their group coming to the capital and the main reason they had not escaped in time. They were hired to acquire a newly unearthed ancient sword from a group of tomb raiders in the capital and assist in transferring it abroad through special channels. The incident at Honglu Villa was entirely a spurofemic crime. The garbage collection station was one of their long-term bases in the capital, mainly responsible for supporting their tasks and providing logistical support. As Huang Jie provided important leads and helped capture the organized crime gang, the police naturally wanted to assist him in applying for a reward. Not to mention other cases, just the confirmed bounties alone added up to over 100. However, to obtain this money, it would likely take a few months at the very least. He had to wait for all the related cases to be confirmed, verified, reported, and finally closed. Huang Jie was unaware of all this in the short term. During the investigation, only Captain Fong from the Major Crimes Unit called him once to briefly update him on the case and told him not to worry. While eating, he released a significant amount of spiritual energy from his ring space, making the air in the room much fresher. While washing rice, he mischievously tried to infuse spiritual energy into it, and was surprised to find that a tiny amount of spiritual energy actually dissolved into the water. As a result, the rice had a particularly unique flavor once cooked. This flavor seemed not to stem from taste, but rather from a sensation. It felt very pleasant to eat, yet he couldn't quite describe. If this proves beneficial to health once Huang Lei is transferred from the special ward to a regular ward, he could give it a try to see if it aids in recovery. He took out the mineral water he had finished drinking yesterday, extracted some spiritual energy from the space, and directly poured it into a plastic bottle with half a bottle of water, shaking it vigorously. With a mindset of trying it out, he poured it into a glass bottle containing transportation bamboo, and then went out to deliver food. On Wednesday during the day, there weren't many orders in the return-to-ski area. Tian Xiaoyo had recently gone to the Zhongguancun Park for deliveries, believing that the return-to-ski area was just a sleeping city where the spending power during working hours was limited and the orders at night were more abundant. He preferred to work in places with more office buildings during the day. Most buildings in the return-to-ski area lacked elevators, making it tiring and slow to climb stairs for deliveries with small orders. In contrast, orders in tech parks and universities were easier to deliver. Once delivered to the doorstep or the delivery locker, just a phone call to notify the customer would suffice. He could easily handle a dozen orders simultaneously without much chaos. During the lunch rush, he only took 6 small orders worth over 4 yuan, climbing up to the 6th floor 4 times and earning less than 30 yuan. After 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the order hall unexpectedly became a blank slate. There were no orders at all. It seemed that Tian Xiaoyo was right. He really needed to check out the crowded places during workdays. Logging off from the crowdsourcing platform, he found a nearby place where delivery workers gathered for meals, preparing to grab a bite. Delivery workers treated this place like a cafeteria. It couldn't be said to be particularly delicious, but it was certainly cheap and hygienic. Most restaurants offered discounts for riders. For instance, a 1 meat 1 vegetable set meal, costing 16 yuan, would come with an additional 20 off for riders. The restaurant was quite spacious, filled with riders during non-peak hours. Most of these riders wore specialized uniforms and mostly knew each other, chatting and joking while eating, sharing the strange orders and quirky customers they encountered. There were also individuals like Huang Jie, dressed in ordinary clothes, easily identifiable as a crowdsourcing expert. After finishing their meals, they weren't in a hurry to leave, but rather listened to the conversations of these younger riders while logging back into grab orders. Suddenly, the system pushed a delivery order. Huang Jie hesitated for a long time while looking at the order. It was a cake delivery. If it weren't for the spatial ring, most crowdsourcing riders would be reluctant to take such orders.
He was a second-generation heir to wealth, the kind from a traditional clan that placed extreme emphasis on old-fashioned education. His family discipline was exceedingly strict. If his score fell around 250 marks, being beaten half to death.
If it were an ordinary rider, accepting a cake order would require them to slow down to a speed of 5 to 10 kilometers per hour. Even if they were running late, they could only inch forward and could not accept any additional orders along the way. Similar to cakes, there are also flowers which cannot be placed in the trunk and are difficult to arrange in the front. Most riders will also limit their order intake after accepting a flower order. However, this was not the case for Huang Jie. With a cheating space ring, he could focus on cake and flower orders. This order was quite decent in terms of payment, 19.8 yuan for 7 kilometers. Upon arriving at the cake shop, the young lady took the cake out of the freezer. Following the process, he took a photo of the cake first. After the staff packaged it, Huang Jie confirmed the pickup, left the cake shop, and symbolically placed the cake in the trunk. Just as he was about to close it, he stored the cake in the space. Without the hindrance of transporting a cake, he covered the 7 kilometers in under 20 minutes and arrived at the restaurant. However, during the handover, Huang Jie insisted that the customer open the package for inspection. Otherwise, if disputes arose after leaving, it would be unclear who was responsible. "You are really troublesome. I already said I wouldn't hold you accountable if there are any issues," the middle-aged man said. "I'm really sorry. This is the work process. Please understand. If there are problems with the cake, my whole day will be wasted," Huang Jie insisted. All right, you open it, take a picture, and then pack it back up for me," the middle-aged man said impatiently. Taking a photo was necessary, otherwise after leaving, if a complaint arose claiming damage, he would not only have to bear the cost of the cake, but also face fines from the platform. "Thank you, brother, for your understanding." After clicking delivered and preparing to leave, a mother and daughter got out of a car by the roadside, and the woman looked quite familiar. "I am Huang Lijuan, you must be Mr. Huang. I didn't expect to run into you here," the woman said politely. "Do you know each other?" The middle-aged man asked curiously. "Brother, Mr. Huang is the one who saved me during the rainy day," Huang Lijuan said with a smile. Sorry, Mr. Huang, would you like to come inside for a bit? "Today is my niece's birthday," the middle-aged man said. "Thank you, but I have a few more deliveries to make and am about to be late," Huang Jie replied. "Here's my contact information. If you need anything, just reach out to me. I can help with many small matters." The middle-aged man's attitude shifted significantly. Huang Jie did not take such words seriously. During his travels with his master, many promises from nobles and officials had often gone unfulfilled. Some monarchs even issued assassination orders against his master. After gaining a broader perspective, his income indeed increased significantly. Cake orders often lingered in the order hall for a long time, making it convenient to seize them, and he wouldn't miss any that were on the way. Especially on August 10th, the day of the Qixi festival, Huang Jie delivered over 50 flower orders, earning more than 600 yuan throughout the day. With many birthday cake orders coming in, Xiao Mei also began pushing a large volume of birthday cake orders, averaging 7 to 10 orders a day, which brought in at least nearly 100 yuan daily, just from cake deliveries. However, after the Qixi festival, people began burning paper at the intersection every evening. It was unclear what the custom was, but the streets were filled with a strong smell of smoke. "Brother, in 2 days it will be the Zhongyuan festival, also known as Ghost Festival. Try not to take orders at night during these days," Tian Xiaoyo said, while sharing a meal at his home. "What's the reasoning behind that?" "There are usually more people burning paper during these days, mostly to commemorate deceased family members. It's said that on the day of the Zhongyuan festival, the gates of the underworld open wide. I see, then I'll take orders during the day and rest well at home at night." Whether others believed in ghosts or not, Huang Jie still had some faith. Otherwise, how would he have come to occupy this body? "By the way, Xiaoyo, I might have a sum of money coming in next month, about 100 yuan, he said. "Brother, what money is that?" "So much?" Tian Xiaoyo asked. "It's the police's reward. Last time I assisted in capturing a level wanted criminal." "These are all fugitives. How dangerous." Brother Yu and Xiao Niu should be careful when delivering at night in the future. Avoid getting involved in anything that doesn't concern you. Chen Xiaoyu said. Brother Xiao Yu is right. If we get into trouble, it would be like working for several years for nothing. Tian Xiaoyu added. This matter just happened to come up. Oh, I just made a phone call to the police. By the way, I expect this money to arrive next month. I won't need it for now, so you can use it if you open a restaurant, Huang Jie said. Xiao Yu and I have been investigating the business situations of similar shops recently, including sourcing channels and costs. Opening a shop will be a matter for next year. Brother, if I need money, I will let you know, Tian Xiaoyu said. Brother, how is Xiao Lei doing now? Chen Xiaoyu asked. In a few days, she will be transferred to a regular ward. The doctor said her recovery after the surgery has been very good. That's great. When visiting hours open, Xiao Niu and I would like to go see her together. Chen Xiaoyu said. On the day of the Zhongyuan festival, Huang Jie left at 5 in the morning. The sky was already bright, and as soon as he went online, he grabbed a decent order. However, the pickup address was somewhat strange, written as next to the Chunxiao hair salon at the southwest corner of Dongdaiji and Huangping Road. Within 5 minutes, he arrived at the pickup location only to curse loudly. What the heck? This is clearly a funeral clothing store. The items to be delivered are a full set of clothes and an urn. On this holiday, starting the day with such a delivery is truly inauspicious. The store owner was also unscrupulous. At least write your store name so that riders have some choice. Otherwise, once the order is accepted, if it's cancelled, they would face a hefty fine. This is truly unscrupulous. As expected, upon delivery, it was discovered that someone had unexpectedly passed away, and workers in the community were urgently setting up a mourning tent. After delivering the items, he left immediately. He had to admit that his luck was bad today, but he ended up with no good orders all day, just garbage orders. What constitutes a garbage order? For example, during peak times, a delivery to a high-rise office building that requires the rider to take the freight elevator. Just waiting for the elevator takes 15 to 20 minutes, and by the time one delivers such an order, the peak lunch hour has already passed. Additionally, there are orders from the inpatient department of hospitals on higher floors where the elevator stops on every floor, making it impossible to go up. After finally climbing up the stairs, he discovers that the hallway door is locked. During holidays, unfamiliar pedestrian streets can also pose a significant chance of needing to walk 1 or 2 kilometers, whether picking up or delivering food. Of course, there are also other situations. New riders or those delivering in new areas inevitably encounter some pitfall. The beginning was not smooth, and after taking on several terrible orders and some deliveries of ghost coins, Huang Jie decisively decided to have a meal after the lunch peak, and then finish today's work to go home and rest. Perhaps due to the hot weather, Huang Jie felt somewhat unappetizing. Passing by a supermarket on the pedestrian street, he decided to buy some items, intending to cook something at home when his appetite returned. While taking a small cart, he saw Chen Xiaoyu in a low, intense argument with a beautiful girl. The two were talking while walking towards the supermarket exit, and due to the angle, Chen Xiaoyu did not recognize him. Out of concern, he quietly followed them. After eavesdropping for a few minutes, he finally understood the reason for their argument. The beautiful girl was actually advising Chen Xiaoyu to break up with Tian Xiaoyu. The reason for the breakup was compelling. After all, Tian Xiaoyu was just a delivery worker and could not provide a promising future for Chen Xiaoyu. From Chen Xiaoyu's friend's perspective, the girl had a valid point. Tian Xiaoyu lacked education background and a good job, and his appearance was quite ordinary. Since he was eavesdropping, he found it inconvenient to show himself, but he secretly thought that he had to help Tian Xiaoyu make something of himself, as this guy was genuinely working hard to earn money for Chen Xiaoyu. Otherwise, if Tian Xiaoyu really wanted to marry Chen Xiaoyu, he would likely face obstruction from her family. Helping Tian Xiaoyu earn some extra money was still within Huang Jie's capabilities. At worst, he could use that compensation money to help them get the porridge shop started. After all, using that money to repay a loan wouldn't lift the soul imprint. 18 days had passed in August, and his total delivery income was only 4412 yuan, still far from the 150 to 1500 yuan mark each month. The money in his account would likely run out in 2 months. Huang Jie couldn't quite understand what this soul imprint was. He could only roughly guess that it was a kind of commitment, a promise made through a sort of transaction with the other party while occupying this body. If he failed to fulfill the commitment, his Dao heart would certainly be unstable, affecting his future cultivation. It seemed he needed to work doubly hard on deliveries starting tomorrow to earn money to pay off debts. But thinking about the 483216 yuan debt was quite painful. Fortunately, the 3500 yuan in compensation and the upcoming 100 yuan reward, although not usable for debt repayment, could still improve his life, provide medical care for his daughter, and support Tian Xiaoyu's entrepreneurial efforts. The compensation was cash stored in his ring space. After the reward arrived, he needed to withdraw it promptly, ensuring it wasn't mixed with the loan repayment money in the same account, or it might get complicated later. Upon returning home, he first turned on the air conditioning, then took a nice bath, preparing to rest in bed for a while. Suddenly, he noticed the lucky bamboo on the desk by the window, which was growing particularly well, not only lush and green, but seemingly taller. However, the small bugs surrounding the lucky bamboo were densely packed, which was not a good sign. This made him set aside the idea of using spiritual energy for Huang Lei, as she couldn't refine spiritual energy like he could. If spiritual energy entered her body, it could be beneficial, but if it also helped any viruses in her body, that would be Huang Jie planned to drink a few bottles of mineral water containing spiritual energy daily, without refining it, confirming it was harmless before giving it to his daughter. He also decided to avoid using spiritual energy to water plants in the future as it attracted bugs too much unless he could completely seal the plants in a transparent space. He used insecticide to disinfect the room, but there was no way to stay in there for a short time. As he stepped out, he happened to run into his neighbor, the young woman he had met on moving day. "Hey big brother, you're not working today?" The woman was dressed quite lightly. "No, it's Sunday, taking a day off," Huang Jie replied. "By the way, big brother, I'm Huang Man, how can I discuss something with you?" "What is it?" Huang Jie asked curiously. "Big brother, it's like this. I mostly work the night shift, and when I get off it's already midnight. Could you come to pick me up from work every night? I won't make it a free ride, I'll give you 50 yuan each time." The girl said politely. "Wow, such a good deal." Huang Jie, lacking life experience, truly didn't expect such. "Is your workplace far from here?" Huang Jie asked. "Not far, less than 5 kilometers. Wouldn't it be more convenient to take a taxi? My vehicle is an electric bike and I don't have time every day." "Then let's settle on a per ride basis, 50 each time, only picking you up after work. We'll confirm by phone half an hour in advance each time. If you agree, I'll take you to work this evening to show you the place, and after that I'll just pick you up. Alright, let's familiarize ourselves with the route. If I don't have time to pick you up, I'll let you know in advance." Huang Jie considered it for a moment. They exchanged contact information. After all, it was just picking someone up from work, and it wasn't illegal, and money still had to be earned. Delivering food to earn 50 yuan required at least 2 hours. He wasn't sure if using this money to repay debts would help in lifting the soul imprint, but even if it didn't, the extra 150 yuan a month would help with rent. Huang Jie went to pick up Wang Man after dinner. Wang Man had changed a lot as she looked plain in the afternoon, but was hardly recognizable in the evening. Her makeup was heavy, her clothing more revealing, and the scent of her perfume was particularly strong. At the back door of a large nightclub, many young women were entering one after another. Wang Man got off the electric bike and said, "Big brother, wait for me here at 1 a.m. If there are any changes in timing, I'll call you." Huang Jie felt a bit dazed. What kind of job was this? Oh well, he was just providing transportation and earning some fare. Just as he was about to drive away, he overheard a girl say to Wang Man, "Man, have you found a new support? That big brother looks really strong, introduce me to him sometime." This caused Huang Jie to lose focus, nearly riding his bike onto the curb. When he got home, he mentioned this to Tian Xiaoyo. Tian Xiaoyo suggested that this job was doable, but warned not to have too much contact with those girls as their line of work was not a good one. "Big brother, as you said, I think this girl wants you to pick her up every day to let the people she meets know that she has support. It's just using you to intimidate others, focusing on your stature of 183 meters, Tian Xiaoyo concluded. Actually, Tian Xiaoyo was right. After graduating from university, although Wang Man had been working in a nightclub, she was still a relatively self-respecting girl, persisting in selling her skills without selling her body. However, the working environment brought its troubles. Recently, a manager had been pestering her, wanting to be friends, and a small thug also wanted to act as her protector. She was well aware that these were not good people. More than 1 or 2 colleagues had fallen victim to them. She planned to save her salary for the month and return home to find a proper job. Since becoming neighbors with Huang Jie, she had observed that this tall man and the chubby one were both honest. Delivering food early and late was nothing to be ashamed of. Letting the tall man pick her up for a short time could make her feel safer before she received her salary. When she happened to meet him today, she spoke about this, and after hesitating for a moment, he agreed. It seemed he was truly in need. On the night of the Zhongyuan festival, the time to pick up Wang Man was relatively early. It was likely that the nightclub's business was not very good that day, and it made sense. After all, very few people would go out to have fun on a ghost festival. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Huang Jie arrived at the back door of the nightclub on time as requested. After waiting for 4 or 5 minutes, Wang Man came down from upstairs with 2 girls. Upon seeing Huang Jie, Wang Man jogged to the front of the car, skillfully hopped onto the electric bike, patted Huang Jie's back, and bid farewell to the other 2 girls. As the bike moved, Wang Man lightly wrapped her arm around Huang Jie's waist, making it seem as if they were quite familiar. However, as soon as the bike turned the corner, she let go. Unbeknownst to them, a man behind was watching them intently until they rode away on the electric bike. Every intersection bore traces of burned paper, and one could see cleaners clearing away the remnants. The 4 to 5 kilometers of road took just over 10 minutes on the electric bike. As they entered the courtyard, and the bike had not yet come to a stop, Huang Jie felt his phone vibrate. "Big brother, I've already sent the money to you through Xiao Wei. Thank you. He'll need your help to pick me up again tomorrow." "Alright, just call me half an hour in advance tomorrow," Huang Jie replied. Although he had only been in this era for 5 months, Huang Jie had already become familiar with many aspects of modern life. Of course, there were still many things he did not understand. For example, although he could use a smartphone, he truly did not understand the underlying principles. Just like Huang Jie had a driver's license, he did not know how to drive or the principles behind how a car functions. That evening, instead of cultivating, he drank a lot of water infused with spiritual energy, and before 5 in the morning, he was awakened by Tian Xiaoyo, starting his new day of food delivery. Although his sleep was short, Huang Jie felt particularly refreshed upon waking. It seemed that drinking water infused with spiritual energy had significant benefits for his health, though it was still not as effective as cultivation. However, Huang Jie still planned to pause his cultivation for over a month, using his body for experiments to determine if he could also allow Huang Lei to consume it. "Bro, you shouldn't have any thoughts about that woman from yesterday, okay? If you're thinking about remarrying, I'll have Xiaoyu introduce someone to you," Tian Xiaoyo said. "What are you thinking? I'm deep in debt and my daughter is still in isolation. I don't have the heart to find a wife," Huang Jie replied. "By the way, how is our daughter doing now? When can we go see her?" The doctor said she's recovering well, but we have to wait a while longer to visit, he added. That's good. That's good. Once our daughter is better, I'll find a way to introduce you to someone. It was already bright at 5 in the summer, but there weren't many pedestrians, and there weren't many orders at this time on a Monday. There were only a few businesses that could operate normally at this time. Fortunately, at this moment, the special delivery riders had not logged in yet, and most of those running night shifts had gone to sleep. After changing the battery in the battery compartment and putting on his gear, he received a new order as soon as he logged in. The customer had a strong taste, ordering spicy hot pot early in the morning, but the delivery address was rather unfriendly. The customer set the address at the parking lot at the north entrance of Baimao Village, instructing him to call upon arrival. After following the navigation, he discovered that the customer's phone was turned off. Considering the order amount was decent, Huang Jie searched through every car in the parking lot, but found no one. This was quite frustrating. With the backup phone also unable to contact them, he had no choice but to report the issue, unable to contact the customer. Less than 3 minutes after reporting the issue was approved. To ensure the customer's rights, he had to wait 30 minutes. If the customer did not proactively contact him within this time, the order could be cancelled without penalty. He would then return the meal to the merchant. As for whether the merchant would refund the customer, Huang Jie did not know. He guessed that most merchants would not refund the customer in such cases. Fortunately, he did not have to wait idly in such situations, as he still had a nearby hotel order to deliver. After delivering 2 nearby orders in half an hour, the customer's phone remained unreachable, and he could only reluctantly cancel the order, returning the spicy hot pot to the merchant. Throughout the entire process, Huang Jie could not quite understand why people would order takeout and then disappear. Canceling such orders was without any responsibility for him, and he still earned the delivery fee. When he arrived at the merchant's place, Huang Jie curiously asked, "Sister, how do we handle customers like this? What can we do? We encounter several cases like this every month with all sorts of quirky customers. However, the platform allows us not to refund," she replied. "That makes sense. Otherwise, if the meal has been prepared for so long, it would be hard to sell it again. Sister will place it on." As Huang Jie spoke, he placed the bag at the pickup window. "No need, you can take it and eat it," the sister said generously. "Thank you, sister." Huang Jie did not stand on ceremony with the boss. He would just pay more attention when delivering orders from this restaurant. The reason he accepted this extra meal was mainly out of curiosity. He wanted to try the spicy hot pot and compare its taste with the boiled dishes from the Qin dynasty. Additionally, the kitchen of this restaurant was exceptionally clean, and the hygiene conditions were the best he had seen lately. He would not eat anything made in some underground stalls or dark kitchens, even if offered for free. When receiving such orders, why not remind customers that these places are not clean? This is a good question, and it brings to mind an experience of Tian Xianyo. Once this guy delivered a Huangmin chicken rice set to a beautiful female customer. The beauty was likely in a good mood at that time. When she opened the door, she was quite polite. In a moment of kindness, or perhaps more likely due to seeing beauty, he kindly reminded her the hygiene conditions of this restaurant are very poor. Don't order from here again. As a result, he received a complaint from the customer that day, and not only did he have to compensate for the meal loss, but he was also fined by the platform. He even received a phone call from the merchant threatening to confront him every time they saw each other. Tian Xiaoyo did not let the merchant off easy either. He reported them to the Market Supervision Department and the Health Department. Although the merchant was penalized, Tian Xiaoyo genuinely lost nearly 100 yuan. Moreover, most of these merchants do not delay the meals. They can be picked up as soon as they are ready. If one were to get serious, there would really not be many orders that could be delivered. However, delivering food to customers like that made him somewhat uneasy, as many pre-prepared dishes are made using harsh chemicals, and eating unhygienic food could easily lead to illness. From 5 in the morning until 2 in the morning, he slept for 4 hours in between, taking 1 hour for 3 meals, which equated to approximately 16 hours of running orders. Adding the 50 yuan for picking up Wang Man, his total income was 512 yuan. If he worked such long hours, every day the money earned could cover that month's debts. If it weren't for the support of spiritual energy, an ordinary person would likely collapse from working such long hours every day. Of course, to earn more money, he also needed to improve both his order capacity and delivery skills, such as getting familiar with routes and merchants, avoiding unnecessary detours, and trying not to take orders from problematic merchants. The next day, I woke up early again and began my busy routine of repaying debts. As a novice, Huang Jie could only take a maximum of 5 orders at a time. I thought this day would pass in a flurry of activity, but around 10 in the evening, while delivering a hotel order, an unexpected situation arose. Following the client's request to place the items at the hotel front desk, I inadvertently caught sight of Zhang Min's current husband Liang Xian holding hands with a beautiful woman, appearing quite intimate as they headed for the elevator. Huang Jie was 100% certain that the woman was not Zhang Min. He realized he had seen something he shouldn't have. I wanted to follow and see what was going on, but after just a couple of steps I was stopped by hotel staff. However, Huang Jie noted that the elevator had stopped on the 6th floor. Liang Xian would definitely not recognize Huang Jie, even though he was delivering orders at night in summer, as most delivery riders wore helmets, masks, and glasses. Wearing helmets is a mandatory requirement from the platform. Masks are for sun protection and dust, while sunglasses are worn during the day. At night, windproof glasses are used for a simple reason: if not worn, the eyes can become dry and red. Once outside the hotel, Huang Jie was at a loss about how to handle the situation. During this time, he certainly could not go up to the 6th floor, and even if he could, he wouldn't know which room Liang Xian was in. Even if he found out which room he was in, what could he do? Should he tell his ex-wife Zhang Min? However, thinking of Zhang Min spending sleepless nights in the hospital caring for their daughter, he felt guilty for not doing something. So Huang Jie called Tian Xiaoyo for help. Brother, this is simple. I'm not far from you. I'll be there shortly. Tian Xiaoyo didn't come empty-handed, but brought a takeout with him, though it was just a cover. This takeout was ordered by Tian Xiaoyo for himself, but the recipient on the order was Mr. Liang with the address listed as the 6th floor of the hotel, without a specific room number, and the phone number was Tian Xiaoyo's. With this takeout, Tian Xiaoyo quickly learned Liang Xian's room number from the hotel front desk, and then exited the hotel with the takeout. Brother, the person with the surname Liang is in room 6012. What do you plan to do? I don't know either. Brother, I think this matter has nothing to do with us. After all, you and your ex-wife have been divorced for over 2 years now. So what do you suggest? How about we call the police and say someone is selling something inappropriate in the hotel? But brother, are you sure that the money for Huang Lei's medical treatment didn't come from this guy? Zhang Min said it was her parents' relocation compensation, not money from Liang Xian. Then this makes things easier. I have a phone that doesn't have a SIM card installed, which I usually use to watch videos at home. Using this to report won't lead back to me. More than 10 minutes later, Huang Jie and Tian Xiaoyo hid in the shadows and saw Liang Xian and the woman being taken away in a police car. So they followed the police car from a distance and saw it enter the nearest police station. As for the outcome of the handling, Huang Jie and Tian Xiaoyo had no way of knowing. After all, it was awkward to walk into the police station and ask for clarification. In fact, this incident didn't have much of an impact on Liang Xian. After being interrogated separately, the police confirmed that the two had known each other since their youth while studying abroad. After being reprimanded and educated, they were released. However, although there seemed to be no issue on the surface, they were quite frightened. Luckily, they had agreed on their statements beforehand, though otherwise they might have truly exposed themselves. After returning to the country from studying abroad, Liang Xian worked on significant research projects with his mentor. In fact, he had long been turned by a spy, and the woman he was meeting was his superior. Of course, they occasionally engaged in intimate relations, as Liang Xian was quite handsome and the woman was also attractive. They had a regular meeting place, and this time renting a hotel room was just an accident. Ironically, it was this accidental event that Huang Jie witnessed. As for marrying Zhang Min, the divorced woman, Liang Xian had his own plans. Firstly, he had genuinely liked Zhang Min when they were younger, but he missed the opportunity due to studying abroad. Secondly, he coveted Zhang Min's family property. Although Zhang Min had no money and came with a child from a previous marriage, her parents owned 7 or 8 properties in Beijing, with several courtyard houses located within the 2nd and 3rd ring roads. Given such favorable conditions for Zhang Min's parents, why didn't they help during Huang Jie's difficult times? The reason is quite simple. Zhang Min's parents have always looked down upon Huang Jie, the rural boy from outside. They clearly opposed their relationship from the time they were dating and made things difficult during the marriage. After safely exiting the police station, Liang Xian and the woman took a taxi to a villa near Beijing, preparing to rekindle their romance. Tian Xiaoyo went home to sleep first, while Huang Jie went to wait at the entrance of the nightclub. Arriving over 10 minutes early, he parked his vehicle at the club's entrance and first went to a 24-hour convenience store to buy something to eat for the night. Fortunately, he came out in time. 2 ruffians were preparing to puncture the tires of his electric bike. The lookout saw Huang Jie come out so quickly and called his buddy to run. However, before running away, he kicked the electric bike, causing it to fall. Huang Jie was a bit dazed. Seeing them run far away, he didn't pursue them, primarily because he knew he couldn't catch up. His legs weren't in good condition, and he couldn't endure such intense physical activity. Not pursuing didn't mean the matter was over. Although it was nighttime under the lights at the nightclub entrance, Huang Jie still he had seen this person yesterday. At that time the guy was still a security guard at the nightclub. Even though he wasn't wearing a uniform today, Huang Jie recognized him. Upriding the bike, he found that the no-name electric bike was indeed durable. Aside from the right front mirror being broken and the delivery box slightly deformed, there were no other serious issues. As a former assassin, Huang Jie didn't intend to chase them on the bike. What if there was an ambush ahead? Now that he knew their identities, he would surely find a chance to get to the bottom of it. Huang, did your bike fall? Wang Man asked a few minutes later as she came out of the nightclub. The bike fell because I didn't park it properly while picking up food this afternoon. That's fine as long as you're okay. Just be careful in the future and don't ride too fast, Wang Man advised. Before going to bed, I reviewed my earnings for the day, which totaled less than 470 yuan. It seemed that even running 14 to 15 hours a day didn't guarantee making over 500 yuan. It seems that after 2 months, being able to repay the installment loan every month will indeed be quite a pressure. The early bird catches the worm. At 5 o'clock, while squatting in the bathroom, I casually opened the crowdsourcing platform. As soon as I logged in, I saw a large order for delivery. The order required delivering documents from a residential area 3 kilometers away to the Yizhuang Exhibition Center, covering a total of 43 kilometers, with a delivery fee and bonus amounting to 97 yuan. The delivery time was relatively ample, and without hesitation, Huang Jie seized the order. After a quick wash, he set off immediately. After picking up the documents, he conveniently packaged a breakfast, knowing that having space on hand would not affect his income. At around 5 in the morning, with fewer cars and pedestrians, the road appeared especially spacious. If it weren't for the traffic lights, Huang Jie could have driven at 50 kilometers per hour, though he still felt a bit apprehensive about reaching 80 kilometers on regular roads. In less than an hour, Huang Jie delivered the documents to the exhibition hall. The recipient was a young girl who looked quite exhausted, as if she had stayed up all night. Boss, it really is you. When I saw the rider with the same name as you, I was quite startled. It seems this girl recognized Huang Jie. Sorry, I lost my memory after the car accident, so I can't remember anything. Who are you? Huang Jie asked. I am Wu Xiao from the design department. Boss, we truly didn't know you were in an accident. By the way, I am now working at the same company as Chao Yan. He'll add you to the group, where all the former colleagues are, Wu Xiao said. Alright, but I can't remember anyone right now. We all remember the good times with you. During the mask-wearing period, our company managed to hold on for so long, and in the end you even gave us an extra month's salary. I'm sorry, I can't recall any of that. After being injured for 3 or 4 months, I am currently with Tian Xiaoyo, who is helping me with deliveries. Xiaoyo is really something. He didn't even tell us about your injury. Once this exhibition is over, I'll organize a gathering for... Sounds good, I'll treat everyone then. You get back to it. I have another order to deliver. Please provide the receipt code. Huang, boss, slow down a bit, and be careful. While riding, Huang Jie kept receiving notifications for new messages. He stopped to check and found that Wu Xiao had created a new group with all the former employees of this body. Huang Jie didn't know how to respond to the messages, so he muted the group. Indeed, he didn't recognize anyone. At 6:30, he searched for nearby orders and discovered that the orders in Yizhuang were not only small, but also few. It was easy to understand this area mostly housed businesses, and it wasn't yet working hours, so where would the orders come from? To focus on riding, Huang Jie logged off from the crowdsourcing platform, aiming to return to a familiar area before the morning rush hour traffic began. In unfamiliar areas, delivery speed could be severely hampered. Crowdsourced delivery riders often feel quite lonely, like lone wolves. Aside from the few standard phrases exchanged with merchants and customers, while picking up and delivering orders, they rarely have the chance to talk to anyone. If you see a rider on the road singing loudly to themselves, talking to themselves, or yelling, don't be surprised, it's just one way to vent emotions. When picking up Wang Man in the evening, they chatted a bit more. Bro, do you smoke? Wang Man lit a cigarette before getting into... No, I don't smoke. It's not a good thing, she replied. Get in, we need to go back. I've been delivering orders since dawn, and I'm really tired now. Big bro, you work so hard. How much can you earn in a day? That's hard to say, or it depends on the weather. On good days I can earn 500 to 600, but on bad days, just around 100 or so. Huang Jie learned about Wang Man's job through Tian Xiaoyo, but did not ask further. It's not bad, just a bit tiring, she said. They chatted awkwardly for a while, but as the car speed increased, it became less convenient to talk. As September approached, Huang Jie earned a total of 8,329 yuan in August. Although it wasn't enough to pay off debts, it had transformed him from a novice to a skilled worker, allowing him to run orders for 16 hours a day and earn over 400 yuan daily. His daughter Huang Lei had been moved from the isolation ward to the general ward, meaning Huang Jie could visit her every day from 4 to 6 in the afternoon. To win the young girl's trust, Huang Jie made a daily habit of visiting for half an hour in the afternoon, bringing delicious snacks and fun items every time. Although this caused some dissatisfaction from Huang Lei's grandparents, they did not show any displeasure towards Huang Jie. The reason was simple: their precious granddaughter would need Huang Jie's stem cells if anything went wrong. By showing up every day, the effect was particularly good. With the bond of blood and Huang Jie's deliberate flattery, Huang Lei's relationship with him gradually improved. Liang Xian didn't always show up during visiting hours. From the few encounters, it seemed that Zhang Min was unaware of Liang Xian's affairs. Seeing them maintain their marriage, Huang Jie chose to ignore it selectively. He had no intention of remarrying Zhang Min. As long as he took good care of his daughter, he felt he owed it to the original owner of this body. As for Liang Xian's infidelity, Huang Jie, who had traveled from ancient times, didn't feel the need to pursue it. Due to the good effects of Huang Jie's large consumption of spiritual energy, he started letting Huang Lei try it on Teacher's Day. Although her grandparents supervised her closely, he always managed to find opportunities for Huang Lei to consume a small amount. Visiting the hospital every day, he witnessed the suffering of patients and the helplessness of their families. He also encountered some unsavory characters lurking in the hospital. Each time he visited, he encountered self-proclaimed lawyers trying to peddle legal services, private ambulances with exorbitant prices, scalpers, drug dealers, and even thieves stealing phones. Nowadays, people pay for groceries using their phones, so it's hard for them to steal cash. Huang Jie despised these thieves the most. In the Qin dynasty, the law was extremely harsh on thieves. Even if someone merely stole mulberry leaves from someone else's mulberry grove, which was worth less than a penny, they could be sentenced to forced labor for 30 days. Not to mention, these thieves had no morals, stealing from patients and their families in the hospital. Losing a phone was trivial. If it delayed someone's treatment, it was utterly inhumane. Over time, Huang Jie memorized the appearances of 5 or 6 thieves. During one of his delivery trips, he encountered them in a standalone courtyard in a suburban village. Naturally, they didn't pay any attention to a delivery guy. As a thief gang, this independent courtyard avoided all cameras. After observing, Huang Jie believed there were skilled individuals among them. Having witnessed the plight of those harmed by them in the hospital, Huang Jie couldn't hold back any longer. On a rainy night, he stashed his phone away and rode a spare electric bike to the village entrance. Covering his face and wearing gloves, he stealthily entered the courtyard. He initially thought they had already gone to bed, but instead they were drinking and having a small meeting in the main room, hiding in the shadows while playing with some antiques and an ancient sword. It seemed this was their labor's harvest for the day. Little 4 are these things valuable. Master, these are definitely valuable. I took them from the safe of an antique shop in Pan Garden. If they weren't valuable, they wouldn't have been kept in a safe. But these items are hard to sell. After some time, I'll take you to an antique market in another region to see the market conditions. These people were really something, not sleeping in the middle of the night and drinking for over half an hour. Once they appeared to be sufficiently intoxicated, Huang Jie rushed in and quickly subdued everyone. Except for two who resisted a bit, the others fainted without putting up any fight. He certainly didn't intend to kill them, but would certainly leave them half dead. After tying everyone up, he gathered all the valuables and placed them on the table, planning to call the police after leaving to have them taken in for a short stay. Upon touching the ancient sword, Huang Jie felt as if the sword were alive, a sense of inexplicable familiarity. Indeed, it was the ability to sense the joyful emotions of the sword. Without much thought, Huang Jie casually put the ancient sword into his spatial pocket. After pondering for a moment, he picked up a mobile phone from the table, confirmed there was no password, and left the small courtyard. After reporting to the police, he stored the phone in the spatial pocket to ensure no clues were left behind. For safety, he took a detour of several dozen kilometers and only returned to his residence after 3 in the morning. Recently, he had watched quite a few American movies and TV shows, learning a lot in the process. After a quick wash, he took out the ancient sword from the spatial pocket, only to encounter a major surprise. The ancient sword flashed with a brilliance, cutting into Huang Jie's right hand. A large amount of blood flowed out mysteriously, flying towards the sword, and then the sword emitted another beam of light, penetrating into Huang Jie's body. Huang Jie could only feel that the minuscule spiritual energy accumulated within his body over the past month was completely absorbed by the ancient sword, and then he fainted. When he woke up again, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He took out his phone from the spatial pocket and saw more than 20 missed calls, and the phone was ringing incessantly. After answering the call, Tian Xiaoyo anxiously said, "Bro, are you okay? Why didn't you answer the phone? I delivered a big order yesterday and got back just before dawn. I fell asleep after putting my phone on silent. Bro, next time if you're coming back late, just send me a message on WeChat." It felt nice to have someone concerned about him. His brother Tian Xiaoyo was a good guy. Getting off the bed, he felt extremely weak. It was a chilling thought. If that sword had targeted him in that isolated courtyard, it would have been truly tragic. What the hell? The wound on my hand is here, but where is the sword? He searched the room thoroughly, but could not find the ancient sword. Fortunately, the ring was still in his dantian. Wait, that's not right. How could the ancient sword also appear in his dantian? He tried to summon the ancient sword, but it remained completely unresponsive, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. He took a bottle of cola from the fridge and gulped it down a couple of times to calm his mind. Since he had encountered a spatial ring, having another ancient sword in his dantian was also acceptable. After a quick meal, he hurried to the hospital. Daily check-ins were still necessary, otherwise he would always feel unstable with the imprint of his spirit. What Huang Jie didn't know was that yesterday, from the police's perspective, a significant case had unfolded following a mysterious emergency call. Not only had they captured a theft gang, but they also discovered a major tomb robbing case through the clues. The cultural relics on the table in the isolated courtyard, once identified, completely overturned the archaeologist's worldview. The age of these items surpassed that of the Shang and Zhou dynasties. How could this be possible? Even with current technology, it was impossible to manually create these artworks. Through authentication, it was confirmed that these items had been unearthed no more than 3 months ago. To trace their origins, they needed to find the tomb robbers. Thus, the owner of the antique shop, Pan Yuan, became the breakthrough point. According to the thieves' confession, they had stolen another ancient sword during this job. Now that the ancient sword had disappeared, it should be related to the person who had knocked them out. With no surveillance around the courtyard, no fingerprints, and no other clues at the scene, even reviewing the surveillance from the surrounding village found no suspects. The turbulence caused by Huang Jie was just beginning. The antique shop owner vanished, the tomb robbers disappeared, several thieves died unexpectedly during detention, and the scar-faced men did not even await execution. Several police personnel who had interacted with the antiques also suffered attacks. These major events were certainly not within the knowledge of Huang Jie, a mere delivery worker, nor did he have any channels to learn. That evening, when he picked up Wang Man, she said to Huang Jie, "Brother, Huang, I'm going back to my hometown tomorrow. Thank you for picking me up for over a month, but saved me a lot of trouble. Going back is good. Drinking every day isn't good for your health. I used to have to drink to make money, but it will be fine now. My dad found me a stable job in the county back home." On this last trip, Wang Man sent Huang Jie a red envelope of 200 yuan. He thought he would never see her again, completely unaware that many years later they would meet again in a special way. During the day, the ancient sword showed no signs of activity in the dantian, but at night, while Huang Jie was cultivating, it became mischievous. Most of the spiritual energy released from the ring into the dantian was quickly seized by the ancient sword. Only a minuscule amount of spiritual energy would be converted into spiritual power by Huang Jie through cultivation, most of which was absorbed, primarily used to strengthen the meridians, with a tiny portion stored in a gaseous state in the dantian. According to the cultivation method's description, spiritual power would enhance the meridians, organs, bones, muscles, and skin, developing the brain to meet the demands of different cultivation stages regarding physical strength and intelligence enhancement. The spiritual power stored in the dantian would gradually transform from gaseous to liquid solid, forming a nascent soul, and so on as cultivation advanced. The spiritual power in the dantian would also serve as the source of motivation during battles. Any means of attack or defense relied on the support of spiritual power. Different cultivation methods lead to varying forms of attacks. Different techniques could transform spiritual power into fire, ice, lightning, protective shields, and so forth. Fortunately, the ancient sword showed no interest in the newly transformed spiritual power, otherwise Huang Jie would probably be unable to cultivate. The spiritual energy transformed from the electricity during the storm, while delivering, had almost filled the ring's space in solid form. It appeared to be plenty, but it couldn't withstand the consumption of Huang Jie and the ancient sword. To gather so much spiritual energy again would undoubtedly be difficult. The house he rented now was definitely not suitable. Though the electricity bill was a bit high, the main issue was explaining where all that electricity went. To acquire free spiritual energy, he needed to observe carefully, looking for places that might leak electricity when it rained. He practiced until just past 3 in the morning, still feeling great. Out of habit, Huang Jie forced himself to sleep for 2 hours. The next day, although he still got up early, he did not deliver food, but rode his electric bike northward. Some things he did not quite understand were kept in his heart. He had to make sense of them. Now that his legs felt better, he naturally wanted to check out Mang Mountain, hoping to find the cave his master had mentioned. Upon arriving at the scenic spot, Huang Jie was completely bewildered. There was no cave on the mountain, but rather an energy storage power station. According to the staff, the entire mountain was a hydropower project. Everything was different. He could not even find the cliff where he once fell. It was estimated that the dwelling place he shared with his master deep in the Qinling Mountains had long vanished, as over 2,000 years could wash away all traces. When Huang Lei's health improved a bit more, he planned to return to Shaanxi province to pay respects to his master and senior brother. He sat on the mountain until sunset before starting to ride his electric bicycle back to where he lived. Passing by the nightclub where Wang Man once worked, he saw 2 familiar security guards again. These 2 had kicked down his electric bike. Almost a month had passed since the incident, and Huang Jie decided not to hold a grudge against them. Living a stable and peaceful life was the right path. Not far from his residence lay a bustling vegetable market, by day a hub of fresh produce, by night transformed into a lively beer night market. After a long, exhausting day, Huang Jie found a secluded seat, ordered a plate of fried noodles, 10 skewers, and a bottle of cola. He decided against beer. Its taste still strange and unpalatable to him. Due to his cultivation, Huang Jie possessed heightened sensitivity to his surroundings. Even while eating, he felt as though unseen eyes were fixed upon him. He turned and saw a slender little girl of 4 or 5 clad in worn, faded clothes. When her gaze met his, she shyly averted her eyes. "Little one, is there something you need?" "Uncle, may I have your bottle after you're done?" she whispered softly, her eyes darting furtively toward the freshly served skewers. Now a father himself, and naturally tender-hearted, Huang Jie recalled his master's words, "You'll never achieve great things." Seeing the girl's forlorn expression, he murmured gently, "Have you eaten yet, little one?" She didn't answer, only shook her head. Just then the restaurant owner approached with the noodles and said, "She's a pitiful yet remarkably dutiful child. No one knows why, but she lives alone with her grandfather. Owner, please prepare another portion of fried noodles. Little one, come here. I don't care for egg in mine. Would you be kind enough to..." The girl clearly longed to accept, but remained motionless, glancing uncertainly at the owner instead. "Do as this uncle asks," the owner smiled warmly. "I'll bring you a yogurt too." Watching her devour the meal with desperate haste, Huang Jie's heart tightened with sorrow. He carefully plucked the skewered meat from its sticks and placed it into her bowl. Perhaps this was precisely why his master, despite having led him through countless acts of violence and raids on bandit strongholds, still deemed him ambitionless, yet perfectly suited to serve as his devoted caretaker in old age. "Uncle, may I take half home for Grandpa?" "Of course, you live nearby. She lives beside the garbage station at the entrance of Xiaoxing village. If it's convenient, could you escort her home? It's far too late and unsafe for her to walk alone. But you must leave your phone number with me," the owner added cautiously. "No problem at all," Huang Jie replied, handing her his identity. They exchanged numbers and added each other on WeChat. Huang Jie then packed an extra boxed meal and, guided by the girl, made his way to the wasteland east of the garbage station. There, amid the barren expanse, stood a crude courtyard woven from branches, and within it a tiny shack barely fit for human habitation, surrounded by mounds of scavenged recyclables. The girl hopped off the vehicle and dashed into the shack. Huang Jie, however, caught a faint sickly scent of decay, and his instincts screamed danger. He rushed in without hesitation. There lay an elderly man utterly still upon a narrow wooden cot. Huang Jie knew instantly that something grave had occurred. Placing his fingers beneath the man's nose, he confirmed his grim suspicion. The elder had passed away. "When did your grandfather last speak to you?" "Last night he cooked for me. Then he just fell asleep. I got hungry, so I went to see if the kind Annie would give me something to eat," the girl said quietly. Huang Jie's nostrils stung. Memories of similar tragedies in the Qin dynasty surged back when he'd always found a way to help. To encounter such sorrow again in this lifetime was utterly unexpected. First he led the girl outside the shack, then called the restaurant owner to explain everything. "Don't panic. I'll be there immediately. And call the police right away. Otherwise things could get complicated." Within 5 minutes, 2 local officers, a man and a woman, arrived on scene. After hearing the full account, they requested forensic support and summoned the village chief. The matter was resolved swiftly. The elderly Zhang Wo was confirmed to have died of natural causes, and with no surviving relatives, his remains were cremated without delay. The village leadership proved generous, not only covering all expenses, but also securing a public cemetery plot for him, albeit the least desirable one available. Poor Li Xiaowei was now an orphan. Per regulation, she would enter the orphanage, and unless adopted, remain there until adult. Though the restaurant owner possessed a compassionate heart, she lacked the means to raise a child. Huang Jie, moved by deep empathy, believed he could afford to feed one more, but plainly failed to meet official adoption criteria. From the police's perspective, Huang Jie was divorced well beyond the acceptable age range and burdened with overwhelming. Huang Jie bought new clothes, toys, and school supplies. Donated 10,000 yuan to the orphanage and discreetly gave the director 2,000 yuan, asking only that she receive better meals. The girl was painfully thin, clearly suffering from chronic malnutrition. As Huang Jie departed, her wails pierced the air, only softening when he solemnly promised to visit her often. To outsiders, Huang Jie's own life seemed unraveled. Yet he could not bear to witness human suffering without reaching. Life continued as before. As a food delivery rider, he spent each day rushing from order to order, most of it monotonous, solitary, and unrelenting. Occasionally, though, he encountered eccentric customers, or moments of quiet wonder. At 5 a.m., his first delivery went to an elderly man confined to a wheelchair. Noticing the man's difficulty, Huang Jie not only delivered the meal, but opened the container for him, and on his way out carried down the household trash. It struck him as odd the man's home clearly bore no sign of financial hardship. So why hire no caregiver? With mobility already impaired, a fall could prove catastrophic. Yet Huang Jie chided himself. What business was it of his? He was merely a courier. How much real help could he possibly offer? To his astonishment, before even leaving the residential complex, he received a 5 yuan tip from the elderly man via the platform. Perhaps due to algorithmic coincidence, that afternoon brought another errand. 25 yuan involving waste disposal pickup at the customer's home drop-off at the community's garbage station. The door was opened by a strikingly beautiful young woman. Though given the sweltering summer heat, such light attire was hardly unusual for someone at home. But the moment she opened the door, Huang Jie froze. The interior was a shocking contrast to her polished appearance. A mountain of refuse filled the room. Inside, a disheveled young man was sorting through the chaos. Already packed were over a dozen enormous boxes, overflowing with beer bottles, soda cans, cardboard cartons, instant noodle cups, used toilet paper. Huang Jie had never seen such staggering disorder. Brother, just help toss these pre-packed boxes into the dumpster. It's all set. Or if you've got space, feel free to sell them. Got it. I'll haul everything to the doorway first. Please close the door behind me. The AC's cold air is escaping. He began carrying boxes and bags into the stairwell corridor. Confirming no surveillance cameras lined the stairwell, Huang Jie discreetly stored the recyclable bottles and cans within his spatial realm and carried the non-recyclables downstairs to the bin. Returning to the stairwell, he gathered over 120 beer bottles and exchanged them at the neighborhood convenience store for 20 chilled bottles of cola and green tea. After another round of effort, the cardboard boxes fetched 16 yuan. All told, this errand proved unexpectedly profitable. Yet Huang Jie resolved if he ever sought a wife again, he'd investigate her character thoroughly. Her true nature, not just appearances. Marrying a woman who dazzled in public, yet let her private world descend into squalor, that he feared would shatter his life beyond repair. Upon exiting the hospital, I received a peculiar order from a client who requested assistance in moving items from the 4th floor to the 6th floor without specifying what those items were for a mere 10 yuan. When Huang Jie arrived, he was taken aback to find 10 bags of standard cement, each weighing 50 kilograms, and there was no elevator. What a ridiculous situation. Boss, this is clearly overweight. Oh, I can't do this for just 10 bucks. If you could offer more money, that would be possible. There's no way to increase the payment. It's just 2 floors. If you refuse to move it, I will file a complaint against you. Then go ahead and complain. 10 bags of 50 kilogram cement are beyond my responsibility, and the platform won't penalize me for it. Besides, I have video evidence from the scene. That's solid proof. Feel free to complain, Huang Jie replied. In fact, he didn't plan to take this order. Clients like this were just a nuisance. Currently, canceling the order incurs no liability. If I accepted the payment and completed the task, and then the client complained, there's a high chance I would be fined by the platform. Moreover, Huang Jie had an injury on his leg. Although he appeared to walk normally, carrying heavy objects up the stairs would significantly exacerbate the damage. There's nothing more to say. First report the oversized item on the platform, then call customer service to consult and register, creating a double insurance. Complete the process before canceling the order. Otherwise, if a conflict arises with the client, it would be irrational. In the evening, he encountered another unusual order, picking up a 30 cm classic Black Forest cake from Duameiwai. Hey, please be careful on the road. This cake costs 499 yuan. A polite waitress reminded him, knowing he often picked up meals from the store. Thanks, I wouldn't dare ride fast with such an order. Upon arriving at the client's address, a beautiful girl opened the door. The cake you ordered has arrived. Please check if it's damaged. I didn't order a cake. Today is not my birthday. Did you deliver to the wrong address? The girl replied. Look at my phone. If this address is yours, and you are Ms. Zhang, right? Yes, the address and name are correct, but I really didn't order a cake. Maybe a friend ordered it for you, Huang Jie suggested. My boyfriend is in the house. Oh, just a moment, I'll ask him. Honey, did you order a cake for me? The girl inquired. No, I didn't. I didn't order it. Please have the delivery person contact the person who placed the order, a male voice interjected. We didn't order anything. Please return the items to the merchant or deliver them to the orderer. The girl then shut the door. Downstairs, Huang Jie dialed the backup contact number, and a young man with a southern accent. Sir, I've delivered the takeaway you ordered to the hotel lobby, but the recipient is refusing to accept it. Would you please change the address so I can deliver it to the new location? Given it's almost 500 yuan worth of items, if mishandled, I would incur a day's worth of labor costs due to food loss. Is the person refusing the order Ms. Zhang herself? The young man asked. Yes, she insists on not accepting it, saying today is not her birthday, and she didn't order a cake. Her boyfriend also said they can't accept it. Are there other men in her house? What do they look like? The young man asked excitedly. I didn't see them. Ew, I just heard their voices. Sir, how would you like to handle this cake? If you prefer, please modify the address on the platform and I'll deliver it to you. Thanks, I'm in Sioux Province. No need to deliver it. You can keep the cake. The young man's voice revealed his frustration as he hung up the phone. The other party must be a sycophant, but he wasn't flattering. In communication with Duameiwai, the manager was quite straightforward. We will certainly not refund for the cake. The customer said it was a gift for you. As long as there's a recording and evidence, you can keep it. All right, then I'll speak with the client again, Huang Jie said after hanging up. Thinking it over, he realized he had nothing to fear with the recording and promptly clicked delivered to consider the delivery completed. Xiaoyo, have you had dinner yet? Huang Jie called Tian Xiaoyo. Not yet, I'm with Xiaoyu, just about to eat. I have a situation here. Huang Jie briefly explained the situation. Bro, meet us at the Jixian Noodle House by the subway station. Xiaoyu and I just arrived at the restaurant. Oh, let's have a drink together. Sure, you guys eat first. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Upon arriving at the Jixian restaurant, he discovered that it wasn't just Tian Xiaoyo and Qin Xiaoyu present. There was also Qin Xiaoyu's friend from the Post and Telecommunications University who had advised Qin Xiaoyu to break up with Tian Xiaoyo. Brother Huang, this is my best friend Lin Jie, and we've been classmates since childhood. Jie, this is my brother Huang Jie. Qin Xiaoyu introduced them. Hello, I'm Huang Jie. Although he didn't take Lin Jie seriously at first glance, Huang Jie was polite enough to greet her for Tian. The dishes Tian Xiaoyo ordered hadn't arrived yet, so Huang Jie took out the birthday cake and placed it on the table. As they cut the cake, they listened to Huang Jie share stories about sycophants. Bro, I've realized you're not a good person at all. You're eating someone else's food while speaking ill of them behind their back. Tian, I wouldn't call it speaking ill, though I just feel sorry for that person for misplacing their affections, Huang Jie replied. That has nothing to do with the girl. She has the right to choose her boyfriend. Since she has one, I believe it's right not to accept gifts from other men, Lin Jie said. Bro, are such situations common? Qin Xiaoyu changed the topic, knowing her friend was a nitpicker. Quite a few. I've encountered it several times, especially on Valentine's Day or girls' birthdays. However, most rejected gifts are... Xiaoyo, have you made any progress with your porridge shop? Huang Jie asked while eating. We've surveyed all the porridge shops in the market. We've finalized the dishes, but we still can't find a suitable location for the shop. Bro, we mainly want a place that allows dining in. We've identified a few locations with acceptable rent, but the transfer fees are exorbitant and unreasonable, Tian Xiaoyo said. Exactly. The shop owner has clearly let the business go under, but still has the audacity to charge several 100,000 yuan for a prime location transfer fee, Qin Xiaoyu added. If you need money, just let me know. I expect to receive a sum by the end of the month that I can lend or invest, Huang Jie offered. Having consumed less than half of the cake, Huang Jie asked Tian Xiaoyo to take the rest back and store it in their fridge. He still had orders to run that night. Around 1030, he received an order from a pharmacy. While the pharmacy staff was packing, Huang Jie clearly saw that it seemed to be contraceptives. The client's address was a hotel about 3 kilometers away, but there was no room number provided. Upon reaching the hotel lobby, the client refused to answer the phone. With no other option, he could only dial the client's backup contact. Hello, I'm Xiao Mei, the delivery rider. The medication you ordered has arrived at the hotel lobby. Would you be able to come down to collect it, or should I leave it at the front desk? Medication hotel? I didn't place an order. Could it be that a family member ordered it? Otherwise, why would there be a backup number? That's not right. My wife said she has a meeting tonight. Big brother, which hotel are you at? I'll come over right away to pick it up. The person on the other line seemed to realize something was off. Oh no, did I accidentally stir up trouble? Sure enough, trouble had struck. Just as he fell asleep in the early morning, he received a phone call from a woman. Now look what you've done. Do you know you've ruined me? We're getting a divorce. Are you satisfied? Just wait for the bad reviews and complaints, the woman roared over the phone. What the heck? What kind of logic is this? You book a hotel room, order contraceptive pills, and refuse to answer calls, leaving your husband's number as a backup. What were you thinking? However, Huang Jie couldn't be bothered to argue with her and hung up the phone, then tucked the device away into his space. The next afternoon, the bad reviews and deductions came as expected. Fortunately, he had collected enough evidence and was not at fault. After appealing, the platform eventually lifted the penalties. Orders for the Mid-Autumn Festival were exceptionally plentiful, but after the lunch rush, Huang Jie found time to visit an orphanage, donating a lot of toys and snacks. Li Hui seemed to adapt well to life in the orphanage. Her complexion had improved significantly, and she had gained some weight. She was very happy to see Huang Jie, but when he left, the little girl cried once more. When going to the hospital, Huang Jie didn't go empty-handed. Not only did he buy toys for Huang Lei, but he also brought mid-autumn gifts for Zhang Min's parents. Although they were still not well regarded, they had paid nearly 1.5 million for Huang Lei's surgery, so a gesture of gratitude was still necessary. Zhang Min's younger sister Zhang Lia Jr. in college clearly showed her attitude towards Huang Jie on her face. However, Huang Jie didn't bother to stoop to her level, as he wasn't the original owner and saw no reason to be angry with someone he didn't even know. Huang Lei's favorite was the juice that Huang Jie's father brought her. Not only was it delicious, but after drinking it, her condition noticeably improved, making her feel comfortable all over. Liang Xian, Zhang Min's current husband, was indifferent towards Huang Jie, but he was always very polite. That day the weather was unkind, and a heavy rainstorm hit in the evening, ruining people's plans to appreciate the moon. However, Huang Jie was particularly happy. He had completed all his orders before the downpour and had no intention of taking on new ones. Instead, he consciously went to a place he had identified beforehand where there might be a power leak. Of course, these places had no surveillance cameras or were blind spots for monitoring. It had taken him over a month to find them, which was no easy feat. When the ring touched the power leak, it indeed worked remarkably well. The spiritual energy within the spatial ring immediately thickened, almost filling the space in a liquid form. Once he confirmed the method was feasible, Huang Jie felt much more at ease. Not only could it satisfy his cultivation needs, but it would also continuously provide resources for the ancient sword without putting too much burden on Huang Lei. Once the porridge shop at Tian Zionius opened, he could also offer some to make the porridge even more delicious. On the 16th of August, just past 10 o'clock, Huang Jie received a call from the team. Huang Jie, your bonus has arrived totaling 100. If you have time today, come to the district bureau. When you come, contact Xiao Feng, who will guide you through the process. Thank you, leader, will be there shortly. Huang Jie pretended to be quite excited. This is what you deserve. By the way, these criminals are organized, and they haven't all been captured yet. For your safety, we won't hold a commendation ceremony. I understand, thank you for looking out for me. Xiao Feng will be your contact person from now on. Oh, if you discover any criminal clues, you can directly contact her. When he arrived at the police station and met Xiao Feng, the girl looked quite impressive in her uniform. Hello, Huang Jie. The team has informed me that if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can contact me directly, and I will ensure confidentiality. Thank you, Officer Feng. Under Feng Kioran's arrangements, Huang Jie signed in the finance room and received a cash check for 12000. After leaving the subbureau, Huang Jie went directly to a nearby bank. After going through the procedures at the bank, he successfully obtained 100 in cash. Rewards like this, as well as bonuses for bravery, are not taxable, so having this money in hand is quite appealing. Huang Jie was now highly motivated. Earning money legally and reasonably was better than anything else. Worried about retaliation? Not really. Huang Jie was not afraid of retaliation at all. Being an assassin by nature, and with the support of a spatial ring and lightning-based techniques, as long as he didn't become a national enemy, he genuinely didn't worry about retaliation from criminals. This does not conflict with living a stable life. In China, the means of retaliation by criminals are quite limited, at least in Huang. With over 45000 in cash in the ring space, he certainly couldn't use it to pay off debts, but improving his living conditions was not a problem. Daytime orders were relatively normal, but that night, he encountered a special situation. When he arrived at the customer-designated location, he found it was by the riverside on the north side of Ausen Park. Damn, it was quite eerie at night, with almost no streetlights. Upon arrival, there wasn't even a shadow of a person. After making more than 10 calls with no answer, he reported the anomaly and left. Less than 10 minutes later, the customer initiated a second delivery. This time the customer was found, but as soon as he saw Huang Jie, he started cursing, claiming that Huang Jie's frequent calls had interrupted his crucial fishing time. What the hell? It was you who ordered the meal. How was I supposed to find you by the riverside without calling? However, Huang Jie did not bother reasoning with such a ridiculous person. As he was leaving, he noticed that although this guy's character was quite poor, he had indeed caught a considerable amount of fish. Since the man was rude in his insults, Huang Jie felt quite uncomfortable even after leaving. So after driving a kilometer, he tucked the car away into space and quietly made his way back. Confirming that the man wouldn't notice, Huang Jie directly collected all the fish from the fisherman's bucket into his space. There were more than 10 carp and grass fish of varying sizes. Huang Jie planned to prepare them to improve his lifestyle. Huang Jie scoffed at the thought of cursing back or retaliating. Taking a few fish was punishment enough for that guy. However, what Huang Jie did not expect was that the next morning someone discovered the fisherman's corpse in the river. The next morning, Huang Jie had just completed 2 deliveries when he was summoned by the public security authorities again. Moreover, due to the absence of surveillance in the area and the traces of his phone's location showing a return, it was difficult to clarify the situation. This incident made Huang Jie more cautious in the future. Current technology was truly advanced, and one careless move could expose his secrets. The trouble at hand was not small. Without witnesses or video evidence, Huang Jie couldn't prove his innocence. However, the police couldn't convict him either, so Huang Jie became a person of interest for the authorities once again. Fortunately, due to his previous cooperation with the police in capturing major criminals, no measures were taken against him. What Huang Jie did not know was that the preliminary on-site examination, along with the medication for treating myocardial infarction found on the deceased, could not prove it was murder, which was the main reason no action was taken against him. As for why Huang Jie returned a second time, he claimed that he had lost his power bank and was searching for it on his way back. The retrieval of mobile tracking data ultimately supported his statement. However, Huang Jie was still restricted from leaving the capital, required to cooperate with the police at all times. The platform even called him multiple times, demanding his full cooperation in solving the case. It was not until 3 days later, when it was confirmed that the fisherman died from a myocardial infarction and accidentally fell into the water, that Huang Jie was freed from suspicion. However, this provided Huang Jie with a profound lesson in future deliveries. He should avoid conflicts with customers as much as possible, even verbal disputes. When encountering issues, he should try to follow the platform's established procedures, and if it fails, call the police. The handling of the case did not affect Huang Jie's work. His daily income of over 400 yuan was still assured. Of course, this income was accumulated through 14 to 15 hours of delivery every day. At 8 in the evening, when he delivered an order to the customer's door, he found several riders from different platforms excitedly knocking at the door. What on earth is going on here? Brothers, what happened? You are all here delivering food? Huang Jie asked curiously. Dude, they actually dared to place an order. We've been scammed. After they received their food, they reported to the platform that they didn't get. This makes us not only liable for the cost of the meals, but also subject to fine, said a rider from Shaoyi. So many riders have been scammed. Huang Jie asked. Yes, there's no way you can deliver it to them now. The police will be here shortly. Try to report an anomaly, a rider in yellow room. I really don't know how to operate this. Let me see what to do, Huang Jie replied. This is easy, you just call these people. They definitely won't answer since they are too scared to take calls. Then report that you can't contact. Sure enough, the other party did not dare to answer the call. In less than 3 minutes, he reported the anomaly, but needed to ensure that the customer did not request a second delivery within half an hour. Just as he was about to leave, the police arrived. They first confirmed the situation at the door, directly contacted the landlord of the same community to let them in, and took the 4 young men away in a police car. Other riders also followed them to the police station. Huang Jie naturally delivered other orders first, and when the time came, he followed the regulations to cancel the order without fault and returned the food to the merchant. The merchant would definitely not refund, but Huang Jie would still receive his delivery fee. A few hours later, this incident became a hot topic on social media, with 4 young men ordering food and then falsely claiming they didn't receive it to apply for a refund. More than a dozen riders were significantly affected, not only having to bear the cost of the meals, but also facing fines ranging from 50 to 100 yuan. Damn, there really are all kinds of people. Here I am, a disabled person with space and skills, still working hard to make money and seeking a stable life. I mean, the 4 of you young men could easily cover the rent and food expenses for 4 people just by one of you running deliveries. This time, I was just lucky to encounter other riders protecting their rights, which helped me mitigate my losses in time. After 10 o'clock at night, delivering becomes very inconvenient. There are neighborhoods that do not allow delivery riders in. Even if Huang Jie changes into ordinary clothes and rides a fashionable electric bike without a helmet or delivery box, it's still hard to blend in. Many neighborhoods have access control. Without a pass or facial recognition, you cannot open the door, and the security will definitely not allow bikes inside. In some neighborhoods, after 11 o'clock, no outside personnel are allowed in. For neighborhoods that do not allow entry, Huang Jie never puts the security in a tough spot, nor does he make things difficult for himself. He just registers and walks in honestly. If he encounters an order from such a neighborhood again, and the amount is relatively small, he can simply decline. This is the privilege of crowdsourcing. The Huitian area is relatively better, except for a few neighborhoods most allow riders to enter, which is more humane. However, most buildings in the Huitian area do not have elevators. Customers who enjoy ordering takeout are mostly on the 4th floor or above, so the likelihood of climbing stairs is quite high. Just as he was about to finish work and go home to sleep, the crowdsourcing platform pushed a medication order from the Besieged Villa. Seeing that the amount was decent, he decisively accepted the order. During peak hours, Huang Jie does not particularly like accepting orders from villa areas, mainly due to the various registrations required when entering the community. He must also confirm with the security and the customer before being allowed in, which wastes too much time. Furthermore, the internal positioning in villa areas is often inaccurate, and many times he needs to circle around the villa area a few times. This time was no exception, but during the detour, Huang Jie saw Jixian again, who had just gotten out of a car in front of a villa, appearing very intimate with a woman. This woman was also a familiar face, as she was the one who had been reported by Tian Xiaoyo for having a hotel room with Jixian last time. It seems Jixian has established a new base. As Huang Jie rode past, he noted the villa's door number and the license plate of the car parked at the intersection, knowing that reporting such places might not be very effective. Huang Jie couldn't think of any good solutions, especially since he had been divorced from Zhang Min for a long time. When delivering the medication order, he stood at the customer's door, but could not get through to the customer's phone no matter what. Ringing the doorbell also yielded no response. Fortunately, the customer had provided a backup phone number. After calling, Huang Jie realized the person on the other end was a middle-aged woman. He said, "Ma'am, I'm the Xiaomei rider. Your order has arrived. Please come out to collect it, or I can leave it at the door. My dad is at home." How could he not answer the phone? "Please hold on a moment, I will check," she replied. "The lights are on, but there's no response when I ring the doorbell." "I really don't know what to do," Huang Jie said. "No one is answering my dad's phone, young man. He is home alone. Can you look through the window?" The woman started to get a bit anxious. "Okay, I'll check right away. By the way, I'm wearing something that records video the whole time. The bedroom window is open. I see someone lying on the ground. The elderly person is still moving. You should quickly call for an ambulance." "I'll go in and take a look," Huang Jie said. "Thank you. Could you accompany my dad to the hospital? I'll fly back to the capital immediately. I won't let you work for free. I'll give you a thank you fee. Add me on WeChat, and I'll transfer the hospitalization fee and thank you fee to you first." The woman was getting more anxious. "All right, my phone number is the same as my WeChat ID. You can just add me." Huang Jie didn't want to advance the medical expenses. It would be troublesome if he encountered someone unreasonable and wanted to get back the hospitalization fee. After they added each other on WeChat, the woman first transferred 200 yuan. Huang Jie followed the request and recorded a video for her throughout to alleviate her anxiety and keep her updated on the elderly person's condition. Huang Jie inspected the gas, electrical appliances, and other safety hazards under the surveillance of the other party. The ambulance arrived quickly, and Huang Jie parked the vehicle in the yard, closed the door, and accompanied the elderly person onto the ambulance. Fortunately, in the ambulance, the elderly person was out of danger and regained consciousness, but further examination at the hospital was still necessary. It was not until after 3 in the morning that Huang Jie completed all the examinations and paperwork, sending the elderly person into the inpatient department. The inpatient department did not allow family members to stay, so Huang Jie had no choice but to spend the night on a bench at the entrance. Around 9 in the morning, the elderly person's daughter finally arrived at the hospital. Seeing her father safe and sound, she was grateful to Huang Jie, knowing that he had spent 20,000 yuan on examinations and hospitalization the previous day and immediately transferred 5,000 yuan to him as a token of thanks. I am Sima Hongmei, you can call me Sister Sima. My company is short-staffed, and if you are willing you can come work for me. Thank you, Sister Sima. I will accept the money because I really need it and my daughter is in the hospital and in the recovery phase. It's inconvenient for me to find a full-time job right now. Huang Jie replied half-jokingly. If he could use other money to pay off his debts, he would have already settled them and would be happily delivering food while enjoying life instead of working 15 to 16 hours a day like he was now. Oh, I see. You have my contact information. It's never too late to come find me. I'll help you arrange a job then. Okay, thank you. After taking the bus from the hospital to the Besieged villa area, he planned to pick up his electric bike to finish the lunch rush before going back home to sleep. Passing by the villa where Liang Xian had appeared yesterday, he noticed that the car in front of the villa was gone, indicating that the couple had. The lunch rush went relatively smoothly. Thanks to the accumulated points from tirelessly running deliveries, Huang Jie had advanced from a novice to glory elite level 3, with a maximum of 13 orders. He could also set up a preferred delivery list, selecting either the pickup or delivery address. Huang Jie set his preferred list to Shay University Town. A single delivery from the Huitian area would cost about 15 yuan. Today was fortunate. He first snagged an order from the university town, and during the pickup process the platform immediately assigned 10 additional nearby orders, and he managed to grab another order to Jixian County. This wave of the lunch rush was secured with 11 university campus orders yielding at least 120 yuan in income, and the Chongping order worth 32 yuan. Campus orders are favored by all riders as schools are managed in a closed manner, preventing riders from entering. Most universities have several delivery lockers. He first called the customer, but due to classes most calls were inevitably unanswered. By spending just 4 to 5 dimes, he could store the meal in the delivery locker according to the customer's request and send the pickup code and photo to the customer, making the delivery process exceedingly fast. The Chongping order involved transferring raw materials between chain stores, which was not troublesome for pickup and delivery, although the distance was relatively far and it was 90% likely he would return empty. Fortunately, the delivery location was also a large shopping mall. Although the lunch rush was nearly over after completing the delivery, Huang Jie managed to grab another order to Beijing North University Chongping campus. The distance was 6 kilometers for 8 yuan, and even before setting off, the platform recommended 6 additional nearby orders, totaling nearly 70 yuan for the 7 orders. The second wave of the lunch rush was truly a pleasant surprise, as it was generally difficult to snag orders during the second wave under conditions of long-distance deliveries. However, this meant that he would not be able to catch up on sleep in the afternoon. The journey from Beijing North University Chongping campus back to the Huitian area was nearly 30 kilometers, and he could not find suitable orders, so he could only remain empty near the Super Hexinghui shopping area in Jixian. As expected, the Hexinghui shopping area was bustling, and although there weren't many customers, there were plenty of delivery orders. After completing a nearby order worth 4 yuan, he snagged an order to the Aerospace City residential area, and the system simultaneously pushed 7 additional nearby orders. The order to the Aerospace City residential area had a unit price of only 6 to 7 yuan, but this residential area allowed riders to enter by bike and all units had elevators. The evening rush had not yet started, and completing these 8 orders brought nearly 50 yuan, which was quite easy. West of Aerospace City is the Financial Software Park and the Technology Entrepreneurship Park. Huang Jie was not familiar with this area, but the roads here were indeed good, with fewer people and wider paths. After completing the orders, he promptly returned to the Hexinghui shopping area, where the evening rush had begun, selectively grabbing an order from the Aerospace Vocational Technical College, and indeed the platform pushed 6 more orders. This time it was not just orders from schools, but also 3 community orders. However, this delivery was quite troublesome, as all 3 communities were high-end communities. Not only did he need to scan and register, but he also had to contact the customers and could only enter after confirmation. While the securities management of the community was not wrong, it was quite time-consuming for the riders. If it weren't for the short delivery time of school orders, this wave of deliveries would have definitely been delayed. Huang Jie decided to blacklist these communities as long as the orders were not above 10 yuan, and during non-peak hours he would insist on not accepting orders from these neighborhoods. After all, he was a crowdsourced rider and had more freedom in choosing orders. Working until 8 in the evening, Huang Jie decided to log off early. In September, it was still just getting dark at 8. He ate a discounted braised meat set at Boss Tian's restaurant, played on his phone for a while, and once he confirmed that Tian Xiaoyo had returned home, he went to the supermarket to buy some fruit for himself and some for Tian Xiaoyo. Brother, don't you check the WeChat group? Wu Xiao sent you a message and you didn't reply. She mentioned wanting to gather this weekend, and everyone coming are colleagues, including former employees of yours. What's so good about gathering? I can't remember anyone now, and I wouldn't know what to say on the spot. Brother, are you really dumb or just pretending? Wu Xiao has had a crush on you for the past 2 years, Tian Xiaoyo revealed. That was in the past, why don't even recognize her now? Not only do I owe so much debt, but I've also completely forgotten what I learned in college. I've forgotten even my work experience. If I don't run deliveries, I wouldn't know what to do, and I can't drag her down. Huang Jie said. Then just get to know her again. Once you slowly regain your memory, we all want to follow you and starting. Let's talk about that later. Just tell her that I currently have memory issues and can't recall things. We can discuss the gathering later. Finding a woman to live with now would only delay Huang Jie's cultivation and earning speed. By the way, this is the fruit I bought today, or it looked good and was just on sale, so I bought some. Huang Jie said as he handed over a bag of fruit. Thank you, brother. Why don't you consider Wu Xiao a bit more? Tian Xiaoyo was somewhat persistent. As Huang Jie practiced, he discovered an important issue. The spiritual energy flowed sluggishly through the meridians of his body, particularly at the 2 surgical sites on his left leg, where he felt a peculiar sense of foreignness. It seems necessary to consult with the hospital about the removal of the steel plates when the 1-year mark since the surgery is reached. Otherwise, this foreign sensation greatly affects his practice. After waking up at 5 to deliver packages, he had already earned 82 yuan by 7:30. Just as he was about to head to a nearby porridge shop, he suddenly received a large order. The order required him to pick up items from the hotel front desk, not far from Huang Jie, and deliver them to the ticket office at Badaling Great Wall, with a payment of 128 yuan for a distance of 54 kilometers. Just after securing the order, he received a call from the client. Young man, I saw you accepted my order. There's a thermos in the items to pick up. Please have the hotel front desk fill it with hot water. All right, no problem. Thank you. Drive safely. Upon arriving at the hotel and explaining the situation to the front desk staff, the young lady at the front desk took out a backpack, which turned out to be filled with baby supplies. After taking a photo and uploading it, the front desk lady filled the thermos with hot water. He quickly found a battery exchange station, replaced it with a new battery, and headed north, perfectly avoiding the morning rush hour traffic. He changed the battery once more in Chongping County, and by the time he arrived at the Badaling Great Wall ticket office, only an hour and 10 minutes had passed. As he saw the Great Wall in the distance, excitement welled up inside him. The Great Wall was built during the Qin dynasty, and he never expected that after more than 2,000 years he would still be able to see it. Since he had arrived at the foot of the Great Wall, and the ticket price was reasonable, Huang Jie naturally planned to buy a ticket to go up and take a look. After finding the client, she made a request that Huang Jie could not refuse. The child was asleep, and they wanted him to carry the... They would pay for the ticket, and also give him a tip of 200 yuan through the platform. Huang Jie gladly agreed, and the 200 yuan was transferred immediately. He really did not expect them to be so straightforward. He thought they would only pay him after coming down from the Great Wall, but they gave him, as long as the income was directly related to food delivery, it would be used to pay off debts, and that spiritual imprint was recognized. Yesterday, Sister Sima had given him 500 yuan, and Huang Jie now regretted not having her give it through the crowdsourcing platform as a tip. Looking at these people, it was clear they could afford the cable car, yet he couldn't understand why they insisted on climbing up slowly with it. The child, not even a year old, slept peacefully in Huang Jie's arms as he used his spiritual power to protect the surgical area on his left leg, slowly following the group up the mountain. The open length of Badaling Great Wall is 3741 meters, featuring 21 watchtowers and walls. The Great Wall at Badaling is built along the ridge of the mountains, appearing steep from the outside, while the inner side is quite gentle. Climbing was not particularly tiring. They started before 9 and reached the exit at Bear Paradise by noon, taking a shuttle bus back to the main ticket office. After handing the child back to the client and declining her invitation to eat, Huang Jie retrieved his electric bike from the parking lot and began to slowly return to the Longguan area. He picked up 2 nearby orders from Hexinghui. Both were from residential areas on the east side of the highway. Upon arrival, he discovered that bikes were not allowed in the community and detailed registration was required. The 4 yuan order required him to cross the highway, and entering the community would waste time, making it not worth it. Brother, him at the Longguan hospital. I just took an elderly man who fell into the hospital, and now the family is harassing me. He'll come right away. Which department are you in? Huang Jie asked. At the emergency rescue room entrance. Huang Jie took just over 10 minutes to cover the 7-kilometer distance. When he arrived, Chen Xiaoyu and her friend were already there, and the police had arrived to understand the situation. Tian Xiaonia's hair was somewhat disheveled, with a bruise on her face and footprints from being kicked on her pants. With the police present, Huang Jie naturally did not say anything and stood by to listen, realizing that the elderly man's children were not good people. If you have a video, why not show it? If you had shown it earlier, how could I have hit you? A middle-aged man with a brutish face said. Huang Jie felt like punching that guy after hearing those words. Now that the facts are clear, how do you both want to handle this? This is just a misunderstanding. We thought the delivery man hit my dad. We were anxious and lost control for a moment, but it was just a shove, not a real hit. I want to check on my condition. They need to apologize, compensate for my emotional distress, and cover the medical expenses I've... Seeing Huang Jie arrive gave Tian Xiaoyo some confidence. We will cover the medical expenses and accept the apology. As for the rest, what are you thinking? We just had a misunderstanding. Tian Xiaobin Zionia's full name, there's no point in saying more to them. Let's find a lawyer and sue them in court. We can expose this incident to the media later. The court will decide how much emotional compensation is to be given. For now, let's go get the injuries checked. If it constitutes a minor injury, they will definitely bear criminal responsibility. Lin Jiaqin said. Where did you come from? What does it have to do with you? A middle-aged woman from the other side immediately. Don't worry about who she is. I'm studying law. This is extortion and fraud. If it leads to a minor injury, you will definitely face criminal charges. Think about how your children will go to college and take civil service exams in the future. Chen Xiaoyu said. Speak quickly and decide how to handle this. If you don't agree to mediation and take legal action, it won't fall under our jurisdiction, and whoever hit will be taken away and detained for 24 hours. The police clearly looked down on this family. We are willing to mediate. It was indeed our fault for misunderstanding the young man without clarifying the situation. We will also cover the young man's medical expenses and will return the money he spent immediately. As for emotional compensation, that's hard to define. How much do you want? One of the visibly bureaucratic individuals said. Forget about emotional compensation, but I have 2 orders that weren't delivered on time. The food loss and platform fines should amount to about 500 yuan. Can you cover that? Tian Xiaoyu replied. The brutish man seemed to want to say something, but fell silent after being glared at by the bureaucrat. After a thorough examination, it was confirmed that Tian Xiaoyu had no internal injuries. The other party refunded the 500 yuan they had advanced and paid for the medical expenses. At the insistence of the bureaucratic man, they also compensated Tian Xiaoyu an additional 100 yuan. We acknowledge our mistakes. Let's consider this matter resolved. If you give me the storage card of the video, I'll give you another 100 yuan. After all, if this matter goes online, it can create negative social impacts. The bureaucratic man said. This matter ends here. We will definitely not upload it online, and I will keep a backup as evidence. Chen Xiaoyu's legal education was not in vain. The most crucial evidence cannot be left in the hands of the other party, otherwise if they make further trouble, it would be troublesome. Inside a barbecue restaurant, the 4 of them ordered numerous skewers to calm their nerves. Brother, even though this matter is resolved, I just can't feel relieved. Tian Xiaoyu asked. Who wouldn't feel unsettled after something like this? These people are clearly no good, Lin. Fortunately, you'd had the foresight to record everything. Neither did they know about it in advance, nor did they seize the footage. Otherwise, even with truth on your side, you'd have struggled to make yourself heard, Chen Xiaoyu remarked. And that official who stepped in at the end, he was unmistakably part of the system. Clearly, he wished to contain the incident and prevent it from escalating. Lin Jiechi added. The other night, I rushed an unconscious elderly woman to the hospital. Her daughter later sent me a 500 yuan red envelope as gratitude. As she spoke, she opened WeChat to show the 3 women the transfer receipt. Brother, that's not comfort. That's rubbing salt. Tian Xiaoyu grumbled dejectedly. You encountered genuine kindness. Lin Jiechi said. It's absolutely essential for both of you to carry body-worn cameras whenever you go out. Otherwise, countless incidents would remain impossible to clarify. Chen Xiaoyu added. A minor dispute had broken out among several people inside the hospital. Brother, let's just drop this matter, the burly man said. Drop it? What else can we do? Didn't you notice? They recorded the entire encounter. If this went public, it would instantly trend online. Do you really want fame? The official retorted. Who could have guessed a deliverer man would be so cunning? I'll teach him a lesson soon enough. Third brother, settle down. The man's so broke, he delivers takeout for a living. If he fights back, do you think it's worth the risk? The middle-aged woman cautioned. But sister, I simply can't swallow this humiliation. Further dialogue is omitted. The group never imagined Tian Xiaoyu had saved their father. This incident had repercussions later when Tian Xiaoyu opened his own restaurant. He suffered considerable unseen losses. A story for another time. That evening, Tian Xiaoyu returned home to rest while Huang Jie continued his deliveries. Most orders proceeded normally without complications. Just before midnight, the platform forcibly assigned him an order, 6 kilometers away. With peak hour compensation, the fare totaled 42 yuan, and the item to be delivered was hardware tools. Yet the address was vague: West Daxinfeng Village, Huaichang Road. Before picking up the order, Huang Jie called the customer to confirm. The address is correct. You'll spot a gate upon arrival. Just contact me once you're there. Don't worry, it's easy to find. You'll see it right away. Oh, and young man, could you bring me 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes and a lighter? I'll reward you 10 yuan for the trouble. No problem. I'll head to the pickup point now. But carrying extra items may delay delivery by a few minutes. No worries, just stay safe. Having confirmed reliable contact with the recipient, and noting the customer's courteous tone, Huang Jie stopped at a convenience store near the intersection to purchase the 2 requested packs of Huazi, photographing the receipt and sending it to the customer. After collecting the order, he followed navigation and arrived at the destination within half an hour. Damn, it truly was easy to find. Along several kilometers of rural road, only one building glowed with light. It was a colossal cemetery built along the mountainside. The man who emerged from the main gate to collect the delivery was the on-duty security guard, who apparently now smoked Huazi. His uniform hung awkwardly on his frame, and his face appeared unnaturally stiff, as if masked by something thin and seamless. Noticing the multitude of surveillance cameras at the entrance, Huang Jie chose discretion. After all, what could possibly be worth targeting in a cemetery? Merely urns of ashes, no valuables inside. Just as he prepared to leave, having confirmed the tip payment had been processed, he was halted by another guard emerging from. Young man, don't rush off. Let me open the gate. Ride in and help me deliver something. I'll give you 100 yuan for your trouble. At that moment, Huang Jie didn't suspect a thing. Once the gate swung open, he rode straight in. No sooner had he entered the guardhouse than the on-duty guard smiled amiably and jabbed him sharply with a black baton. Thanks to his ring space, Huang Jie felt only a brief tingling numbness, nothing more. Yet he played along perfectly, collapsing onto the floor as if unconscious, slipping his phone into the space as he fell. He couldn't resist curiosity. Brother, just rest for a while. As he spoke, the guard covered Huang Jie's eyes with cloth and stuffed a rag into his mouth, then dragged him into the adjacent room. Once the guard left, Huang Jie effortlessly snapped the ropes, tore off the blindfold, and removed the gag. Aside from himself, 2 bound guards lay immobilized in the room. They were tightly restrained, fully conscious yet utterly unable to move. Huang Jie felt no urge to free them. Releasing them now might only expose them to greater peril. Roughly 2 hours later, a 7-seat minibus emerged from the cemetery and pulled to a stop before the guardhouse. "Boss, did you succeed?" "We found it. That village chief is crafty. Hid the embezzled funds in a basement beneath his mother's ash urn. Truly ingenious. Well, fortune favors us brothers then. How much total?" "Nearly 100 million yuan in cash, over $1 million US, and nearly 100 gold bars. Can you believe a mere village chief amassed such wealth?" "Enough talk. Hurry and remove all hard drives from the surveillance room. Then eliminate everyone inside." "Boss, killing turns this into a major case. Then load them all into the van. Let them vanish, and take the blame for us." "Brilliant. As always, boss thinks several steps ahead." Had his bike not remained at the scene, Huang Jie would have followed them straight to their lair. Seeing the driver step out, Huang Jie seized the moment, swiftly incapacitating all 5 men before they sensed danger. His background as an assassin combined with foundational cultivation and their utter lack of vigilance made success effortless. He first sealed the 5 men inside his spatial ring. Upon opening the van door, Huang Jie froze. Damn, it was crammed floor to ceiling with 100 yuan notes. 8 individuals total, 2 guards, Huang Jie, and 5 bandits. Yet Huang Jie doubted the van could hold them all. Still, minivans possessed an almost mythical capacity. No one knew their true limits. Stacked together, 100 million yuan in banknotes forms a rectangular prism measuring 1.55 meters in length, 0.77 meters in width, and 1 meter in height. A single 100 yuan note weighs approximately 1.15 grams and measures 15.5 centimeters, 7 centimeters, or 119.35 square centimeters. Thus, 10,000 yuan weighs roughly 115 grams. 100 million yuan therefore exceeds 1 ton and occupies approximately 1.19 cubic meters. How much cash exactly filled the van? Huang Jie had no time to count. Securing it within his spatial ring was paramount. With effort, he managed to stow the van diagonally inside. He likewise stored his bike in the ring. As for the 2 real guards, Huang Jie, wearing gloves, gently knocked them unconscious, dressed them back in their uniforms, and laid them carefully on the bed. The bandit leader's plan, to erase the guards entirely, was undoubtedly the safest option. But Huang Jie simply couldn't bring himself to do it. After getting everything sorted out, Huang Jie seriously contemplated for a moment, then took out the electric bike from the space and rode it out of the cemetery through the front gate. There was no other option. If he exited through the front gate and was questioned by the police, he could come up with a story about being knocked out while delivering food and escaping a few hours later. If he had to leave by climbing over the mountains from the back, the flaws would be significant. After all, while the cemetery surveillance was down, the traffic light cameras were still operational. He thought the police would come to investigate soon, but the reality proved Huang Jie wrong. No one reported the incident at all. This was a huge sum embezzled by the village chief, who dared not call the police. The 2 security guards on duty at the cemetery were loyal to the village chief and reported their encounter truthfully. Although the village chief was reluctant upon learning that the other party was a criminal gang, he had to temporarily extinguish his thoughts of revenge. Through private connections, he also identified a suspicious delivery person, but it only raised suspicion and required further observation. According to the security guards, this delivery person was likely also a victim. Although they were blindfolded, they clearly sensed that someone had been electrocuted and then dragged into the house. He truly did not dare to seek revenge, but for now he was just biding his time, considering using Huang Jie to find out about the other accomplices. What if he got lucky and could identify the person who robbed him? Only by understanding the details of the other party could he resolve the matter in one go. With such unexpected wealth coming so suddenly, Huang Jie was exceptionally cautious and made no unnecessary move. He continued to get up at 5 every morning to deliver food, going to the hospital at 4 in the afternoon, and working tirelessly until after 11 at night. Huang Jie's caution paid off. The person monitoring him only followed for a while. Combined with the information just obtained from the police station, they concluded that Huang Jie could not be a member of the criminal gang. Have you ever seen someone who just had an accident and is suffering from amnesia be part of a criminal gang? As September came to a close, he reviewed his earnings, excluding the 500 yuan from Sima Hongmei. His income from the delivery platform amounted to 13478 yuan, still over 1,000 short of what he needed to repay solely from food delivery. Fortunately, his original card could still support 1 more month of repayment. As long as October went smoothly, he could ensure timely monthly repayments. Each day of the 7-day National Day holiday was undoubtedly a peak day for delivery riders. Tourists visiting Beijing had also become savvy, realizing that ordering food at attractions was more economical than dining there. After placing an order online, the rider could deliver a substantial amount of supplies in about half an hour. Of course, except for traffic jams on the way to the attractions. On the morning of the 1st, Huang Jie received an order from a vacation camp, but the already narrow road was jammed in both directions. Let alone riding an electric bike, even walking would be a struggle. Fortunately, at this time, Huang Jie had only that one order. He quickly went offline, pushed his bike onto the slope of the roadside ditch, and after explaining the situation to the customer, reported an order anomaly. The customer address did not match the actual location. The platform approved it, and after the customer acknowledged it, they clicked delivered. Otherwise it would have surely been overdue. Carrying over 50 pounds of items, including watermelons, beer, cola, and various snacks purchased by the customer, he walked over 2 kilometers before delivering them. Fortunately, the customer understood. Not only did they not file a complaint, but they also tipped him 10 yuan through the platform. You really shouldn't trust those videos on social media about riders adding food. Most of them are staged. In real life, if you add food, you not only bear the cost of the meal loss, but also face penalties from the platform. In severe cases, you could even be permanently banned. Whenever Huang Jie received an order and the community did not allow bikes, he would honestly walk in. Conflicting with security would only harm himself. In the future, he would refrain from accepting orders from that community. Without an elevator, no matter how high the floor, he would climb up. Calling the customer to come down to retrieve their order was foolish. Getting a bad review and being fined was just asking for it. Most customers were good, of course. There were some bad ones who would definitely argue when trying to get something for free. If they requested something to be brought and the time allowed was sufficient, he would accommodate. If he had too many orders, he would explain the situation, and if it didn't work out, the customer could cancel the order. For orders exceeding 100 yuan, he would have the customer first transfer a small amount via WeChat before helping to purchase. Otherwise, if he arrived and couldn't contact the customer, it would be unfortunate. Such situations were becoming increasingly common. Some merchants even deliberately set traps, sending riders to specific stores to buy a couple of packs of cigarettes or a case of liquor worth hundreds or even thousands of yuan. If the customer could not be contacted, the rider would have to bear the loss. Return. You're thinking too much. The cigarettes and liquor you bought are most likely counterfeit. If you go to return them, the merchant will definitely refuse and may even accuse you of trying to defraud them with fake goods. During the lunch rush, after accepting 9 orders, the platform forcefully assigned him an order for pet supplies. With time already tight upon arrival, he found the pet supply store's door locked. Just as he was about to report the anomaly, the merchant called him. Hey, I saw you at our store's entrance. I'm opening the door for you remotely now. Please pick up the goods and pack them yourself. The packaging bags are on the table. What the heck? Huang Jie was a bit stunned looking at the rows of shelves. In an unfamiliar situation, how long would it take to pick up the goods and pack them himself? This was essentially exploiting the labor of the rider for free. However, since he was already in the store, canceling the order would be even less profitable. Suppressing his displeasure, Huang Jie still completed the packing for the order. Thank you, and please remember to close the door behind you. Because of this order, he experienced 2 overdue incidents and anticipated that he would see fines tomorrow and would be restricted from accepting orders for an hour the day after. This was definitely a trap. After completing the order, Huang Jie decisively left an anonymous negative review for the merchant and reported their behavior of not providing goods and forcing the rider to pack. Bro, you really don't need to do that. When you have multiple orders and encounter such an order, just refuse it directly. If you didn't refuse, you can report to the merchant that there are no meals upon arrival and then cancel the order and leave. There's no need to indulge such merchants. When Huang Jie and Tian Xiaoyu were having a late-night snack, Tian Xiaoyu offered Huang Jie some advice. Can you report the merchant as not operating? Doing so will get you penalized at least 14 yuan. How ridiculous. So when encountering such orders, try not to take them. If assigned, try to refuse. You think it's unreasonable too, right? I also accepted an order from this store yesterday, which caused delays in other orders. A nearby delivery rider chimed in. Can we appeal on the platform? Huang Jie was also quite concerned as he would see too. You can't apply it. The rider was very angry. But the more I thought about it yesterday, the angrier I got. I went home, changed my clothes, bought a U-lock, covered my face, and locked their main door. I heard that this store didn't operate for most of the day today. I plan to go lock it again tonight. Bro, you're amazing. But you should do less of this. If you get caught, it'll be problematic. Tian Xiaoyu advised. Yes, brother. Next time you see an order like this, just decline it. Huang Jie added, urging him gently. Emerging from the restaurant, Tian Xiaoyu said, Brother, I'd like to ask you a favor. There's nothing between us that can't be spoken plainly. Xiaoyu's elder brother has arrived. He'll be here tomorrow. Could I stay with you for a couple of days? I'll book him a room at a budget hotel. I thought it was something serious. Do you know why he's come? That's exactly what I want to. Tian Xiaoyu replied. Is Xiaoyu's elder brother married? What does he do for work? He answered, according to Xiaoyu, her brother is only 3 years older, just 22 this year. So he's certainly not married, nor does he hold any formal job. He's always fished with their parents out at sea. Tian Xiaoyu said. He's reached the age where engagement is expected. It's complicated, but don't panic. Let's observe how things unfold. Huang Jie remarked. Tomorrow I'll rent a car and pick him up at the West Railway Station. If he truly intends to take his sister home for a bride price negotiation, brother, could you lend me some money then? I only have less than 100,000 yuan on me. I doubt it'll be enough. No problem. I currently carry 460,000 yuan in cash. Just tell me how much you need when the time comes. Thank you, brother. I'll go with you tomorrow. If he brings others along, I can help handle the situation. All right then, move all your belongings into my room tonight. Don't give your future brother-in-law any excuse to start trouble. The next morning, Tian Xiaoyu drove Chen Xiaoyu and Huang Jie to the West Passenger Railway Station. At the exit, the three met a broad-shouldered, powerfully built man, tan, nearly black, standing 172 centimeters tall. Had Huang Jie not known his true age, he would have assumed the man was close to his own. After Chen Xiaoyu and her brother reunited, Huang Jie took the suitcase from him, only to discover it was unexpectedly heavy. Through introductions, Huang Jie learned the elder brother's name was Chen Jianzhou. Upon learning that Tian Xiaoyu was his sister's boyfriend, Chen Jianzhou's expression visibly darkened. In the car, Tian Xiaoyu honestly described his current occupation and outlined their plan to open a restaurant. He also shared Xiaoyu's ongoing self-study program in law and her aspiration to become a lawyer. I'm not here to take my sister home. These days fishing bans have been enforced year-round. The government provided apartments and jobs, but the assignments are poor. I've come to Beijing hoping to find better opportunities. Huang Jie declared. Well, you've worn that grim expression for so long, yet now speak such words. Truly unexpected. So, is Tian Xiaoyo really going to guide his brother-in-law into food delivery? Brother, if you're working away from home, what about mom and dad? Chen Xiaoyu asked. Dad works at a seafood processing plant, mom cleans streets for the neighborhood committee. The government assigned both jobs. I simply refuse to enter the factory. Chen Jinzhou replied. What about your girlfriend? Long separation isn't healthy either, Xiaoyu remarked. We broke up. She went to Guangzhou to work, and found someone local there. Chen Jinzhou's voice carried a quiet melancholy. Only then did Huang Jie grasp the truth. This man had rejected the government-assigned position back home, and freshly heartbroken, had come to seek refuge with his sister. Don't rush into job hunting. Luckily I'm off duty these days. I'll show you around some scenic spots, Tian Xiaoyo lied. Though ensuring his brother-in-law felt welcomed mattered more than anything else. Tian Xiaoyo felt deeply unsettled. How after all should he address this elder brother-in-law, who was 3 or 4 years younger than himself? Yet reality proved Tian Xiaoyo remarkably capable. Within 3 or 4 days he and his brother-in-law had become inseparable confidants. Having never graduated high school, Chen Jianzhou struggled to land employment in Beijing. After careful consideration, he decided to begin delivering meals alongside Tian Xiaoyo, while quietly seeking better prospects. Should no suitable opportunity arise, they would jointly launch a kanji shop. Finding lodging posed a significant challenge. Tian Xiaoyo fronted 1 month's rent and purchased an electric scooter plus all necessary gear, spending nearly 6,000 yuan. Consider this alone. I'll repay you as soon as I earn money. Chen Jianzhou insisted, unwilling to exploit his brother-in-law's generosity. Setting aside Tian Xiaoyo's domestic affairs, Huang Jie's delivery performance grew increasingly seamless. He now managed over a dozen orders simultaneously, most involving cakes and bouquets. During the 7-day National Day holiday, even accounting for half-days spent accompanying Chen Jianzhou, Huang Jie earned nearly 4,000 yuan, aided by the surge in holiday orders. Immediately after the holiday, Huang Jie received a call from the platform's local station asking whether he wished to join either the city core or Changpao delivery tiers. Without hesitation, Huang Jie declined. True masters operated solely through crowdsourced dispatching. Other models imposed rigid quotas, minimum order volumes, and mandatory active hours, leaving little room for autonomy. Worse still, requesting leave during promotional campaigns proved difficult, and if the station manager held a grudge, account suspension could follow instantly. This wasn't mere speculation. Scrolling through Jinin revealed such incidents were far from rare. With station managers wielding excessive authority, remaining an independent crowdsourced rider remained the safer path. After several months in hospital, Huang Lei's health improved markedly. Reaching discharge criteria, she was formally released. Post-discharge, she resumed living with her grandparents near the North 2nd Ring Road. Yet Zhang Min, who should have resided in Fengtai, also moved back into her parental home. Liang Xian's work schedule ran relentlessly. He frequently worked overtime. Should an emergency arise, Zhang Min alone would inevitably feel overwhelmed. Huang Jie continued his unwavering routine. During non-peak delivery hours, he visited his former father-in-law's residence. Not to do anything specific, but simply to speak briefly with Huang Lei and hand her a bottle of kind-fused fruit juice. Though the elderly couple held little regard for Huang Jie, they dared not show him disdain. After all, the girl's hematopoietic stem cells matched his perfectly, and she adored the fresh-pressed juice he prepared. The couple had tasted Huang Jie's juice themselves, and indeed found it superior to their own preparations, leaving them feeling unusually refreshed and invigorated afterward. Leaving Zhang Min's parents' home at dusk, Huang Jie secured an exceptionally long-distance errand order, a rarity these days and thus difficult to obtain. The order required delivery from Yanggegong subway station to the ticket booth of Gubei Watertown, 136 kilometers total, with a fee of 312 yuan. How the platform calculated such amounts remained unclear. After uploading the confirmation photo and successfully retrieving the package, Huang Jie swapped batteries 3 times en route, cycling for nearly 3 hours before handing the parcel to the client. By the time he began his return journey, it was past 10 p.m. Cycling along mountain roads for 40 minutes, he spotted a dirt road fork. Confirming no surveillance nearby, he hesitated only slightly before turning in. Deep within the woods, ensuring absolute solitude, he retrieved a minivan from his spatial ring, transferring all cash and gold aboard into the space. After erasing every trace from the vehicle, he teleported it via the ring space and discarded it into a lake. How to deal with the bandits confined within his spatial ring troubled Huang Jie deeply. 2 of the 5 men had actually recognized him and could easily locate him using food delivery order records. Yet these men were hardly innocent. They'd intended to kill Huang Jie and the 2 cemetery guards outright. Well, for now, they would remain unconscious in the ring space. In October, riding the electric bike already felt a bit chilly. By the time he returned home, it was already midnight, and after a brief wash, he began his cultivation. Now that he had money, if it weren't for that soul imprint affecting his cultivation, Huang Jie would have considered finding a place to go into seclusion for a long time. Before going to bed, he took out more than 100 million in cash boxes of gold and jewelry from his storage space, piling them on the ground, which was quite a spectacle. Even with so much money, at 5 in the morning, driven by habit, Huang Jie still got up on time, washed up quickly, and started delivering takeout. To help Chun Jinzhou adapt to delivering takeout in the capital, Tian Xiaoyo chose the time slot from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. and personally took big brother-in-law under his wing. Huang Jie first received 2 orders from porridge shops. The hygiene standards of this place were not only poor, but all the food was pre-made, whether it was porridge or main dishes, everything was just heated in the microwave for a few minutes before serving. Both orders were for hospitalized patients at a nearby children's hospital, and thinking about delivering these items to the customers made Huang Jie feel a bit uneasy. However, if he told the truth to the customers, it would not only ruin their mood, but Huang Jie might also bear the loss of the meals and face fines. By 9 o'clock, Huang Jie directly called the food department's reporting hotline. When it comes to food, one really cannot compromise their conscience. During the lunch peak delivery, just as he exited the customer's building, he saw an elderly man dressed decently, trying. "What are you doing? It's locked, you can't open it," Huang Jie said. The old man said nothing more and simply walked away. What a shameless person. I've had my food stolen by him once, and there's nothing I can do about it. At that moment, a blue-clad rider happened to come by and remarked on the scene. "I've also been stolen from in another neighborhood, so I bought a trunk with a lock," Huang Jie said half-lie. Even without that trunk, others couldn't steal his things. The trunk was just a decoy. All his belongings were in the space of his ring. "My trunk also has a lock, otherwise if things get stolen I'd just have to accept my misfortune," said the blue-clad rider. During peak hours, there was no time for more conversation. Everyone hurried off to their tasks. After all, what could one do about a food-stealing elder? Even if he reported it to the police, the officers would be troubled. The amount wasn't significant, and at most they would scold the old man a bit without even daring to take him to the station. If they really took him to the station, he would probably get scolded by the station chief. Hurrying to Xinhui, he finally caught the second wave of the peak period and was fortunate enough to grab an order from the Aerospace City residential area, with the platform promptly assigning him 7 orders from the same neighborhood and 3 orders from the military gate. The 11 orders totaled 68 yuan, though the amount was not large, they were convenient to deliver. The order from the military gate could be directly placed on the designated shelf after confirming with the customer over the phone. The route for the orders from the aerospace residential area was well planned and could be completed in about 10 minutes. Riding in the neighborhood was easy, and with the elevator, it was quite manageable. Returning to the Hexianghui business district, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and at that time, there were almost no orders in the order hall, and the occasional order that popped up was snatched instantly. Huang Jie planned to go wash up at McDonald's, enjoy the air conditioning for a while, and grab a cheap meal to replenish some energy. Just as he got his food, the platform assigned him a large delivery order. The order was to deliver an ID card from Building 7 of the North Qing Road Commercial Residential Complex to an emergency training center at the Phoenix Ridge Scenic Area. The customer needed it urgently. The order was for a distance of 23.4 kilometers and amounted to 67 yuan. Large delivery orders are inherently urgent, but once he accepted this type of order, he could not take any other orders. After packing the food he had just bought, he rushed to the 12th floor of Building 7 to pick up the documents and headed west along North Qing Road. Actually, the navigation prioritized a route along Beideling northwards, then westwards after Shay, covering 23.4 kilometers. However, this route was not easy to navigate as there were many people, many cars, and numerous red lights. In contrast, going west along North Qing Road was 32 kilometers. Although it added 10 kilometers, the time taken for both routes was roughly similar. A national standard electric bike would take over an hour, but Huang Jie's electric bike could reach a maximum speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Even if he set it to 60 kilometers per hour, it would take less than 40 minutes. The day after completing the order, Huang Jie received a speeding warning, and customer service called to ask if he was riding a motorcycle. If he was, he would need to report the motorcycle's photos, license plate, and driving license on the platform. Does reporting a motorcycle affect order delivery? Huang Jie asked. If it's a motorcycle, we want to assign you orders within the 4th Ring Road, or those delivered to the 4th Ring Road. I'm riding an electric bike, not a motorcycle, Huang Jie quickly replied. Damn, he had to go to the 2nd Ring Road every day to see his daughter. Picking up a nearby order afterwards wasn't too much to ask. Mr. Huang, if it's an electric bike, please try not to speed. Okay, I will be careful. Just after hanging up the official customer service call, he received another call from the station. Mr. Huang, we've looked at your performance. Do you have any interest in large delivery? Large delivery orders are plentiful, all high-quality orders, and there are various rewards ensuring stable income. Last time I received calls from Lepeo and Changpao, but I have special circumstances and can't guarantee my availability. We are different from them. We are large delivery. We are more stable. Furthermore, I see that you are online for long periods daily. My daughter has leukemia, and I need to be able to go offline at any time to take care of her, so I can't guarantee to be online as required. I see. I'm sorry to hear that. I wish your daughter a speedy recovery, and please be safe while delivering orders. After the evening peak was over, Huang Jie received a call from Tian Xiaoyo. Brother, are you done? Want to gather for a meal and drink a bit? Sure, where are you? He'll be there soon. The feeling of being a lone wolf is not pleasant. When someone invites you, you naturally want to go and chat. At the Jiangyu barbecue restaurant on the west side of Shanghai. That's not far, he'll be there soon. When Huang Jie arrived, Tian Xiaoyo and Chun Jinzhou had already ordered dishes, and there were 6 bottles of beer on the table. Xiaoyo, I want to run a few more orders tonight, so I'll skip the alcohol. I brought cola. Huang Jie really couldn't get used to beer. He always felt it had a strange taste. Alright, but brother, you used to drink a lot. Tian Xiaoyo said. I don't know what's wrong, ever since the surgery, I just can't drink. Brother, I found a very suitable place to open a shop today. The rent is cheap. I want you to take a look. Tell me more in detail. You definitely know this place. It's a bungalow on the west side of Hualong Northly with a total area of 340 square meters capable of accommodating 100 people for dining at the same time. But isn't that bungalow the community cafeteria for the neighborhood? And that bungalow facing the street doesn't even have a door. The rent can't be cheap either. Huang Jie was already familiar with that place. No rent. No need for renovation business licenses. The tables, chairs, utensils, and ordering system are all ready to use, Tianxianyo said. Is there really such a good thing? How could such a good thing ever happen to us? Huang Jie replied. Brother, originally it wasn't our turn, but on that rainy day in September, while delivering food, I witnessed a car accident by the roadside in the suburbs and risked my life to save the director's daughter's son-in-law and grandson. It's true that good deeds are rewarded. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded. But this restaurant is too big. Can we manage it? Besides, isn't there someone already running this community restaurant? Huang Jie asked. It turns out it's community operated and all the employees are hired by them. The food isn't tasty and they've been losing money for over 2 years. They only recently decided to outsource. The director is looking out for us. The community only wants 30% of the profits, which means that if we don't make a profit in the first few months, they won't get a share. Of course, if there are losses, we will have to bear them ourselves. The better news is that the director agreed to let us open a door on the street side, allowing us to operate. I think we can do this good thing, Shun Jianzhou said. Even though everything is ready, we'll need to hire quite a few people plus none of you. Huang Jie replied. Brother, you must have forgotten. I didn't finish middle school, but spent 2 years learning culinary skills at New Oriental. After that, I worked in a university cafeteria and restaurants. Although my skills aren't that great, we can hire chefs, and when it comes down to it, I can cook myself if necessary. If that's the case, I think we can do this, Huang Jie said nonchalantly. After all, we still have over 100 million in the space, we can afford to take some losses. Brother, this is how I see it. The elderly in the community have meal subsidies and can use their cards for consumption. If we make the food tasty and can also attract some residents from the community to come and eat, we can ensure we won't lose money. Additionally, there are 2 office buildings on the north and west sides of the intersection where we can also promote ourselves. There are 2 hospitals nearby, we can customize some meals for patients. I'm also planning to increase discounts for delivery rights. Xiao Yes idea is for us to do live cooking shows, keeping everything in the restaurant open to the public 24 hours a day, Tianxianyo envisioned. Are you planning to operate 24 hours? Huang Jie asked. Of course, brother, we are delivery people, and you know there are plenty of people looking for food at midnight. Alright, you've convinced me. I have over 400,000 here, I'll give it to you tomorrow. Whether it's a loan or investment is up. However, I can help out voluntarily, but I can't work at the restaurant. Thank you, brother. We won't need that much, 200,000 is enough. Consider it a loan. Once we ensure profitability, they'll convert it to shares for you. If we incur losses, they'll definitely find a way to pay you back. Let's not be overly polite. They'll bring the money to you tomorrow. Remember to make the contract with the community longer, otherwise we might suffer losses later on. Tianxianyo was very capable. As soon as he got the money the next day, he went to the community to sign the contract, and by the afternoon construction began on the exterior walls. A week later they began trial operations. Although the dining environment was similar to a university cafeteria, the variety of dishes was quite abundant, with half of the more than 30 dishes being meat. The prices were quite cheap. Although the portions were small, with a little saving one could get a staple and a side for under 10 yuan, which was definitely enough to eat. On the opening day, Huang Jie also tried several dishes. The red braised pork was tender and moist, the seasonal vegetables were fresh and crisp, the steamed fish retained its shape and locked in its delicious flavor, complemented by the fragrance of ginger and scallions along with the savory soy sauce, making the taste simply exquisite. It seemed that the chef found by Tianxianyo was indeed skilled. The ordering method in the restaurant was similar to that of a university cafeteria, where customers queued with trays to pick up their meals. Each meal was self-served in small portions, then they would pay at the cash register before either dining in or taking out. This method had the advantage of saving on service staff. There were 2 payment options, standard payment and recharge, where recharging would provide certain discounts. The hygiene conditions were impeccable. On the opening day, they conducted a live broadcast using simple equipment, so the cleanliness of the environment was beyond reproach. Since it was a 24-hour live broadcast without any blind spots, all ingredients and processing were completely transparent, including how leftover food was handled and cleaning protocols. Although the chefs and staff had their thoughts about the 24-hour live stream under the salary system that included a basic pay plus profit sharing, they could only put up with it. With the existence of the live stream, many small nefarious acts in the kitchen could not be carried out. Just think about it. If someone saw you picking your nose without washing your hands, what would they think? The restaurant's business model was featured the next day in major official media, which made the community director extremely happy, as this was a solid achievement. The live stream attracted over 1 million fans on the first day, making it unnecessary to open a delivery service. Not only did nearby residents come to dine, but people from neighborhoods 2 or 3 streets away also came to eat. The public's expectations for the restaurant were actually not high. Decent taste, cleanliness, and hygiene, safe ingredients, and reason. Even at 1 or 2 in the morning, people continued to come for meals. Cleaners, delivery workers, taxi drivers, poker enthusiasts, nightclub girls, and night owls. Business was booming. There were hardly any leftovers to deal with. If they made less at night, it still wouldn't meet the normal sales. Initially, it was thought that the restaurant would only be busy for a few days after opening, but the business kept getting better with more and more diners. As a result, the elderly in the community increasingly objected to outsiders dining there simply because there was no space left for them. With the director's coordination, the restaurant designated a specific area and time exclusively for them. Huang Jie did not participate in the specific operations and did not hold any shares. Huang Jie understood clearly if there were losses he would support Xiaoyo as a gesture of goodwill. If there were profits, he would stay far away as both Tian Xionia's girlfriend and brother-in-law were involved in the business, and Huang Jie did not want to jeopardize their brotherly bond. The actual person in charge of the restaurant was Chen Xiaoyu, a very capable girl at only 19. This could be seen from how the restaurant was able to handle so many customers with all staff busy yet composed. Therefore, Huang Jie was even less inclined to get involved in the restaurant's business. If he were to only receive dividends without working at the restaurant over time, she would surely feel unbalanced. Besides, he truly did not covet that money. The 5 individuals in the space are now Huang Jie's source of distress, and figuring out how to deal with them is undoubtedly a troublesome matter. Letting them go would expose his own dark dealings, while killing them and disposing of their bodies seems a bit too brutal. Keeping them in the space is simply vexing. It appears that once he reaches the Qi refinement stage in his cultivation, he'll need to go abroad and find a few deserted islands to exile them, since they are not good people. If they manage to survive, they can wreak havoc on the foreign populace. If these people truly return to the country, he will settle the scores with them later. After all, they were the ones who attempted to kill him. Huang Jie possesses good patience, although his cultivation speed is rapid and he persists every day. His dantian is now filled with a thin layer of spiritual energy. As the spiritual energy circulates, every part of his body is gradually increasing in flexibility and strength. Combined with the killing techniques imparted by his master, Huang Jie believes that in today's society, it would be difficult to encounter worthy opponents except against those wielding firearms. However, during his cultivation process, the greatest hidden danger remains that soul imprint. According to the description of the technique, as his spiritual sense cultivates, it should increase simultaneously, yet Huang Jie does not feel this at all. As his cultivation progresses, the imprint constantly leaves Huang Jie feeling unsettled. There's no choice. He must start delivering takeout at 5 in the morning, aiming to earn at least 150 yuan each month, averaging about 500 yuan daily. After the automatic deductions in September and October, Huang Jie still owes the bank over 45300 yuan. With a monthly repayment of about 1500 yuan, he has 31 months left to repay, which amounts to 2 years and 9 months. Of course, if his earnings from delivering food increase significantly, he could choose to repay one of the loans early, but he must pay off the entire remaining amount at once. Simply saving money little by little won't suffice. If he repays like this, it would only equate to depositing money in the bank, which he would use to offset the monthly repayment when the time comes. Huang Jie checked and found that the smallest loan of 300 yuan still has over 240 yuan remaining to be repaid. The money earned from delivering food is completely insufficient for a one-time repayment, so he has no choice but to repay in installments. After waking up at 5, he washed up, had a piece of cake and a glass of milk, donned his gear, and began a new day of work. The first 2 orders he grabbed were quite peculiar, with the merchant being about 3 kilometers away. The order amounts were 6, 8 yuan and 7, 1 yuan, respectively. Both orders were from the same merchant, and the customers' addresses were in 2 residential complexes, less than 100 meters. At this time, being allowed to enter the complexes is quite a feat. Upon reaching the customer's building door, he called the customer. As per the notes, they immediately came out from beside the building to collect the goods. The procedure was the same for both orders, and Huang Jie quickly understood that the merchants were inflating their performance by placing fake orders. However, the merchant had not set up self-pickup orders and did not clearly inform him that they were engaging in this practice, expecting him to cooperate. This matter has nothing to do with Huang Jie as a delivery person. For him, it's merely picking up money. If he knowingly cooperates with them in placing fake orders, he risks being permanently banned from the platform if something goes wrong. Having crossed into this era for over 6 months, Huang Jie has gradually adapted to some rules and acquired certain survival skills, but to say he fully understands this society would be far from the truth. Around 3 in the afternoon, Huang Jie snagged a delivery order involving items like flashlights, which amounted to only 10 yuan. The note was quite special. It requested a bold and meticulous writer promising a 300 yuan bonus for completing the task, as required each day. Huang Jie found this order intriguing. If the 300 yuan bonus was real, the money earned through the delivery platform could be used to repay his debts, and he should gain the recognition of the soul imprint. With a sense of curiosity, Huang Jie knocked on the door of room 1128 in a mixed-use building near the Lishuikyo subway station. After a pretty girl signed for the delivery, Huang Jie marked it as completed. Miss, I'd like to ask, what is the task noted on this order? Is there really a bonus of 300 yuan? Huang Jie, of course there's a 300 yuan bonus, and it's available every day. However, we've already filled all our positions, the pretty girl replied. That's a bit of a pity. Since that was the case, Huang Jie decided to leave immediately. Securing more orders was the way. Xiaozhan, someone just called and said they couldn't make it. This young man can participate in our training if he's interested. After training, if he wants to work, it's not impossible. At that moment, a middle-aged man came out through the door. Big brother, why not register your information first, and then participate in a brief training session? If you feel capable, we can assign you tasks later. The pretty girl named Xiaozhan said. The registration process was quite detailed. Aside from normal personal information, they also inquired specifically about high blood pressure, heart disease, and such, which seemed very professional. After registration, Huang Jie was taken to a conference room, which included himself, Xiao Zhang, and a total of 17 people, including the instructor preparing to give a lecture. On the conference room table, there were some oranges, peanuts, and melon seeds, and each corresponding seed had a bottle of water. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the instructor from the front desk turned on the projector, called up a PPT, and after signaling for silence, began the training. We are a legitimate company. Our largest shareholder is the powerful AI Lian Real Estate Agency, and our main clients are various real estate agencies. Everyone knows that many secondhand properties have been the sites of violent crimes, and such properties are also known as haunted. To ensure these houses can sell for good prices while alleviating buyers' concerns, a profession emerged: haunted house trial sleepers, also known as residential experience officers and home experience consultants. Our job is very simple, so simple that it can be described as extreme. In summary, there are 2 main tasks. 1. Personally stay in the room for a few nights. 2. Take photos and videos to upload and send to us, which we will then forward to the agency, the homeowner, and the buyer. Due to the differing room structures and the locations of the crimes, when you check in, Xiao Zhang will send everyone the times and locations for taking pictures and videos. The compensation is likely what everyone is most concerned about. This time you need to stay in the same haunted house for 5 nights. As long as you complete the tasks as required each night, you'll receive 300 yuan per night. Additionally, if you are willing to stay in the haunted house during the day, we will also provide 3 meals. We believe that ghosts do not exist, and everyone should trust science. We will use our brave actions to alleviate However, there are many valuable items inside the building we are going to. The agency requires each of us to pay a deposit of 300 yuan, which will be returned along with the 150 yuan compensation after 5 days. Upon hearing about the deposit, Huang Jie felt that this matter was not very reliable, so while the instructor on stage continued to speak at length, he took out his phone and briefly informed his contact in the police force, Feng Chaoran, about what had happened. They are a scam gang. Help me keep them occupied and I will arrange for people to gather evidence and apprehend them shortly. Feng Chaoran replied within 5 minutes. After the lecturer left the stage, Xiao Zhang stepped up and said, "Uncle, aunt, and brothers, to be honest, I really feel embarrassed to ask everyone for a deposit, but the company has regulations. To speak sincerely, I truly do not want to make things difficult for everyone. Everyone knows that the homeowner is worried about potential damage to the house. My intention is that everyone would never damage the property. However, the homeowner has requested it multiple times, and we have no choice. Please trust me, the deposit can be refunded, and the company will issue a receipt for the deposit with the company seal." What's the big deal? I thought it was something serious. Last time we paid a deposit of 5,000, and this time it's even lower. 3,000 is fine, just scan and give me a receipt with a stamp. A middle-aged woman stepped forward, took out her phone, and scanned the QR code on the table. Instantly, Zayas Hang's phone chimed. Someone transferred 3,000 yuan. 2 middle-aged men hurriedly came forward, and each handed over 3,000 cash. They also told everyone that last time they came, they each earned 15,000, and the 5,000 deposit they paid earlier was refunded. Seeing 3 successful cases right in front of them, despite their doubts and reluctance, everyone thought about making over 10,000 yuan in just a few days. Moreover, with Xiao Zhang's persuasive words, various encouragements, the homeowner's concerns, verbal guarantees, and sweet-talking, Huang Jie and the others all paid the 3,000 yuan deposit. Calculating this way, with each person paying 3,000, 12 people would be 36,000. At this point, someone might ask, where did the 9,000 from the 3 missing people go? Huang Jie already understood that the first 3 people who paid the deposit were likely in cahoots with them. They were there to be decoys. Helplessly cooperating with Feng Chaoran, he could only continue the act. After obtaining the stamped deposit receipt and completing all the procedures, Xiao Zhang took everyone to a Chinese restaurant downstairs for a lavish meal, and Xiao Zhang picked up the bill. At the dining table in the private room, Xiao Zhang handed each person a piece of paper which outlined the work tasks, indicating that they would complete the shooting tasks under conditions of turning the lights on and off. 1. At 1 a.m., take a photo of the first floor bathroom and send it to her via WeChat. 2. At 2 a.m., take a photo of the first floor kitchen and edit to report any unusual sounds from the kitchen. 3. At 3 a.m., go to the second floor balcony, open the window, take a photo of the night view outside, and record a 5-second video to send to her. 4. At 4 a.m., take a photo under the bed, record a 5-second video, and report feelings to her. 5. At 5 a.m., take photos of the living room, ceiling, and basement, and send them to her. The task seemed quite simple. The rest of the time, they could freely move around and rest in the room, but they could not leave the room. When Xiao Zhang asked if everyone understood, he received positive responses. After the meal, Xiao Zhang arranged a van and took everyone to their assigned rooms in different neighborhoods. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Huang Jie was arranged to a villa in the suburbs. Before leaving, he instructed Huang Jie, "Big brother, once you go and don't go outside again. Starting tomorrow morning, meals will be brought to you 3 times a day and for late-night snacks." Huang Jie looked at the house. Nothing was particularly unusual. It was said to be a haunted house, but it was more like a well-decorated villa that hadn't been inhabited for a long time. He pulled off the cloth covering the sofa and television, turned on the TV in the room, and casually started watching while sitting on the sofa. The sofa was big enough, and Huang Jie planned to rest on it for the night. Taking a photo every hour and then going to sleep didn't seem too troublesome. As a former assassin, Huang Jie knew the importance of familiarizing himself with the environment in advance. He checked each room in the villa to ensure there were no surveillance devices and that no one was hiding in the rooms to play pranks. When following his master, he was taught that to complete an assassination task, one had to pay attention to many inconspicuous details while lying in wait. While exploring the second-floor rooms, Huang Jie noticed that the area on the second floor was noticeably 7 or 8 square meters smaller than the first floor. After careful calculation, he discovered a narrow space between the study bathroom and changing room on the second floor. However, the design of this hidden compartment was quite clever. This kind of trick had been encountered countless times since the Qin dynasty. After some exploration, Huang Jie quickly found a hidden entrance, and when he opened it, he was instantly stunned. The long space was at least 8 square meters with a height of 3 meters, making it about 24 cubic meters. Aside from some space and boxes at the entrance, it was completely filled with stacks of 100 yuan bills. Calculating that 1 billion yuan occupies 19 cubic meters, this was probably about 2 billion. No wonder a homicide had occurred in this room. Should he take this money secretly or report it to the contact person Feng Chaoran? After hesitating for most of the day, Huang Jie ultimately decided to take the money. He had no choice, his awareness wasn't very high. With this sum, he could pay off his debts in 3 years and focus on cultivating. Of course, if there was no space to store it, taking this money would invite disaster. Huang Jie would certainly report it to the police. Violently opening the box, he found it filled with gold jewelry and other items. As long as there were no bodies, Huang Jie had no qualms about keeping it in the space. He worked from past 9 o'clock until dawn to store the items from the secret room into the space. The space only had a total of 92 cubic meters, and this time it occupied a significant portion. Time flew by quickly. Aside from making a large amount of money, nothing particularly special happened throughout the night. Huang Jie strictly followed the process. Xiaozhang mentioned taking photos and sending them to her, but he did not receive a reply. At 5:30 in the morning, he received a message from Feng Chaoran: "We are about to close in. Pay attention to safety." After seeing the message, delete all related content. Around 6 o'clock in the morning, Xiaozhang personally came over, bringing breakfast with him when he got out of the car. "Big brother, you've worked hard. After I received the photos and information you sent, I forwarded them to the homeowner and the intermediary company. They said the photos and videos were unclear and could not confirm they were from his house. I repeatedly emphasized that they were indeed from the homeowner's house and operated strictly according to the homeowner's requirements, but the homeowner refused to believe it. Therefore, you were busy for nothing last night." "What? How could they do this?" "I toiled all night. How could they do this?" "Young lady, can you talk to them again?" Huang Jie: "Big brother, I'm really sorry. I've said it many times, the homeowner just doesn't believe it." "Then what should we do?" "Actually, you did work hard last night, but there are still remedial measures. I truly feel embarrassed, and it's hard for me to say, but it can indeed reassure the homeowner and make your efforts yesterday not in vain." "What remedial measures?" "Just say it." "Brother, I really find it hard to say." "Just say it, it's fine, I'm almost anxious." "All right. But speaking of it, the photos taken with a mobile phone at night really are unclear. However, it would be different if we used, last time they used an infrared camera, and it was very clear. After sending the photos, the homeowner didn't raise any objections." "Where do I find an infrared camera?" "Our company has infrared cameras available for rent." "How much is it for 1 day?" "It should be 200 yuan for 1 day, but a 5,000 yuan deposit is required." "Young lady, you know I'm just a delivery guy drowning in debt. Even if I wanted to borrow money, no one would lend it to me." "Forget it, I won't make it hard for you. Just arrange for someone to check the room and refund my previous deposit. I'm out." Huang Jie pretended to be helpless and said, "I really have no money." "Brother, it's not that there are no exceptions. Let me see if I can." As she spoke, the young lady walked away to make a call. Huang Jie thought to himself that if they couldn't scam a deposit from him, they could still make a fortune. Just think, if each person paid 5,000, 11 people would be 55,000 yuan. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Xiaozhang came over and said to Huang Jie, "Brother, I've already applied for you, and our leader has agreed. This afternoon someone will deliver the infrared camera to you." "Thank you so much." Huang Jie replied with a smile. "All right then, big brother, just stay at the villa and don't go out." "Sure, you can rest assured." In the evening, Xiaozhang and her colleague returned to provide Huang Jie with training on the infrared camera. After the training, Xiaozhang took many delicious snacks from the car and started chatting with Huang Jie. At the same time, she opened her own phone to show Huang Jie photos and certificates from her university days. Huang Jie noticed her enthusiasm and shared that he had a 4-year-old daughter, chatting about various trivial matters. After chatting for about half an hour, Xiaozhang suddenly looked troubled, and I asked her what was wrong. The homeowner said that smartphones interfere with the infrared camera signal. They are worried that the photo quality won't meet the homeowner's requirements when taking pictures. "How about I temporarily take care of your phone and return it to you tomorrow morning? What do you think, big brother? If I turn off my phone, won't that solve the problem?" The homeowner mentioned that even when the smartphone is turned off, it can still create interference signals when your friends or family message you on your number or other chat platforms. "Big brother, I'm doing this for your sake. What do you say? I have a new phone here that prevents signal interference. You can use it first. It doesn't have a password, and I've included my chat tools and contact information for you." Huang Jie thought for a moment and realized that there was some reason in what she said. If he didn't cooperate, their play wouldn't be able to continue. So he took her phone. Then he took out a spare phone for watching videos from his bag, set a new unlock pattern in front of her, turned it off, and handed it to her. Xiaozhang took the phone, said goodbye to Huang Jie, and left. That night, Huang Jie took photos of the room using the infrared camera equipment and recorded videos as required. However, what Huang Jie never expected was that Xiaozhang unlocked his phone that night, and upon seeing it was completely empty, she was furious. In addition, the families of 11 individuals received a message I was drinking outside and crashed my friend's car into someone. Here are the accident scene photos. In the end, we negotiated a settlement of 2,000 yuan with no one pursuing responsibility. Please transfer 2,000 quickly. If you delay, the police will come and convict me. Surprisingly, 8 of the family members actually believed the message and immediately transferred the money. Calculating it out with 8 people each transferring 2,000, that totals 16,000. Even more outrageous was that they used the phone to transfer this money out, with the total amount later reaching 2,000. In just under 2 days, the amounts went from 3,600 to 5,500, then to 16,000 and 2,000, totaling 451,000 yuan. This 451,000 yuan went straight into the scammer's pocket. Fortunately, Huang Jie reported the case, and Feng Chao ran it up to his superiors, who took it seriously. They managed to catch the scammers in time, helping everyone recover their losses. Huang Jie, you've done it again. This group of fraudsters has committed multiple crimes in other locations with an amount exceeding. Huang Jie met Captain Fong from the criminal police team again. I initially fell for it too. I only realized something was off when they demanded the deposit. Captain Fong, when can I get my phone and the 3,000 yuan deposit back? Although it doesn't comply with regulations, I'll have Xiao Feng arrange it for you shortly. By the way, after the case is closed, there should still be some rewards, but it won't be too much, Captain Fong said. Thank you, Cap. We should be thanking you instead. If there's any news in the future, just contact Xiao Feng. As Feng Chao was escorting Huang Jie out of the district police station, Huang Jie asked, Officer Feng, I want to ask, is the villa I visited in the last few days a haunted house? I don't know if it's a haunted house. 3 years ago, the original owner and his family of 5 were murdered in that villa. In February of this year, it was sold to a wealthy businessman. Just under 2 months after moving in, 2 thieves attempted a burglary. Even though the rich man had a bodyguard with him, he was still stabbed by one of the thieves. If it weren't for timely rescue, he would have surely lost his life. After the rich man moved out, the neighbors said that sometimes they could still see shadows moving in the villa at night. Now the nearby villas are also being sold at low prices. Feng Chao explained. Do you know who the original owner was? Are you interested in this villa? Even if I were interested, the man in the family that had the incident was the leader of a brainwashing sales group. Due to his death, over 2 billion yuan that his group had scammed was lost without a trace. This is undoubtedly a haunted house. If their group is not deterred and comes looking for clues, even buying this house would definitely be a hassle. Do you really think that the police haven't searched this house? They just didn't find any clues. The current captain in charge of the case is Captain Fong, who is now standing in front of you. However, I must say the design of that hidden money storage was indeed clever. Without careful calculation, it would be impossible to discover. Forget it, this secret is better kept to myself. Since Huang Jie secretly took that money, it later caused quite a dispute, but it really had nothing to do with him. Multiple parties retrieved recordings from the villa area, and from any angle it was clear that Huang Jie had no possibility of committing a crime. He returned to his residence, took a nice shower, and had a short nap. Then he went to the community cafeteria to get a 500 yuan recharge card, ordered a small portion of braised pork and kung pao chicken, and a big bowl of rice totaling 22 yuan. The price was indeed reasonable, and the taste was good. It was already past 2 in the afternoon, and the cafeteria was still full of delivery guys. Brother, why haven't I seen you around these days? Tian Xiaoniao came over with 2 bottles of drinks. When he saw Huang Jie, I encountered a gang of scammers. They placed an order, and when I delivered it, they asked me if I wanted to participate as a trial sleeper in a haunted house. I played along with them for 2 days, realized they were scammers, and called the police to have them arrested. Huang Jie replied. Was there any loss? Tian Xiaoniao asked with concern. No loss, I was just cooperating with the police investigation, Huang Jie said. Why don't you come help at the restaurant? We can't keep up with the workload. By the way, brother Xiao Yu and I really believe in this restaurant. Last time I borrowed 0 from you. How about I give you 30 of the shares? Tian Xiaoniao said. Xiaoniao, we grew up in the same village together. I don't want to take a share in your business. Oh, just pay me back when you have the money. Huang Jie had already planned to help Xiaoniao out a bit, so he was reluctant to take so many shares. Brother, don't forget this restaurant has to give the community 30 of the profits first, and then you'll give me 30. What will you earn? Besides, my luck has not been good lately, so I won't be involved in the restaurant business. But brother, no need to be coy, I'm really not being polite with you. It's settled then. Just run the restaurant well, and settle down with Xiao Yu soon, Huang Jie instructed. In a courtyard on the North 2nd Ring Road, 4-year-old Huang Lei pouted to Huang Jie. Daddy, why haven't you come to see me these past couple of days? I miss you. Yesterday, Daddy encountered some issues that delayed me. Here, look at the gift I brought for you. Daddy, I just want juice, not any gifts. My aunt said you have no money. Ah, this former sister-in-law really doesn't make things easy. Why does she say everything to a child? Daddy has money, whatever gift you want, Daddy will buy for you. Huang Jie coaxed the child. Then can you take me to Universal Studios to play, Daddy? Of course, but you need to wait until you feel a little better. If we go now, we won't be able to enjoy many rides, and we will miss out. So how can I get better? Eat more, take your medicine on time, and listen to your grandparents. Alright, I will get better quickly. Huang Jie tried to spend half an hour with Huang Lei every day and visited the orphanage weekly to see Li Xiaowei. This little girl at the same age was much more sensible than Huang Lei. Her maturity was heart-wrenching. Uncle, can you take me home? I can call you Daddy. One of my friends was taken home yesterday. Uncle would like to take you home, but I do not meet the requirements. When you grow up and go to elementary school, I can take you home then. Huang Jie didn't want to make the girl too sad. Before leaving, he donated some snacks and toys to the orphanage. No matter how much money he had, he couldn't donate frequently. He needed to maintain a balance. After leaving the orphanage, he received a cake order which he was required to deliver to the entrance of a high-end community. The recipient was a well-dressed, very beautiful young girl. Your birthday cake has arrived. Please check to see if it is intact. Huang Jie placed the cake on the flower bed at the community entrance, opened the first layer of the cardboard box, and took a photo. Thank you, the cake is perfect, the girl said happily. Do you want me to tie the outer packaging back for you? Huang Jie asked. No need, I'm just going to take a photo and tie it myself. Hearing that she didn't need help, Huang Jie prepared to ride away. Suddenly the girl shouted, and Huang Jie turned around to see the cake had fallen from her hands onto the ground. Delivery guy, don't leave yet, you owe me a cake. The girl instantly changed her tone. Wow, how can someone be so shameless? It seems that even a little fairy isn't necessary. Big brother, don't mind her. I saw it as she didn't hold it properly, and it fell to the ground. I have it all recorded. Let's add each other on WeChat, and I will send you the video. A delivery guy in blue said, while holding his phone. Alright, thank you, brother. Huang Jie quickly expressed his gratitude. No matter what, the guy was kindly helping him. Seeing that Huang Jie ignored her, the girl angrily threw the cake into the flower bed and quickly left. Huang Jie saw this and hurriedly walked a few steps to retrieve the cake from the flower bed. Damn, it had 2 layers of packaging. It was just deformed, not completely ruined. Let's go, brother, we'll leave this community and find a place to eat, Huang Jie said to the guy in blue. Big brother, I have another order to deliver in the neighboring community. No rush, I'll wait for you here. Alright, big brother, I'll be back soon. Huang Jie understood that although he wouldn't bear the loss for this order, a bad review was inevitable. Fortunately, there was full video footage and related photos, so he could still appeal. The guy in blue was a meticulous person. When leaving the community, he also brought 2 bottles of iced cola. If she saw him adding a meal at the client's community, it would definitely leave a bad impression. The 2 rode their bikes to the shaded sidewalk behind the Jixian County Plaza. Thanks, if you hadn't testified for me, I wouldn't have been able to argue my case. Huang Jie said. Big brother, don't you have a recorder on your head? Haha, it just happened to run out of battery, so it couldn't. Huang Jie lied. While speaking, he used the cake's utensils to share with the guy. Thank you, big brother. You are doing the crowdsourced delivery, right? I'm doing the Xiaolong crowdsourced delivery. By the way, my name is Zhu Mingming. I'm Huang Jie working for Xiao Mei crowdsourced delivery. How's Xiaolong crowdsourced delivery? It's okay, not many orders tied on time. I just registered for Xiao Mei crowdsourced delivery today and plan to buy another phone to run it simultaneously. Zhu Mingming said. That's a good idea. Well, I plan to give it a try too, Huang Jie replied. Oh, adding a meal, a passing delivery guy in yellow said. Don't rush off, come over and eat some. We can't finish it ourselves, Huang Jie said. The guy in yellow didn't hesitate and came over to get a piece. I don't dare to take any cake orders. I broke one last time and had to compensate the customer over 300. A whole day's work was wasted. Bro, the cake was delivered to the customer and she accidentally dropped it herself. Then she just didn't want it, Zhu Mingming explained. There's such a good thing, but you'll definitely receive a bad review tomorrow, the guy in yellow said. Then there's nothing that can be done, let her. Huang Jie said helplessly. I've finished eating, thanks brother. Be careful while running your deliveries. The guy in yellow's phone reminded him of a new order, and he quickly finished the piece of cake in his hand and rode off in a hurry. You too, be careful. At that moment, a young mother came out from the east side of the mall accompanied by a 3 or 4-year-old girl who was very cute and said to Huang Jie, Uncle, happy birthday. I want to eat too. Huang Jie asked the child's mother, who seemed a bit embarrassed but also acquiesced. Here, let me give you some. Zhu Mingming quickly handed some to the little girl. Thank you, uncle, the little girl said joyfully. You can only have one piece, okay? Thank you, kids can be a bit clueless, the young mother said as she took out some fruit from her bag to share. You don't have to be polite, this cake is also a gift from the customer. Feel free to let your child eat it. Huang Jie said with a smile. Zhu brother, are you 18 this year? You look so young. After the mother and daughter left, Huang Jie asked Zhu Mingming. Brother Huang, I'm 19 this year in my 2nd year of college, not far from here at the Drama Academy. I have no choice, my family is poor and I come out to earn some living expenses when I don't have classes. Your school is quite a good one, many famous people graduated from there, Huang Jie said as he had watched many movies during his hospital stay and knew that many actors had graduated from this school. The number of people who can become famous is still relatively small. I'm majoring in arts management. Oh, I can't become an actor. There was an accident at home, so I have to come out to earn some living expenses. Brother, I have an order now, I have to go. Anyway, we've added each other on WeChat. Oh, let's keep in touch often. Okay, take care on the way. As expected, Huang Jie received complaints and negative reviews the next morning, with the platform actively making him bear the loss and imposing a fine. However, armed with solid evidence, he quickly won the appeal. The reason was simple, as the delivery had already been completed and the subsequent events had nothing to do with Huang Jie. Of course, the most important factor was that Huang Jie had photos and videos, so he sincerely suggested that every rider spend 100 or so yuan to buy a recording device. Even the cheapest one would suffice. With images and videos, one can have a valid argument. Otherwise, many situations cannot be clarified, and it seems that the number of people taking advantage of free food has been increasing. Most riders are unwilling to take cake orders, as a single mishap could cost them a day's earnings, or even more. To be honest, the delivery fee for cake orders is not high. When a rider is cycling slowly, it is 99% likely that they have taken a cake order. Usually, if they have a cake order, they dare not take on many other orders. Huang Jie relied on the space of his ring to take as many cake and flower orders as possible to ensure a high income. After delivering a high-priced birthday cake order to the Jasmine Garden community in the northwest, Huang Jie realized he would not return to the familiar business district before the lunch rush. Of course, riding back was an option, but during peak hours, he would completely waste time on the road. Due to a planning error, he could have earned 150 yuan during the lunch rush, but now he could only look for nearby orders. He set his primary area to the nearest Wangxiangui business district, as he did not dare to take many orders in unfamiliar areas, limiting himself to 3 orders at a time. After setting it up, he went online to check it. Due to unfamiliarity, he would definitely prioritize orders that would take him back to a familiar area, but he found none. Next, he chose high-paying orders. He definitely could not take orders worth 4 or 5 yuan. During the lunch rush, he usually only took 2 waves of orders. If he took 4 or 5 yuan orders, the total income wouldn't exceed 30 yuan, and he would be busy and flustered while delivering. Direct delivery orders were the best choice at that moment. Usually quite appealing, most riders would not take them during peak hours. The literal meaning of direct delivery is that once you accept this order, you cannot accept any other orders. Even if you take orders from other platforms, there is a high chance that the platform will judge the delivery as late. After waiting for about 5 minutes, a direct delivery order worth 53 yuan for 19.6 kilometers to Yangfang town came out, and Huang Jie snatched it immediately. He arrived at the Hema pickup point in 3 minutes, took a photo of the goods, and began the urgent delivery. Most of the order items were meat and vegetables, indicating the customer probably intended to use them for lunch. I must say the road north in this area is quite easy to navigate. Apart from waiting at traffic lights, he could drive at full speed. For the approximately 20-kilometer journey, Huang Jie only took just over 20 minutes, which was quite impressive. After successfully delivering, it was already noon. Huang Jie picked up a few small orders in town, staying busy until 1 o'clock, earning nearly 30 yuan, and then the order hall turned into a blank slate, no orders left. Although he only earned less than 85 yuan from 11 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon, Huang Jie did not shortchange himself and found the most famous hot pot restaurant in Yangfang town to enjoy a hearty meal. After all, there were over 2 billion yuan in cash and a large amount of gold and jewelry in his space. As for the exact amount, Huang Jie was really unsure. There was no way to count it all, considering there are 24 hours in a day, 60 minutes in an hour, and 3,600 seconds in a minute, so a day equals 24,360,086,400 seconds. Even if I were an Iron Man, not eating or drinking, counting 2 bills per second, 100 million and 100 yuan bills would take around 6 days and 6 nights to count completely. If considering rest, hand fatigue, and reduced speed, counting 100 million would likely take about half a month. Just think about it, and you will understand what 100 million really means. That means if he were to count 2 billion by hand, it would take almost a year. With a bill counter working continuously, counting 100 million would still take 16 hours. One night, Huang Jie looked online and found that according to the current abysmally low deposit interest rates, putting 100 million in the bank would yield at least 547 yuan in daily interest, with a range of 7,875,479 yuan, depending on the deposit duration. Since his space contained over 2 billion in cash, that meant if all of it were deposited in the bank, he would earn at least over 10,000 yuan in interest every day based on the demand deposit rate. However, if he dared to deposit over 2 billion in cash into the bank, Huang Jie would probably end up working on a sewing machine instead. The hot pot in Yangfang town was indeed quite good. The meat was tender and without any gamey taste, and he enjoyed a meal costing over 300 yuan. After leaving the restaurant, he came across a decent delivery order at the entrance with a distance of 19.2 kilometers for 24 yuan to a residential area in the Shay Higher Education Park. However, the entire order was quite strange. He did not see the sender. The order notes instructed Huang Jie to pick up the package from a small blue storage locker at the pickup location using the provided password. Upon retrieving it, he found a sealed folder. The folder was labeled as a contract, but inside, Huang Jie felt something soft, though it would be inappropriate to open and check it in front of the sender. The delivery address did have a house number, but the notes required him to place it in the electric meter box without making any calls or knocking on the door. At that moment, Huang Jie did not think much of it. After collecting the goods, he immediately began the delivery. In mid to late October, the capital city was still very beautiful, especially with a long stretch of ginkgo trees along the roadside, creating a stunning view. After riding for a while, Huang Jie noticed a black car following him at a close distance. After turning a few corners and buying a bottle of water from a roadside store, Huang Jie was now 100% sure that he was being followed. There was no hesitation. Huang Jie dialed the number of the criminal police officer Feng Chaoran while riding. Officer Feng, I am currently delivering a strange order. I did not see the sender while picking it up, and the delivery is also supposed to be placed in the electric meter box. I thought it was a normal order, but now I find myself being followed. Don't worry, send me a screenshot of the order information and we will arrange someone to go there immediately. Additionally, if time permits, try to stall for time. Okay, please act quickly. I will go fix my bike in a bit, Huang Jie replied. When he reached the entrance of the Futian Automotive Factory, he accidentally crashed his electric bike into the curb, twisting the handlebars a bit, and he fell dramatically, landing on the sidewalk with the bike still on top of him. Huang Jie simply lay down to rest for a while. Passers-by and people waiting for the bus saw someone fall and hurried over to help. Some helped Huang Jie up, while others assisted with the electric bike. The individuals following Huang Jie were momentarily stunned, thinking, what just happened? Some planned to call the police and an ambulance, but Huang Jie quickly stopped them. Thank you everyone. I'm just experiencing low blood sugar, no need to call an ambulance. I will eat something, and I will be fine, he said, taking out a small piece of bread to nibble on. Young man, it's not that I want to tell you, but you need to eat on time, otherwise it's not good for your health, an older lady remarked. Huang Jie took a break for about 10 minutes, then pushed his electric bike to the repair shop to replace a broken rearview mirror. After some haggling, he paid the mechanic 20 yuan, and the entire process took another 10 minutes. Estimating the time was about right, Huang Jie rubbed his legs, slowly sat on his electric bike, and began to ride toward him. While waiting at the traffic light, he checked his phone and saw a message from Feng Chao, use a long line to catch a big fish. Just deliver normally, and act like you know nothing, don't alert the snake in the grass. With the instructions received, it was easy to handle. With 5 minutes left before the delay, Huang Jie delivered the documents to the designated electric meter box. After taking a photo and sending it to the crowdsourcing platform's chat box, he clicked delivered and went downstairs to continue accepting orders. An hour later, following Feng Chaoran's instructions, he arrived at a restaurant and reported the situation in detail. As for how the police would proceed next, that was beyond the knowledge of Huang Jie, the delivery worker. The evening rush hour is from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., but orders will continue until after 9 p.m., especially on Fridays and Saturdays when it lasts even longer. Although the income during the afternoon peak was low, by the time it was 11 at night, his total earnings for the day had still reached the target, exceeding 500 yuan. Dinner was eaten before 5 p.m., but he definitely needed a snack now, otherwise he wouldn't sleep soundly. As he often said, Huang Jie wasn't short on money, only on the funds needed to pay off debts from his daily delivery work. However, after thinking it over, he still went to the community canteen run by Tian Xiaoyo to show support. Not to mention anything else, at least the hygiene conditions of the community canteen were guaranteed, and the ingredients were quite fresh. Huang Jie arrived at the canteen and found that there were surprisingly 40 or 50 people enjoying their late-night snacks. This business was really good. Bro, you're here. Chen Jianzhou rushed over to greet him. Is Xiaoyo not here? Huang Jie asked with a smile. He and my sister just went back and am on duty tonight. Bro, what do you want to eat? I'll have the chef make you some stir-fry. What stir-fry? Just give me something to eat. I've had a long day, and we'll go home to sleep after this. The business is still good at this hour, bro, mainly because the prices are cheap and the taste is decent. Do you want a drink? No, you should take a break for a while. I'll leave after. Alright, take your time eating. Saying this, he went to the fridge to get Huang Jie a bottle of beer. He didn't dare to neglect his evening training. With his progress in cultivation, Huang Jie now only needed 1 or 2 hours of sleep each day to be completely sufficient. Although cultivation felt comfortable, it was also very monotonous as he constantly converted spiritual energy into spiritual power, forcing the spiritual power to circulate through his body along the routes described in the techniques, expanding the strength and width of his meridians while allowing his cells to absorb some spiritual power. The excess spiritual power was stored in his dantian, where he focused on strengthening and expanding it while compressing the spiritual power to increase its concentration. The ancient sword in the center of the dantian remained motionless, not responding to commands, but it was particularly eager when absorbing spiritual energy. On Saturday morning, Huang Jie got up punctually at 5 and logged off at 8. He was unaware of when the platform's rules had changed. The order fees would drop by 1 yuan at 7 and another yuan at 8, and after 8, all incentive policies were gone. At this point, he noticed that orders that used to be 7 or 8 yuan had turned into 4 or 5 yuan. With traffic jams all around, Huang Jie naturally chose to log off and find a place to fill his stomach. If he were closer to the community canteen, Huang Jie would definitely support his brother's business, but since he was farther away today, he ended up at a 3 yuan self-service porridge shop. While sipping porridge and scrolling through Douyin, he accidentally stumbled upon a video of himself fainting from low blood sugar yesterday. Oh my, the view count has actually reached the millions. Even worse, many mainstream and local official media outlets had reposted it. Wow, I've become famous. But it seems to be for a negative reason. Dad, I saw you fainting yesterday, are you sick? Huang Lei called. Dad is not sick, I just accidentally fell. I'm fine now. Bro, are you okay? I saw the video from yesterday. Tian Xiaoyo called. I'm fine, I just tripped a bit, Huang Jie replied. Bro, why don't you come work at the restaurant instead? Tian Xiaoyo suggested. Boss, it's Wu Xiao. Are you alright? Wu Xiao called. I'm fine, I just tripped a bit. I'm fine, Huang Jie reassured. One after another, more than 20 people called to check on him. Even Tian Xionia's father was alarmed, and even Zhu Mingming, whom he had just met, sent a message to inquire. Mr. Huang, hello, this is Xiao Mei from customer service. We noticed you fainted yesterday. Would you like us to apply for insurance compensation for you? No need. I just tripped a bit, Huang Jie replied. Alright, if you need assistance, you can call me back directly, and I can provide you with professional support. My employee ID is 0087. Really don't need it, thank you very much, Huang Jie politely said before hanging up. Huang Jie, are you okay? I saw your video. Just after hanging up, female police officer Feng Chaoran called. Are you okay? You told me to delay time, right? I just staged a fake fall. Yes, I'm really fine, Huang Jie explained. That's good to hear. The case is still being processed. Once we have results, we'll apply for a reward for you. This case is significant, and it might take some time to resolve. Be careful while delivering, he added. Thank you, you all be careful too. Just after hanging up, another new call came in. Is this Mr. Huang? We are from Xinxin Media Company, and we would like to package you and make you an internet select. Thank you, but I really don't need that. I have orders to deliver. I have to go, he said. Wow, how did they get my number? Besides, I just tripped, it's not like I did something good. Calls kept coming one after another, which severely affected his work. Helpless Huang Jie could only log off, switch his phone to silent mode, and ride along with the flow of people going to work to visit his daughter. Upon arriving at the small courtyard, he found that everyone from the Zhang family was there except Liang Xian. How are you now? The video said you fell quite hard. It's nothing new, I was just lost in thought and accidentally bumped into the curb, Huang Jie explained. Then why aren't you resting properly? You really don't need to come today. The girl wants to drink the juice I make, so I'll definitely bring it over every day, Huang Jie said. By the way, during the class reunion last year, I found out that one of my college classmates is in charge of a large exhibition company. How about I introduce you for a job? Delivering food every day is dangerous on the road. That's right, Zhang Min added. It's better to skip work, my debts are too many, and it's hard to pay them off with a fixed salary. Though delivering food is exhausting, it offers relatively free time. How much do you still owe? Do you want me to lend you some? Huang Jie asked. Thank you, but no need. The compensation from the last accident can support me for quite a while in installments. I just need to take a few more orders to pay it off, Zhang Min replied hesitantly. Just be careful while you work, Zhang Min said. Dad, are you okay? Huang Lei ran out from the yard to greet Huang Jie holding a box in her hands. Take it easy, little ancestor, Huang Lei's grandmother yelled from behind. Dad is fine, but he still has to work later. Here's the kiwi juice I brought for you today. Dad, this is my New Year's money. Oh, I'll lend it to you for now, Huang Lei said as she handed the box to Huang Jie. Thank you, daughter, but Dad has money. You should keep your New Year's money. Look, Dad is doing fine. Once you're better, I'll take you to Huang Jie, why does your juice taste so good? I've tried making it several times and can't replicate the flavor, Zhang Min remarked. It's about the choice of fruits. I do deliveries and know where to find the best fruits, Huang Jie lied. I can't chat right now, I have an order to handle. Daughter, listen to your mother and get better soon. A lie requires many more lies to cover it, and reluctantly, he had. Dad, please be careful, Huang Lei said with concern. Throughout, Huang Lei's grandparents and aunt ignored Huang Jie, and he certainly wouldn't embarrass himself by seeking their attention. As he walked out of the alley and opened his phone, he discovered that he had received over 100 missed calls, making it impossible to. However abnormal, work was still feasible. He just needed to switch to silent mode and ignore everything. After logging in, he grabbed an order heading north. During the ride, his phone vibrated incessantly. Fortunately, the delivery went smoothly, and he managed to deliver the items to a customer at the Qinghe Woolen Mills residential building. Coming down from the 6th floor, he noticed a crowd gathered beneath the neighboring building. Following the direction of their pointing, Huang Jie saw a child hanging outside a 4th floor window. Yes, you read that right, a little boy was hanging there, his head caught in the window railing, his body dangling below. He was likely stuck. The child was in imminent danger, already motionless. People below were discussing, knowing that the police and fire department had been called, but they would have to wait a few more minutes. Seeing that the child was motionless, Huang Jie didn't hesitate. He put his phone away, donned his helmet, and began climbing up the security bars outside the window. In just a few breaths, Huang Jie stood on the security bars of the 3rd floor, one hand holding onto the 4th floor bars, while supporting the child's foot, preventing the boy from hanging. The child is okay, but I can't muster the strength to pull him up. Quickly contact the family to open the door and pull the child inside, Huang Jie shouted to the crowd. Before his voice faded, a fire truck stopped not far away. Several firefighters got out with tools, and an elderly woman hurriedly approached to explain the situation. The firefighters were well coordinated and quickly laid out large protective mats underneath the window. Meanwhile, other young men rushed to the 4th floor to begin picking the lock. The police car and ambulance arrived within 2 minutes. The firefighters, true to their profession, managed to free the child in less than 3 minutes from sawing through the bars to getting him onto the ambulance. Seeing the child rescued, Huang Jie descended the security bars to the ground. Taking advantage of the commotion below, he hopped on his electric bike and left the community. As you might expect, Huang Jie's video of rescuing the child became a hot topic. Nowadays, one can achieve fame with just this. Greatly contradicted Huang Jie's principle of being low-key. With cultivation practices, spatial abilities, and over 2 billion in cash, he really didn't need to be famous or stand out. But when faced with a child on the brink of demise, not saving him would indeed be unacceptable. While his phone vibrated incessantly, Huang Jie had no intention of answering, as he knew the calls would be unending. Huang Jie underestimated the power of the internet. Before the evening rush hour, his background was already uncovered. Having lost his parents at a young age, his university graduation, internships, the dissolution of his marriage, failed businesses, selling cars and houses to give employees an extra month's salary, a car accident resulting in fractures and amnesia, debts of over 500,000, a daughter with leukemia, rescuing people in a rainstorm, fainting on his bike, crashing, climbing to save a child. Everything was laid bare, leaving Huang Jie with no privacy. The platform also faced issues, revealing that Huang Jie started taking orders at 5 in the morning and worked until the early hours, putting in at least 15 to 16 hours daily, even offering him a bonus of 10,000 yuan while limiting his working hours. Fortunately, the police kept confidential the operations involving capturing A-level fugitives and fraud groups. Otherwise, Huang Jie would genuinely regret having saved that child. The situation unexpectedly exploded in popularity. Huang Jie was indeed having a rough time, but continued striving to save himself and gain stability while stepping up in the face of danger. Truly a beacon of positive energy. With extensive media coverage, Huang Jie masked while delivering orders could still be recognized. Many well-off clients even offered small tips, leaving him with virtually no privacy at all. If it weren't for the need to earn money through deliveries to pay off debts, Huang Jie would have seriously considered retreating for peace and quiet. Around 3 in the afternoon, he received an order for delivery with order number 55. An 8-kilometer delivery sent Huang Jie from the Huitian district to the Fangshan Longhu, Tianjie community with a payment of 124 yuan. The delivery included 2 boxes of free-range eggs. He wasn't sure if they were worth more than 100. Take your time, there's plenty of time, just ride slowly, a middle-aged woman said. Sure, no problem, I ride steadily. After checking that the eggs were intact, Huang Jie began to pack. Helping the woman close the door, he walked up a flight of stairs, and seeing no surveillance equipment, he stored the 2 boxes of eggs in his space. He only changed the battery once along the way and sped southwest, delivering the eggs to the customer within an hour and 20 minutes. The customer's apartment was relatively new and the door was adorned with auspicious characters indicating they had just recently married. Please open and check, after all they are eggs, Huang Jie reminded. No need, it should be fine, the customer replied. Hey, you look familiar, you're the guy who saved the child this morning, right? A young woman said. Yes, that's me. Could you please provide the verification code for the delivery? Huang Jie responded. 4489, hey, just a moment dear, can you grab a bottle of drink for the delivery guy from the fridge? No need, thank you. Huang Jie quickly declined. Just as he got downstairs and hadn't even mounted his electric bike, the platform notified him that the customer had tipped him 20 yuan. Unable to receive a return order, Huang Jie rode from Fangshan to Qinghao Wangxiangui, preparing to try and pick up orders here, as it was said that there were many orders in this business circle. Indeed, Huang Jie was not disappointed here. Although he did not receive any food delivery orders, he managed to secure 3 flower delivery orders. Moreover, the 3 orders were quite convenient, being delivered to the Agricultural College 9 kilometers away, by Gizwang New Village 12 kilometers away, and by Kijia Future Science City 18 kilometers away, totaling an income of 53 yuan, which was quite nice. Some may say that crowdsourcing is not easy with few orders, but when you cultivate your account into a top-tier one, you'll realize how crazy it is when the platform actively sends you orders. As a rider, you are not facing people when dealing with the platform. Rather, you are interacting with the platform's system, which is essentially an algorithmic robot. You need to deliberately cultivate it, letting the robot know your order preferences. If you insist on not accepting orders under 10 yuan and focus on cakes and flowers, as well as long-distance direct deliveries, then the system will naturally send you more of these kinds of orders. Coming out of the Future Science City community, Huang Jie received an order for delivery to Xiatangshan Hospital 11 kilometers away with a good price. The platform struck again, sending him 3 more convenient orders, and this wave of orders amounted to over 30 yuan. Like the previous days when he ran until 11 at night, excluding the daytime rest period, he worked for 16 hours, with earnings exceeding 500 yuan. He definitely wanted to eat a late-night snack, otherwise he would feel uneasy at night. He intended to go to the community canteen for something to eat. Passing by the subway entrance, he noticed that even at 11 o'clock, there was a small cart still selling rolled pancakes, and the stall was quite clean. The vendor was a neat and tidy young woman, and behind the stall was a small bed where a 5- or 6-year-old boy lay with a rope tied around the boy's waist, the other end attached to the woman's waist. How much are the rolled pancakes? Huang Jie asked. 8 yuan for meat, 6 yuan for vegetarian. They'll have one meat, one first. Saying this, Huang Jie scanned the code to pay 8 yuan and asked, Sister, how's business? I can't sell much in a day, at best I can sell around 200 yuan. Yesterday, I sold less than 50 yuan. It must be tough bringing your child out at night. There's no other way. My child has autism, and I can't leave him at home alone, so I have to bring him with me when I set up the stall. What about the child's father? Huang Jie asked. We divorced 4 years ago. This left Huang Jie unsure how to respond, and he felt it was obviously inappropriate to just give her more money. So he picked up the phone and pretended to make a call. Sister, do you have about 20 servings left? I have a few friends who deliver food with me, and they haven't eaten either. I don't have that many left. I can make 4 more meat ones and 6 or 7 vegetarian ones. Then please work hard and make them all for me. Anyway, we need to eat late-night snacks. Huang Jie said as he scanned the code to pay for 11 servings. He didn't give more money, as sometimes it's important to respect the dignity of the weaker. Little friend, would you like some yogurt? Huang Jie said while going to the trunk to take out a large bottle of red date-flavored yogurt. The little boy ignored Huang Jie and was focused on playing with his phone. This child is like this. When he doesn't want to talk to people, he can be in a daze for a whole day, the child's mother said. Once all the pancakes were ready, Huang Jie placed the yogurt on the small cart and rode his bike back home. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but he couldn't just help impulsively. In the future, he could take care of her business more and buy more rolled pancakes. After all, they wouldn't spoil in a stationary space, and more importantly, he wasn't short on money. After returning home and washing up, he selectively replied to a few messages. Just as he was about to practice, Tian Xianyo knocked on the door. Bro, what you did today to save someone was really cool. Bro, come eat some grapes. I just bought them this afternoon, Tian Xianyo said, while taking out a box of washed grapes. And what's so cool about it? I didn't think much at the time, and now I'm almost annoyed. Look at my phone. Over 200 missed calls, Huang Jie said. By the way, bro, today, Xiao Mei from customer service contacted me and told me to let you know that tomorrow at 9 in the morning you should go to the headquarters for an award ceremony, saying there's a reward of 100 yuan. How could she contact you? Huang Jie asked curiously. Bro, you must have forgotten you filled in my phone number as the emergency contact when you registered, and you were the one who brought me in. Don't forget 1000 yuan is no small amount, Tian Xianyo said. Sure, a fool doesn't earn money. I'll show up on time tomorrow. Bro, that's the spirit. Also, if you want to switch to being an internet celebrity, you have to let me be your manager, Tian Xianyo said. What internet celebrity? I just happened to save someone. At most it'll just be a month or two of popularity. Bro, you should get some sleep early, Huang Jie replied. The next day, he started delivering orders at 5 again, then brought a large bottle of freshly squeezed grape juice for his daughter. He arrived at the headquarters of Shangdi punctually at 9. A beautiful girl greeted Huang Jie. Mr. Huang, you will be attending an awards ceremony shortly. Let me take you to change into the company uniform. I'm a crowdsourced worker and have no requirements for clothing, so I didn't buy any, Huang Jie explained. I know, but this occasion is more formal, and the company prepared clothes in advance for you free of charge. The girl's smile made it hard for Huang Jie to refuse. Getting free stuff is not a loss. Besides, he would be receiving a bonus of 100 yuan, so he definitely needed to cooperate. He just wondered whether this 100 yuan could be used for repayment and whether the Seoul imprint would approve. The conference was larger than Huang Jie had imagined, with the grand hall in the Science and Technology Park filled with over 1,000 people. Attendees included not only company executives but also leaders from various related departments in the capital, as well as reporters from major media outlets. There were over 100 writers being recognized, including those with outstanding performance, those who did good deeds, and those who acted bravely. In such a setting, Huang Jie felt he wasn't particularly outstanding. The leaders spoke, awards were presented, and the meeting lasted until 11:30 at noon. The check was merely symbolic, but the 100 yuan was promptly credited to the crowdsourcing platform account, and Huang Jie could withdraw it to his associated bank card at any time. This method of payment was exactly what Huang Jie wanted. The money obtained through the crowdsourced delivery platform was definitely not a problem for repaying loans. After the meeting, a mid-level leader with the surname Zhao approached Huang Jie, reminding him to be cautious in his speech and conduct across various self-media platforms, and not to expose any loopholes. Mr. Huang, this award is internal, and we have also applied for a bravery award in the capital for you. If it goes through, there will be not only a bonus, but also an additional 20 points added when you apply for a household registration in the capital. Hello, Director Zhao. I am currently a registered resident in the capital, Huang Jie said. As he knew this, he had obtained the capital's household registration by chance after graduating from university and joining a state-owned enterprise. That's really great. It's not easy to obtain a household registration in the capital these days. In a moment, the publicity department will take some photos and videos of you, as this is needed for the company's promotion. I hope you understand. Director Zhao spoke enviously. Of course, I'll definitely cooperate, Huang Jie replied, understanding the principle that one should do the work when receiving payment. With a prize of 10,000 yuan in hand, I continued to cooperate with the publicity department until nearly 4 in the afternoon, finally completing the photography work. The beautiful girl who had been responsible for receiving Huang Jie said, "Do we know each other from before?" Huang Jie asked. At the bar entrance, I was almost dragged into a car, and you saved me. Think about it again. The girl said, I have a bit of an impression, but you look completely different from how you did back. Then Huang Jie finally recalled, remembering that he had spent several hours at the police station because of this girl. Big brother, let me introduce myself. My name is Jixian, and I work in the marketing department at Xiaomei. That day I was there to celebrate my best friend's birthday and accidentally got too drunk. I wanted to find you later to express my gratitude, but you rejected me, Jixian explained. In the future you should drink less, the nights can be quite chaotic. Huang Jie sincerely replied, men who go to places like that at night often have ulterior motives. From now on I won't drink outside anymore. If it weren't for your intervention, my life would have been ruined. Big brother, if you could wait for me a little longer, I'll treat you to dinner after work. Jixian thought about it with lingering fear. Forget about dinner. The evening rush hour is about to start, and it'll be busy soon. Huang Jie declined. There was a shopping mall near the company, and he accepted an order to deliver to the sports university nearby, which was only for 1 yuan, but it required delivery to a takeaway locker which incurs a fee usually around 50 cents. He thought it was on the way, so he accepted it. If frequently rejecting orders could have a significant negative impact on his rating. While orders over 10 yuan are certainly appealing, the options for selecting orders are limited. Usually when receiving urgent orders, Huang Jie tends to pass them on, but he can only transfer a maximum of 2 orders a day. As he approached the first underground level of the mall, the platform went crazy and dispatched 12 new orders, each worth 4 to 5 yuan, all to the takeaway locker at the south gate of the sports university. Damn, this is the rhythm of the evening rush hour in advance. With 13 orders, the delivery fee amounted to 50 cents. Deliveries to takeaway lockers are relatively easy. At first you call the customer, and if the call doesn't go through, you store the order in the locker and send the pickup code and photo to the customer. Although there is a fee for using the takeaway locker, once the order is stored there, you don't have to worry about losing the meal or the customer. Of course, the premise is that you can't put it in the wrong locker. Now Huang Jie has gained experience. He takes out 1 order at a time from the delivery box and never carries multiple orders while operating at the locker. 1 kilometer east of the sports university is the Qinghao Wangxiangui shopping mall, where Huang Jie managed to grab a large order for a cake delivery to the Shaoniufang community. Not far from this community is the Chongping Super Heishenghui business district, where he could seize the first wave of orders during the evening rush. Due to wearing Xiaomei's uniform, he was stopped by the security guard at the community entrance. Our community doesn't allow delivery riders to ride in or park your vehicle on the sidewalk at the entrance, the security guard said. Huang Jie was too lazy to argue. It wasn't that he didn't want to debate, but arguing would be pointless and could escalate the conflict. Next time he comes to this community, he should wear better clothes. Then these people won't stop him. The security guards are doing their jobs, and they tend to look down on people from lower classes. There's no need to make it harder for each other. After parking the vehicle, he pretended to take out the cake from the trunk, and he had to rely on his legs to walk the few hundred meters. To be honest, if he didn't have a delivery assistant carrying several boxes of water, would be really tough for other riders. Just as he took out the cake, Huang Jie saw a fellow delivery rider park his vehicle beside him. Huang Jie looked over and exclaimed, "Wow, 8 bottles of 5L mineral water. Which building are you going to?" Huang Jie asked. "Building 8. I really didn't expect this rundown community wouldn't allow bikes in," the rider replied with some resignation. "I'm also going to building 8. Hey, let me help you carry some," Huang Jie offered. "Thank you so much. Otherwise I wouldn't know what to do." The rider thanked him. As he approached the fellow rider's electric bike, Huang Jie detected a familiar scent of disinfectant on him, a smell he had encountered every day during those months in the hospital after his accident. "Big brother, are you a dedicated delivery person?" the rider asked. "No, I'm like you, a delivery rider. I just wore the uniform today, due to a last-minute situation. Is this a part-time job for you?" Huang Jie inquired. "Yes, I run deliveries after work to earn some pocket money and enjoy riding my bike. I can earn around 40 to 50 yuan for meals at most." "What about you, big brother?" The rider was quite chatty. "Even though I'm also a delivery rider, I'm full-time and deliver orders. What do you do for work?" Huang Jie asked. "Would you believe me if I said I'm a surgeon?" The rider replied. "I originally didn't, but the disinfectant smell on you is very familiar." Huang Jie said. "My name is Wang Zichuan, and I work in the general surgery department at Yanda International Hospital. Not shouldn't doctors be very busy? How do you have time to deliver?" Huang Jie asked curiously. "No matter how busy, there's always time to clock out. My hectic work makes me anxious and I enjoy riding to relax. I became curious about registering as a rider, and now I really enjoy this job. I go out to do this part-time a few times a week," Wang Zichuan stated. "That's quite a unique hobby," Huang Jie replied. "It's just a way to unwind. Beijing is so vast, and there are many places I haven't been to. If I weren't delivering, I might never go there in my lifetime." "Well then, I'm heading to Heisheng Hui Shopping Mall. Are you coming?" As they left the community, Huang Jie asked. "Not going to. I have another order to deliver." "Brother, let's exchange contact information and keep in touch," Wang Zichuan said. "Sure, ride safely and take care tonight," Huang Jie advised as they added each other on WeChat. The crowd at Heisheng Hui wasn't great at night, but there were plenty of orders. Huang Jie delivered 2 waves of orders during the evening rush, earning over 100 yuan, which was quite decent. He could have earned a bit more, but he didn't grab several orders from communities that don't allow bikes in, even if they were on the way, mainly because the registration and walking took too much time, which could easily lead to delays in other orders. At around 10 o'clock at night, he received an order from a community with the note 9958. As someone who frequently browses short videos, Huang Jie knew that 9958 is a homophone for "help me out here." So Huang Jie immediately called Officer Feng Chaoran, explained the situation, and after sending a screenshot with detailed information, Feng Chaoran said he'll arrange for some officers to head over right away, await at the community entrance. In less than 5 minutes, 2 officers from the police station met up with Huang Jie, and the 3 of them knocked on the customer's door together. "Hello, delivery," Huang Jie said. "Just leave it at the door." A female voice responded from behind the door. "All right, I'll leave it at the door. Please hold on, I'll take a photo for you," Huang Jie said. Then the officers pulled Huang Jie to a spot where they couldn't be seen through the peephole. The moment the client's door swung open, 2 officers swiftly subdued the young woman who answered, startling her "Don't be alarmed. We're police officers. Here are our credentials. Are you being held against your will?" "Ma'am, earlier when you ordered takeout, did you leave a note 9958? "Yes, but what's the issue?" "It was just a delivery note." "Why did you write that?" "Think carefully. 9958 sounds like Jiu Jiu Ba. Save me. Were you in distress?" "Oh, that's just a promotional campaign by the restaurant. They promised discounts if customers noted 9958, she replied. Huang Jie inwardly groaned. This merchant had truly outdone themselves. "In that case, with your consent, we'd like to briefly inspect your apartment to confirm there's no danger, and then depart immediately. Of course, should you refuse, we cannot proceed. We don't have a search warrant." An officer added. "Go ahead and look. I'm perfectly safe. Honestly, I never imagined a simple delivery note could. Still, I must thank the delivery rider. If someone truly used such a note to cry for help, it might actually work." She spoke with admirable reason. "My apologies, we've caused a false alarm," Huang Jie said. "No trouble at all. I'll certainly give you a 5-star review." Descending the stairs alongside the 2 precinct officers, he added, "Sorry for the inconvenience." "Not at all. Heightened vigilance is never a flaw. Similar incidents have occurred before where people discreetly signaled distress via order notes. But this matter isn't closed. You'll accompany us to the restaurant to deliver a firm warning. Using homophone-based notes for promotions invites dangerous misunderstandings." "Absolutely. I'll lead on my bike. Just follow me," Huang Jie replied. He guided the patrol car effortlessly to the restaurant's entrance where the officers entered to investigate. They issued a stern admonition: this is no triviality. Such campaigns waste vital police resources and breed complacency. The boy who cried wolf effect. Should a genuine plea for help go unheeded due to desensitization, the consequences would be grave. "Officers, we sincerely apologize. We'll ensure it never happens again." The restaurant owner, genuinely stunned by the scale of the misunderstanding, bowed his head in contrition. With the misunderstanding resolved, Huang Jie prepared to return home and resume cultivation. Passing a subway entrance, he noticed the mother and son still operating their roadside stall. The boy with autism appeared to be asleep. "Sister, 6 meat-filled wraps and 4 vegetarian ones. Your rolls truly are delicious," Huang Jie remarked, estimating the stall's inventory 10 orders would clear their entire stock. Of course, small businesses thrive on repeat customers. Otherwise we'd fold within days. How's delivery work treating you these days? Compared to before? Not well. Orders dwindle, riders multiply, and the roads grow perilous. I crashed in March and spent 4 months recovering. Huang Jie replied. Truly no profession is easy. Wait, you've removed your mask. Why do you look so familiar? You're the delivery rider who scaled the building to save someone. She recognized him instantly. Yes. I happened upon the situation and fortunately possessed the ability to act. Huang Jie smiled faintly. You're a good man. You've bought out my entire stall every day this week. I know you're trying to help. I saw it on Douyin. They say you owe 40 or 50,000 yuan. She continued. That's correct. 45,300 to be precise. How has privacy vanished entirely? My debts concern no one but my creditors. I borrow, I repay. That's all. Huang Jie chuckled wryly. Indeed. Still, I deeply admire you. Is your daughter recovering? She's been discharged, now resting at her grandmother's. Huang Jie replied. That's a relief, truly a blessing. All these children bear such quiet sorrows. She murmured, glancing tenderly at her son. Head home early. The evenings grow colder by the day, Huang Jie said, taking the wraps. Stay safe. Ride slow. Back at his residence, muffled, unsuitable sounds drifted from next door. Evidently a new tenant had moved in after Wang Man departed. He stilled his mind, silenced distractions, and immersed himself in transcendent cultivation. Silence reigned through the night, until 5 a.m. when Xiao Niu began knocking. Brother, are you awake? Already up. Just a moment while I open the door. Brother, there's an agency wanting to sign you as their representative. Representative for what? An electric scooter company wants you as their spokesperson. A fee of 3 or 400,000 yuan. Xiao Niu exclaimed, elated. That's promising. But if I film the ad wearing Xiao Mei's uniform, their company will surely object. Huang Jie explained. A complication indeed. I'll relay your concerns to them. Xiao Niu said. Agreed, you're my agent. Any endorsement fees? We split them 50-50. Huang Jie smiled. Brother, what about live streaming gigs? Shall we pursue those? Let's pass. We lack experience, and frankly, how long could my fame possibly last? Likely only a month or 2 before fading entirely. Huang Jie had no desire for sustained exposure. Delivery remained his true vocation. Brother, I'll keep you posted. Xiao Niu beamed. Huang Jie couldn't refuse income-generating opportunities. Not when everyone knew he carried. Hold on. Yesterday I bought several wraps. They're freshly reheated. Take 2 with you. Brother, our family shop runs 24 hours. We serve hot meals anytime. Why buy breakfast? Just craving variety. Of course, anything for you. You're my elder brother. At just past 10 that noon, Feng Chaoran called. I've reviewed yesterday's incident. Though it proved a false alarm, your initiative deserves commendation. Thank you, Officer Feng, and sorry for the trouble. No trouble at all. Should anything similar arise, report it to me immediately. Incidentally, acting on the leads you provided earlier, we dismantled an illicit rock candy trafficking ring. You've earned extraordinary merit. The squad captain has already filed your reward application. The sum will be substantial, though public recognition won't follow for your own protection. I trust you understand. I fully understand. Thank you, Officer Feng. It is I who owe you thanks. Your tip secured my own commendation. Should hardship arise, contact me anytime. Huang Jie hadn't anticipated forging such rapport with a constable after his transmigration. Back in his former life, he'd been hunted across multiple feudal states by their chief law enforcers. During his apprenticeship, he'd been relentlessly pursued and outlawed by constables from several vassal kingdoms. Most delivery riders are solitary figures with very few opportunities for interaction, and this holds true even for Huang Jie, who is now an internet celebrity. Despite Huang Jie's many achievements during deliveries, the reality is that most of the time, he doesn't even get to see. The vast majority of customers will note to leave the delivery at the door without a phone call or knocking. When picking up the food, the waitstaff are usually too busy to chat with the riders. Naturally, being able to pick up food and leave is what riders prefer, as chatting with the staff often coincides with waiting times, making it hard to find the mood for conversation. After the lunch rush, Huang Jie received an order from a hospital requiring delivery to the emergency infusion room, and the item was a pack of sanitary napkins. Since there were fewer orders at that time, Huang Jie didn't delay on the way from pickup to delivery to the emergency room. Took just over 10 minutes, but he still ended up delivering to an empty room. Hello, I'm the rider Xiaomei. Your order has arrived. I'm at the entrance of the emergency infusion room. Where are you? I can bring it. I've already returned to the hotel. Should I request a refund? It seems I made you run for nothing. Is your hotel far? If not, I can deliver it to you. Thank you so much. It's not far, just about a kilometer west of the hospital at the Su9 Hotel. Then I'll sign for it here at the hospital. I can deliver it to you in at most 10 minutes. Should I leave it at the front desk or let the robot deliver it to your room? Let the robot deliver it to the room. The room number is 8018. Okay, I'll send you a photo after I put it on the robot. Please keep an eye out for it. The reason Huang Jie kindly offered to deliver it was mainly to avoid hassle. Yes, you read that right, to avoid hassle. If the customer's refund was approved, Huang Jie would have to return the money to the vendor, and just the various photos could be incredibly annoying. Moreover, the vendor would incur a loss on this order, and Huang Jie wouldn't receive any payment. Little did Huang Jie know that his small act of kindness would deeply move a young woman who had traveled to Beijing alone, was unwell, and was on her period. After the girl was touched, Huang Jie immediately received a 10 yuan tip, and the next day, he got a good review. However, Xiaomei's good review was of little use. Bad reviews would definitely incur penalties. After delivering 6 or 7 more orders, Huang Jie received a large order from Jixian to Hepingli. Upon arriving at the designated destination, he could not find the place described by the customer over the phone no matter what. Why are you so stupid? This building is the easiest to find. Just enter the community. I'm already inside the community right in front of the building you mentioned, but it doesn't look like what you described. There's no lobby as you said, just a series of units, Huang Jie replied. You're really something. Add me on WeChat, and I'll send you the location. Upon receiving the location sent by the customer, Huang Jie was bewildered. What the hell, you're in Liaoning province? It's absurd that you ordered from Beijing while being in Liaoning. Sister, are you in Liaoning province? Yes. What's wrong? Sister, I'm in Beijing, and the place I picked up the order is also in Beijing. No way. Let me check. Haha, I'm so sorry I placed the wrong order. Why don't you try to negotiate with the vendor to see if you can get a refund? Or I can send it to you via courier. No need to return it, just keep the item for yourself. The lady on the phone was quite straightforward. Thank you. Since there was a recording of the phone call, Huang Jie clicked delivered at the designated address in the navigation. From the platform information, Huang Jie learned that this lady had ordered only snacks and drinks totaling around 300 yuan, so it seemed he had earned this time. However, it must be said that this lady was really quite confused. Huang Jie decided to do a good deed for her by delivering the bag of snacks to a little boy with autism later that evening. Hepingli is in the Dongqing district, an area Huang Jie is not familiar with. Without any orders on the way, his first task was to return to the Tiandi area or a familiar commercial district. He barely made it to the Zisanki Wangxiangui commercial district before the afternoon rush began. Due to delivering orders for 15 to 16 hours daily, Huang Jie had accumulated 2,600 points, reaching the highest level of the crowdsourced delivery system with an additional income of 0.9 yuan per order throughout the day. The maximum number of additional orders is 7 with 6 for special orders. Special orders are a great asset, allowing Huang Jie to freely set preferred pickup and delivery addresses and prioritize orders on the way. Of course, points have a time limit. If no new points are earned within a certain period, the level will drop and corresponding privileges will be reduced or disappear. There are several residential communities around the Zisanki Wangxiangui commercial district that do not allow delivery riders to enter, which is something to be cautious about, otherwise income during the lunch rush could sharply decline. Huang Jie set 6 preferred delivery communities, and the platform did not disappoint him, pushing 10 orders from No. 121, Zhongdong Road. During peak hours, communities like Aohai Mingyue Feitsue Holding and Fully Taiyuan, which do not allow riders to enter, will surely not be prioritized by outsourced riders. Customers who order from such high-end communities should not complain if riders do not accept their orders or are late in delivering them. There's simply no way around it, as delivering to these communities takes too much time. Picking up food also requires skill. The dining areas in the Zisanki Wangxiangui are concentrated on the basement floor and the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors. Once you decide to pick up food from this mall, you must be aware of the location of each dining establishment on each floor, the speed of food preparation during peak hours, and the floors where the mall elevators stop. Ensure that not a second is wasted. Avoid restaurants that frequently cause delays. Conserve every bit of energy and avoid verbal conflicts with the staff. One must not rush, as it can lead to accidents with the elderly or children, rendering years of effort in vain. During the lunch rush, Huang Jie earned over 160 yuan, which is quite good. At this point, he needed to leave the large commercial district because it was already 1 p.m. And aside from free runners, there were basically no orders for other types of riders. The best plan was to go have a meal to replenish energy, or to pick up orders from the convenience stores, tea shops, cake shops, and flower shops. He frequently visited, avoiding areas where free runners concentrated to pick orders. Not far from the community restaurant of Tianxianyo, Huang Jie naturally intended to support their business. Brother, I'm a food exploration blogger. I'll give you 100 yuan if you can take us to the cleanest takeout restaurant you know. We'll cover the meal costs separately, said the two young hosts. Huang Jie was taken aback. Such a request was indeed surprising. He seriously thought for 30 seconds. However, he felt that the request from these hosts had some issues. That's a tough question to answer. There are many clean restaurants in malls, and large restaurants on the streets also do takeout business. The stalls that don't have dining areas can only offer takeout. You can't eat there. Well, then can you take us to a place that riders often go to eat? That sounds perfect. I'll ride ahead, and you can follow in the car. Huang Jie was undoubtedly leading them to Tian Zionius restaurant. Free food and an income of 100 yuan. How foolish it would be not to take advantage of this. Huang Jie had no idea that he was being set up. Boss, why do I feel like this delivery guy looks a bit familiar? You definitely recognize him. He's quite the celebrity now. He's the one who climbed the building to save someone. Boss, you're impressive. This live stream is bound to go viral. Do I even need to say it? Keep up with me and don't. Although it was already 1:30 in the afternoon, the business was still booming, with a significant portion of the customers being delivered. With someone treating, Huang Jie didn't hold back. He led the two of them to queue and ordered himself a set meal with 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable braised pork, a large chicken drumstick, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, 3 steamed buns, and a bottle of cola totaling 24 yuan. Is this price really so affordable? One of the streamers asked. Not only is it cheap, but it tastes pretty good too. Plus, this restaurant has excellent hygiene standards. They stream live 24 hours without any dead angles. Unsurprisingly, the live stream turned out exceptionally well, directly increasing their followers by tens of thousands. Afterwards, the community cafeteria became a trendy hotspot for visits. Thank you for the recommendation, young man. This place is truly great. We want to shoot another episode tomorrow. Could you take us to the dirtiest delivery restaurant you know? If you can help, we'll pay you 500 yuan. I don't have time tomorrow. I have important matters to attend to. You can find anyone from the lobby. There are plenty of riders around. Huang Jie preferred to report by phone rather than expose those restaurants through the live stream. Those who understood. There was no need to explain. I understand your concerns. How about this? We'll give you 1,000 yuan. During the live stream, you won't show your face, and we'll dress up as riders. We won't make any noise, or we'll just sneak in and film before leaving. It's not about the money. My daughter has a hospital checkup tomorrow. You should find someone else. Huang Jie directly refused. All right then, my full name is Lu Xing'an. Let's exchange contact information and keep in touch. After adding each other on WeChat, Lu Xing'an immediately sent Huang Jie a 500 yuan red envelope with a note saying it was a gift for Huang Jie's daughter. Brother Huang, don't misunderstand. This isn't charity, it's a meeting gift for your daughter. To be honest, the rewards from this live stream alone exceeded 50,000 yuan. If you're interested, you can join us, and we can do live streams together. There's no rush, take your time to think about it. Alright, I'll think about it. But if you guys really go to check the hygiene conditions at the food stalls, bring along a couple more people, preferably someone from the relevant department, to accompany you. Huang Jie reminded. From around 2 in the afternoon until before 10 at night, it was normal delivery. When passing by the Hualongwen East Street subway station, Huang Jie made a special stop at a pancake stall and gave the snacks from the Liaoning sister to a little boy. I really didn't buy it on purpose, you wouldn't believe it. There's a sister from Liaoning who actually ordered in Beijing. Isn't that ridiculous? If you don't believe me, look at this order she placed. These are all small snacks. The big man like me wouldn't eat such things, Huang Jie said with a smile. Then the sister will make you a few more pancakes. If you don't accept them, I can't take your things. Alright, just make me one with meat and pack it up. I'll have it as a midnight snack tonight, Huang Jie said. After picking up the roasted meat and preparing to go home to rest, the platform forced a new order on him to pick up a burial suit from a funeral shop about 10 meters away from Huang Jie and deliver it to a residential building at Hongfu Garden, the largest small property in the world. When Huang Jie arrived, both the police and community workers were there confirming it was a natural death. After issuing the death certificate, they left. Miss, the items you ordered have arrived. Please sign for them, Huang Jie said to a girl who was crying profusely. The girl looked young, barely around 20 years old. Alright, please place them here. Huang Jie asked, are you the only one in the house now? I called a vehicle from the funeral home. They will arrive shortly. Then I'll stay here with you for a while. I'll be right at the door, so call me if you need anything. You should call your relatives and friends to come. Huang Jie just felt a bit sorry for the girl. I don't have any relatives. Can you help me change my father's clothes? I will compensate you through the platform later. Forget about the compensation. Huang Jie was not afraid of dealing with the dead. He had done plenty of things that turned the living into the dead while following his master. After helping to change the clothes and washing his hands briefly, the vehicle from the funeral home arrived. With professionals assisting, the girl quickly left with the vehicle for the crematorium. A few minutes later, Huang Jie received a 500 yuan reward through the platform. Of course, arriving at the crematorium doesn't mean the body is cremated immediately. After the body arrives at the funeral home, the family members discuss the funeral rites and specifications with the funeral home staff. After all the funeral procedures were completed, the family went home to report the death and notify friends and relatives of the specific farewell hall location and the time of cremation. However, given the girl's situation, it was unlikely anyone would come to pay their respects. However, this had nothing to do with Huang Jie. As a delivery rider, successfully delivering funeral supplies was already complete. Helping the deceased change clothes was the most he could do, as many things were for her to face alone. Just like Huang Jie now had over 2 billion in cash, he couldn't just give money to every poor person he saw. He wasn't after the girl's body. It was impossible for him to accompany her through all the funeral ceremonies. Exiting from the north gate of Hongfu Garden, he headed east along Dingxi Road, planning to turn south along Huangping Road to go home. Just as he reached the Beiqing Road intersection, he received a new order. The merchant was at the commercial area on the north side of Changyueji community, requiring delivery to an internet cafe south of Pingxi Fu subway station with a delivery fee of 9.8 yuan. After picking up the food and just riding to Beiqing Road, Huang Jie felt the front wheel roll over something. Getting off to check, it was a small black bag that was bulging inside. Curiously, Huang Jie opened it, and to his surprise, it was full of money. 8 bundles in total, presumably 80,000 yuan, with no clues in the bag about the person who lost it. After just helping the deceased change clothes, he found himself picking up money on the way out. However, he didn't really want this money, and clearly the person who lost it was likely in a hurry. Beiqing Road was a large construction site, and Huang Jie didn't see any cameras around. With an order still to deliver, he waited for 5 minutes, and seeing no one come looking, he decided to deliver the order in hand first. After delivering the food, he found a nearby police station and handed the money over to Officer Hat. Just when he was about to get home, he received a call from the police station saying the owner had been found. However, the owner claimed the amount was incorrect and wanted Huang Jie to come in for an investigation. What the hell? This is just too much. However, since my helmet has a recorder that films 24 hours a day, I have evidence in hand, so there's really nothing to worry about. Huang Jie and Tian Xiaoniu arrived at the police station together. Huang Jie was a frequent visitor here after all. The director who had crashed his car into himself and was hospitalized had once been responsible for the management of this station. Additionally, 2 police officers had accompanied him a couple of days ago to handle the 9958 case, and they also worked at this station. Mr. Huang, Zhao claims he lost 100,000 yuan, but the bag you found only contains 80,000. One police officer said, "We need to verify some details with you." "What is there to verify?" "My friend found 80,000 in Mr. Zhao lost 100,000, which means this money doesn't belong to Mr. Zhao." Tian Xiaoniu replied. The owner with the surname Zhao became a bit anxious. "But this bag is mine. How can you prove that this bag is yours?" Tian Xiaoniu countered. "I have proof of my withdrawal. Oh look, this is the receipt for my withdrawal. That makes it even more suspicious. You withdrew 100,000, and this is 80,000, which clearly indicates that this money isn't yours. Then why not say that this Huang took 2,000? The owner was getting anxious. "Are you stupid? If my friend really wanted to take your 2,000, wouldn't it be better to take it all? There are no cameras there," Tian Xiaoniu said. "Right, Mr. Zhao, you need to prove that this money is yours, otherwise we really can't return it to you right away. Moreover, you need to detail your route after withdrawing the money. We need to collect evidence." One police officer could no longer. "Officer, it's quite late now. I suggest we keep the money at the station for now, and after tomorrow's investigation we can decide whether to return it to this gentleman," Huang Jie suggested, noting that repeating the same arguments wouldn't resolve the issue. "Mr. Zhao, if you have no objections, let's go to the bank tomorrow to check. The money is numbered, and it will be easy to see if. Also, please provide us with the route you took after withdrawing the money. We will help you check if you dropped it elsewhere. Mr. Huang, please keep your phone on and we will contact you if anything comes up." "Well, I'll just consider myself unlucky and won't look for the 2,000 I lost," the owner said. "That can't be. Without evidence, this money may not necessarily belong to you," Tian Xiaoniu said. At this point, even a fool could see that there was something off about the owner with the surname Zhao. "Mr. Zhao, what this friend said makes sense. Come back tomorrow morning. We will accompany you to gather evidence," the police officer said. After leaving the police station, Tian Xiaoniu said, "Brother, you should have just handed the money over to the police. After all, no one saw it, nor was there any surveillance. Now you've caused such a hassle, and you might even have to bear the loss of those 2,000. I didn't think so much at the time. Who knew I would run into such a character?" The next morning, as Huang Jie had just left his grandpa Huang Lei's house, he received a call from the police station. "Mr. Huang, we have clarified what happened yesterday. The man with the surname Zhao has turned himself in, and we have also retrieved the bank's surveillance footage. He indeed withdrew 100,000 yuan from the bank yesterday, but he also lost 80,000, and the other 20,000 he lost while gambling with friends. Unable to explain to his family, he falsely claimed he lost 100,000. We have decided to detain him and impose a fine considering it involves gambling. Do you have any further demands?" No, this person deserves it. He should be kept in for a few more days," Huang Jie said. "Mr. Huang, we have reported the case, and the publicity department may want to interview you, as your spirit of returning lost property deserves to be promoted, while the owner's behavior should be condemned. If our superiors contact you, please do not refuse," the police officer at the station said politely. "No problem, but it would be best to inform me a day in advance, otherwise I will definitely be on delivery, and if I have orders it will." Huang Jie thought that having a good relationship with the police wasn't a bad thing. However, it was unfortunate that Huang Jie had planned to continue watching the owner's performance, waiting for the right moment to use the video as a trump card to slap him in the face, but unexpectedly this person confessed voluntarily. But in any case, it remains true that riders must always prepare a dashcam. Dashcams are really not expensive. A cheap one costs 70 to 80 yuan, and a high-definition one is only 3 to 400 yuan. During long-term deliveries, as long as one encounters a couple of freeloaders, this money will come back, not to mention accidents or encountering scammers. Having a personal recording device gives one the confidence to help others, including the elderly. In the afternoon during non-peak hours, the dashcam that Huang Jie wore played its role again. Based on the navigation for the delivery, Huang Jie had just taken a photo of the flowers at the merchant when the customer who placed the order, neither the merchant nor the recipient, called. "Hello brother, the flowers you picked up are from my order. Could you do me a favor?" Hearing this, Huang Jie's first reaction was that the customer was asking for cigarettes or water. To be honest, when encountering such customers, Huang Jie felt annoyed. Of course, tips were a different matter. Otherwise, no one wants to be taken advantage of. As a rider, delivering the food punctually and without any issues is how one fulfills their job. Some customers leave notes requesting items, threatening to give low ratings if not met. If Huang Jie received such orders, he would transfer them if possible. If not, he would directly call the customer and politely inform them that he could not bring the items and suggest they cancel the order quickly, thus preventing the customer from even having a chance to leave a bad review. For instance, he could tell the customer that his vehicle broke down and ask them to reorder. Of course, there are risks here. If the platform deems it to be inducing the customer to cancel, he would be penalized. "It's like this, brother. I just started an online relationship, and it hasn't been a week. Could you please help me see if my partner is good looking and take a photo for me?" "I can take a look, but taking a photo does carry risks. I can only do my best," Huang Jie said. "Brother, I won't let you work for free. I'll give you a 50 yuan tip for the photo." "Okay, wait for my news. The latest will be in 40 minutes. "Thank you, brother." 20 minutes later, Huang Jie arrived at the delivery address and knocked on the customer's door. "Hello, your takeout has arrived. Leave it at the door." "Sorry, this is a delivery order. I need you to provide the pickup code." Hold on, it'll be right there." When the door opened, Huang Jie was completely stunned. To his surprise, a lady, at least in her. "Excuse me, are you Miss Xia? This order requires personal delivery to the customer." "I am this is my phone. Look, the pickup code is on this phone. The pickup code is 9527. "Alright, the pickup code checks out. Here are your flowers." Huang Jie made no unnecessary movements as the dashcam on his helmet recorded everything. As soon as the order was signed off, Huang Jie received a 50 yuan tip. The young man was quite generous. Brother, is my partner pretty? Well, brother, let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll send you the video. Huang Jie didn't want to directly discourage the young man. Thank you, brother, you really are efficient. After sending the video, one can imagine that this young man must have been very heartbroken, very frustrated, and utterly speechless. However, on the flip side, the young man had only been dating his online girlfriend for a week, so the time wasn't long, and the emotional and material investment wasn't too great. At this moment, being able to quickly understand the true situation was also a stroke of luck. This middle-aged woman lured the young man into infatuation through online dating with honeyed words. Were they to meet in person, he'd surely lose his mind. Yet learning the truth so early was no bad thing. At least she had taught him a harsh lesson about the perils of society. Moreover, his online girlfriend, though deceptive, was at least biologically female, far preferable to discovering she was in fact a burly barefoot man. The world beyond is dazzling and deeply disheartening. Online romance carries real risks. Caution is paramount. Huang Jie, your bonus has been approved. Come to the precinct tomorrow to collect it, Officer Feng Chaoran called. Got it, Officer Feng, Huang Jie replied with a smile. Also, colleagues from the publicity division will interview you when you... No problem. I'll arrive precisely at 9 a.m. tomorrow. That evening, after finishing his shift, he passed Dongda Street metro station and bought several meat-filled crepes. No concern about spoilage since anything stored within his spatial realm remained perfectly preserved, just as money stashed there would never multiply on its own. He trained for 3 hours, slept for 3, and rose at 5 a.m. to prepare. Early rising was non-negotiable. Without relentless diligence, earning 15,000 yuan monthly would be virtually impossible. An ordinary person pushing this hard would inevitably collapse and land in hospital. So sincere advice to all delivery couriers: schedule wisely, for health is irreplaceable and life itself remains your most precious possession. From 5 to 8 a.m. he earned 117 yuan in 3 hours, a truly exceptional income, largely because most dedicated couriers, liner runners, express riders, leisure riders, and core city couriers remained offline during this window, while unit rates ran unusually high. He grabbed breakfast at a nearby Hangqing Zilongbao shop near the district bureau, and quite by chance spotted Officer Feng Chaoran dressed casually purchasing her own morning meal. Truth be told, Feng Chaoran was strikingly beautiful, not merely pleasant to look at, but radiating an unmistakable air of authority. A graduate of the People's Public Security University, she had been transferred to the Criminal Investigation Unit within less than a year of joining the force. But since Huang Jie sat deep inside the shop, Feng Chaoran left immediately after buying her food. She certainly hadn't noticed him. After breakfast, he idled on his phone at the restaurant before finally entering the district bureau. When he saw Feng Chaoran again, she stood in the small conference room, wearing her full police uniform, alongside 2 other female officers. First, he received his 50 yuan bonus. Then publicity division staff conducted a brief interview. Less an interrogation than a photo session accompanied by a few perfunctory questions. To the publicity staff's disappointment, Huang Jie had not worn his yellow food delivery uniform, diminishing the visual impact of the shoot. The coverage focused solely on his act of returning lost property. No mention was made of his role in apprehending the rock sugar gang. After the publicity team wrapped up, Feng Chaoran quietly reminded Huang Jie to stay vigilant while delivering orders at. According to unconfirmed reports, a violent criminal syndicate from Southeast Asia had recently infiltrated the suburbs of Beijing, prompting multiple departments to launch rigorous investigations. Yet no leads had surfaced. So Feng Chaoran, knowing Huang Jie frequently worked late-night shifts, offered this discreet warning out of genuine concern, not an expectation that he might assist in solving the case. Frankly, Huang Jie paid little heed. How likely was it that he'd coincidentally receive their order? Besides, wouldn't such criminals maintain absolute silence and concealment prior to action? The lunchtime rush brought nothing extraordinary. 2 peak waves yielded 29 deliveries. Though each paid only around 6 yuan, earning 180 yuan in 2 hours left him thoroughly satisfied. Huang Jie was after all a peerless master, earning an additional 9 mao per order consistently, a truly extraordinary advantage. Bro, where are you delivering right now? Have you eaten? Tian Xianyo called. I'm near Hexinghui. I've already had breakfast, Huang Jie replied. Bro, I couldn't secure that electric bicycle endorsement deal we discussed last time, Tian Xianyo admitted sheepishly. If it fell through, then it fell through. We were never cut out for that line of work. Focus on running your restaurant well. That matters more than anything else. All right, bro. I'll tell you why later tonight. Stay safe. Days blurred into one another. Before long, it was November 1st, 2024. That Friday morning, Huang Jie accepted an order for a plate of stir-fried noodle sand cabbage pancakes. Hardly had he picked up the meal when the customer phoned requesting 2 packs of Yin cigarettes and offering a 10 yuan tip. With the base delivery fee at just 8 yuan, the extra 10 yuan tip made detouring to a 24-hour convenience store to purchase the cigarettes entirely worthwhile. Still, Huang Jie genuinely couldn't fathom it. Why spend money on cigarettes when one could buy far better food instead? In the food delivery world, stir-fried pancakes ranked among the least desirable options, especially those prepared by takeout-only kitchens lacking proper dining facilities. When Huang Jie arrived, the owner was already at work, not cooking from scratch, but retrieving a black pre-packaged box from the freezer. Shredded pancakes, shredded cabbage, and strips of meat, all pre-portioned and ready. A hot wok oil sizzling fierce stir-fry. then straight into the same disposable box, no washing, no switching, ready for immediate packaging and dispatch. Huang Jie, watching it all, felt absolutely no appetite. He avoided takeout rice bowls even more strictly. At least stir-fried pancakes required actual flame, whereas most rice bowls relied solely on microwaves. Cooked rice, reheated pre-made meal pouches snipped open and dumped directly onto the plate before packing. Thus Huang Jie consistently urged people to order takeout sparingly, and if they must to choose brick-and-mortar restaurants they'd personally visited or reputable chain or branded establishments. Friday night orders often stretched exceptionally late. Many people enjoyed their day off the next day, relaxing later into the night, and ordering late-night meals after tiring themselves out was perfectly understandable. By 1030 p.m., Huang Jie's earnings had surpassed 600 yuan, well exceeding his daily target. Just as he prepared to head home, an order for Dusher hamburgers arrived from Wyndham Shuiqing to be delivered to Luxing Huayuan with a delivery fee of 9.8 yuan. Assuming it was a single order, the platform astonishingly pushed 5 more, identical in building, floor, and apartment number, though each bore a different contact name. Young man, you're incredibly lucky. This is clearly a group rental. One person placed the order and the rest followed suit, remarked the staff member helping pack the meals. Damn, you're hitting the jackpot. How did you land a sextuplet order like this? Another courier waiting nearby exclaimed, brimming with envy. Please carry our drinks at the front. They'll spill otherwise, advised the staff. Hey, you burger places really need to step up. Just slap on a lid before handing them over. Most times they leak anyway. You have no idea how often I carry a bottle of cola on your deliveries to top up whatever spills along the way, said the delivery courier. Washer Burgers does seal theirs, but punches a hole in the top, guaranteeing leakage every time. I always place a tissue layer over it, removing it only at the customer's door. Honestly, I wonder if someone's lost their mind. Why drill a hole there at all? Replied another courier. Fortunately, Huang Jie had the advantage of space. Otherwise, leaving a bottle of cola in the delivery box as a backup would have been the correct approach, allowing for a quick replacement if a drink leaked. This cannot be blamed on the delivery rider, as the merchant truly just sealed and bagged the drinks without care, making it no surprise if they leaked. After completing the order for the sextuplets, Huang Jie was ready to log off, but the platform immediately popped up 2 new orders. Both were from the same warehouse-style convenience store and located in the same neighborhood, with decent amounts resembling twin orders. However, upon seeing the merchant's name, Huang Jie outright rejected the orders. The reason for rejection was not only related to the order itself, but also because the owner of the convenience store was unscrupulous. In order to save on delivery fees, this convenience store owner arranged for third-party delivery after receiving orders on the Xiaomei platform, which meant that each rider's delivery fee would be reduced by 2 yuan. From a cost-saving perspective, there was nothing wrong with it. However, during peak delivery hours, this store owner would tempt riders to accept their orders by simultaneously using another phone number to falsely create 1 or 2 orders within the same neighborhood. As soon as a rider accepted an order, this person would cancel the fake orders. Even worse, after the rider arrived, they would find themselves delivering a folding wooden bed or a refrigerator worth 400 to 500 yuan. Riders only had electric bicycles, why not let them deliver the sun instead? Anyway, any rider who has suffered losses would carefully check the items to be delivered when taking orders from this store. Even if it took time and might cause them to miss out on orders, they would not blindly grab orders. Most riders were simply short on money, not lacking in brains. After experiencing this convenience store's shady practices, riders would surely leave anonymous negative reviews for the merchant after the deliveries. Just after rejecting this order, Huang Jie accidentally clicked refresh, and a lucrative order with a delivery fee of 200 yuan appeared, which he snatched up with the quick reflexes honed over 2 years since his divorce. However, the order was too strange. The distance was less than 5 kilometers, so why was there a 200 yuan delivery fee? Moreover, the order was for noodles priced at 1,200 yuan per serving. What on earth was this magical noodle? If it were ordinary noodles, how many servings would that be? Huang Jie took a screenshot to commemorate the moment. Having secured the order, Huang Jie quickly navigated to the merchant's location. Just as he arrived, the order was cancelled by the merchant. This felt like a bit of bullying. Currently, there were no restaurants near Huang Jie, but there were a few barber shops. Just as he was curious, a young girl in a Xiaomei uniform emerged from a barber shop, glowing with pink light. The young girl hopped on an electric bike equipped with a Xiaomei delivery box and quickly left the scene. Curious, Huang Jie naturally followed her from a distance, and sure enough, the destination she was heading to was the same as the order, right down to the floor and door number. Once she entered, she did not come out again. Of course, not coming out meant that Huang Jie waited for 10 minutes without seeing her. Huang Jie often scrolled through short videos and knew he had encountered a delivery girl. However, coming from the Qin dynasty, he did not consider this illegal, and even if it were, it did not reach the level of needing to report it. Of course, Huang Jie's understanding was actually wrong. Who knew that not reporting would endanger the girl? On Saturday, he still had to wake up at 5, and when he finished delivering by 10 in the morning, he received a call from Feng Chao. Huang Jie, you need to come to the district criminal police team right away. There's a case that requires your cooperation in the investigation. Okay, I can get there in about 40 minutes. Bill, go after I finish the orders I have. After arriving at the criminal police team, the chat area was not a meeting room, but had turned into an interrogation room, and the discussion partners had become 2 people. Huang Jie, we need to understand the situation regarding a case, and you must answer truthfully, Feng Chaoran asked. You can ask, and I will definitely tell the truth. What was your location at 11:35 last night? I don't have a clear memory of being at 11:35, but during that time I encountered a strange order. You can see this screenshot which shows 11:21. The delivery fee for this order was 200. As soon as I arrived at the pickup location, the order was cancelled. So I followed up. Then why didn't you call to report it? It hadn't reached the level of a criminal case. I stayed downstairs for over 10 minutes and realized what was going on. You have truly encountered a criminal case. The girl was harmed and the man in the room was also harmed, said the male officer sitting next to Feng Chaoran. You can't say that lightly. That neighborhood is a high-end area with surveillance in the neighborhood and hallways. I saw the girl enter the room and then took the elevator down, which took only a few seconds. By the way, there is also surveillance in the elevator, Huang Jie said. If it weren't for the surveillance, we wouldn't have called you to understand the situation, but would have directly arrested you. By the way, did you encounter any unusual situations in the hallway? Feng Chaoran asked. Not really. Isn't there surveillance on every floor? That household is on a high floor. If someone went in, it would definitely be captured on camera, Huang Jie said, puzzled. You don't need to ask about that. By the way, was your personal recording device on at that time? It was on, and I copied the content from yesterday to my computer. Can you provide us with a copy? Of course, no problem. Can you wear plain clothes when you come to my place? And can you avoid taking the police car? Huang Jie did not want to attract the attention of the apartment management. Sure, I promise you. Huang Jie did not know that the surveillance inside the building was broken or had already been tampered with. The police would never tell Huang Jie these details about the case. In fact, the content captured by Huang Jie's recording device could only prove that he himself did not have a time to commit the crime and nothing more. Huang Jie also felt a bit regretful. If he had reported it promptly last night, perhaps he could have saved the girl. However, there are no pills for regret in this world. Due to this delay, Huang Jie only managed to complete a wave of orders at Hexinghui during the lunch peak, taking only 11 orders and earning 73 yuan. While resting at Hexinghui, Huang Jie carefully reflected on yesterday's events. Although he truly wished to help Feng Chaoran capture the murderer, he had no basic information and completely did not know where to start. Helping when encountering an issue is good, but the priority is still to run orders honestly to earn money to pay off debts. Otherwise, while cultivating, he always felt that the spirit imprint was a huge hassle. Hey, can I ask you, do you know how to get to this store? A young man in blue approached to ask for directions. Just go straight ahead until the end, then turn left at the middle. Thank you, thank you. This place is really huge. Finding the shops is particularly difficult. Truth be told, Hexinghui is indeed not small, but to call this place a nightmare for delivery riders is a bit of an exaggeration. As long as you've been here once before rushing to accept orders, find a service desk nearby. To get a map, visit each shop in turn, and remember their general locations. How could you not find the shops? If you want to receive over 10 orders at the same time and not be late, memorizing the addresses of the shops and the situations of various neighborhoods is a basic requirement. There's a supermarket on the second basement level of Hexinghui. Huang Jie took advantage of the non-peak time to buy a lot of snacks and fruits, and also bought a few autumn and winter clothes in the children's clothing section. Then he hurried to the orphanage where Li Xiaowei was overjoyed to see Huang Jie. Uncle, are you Xiaowei's daddy? A little boy walked over to ask Huang Jie. Li Xiaowei looked even more expectant. Yes, little friend, what's your name? I was right. This is my daddy, Li Xiaowei said loudly with a smile. My name is Zhang Hao. Xiaowei's sister said I can also call you daddy. Wow, this girl Xiaowei is really helping herself find a son. Huang Jie thought to himself. Alright, next time I come I'll also buy you toys, snacks, and clothes. Huang Jie truly didn't think that buying an extra piece of clothing for a child was a big deal. Every child in the orphanage in the capital receives excellent care, and related departments provide allocations for each child. It is said online to be 1,600 yuan per month, but who knows if it's true. However, from the visits he made a few times, it seemed that these children have good living and eating conditions. Children of school age can attend good schools. When Huang Jie was about to leave, he was called into the director's office. Mr. Huang, I know you have a close bond with Xiaowei and we appreciate your donations, but you really do not meet the criteria to adopt Xiaowei. Director Wang, I know that. That's good to hear. Recently, several potential adopters who meet the criteria want to adopt Xiaowei, but the child absolutely refuses to go with them. Children raised in an environment filled with parental love will undoubtedly fare better than those growing up in an orphanage. Their physical and mental health will also be better. Moreover, children can only stay in the orphanage until they are 18 years old. After 18, if they have no adoptive parents to care for them, they will find it much harder to survive in society. I hope you can help persuade Xiaowei, Director Wang said. No problem. I also hope that this child's future path will be smoother. I will certainly have a good talk with her next time I come. Director Wang hesitated to speak. She really didn't want Huang Jie to come back, but she couldn't say that outright. After leaving the orphanage, he hurried to a familiar business district and immediately received an order for delivering fruit salad. Since Huang Jie had no other orders at the moment, he rushed straight to the merchant. Inside the store, two girls were busy preparing meals, and Huang Jie leaned against the wall watching them work. Oh my, this strawberry is in such bad shape. You cut off the bad parts, but you're putting the remaining parts into the box. Come on. This mango is half rotten. Oh my, this pineapple is still edible. Hey girls, this will make the customers. Huang Jie could no longer hold back and reminded them. Mind your own business. Oh, just deliver the items to the customers. The other matters are not something a delivery guy like you should concern yourself with. Alright, you carry on. I'm just giving a friendly reminder. Perhaps seeing that Huang Jie was tall and strong, the girl shot him a glare and then said nothing more. Just then the store suddenly lost power. The power is out again. It has tripped 4 times today, one girl said. It's not just our place that's out, the whole street is down, another girl replied. Huang Jie watched the two girls talk, while they were concentrating on beautifying the fruits in the prep area. Taking advantage of no one paying attention, he stealthily took 2 watermelons, 3 durians, a box of strawberries, 2 small boxes of blueberries, and a large jackfruit into his space. To keep his innocence, Huang Jie kept his eyes on the two girls' actions, ensuring that the recording device wouldn't capture any of his little movements. Does Huang Jie lack money? Of course not. He has 2 billion in cash, several million in foreign currency, and a large amount of gold and jewelry in his space. Yet he just couldn't resist taking these fruits, which should have just arrived and are still of good quality. Due to the power outage, no new orders were coming in for the time being, so after packing everything up, the two girls walked out with Huang Jie. To prove his innocence, Huang Jie even specifically stopped by the nearby supermarket to buy a bottle of cola. When Huang Jie delivered the meal to the customer, he kindly reminded her, "Miss, I sincerely suggest that you buy fresh and complete fruits in the future." He really didn't dare to remind her of anything more, otherwise if the girl immediately requested a refund and brought up Huang Jie's original words, he would definitely have to bear the meal loss, and the possibility of being fined would be quite high. In order to make up for the loss during the lunch rush, Huang Jie worked until midnight to barely complete a task of 500 yuan. On the third day, just after 6 o'clock, Huang Jie received a text reminder. Damn it, the repayment was successful this time, which means there's still 430 to repay, and the pressure is immense. Around 8 o'clock, Huang Jie arrived at the community cafeteria for a meal. He saw not only Tian Xiaoyu, Chen Xiaoyu, and Chen Jinzhou, but also Lin Jieqi in the cafeteria. Seeing Huang Jie come in, Tian Xiaoyu hurried over. "Bro, have you eaten yet?" "I just came over to eat. You all carry on, I'll go." When Huang Jie eats here, he consciously swipes his card. Since his friends and their girlfriends' wives are managing the business, he tries not to cause any unnecessary trouble. "Bro, we're discussing whether to start a takeout service. Recently, many patients from nearby hospitals have been complaining that we don't have a takeout service." Tian Xiaoyu explained. "To eat our food, they have been asking delivery riders to buy on their behalf. I really don't know about this matter, but since the meals are ready, if it doesn't add too much cost, trying it wouldn't lead to too much loss," Huang Jie suggested. As a delivery rider, Huang Jie truly worries about the food safety of customers. Some things are even offered to him for free, but he finds them unappetizing. He really can't understand going to buy groceries is cheaper and more cost-effective. Isn't cooking at home more appealing? Sometimes when he sees customers living in luxury homes and villas eating junk takeout, he really doesn't know how to comment. If every delivery is of clean and hygienic food, he wouldn't feel guilty when handing it over to the customers. Are there truly clean and affordable small restaurants? Of course they exist, though in limited numbers. Some restaurateurs persistently uphold their principles, rejecting pre-made dishes and diligently crafting exquisite cuisine. However, these establishments are not competitive on delivery platforms. They lack price advantages and fast serving times. Customers seeking bargains often overlook them, and riders are reluctant to accept orders during peak hours. Therefore, if you do encounter such a restaurant, please cherish it, as you never know when it might close down. If conditions allow, do support their business as much as possible. Whenever Huang Jie comes across such a place, he always finds a way to buy more. If the owner inquires, he simply states that he is purchasing on behalf of a customer, as there exists a storage space where the food won't spoil. The main thing is that during busy times, if there's no opportunity to eat, consuming these items can still bring a sense of peace. For instance, the large stuffed steamed dumplings on the construction materials road are particularly good. The ingredients are fresh and prepared on site, making them especially delicious. Unlike those chain dumpling restaurants where the filling is pre-made and only 2 or 3 people are tasked with wrapping them on site, resulting in a taste akin to frozen dumplings, yet they claim that the dumplings are freshly made. During the lunch rush, Huang Jie handled 2 waves of orders, 12 from the Aerospace Vocational College and 11 from the Aerospace Family Area, earning a total of 183 yuan, which is quite a decent performance. After the peak period, Huang Jie managed to grab a scheduled order for delivery to the Shea Higher Education Park at 8 o'clock in the evening. Although the order was for the evening, the platform, being ultimately a robot governed by algorithms, began to ramp up its efforts, constantly dispatching orders heading in that direction. Due to the long distance, each order was over 10 yuan. During non-peak hours, if he received a wave of orders, earning over 500 yuan by evening would be a solid outcome. This is also a small trick for delivery riders pulling orders. This means deliberately grabbing an order heading in a preferred direction, which should be a direction with a higher volume of orders. Otherwise, no matter how much you pull, you won't get any. As the scheduled order was still active, no matter where Huang Jie went in that area, the platform would do its best to send orders to the Higher Education Park. And the evening peak was no exception. To be honest, delivering from Hexinghui towards the Higher Education Park during the evening peak is clearly less suitable than heading westward. However, there's nothing to be done about it. One can't expect everything to be perfect. He thought the day would pass without incident, but around 9 o'clock he received an order. After picking up the food, he reached the customer's building in less than 10 minutes. Just as he was about to go upstairs, the platform sent a notification that the customer had initiated a return. Damn it, it's at the doorstep. The merchant would definitely not agree. This is food, not a product from the supermarket. As expected, within just a few seconds, the merchant rejected the return request. Huang Jie faced yet another difficult customer, and if he wasn't careful, he could receive a bad review, a complaint, a fine, or even lose the meal. To protect his rights, Huang Jie promptly took screenshots of the order, and its location photographed the entrance of the customer's community, the building entrance, and the customer's door number, all with timestamps. With this evidence, he could prove that the reason for the customer's refund request was not due to delivery issues. Then he turned on the recording device at the customer's door, ensuring the phone recording function was activated. He didn't knock first, instead he called the customer. "Hello, your takeaway has arrived. I'm at your doorstep, could you please open the door?" Huang Jie was very polite and genuinely hoped the customer would accept the item without issue. "I've already requested a return, I don't want it anymore, oh just refund the merchant." A girl said over the phone. "I'm sorry, but I just saw that the merchant rejected your refund request. How about you open the door and accept the food? I've already told you I don't want it to just return it." The girl sounded a bit impatient. At this point, Huang Jie no longer hoped the customer would accept the food, as there was a high possibility the girl would take out her anger on the rider and leave a bad review. Here's the thing, if the merchant refuses a refund and I return the item to them because of your refusal to accept it, Huang Jie made one last attempt to persuade the customer to accept the delivery. "If he dares, if I don't get a refund, I'll file a complaint," the girl began to shout on the phone. This girl was really unreasonable, a true little fairy. Huang Jie was experienced. He never argued with merchants or customers. Since she refused to accept it, Huang Jie followed the protocol to report the anomaly. Clicked on encountered an issue found customer refused to accept. Clicked near the customer's home, uploaded chat and SMS screenshots, photos of the complete meal and the customer's doorstep, providing a detailed description of the customer's reason for the return along with notes that he had recorded the phone call and had video footage of the entire process. In less than 3 minutes, the system approved the application. Huang Jie just needed to return the item to the merchant at his convenience and then cancel the order, ensuring he would receive the delivery fee and likely a delivery subsidy as well. Those riders who frequently argue with customers on the platform are truly unworthy. Not only do they get complaints and fines, but they might even face limitations on accepting orders. In the end, going home to sleep would leave them feeling uncomfortable and their emotions could be affected for several days. So a reminder to riders, when out there, protect yourself, learn to document evidence. Even if the platform favors customers, as long as you have evidence, there's no issue that won't be resolved. Of course, if you are at fault, no matter what, the platform won't approve your claim. Without evidence, you will surely find no avenue for appeal. Another reminder, equip yourself with a recording device costing around 70 or 80 yuan. It can truly resolve over 90% of issues during deliveries. After returning the meal to the merchant, Huang Jie had no way of knowing whether the merchant would refund the customer. Bored and idle, he casually grabbed an order for milk tea, only to notice an interesting note from the customer rider: "Drink the milk tea for me." This was yet another peculiar order. However, it was easy to handle, and he had to reach that address to click delivered. Knocking on the door to check was not complicated. Upon arriving at the specified address and knocking with no response, Huang Jie called the customer. "Hello, I'm at the door and have been knocking for a few minutes. There's no one at home." "If you have no issues, I'll mark it as delivered," Huang Jie said. "Are you sure you haven't gone to the wrong place?" "I'm sure, I've already sent the door number in the platform's chat. You can check it out." Huang Jie said. "Thank you. By the way, could you check if there's anyone in room 1006 on the 8th floor of building 1 in this community?" The customer's mood was noticeably low. "That's not good, it could lead to trouble," Huang Jie stated. "Please, I beg you, little brother, I won't let you go empty-handed. I'll give you a 50 yuan tip right now." Before Huang Jie could refuse, the money arrived. "All right, hold on, I'll go check and let you know the result and send you a picture shortly," Huang Jie replied. "Bro, there's no one here either." A few minutes later, Huang Jie informed the other party of the result. "Thanks, brother." The other party's mood was clearly off. "Are you in trouble? Do you want me to help you call the police?" Huang Jie was genuinely worried that something had happened to those two. "Brother, calling the police won't solve the problem. I'm on a business trip in He Province. A friend of mine called to say that my girlfriend and my childhood friend went to a hotel together. What can I do to help with this? Think positively, and maybe it's a misunderstanding. Even if it's not worth being heartbroken." Huang Jie said this while looking at a cup of milk tea and a 50 yuan tip. "Thanks, brother." With that, the other party hung up. Every day, maybe breaking up sooner isn't such a bad thing. After all, they weren't married yet. I sincerely hope this guy can let go and move on soon. He first went to the subway station to buy a few rolls, supporting the hard-working female vendor and replenishing some energy. Since he forgot to log off just after getting the rolls, and before he could eat, the platform sent a new order. The address was Sheikh Base, which he had no impression of. After picking up the food and following the navigation, he discovered that this address was a temporary training base for militia, and with a guard on duty, it was definitely not going to be delivered inside. "Hello, your takeout has arrived. Can you come out to pick it up? Just leave it at the door, someone will come to get it later." Huang Jie followed the platform's standard operating procedure, placed it at the door, took a photo, and immediately a soldier rushed over. "Comrade, you can't take photos here. Please turn on your phone and delete the pictures." Unable to resist the authority, Huang Jie quickly opened his phone and let the guard check it. Fortunately, he only captured the food in a section of the wall. In the end, under the watchful eye of the guard, he deleted the photos and emptied the recycle bin. "Comrade, next time just leave the delivery on the ground, no photos allowed." Okay, I won't do it again," Huang Jie replied, but thinking about the recording device still working since the guard didn't say anything, he felt too lazy to explain. Besides, he really hadn't taken any meaningful photos. It was dark, and the most he could capture was the gate. Busy until midnight, he returned home. Every day during the delivery process, he would encounter oddities and surprises, which was quite interesting. Early Monday morning, he got up at 5 again. To pay off his debts, he was really pushing himself to the limit, turning himself into the legendary single king. It's true that without being a cultivator one should not follow suit, or they could easily get swept away. At 5 in November, it was still dark and quite cold, especially since in 11 days the heating would officially start. The worst part of the capital in winter is the strong wind. Huang Jie found that the clothes he bought a few years ago no longer met his warmth requirements. After the mall opened, Huang Jie planned to get a few outfits for himself, not looking for style, but definitely needing to be windproof and warm, and not too expensive since he was always out, and they wouldn't stay clean. At 8 during lunch break, Huang Jie received a call from Zhu Mingming, the student from the drama academy, who worked part-time delivering. Mr. Huang, are you a friend of Zhu Mingming? We are from the traffic police. Zhu Mingming has been in a car accident and has been sent to the Shitanzi Hospital, the Hualongwen branch. Can you come to the emergency room right away? He's my friend, will be there right away. Is he seriously hurt? He should have a fracture, he's in the operating room. On this Monday, why isn't he in class and is out delivering food instead? Now look at the result. Just last night we were chatting on the phone, and today he's in the hospital. However, this matter shouldn't have been brought to me. Zhu Mingming is a student, shouldn't they have contacted his parents first? But since they reached out to me, I should go take a look. When we had cake together, Huang Jie thought this little brother was quite nice, and of course the large sum of cash in hand also gave Huang Jie the confidence to decide to help this little brother. Money not spent is just waste paper. After arriving at the hospital, he first met with the traffic police. Who are you to Zhu Mingming? Just a friend. How is he hurt? He's still in the operating room, he's okay, but he injured his calf and was bleeding seriously, so he was sent to the operating room urgently. Can you contact his family? How did you get in touch with me? Huang Jie was curious. Look, this is his phone. We couldn't turn it on, so we called you back via Bluetooth. I can't reach them either. We only met while delivering food. But I know he is a student at the drama academy. By the way, whose fault was this accident? The driver is fully responsible. He must have drunk a lot at night. If it was a student, we should contact the school first, said a traffic officer. How will the medical expenses be handled? Huang Jie asked. We contacted the car insurance company. They will cover the initial expenses. Zhu Mingming should be a part-time delivery worker, and he should also be able to apply for insurance for new occupational forms, but how to go about it will have to be handled by him personally. Since someone is covering the medical expenses, Huang Jie didn't offer to pay it up front. The surgery was performed at this hospital, and he was familiar with the processes here. In less than half an hour, Huang Jie met with the leaders and counselors from the drama academy. The school's leaders were quite domineering, coming to the hospital with a school lawyer to fully support Zhu Mingming in his post-accident rights protection. The lawyer was very professional, quickly obtaining the scene photos from the traffic police and the traffic accident responsibility identification. With these documents, filing an insurance claim and seeking compensation would be much easier. Having an organization backing you feels good. When trouble arises, there's someone to rely on. 2 hours later, Zhu Mingming was rolled out of the operating room. After confirming he was fine, Huang Jie said goodbye to Zhu Mingming's counselor and left the hospital. This hospital doesn't allow visitors, and visiting hours are only from 4 to 6 in the afternoon. There are professional caregivers, and he wouldn't be of any help. It would be better to return during visiting hours to help buy some necessities and nutritional supplies. The likelihood of traffic accidents while delivering food is extremely high, so it's essential to follow traffic rules, not to run red lights, and not to go against traffic. If an accident occurs while adhering to traffic regulations, the compensation from the other party will be higher. Otherwise, not only would you suffer without compensation, but you might also have to pay the other party. Moreover, if you can't work for 4 to 5 months, the losses will be significant. Huang Jie is usually at the Hexinghui business district during the lunch peak, probably because it's quite large and hard to pick up orders. Many gig riders are unwilling to come. With his familiarity with the area, Huang Jie managed to achieve good results with both batches of orders. After the peak, he made a large purchase at the supermarket, buying a lot of fruits, bottled water, cups, basins, towels, and so on. Thinking about it, he prepared 10,000 in cash, planning to forcefully lend it to this little brother Zhu Mingming. Even though the insurance company covered the medical expenses, and he could later claim compensation, he still needed to spend money on food, daily necessities, and later recuperation. Having cash on hand would keep him from panicking. Brother Huang, what brings you here? Why did you bring so many things? Zhu Mingming lay on the hospital bed playing with his phone. What did the doctor say? Huang Jie asked as he placed the things he bought on the bedside table. Thank you, Brother Huang. The doctor said the surgery went smoothly, and I can be discharged in a week, but I need to rest for at least 3 months. Zhu Mingming said helplessly. It takes 100 days to heal from a bone injury. In a couple of days, I'll bring over my old wheelchair and crutches, so you won't need to buy new ones. By the way, has the insurance issue been resolved? Huang Jie asked. The driver's insurance is quite inadequate. The insurance company is only willing to cover the surgery costs this time. Fortunately, the driver's family is willing to compensate. They hope I will provide a letter of understanding. I also applied for insurance through the delivery platform and am still waiting for approval. As long as someone is compensating, that's good. This surgery must have cost several tens of thousands, right? Huang Jie asked. Over 30,000. I fractured my calf bone, and the other party agreed to cover the medical expenses and nursing fees, plus an additional 50,000. The school's lawyer and doctor assessed my injuries and deemed this solution reasonable. Zhu Mingming replied. Are you short on money right now? If you are, I still have a bit. Huang Jie inquired. Brother, you know my situation. Oh, I'm always short on money. But really, you don't need to lend me your money. It's not easy for you either. Huang Jie being well off, Zhu Mingming understood his tragic situation. Hey race, 10,000, take it for now as a loan for emergencies. If you don't need it after being discharged, remember to pay me back immediately. Huang Jie placed the money in the drawer of the bedside table. Brother, really you don't need to. Well then, thank you brother. Zhu Mingming was a bit moved. As Huang Jie was about to leave, a few students came to visit Zhu Mingming. One must say there are really many handsome men and beautiful women in the drama academy. You all get busy, call me if you need anything, Huang Jie said. Take it slow brother, don't ride too fast, Zhu Mingming shouted. Mingming, who is that person to you? Huang Jie heard someone ask as he just stepped out of the ward. That's my brother, Zhu Mingming replied. Zhu Mingming was genuinely moved. It was 2024, and there are still such good people. Just a friend he met while delivering food came to give him 10,000 yuan when he was in his most difficult time. Although a compensation agreement had been reached, he really hadn't received the money yet. Living in the hospital and dealing with daily expenses, every little thing costs money. Not to mention he still needed to earn money to support his younger sister in high school back in the mountainous hometown. The pressure of life was enormous. The evening peak hours had normal orders, although there were a few difficult deliveries, but those weren't worth mentioning. It was only when picking up an order at Heishenghui that he encountered a rider fighting with the staff over a delayed order. How should one put it? The waitstaff earns less than the riders, and the delay wasn't the staff's fault. If the chef can't deliver the food, what can the staff do? When riders face such problems, the best solution is to wait 5 minutes and report the delay. To minimize losses, they should put that order on hold and prioritize delivering other orders. If there's time, they can deliver normally as the system will grant appropriate extra time. If not, they should report a second delay and cancel the order. If the platform imposes a penalty, they shouldn't fuss. As a crowdsourced rider, they can simply avoid accepting orders from that restaurant during peak times in the future. If they are truly upset, they can gather a few friends, order from that restaurant several times, and leave a bad review after eating. If it happens often enough, the restaurant won't be able to survive. Arguing with the staff is the least wise choice. If it escalates to a fight, the losses are minor, but the delay will cost them a few days, resulting in lost earnings. If Huang Jie encounters such a situation, he would wait for a few minutes and then report the issue. Sometimes he would comfort customers in the chat box, explaining that the restaurant is busy and that the food is delayed, telling them not to worry, it will be prioritized for delivery as soon as it is ready. If the customer isn't in a hurry, he would take a picture of the rider waiting for the food, and often this would shift the tension, leading many customers to choose to cancel their orders, thus making the situation no longer their concern. This isn't about misleading customers into canceling, it's merely about alleviating their concerns. If you foolishly call the customer and ask them to cancel the order, the platform's algorithm is very sensitive and will quickly determine it's your fault, leading to a fine that won't be overturned on appeal. If the customer doesn't cancel, just let them wait, deliver last, since it's already past the time limit. Treat that order as a right. Moreover, with prior communication, customers generally won't leave bad reviews because you've clarified that the delay was due to the restaurant's late service. After delivering many orders, one must get used to delays and fines, but of course one should also try to avoid such situations as they do impact income. Watching the rider and restaurant staff fight, soon more people joined in, and then the police and ambulances arrived, taking away quite a few individuals. What was the point of this? The waitstaff are just workers, why get so angry and foul-mouthed? After a beating they should. The riders are the same, they're out to earn money, not to suffer. Now look, the restaurant is wrecked like this, they will surely have to bear. Due to many riders getting involved in the fight, the number of orders on the scene suddenly increased. Huang Jie managed to grab one, and the platform immediately assigned him 4 more orders along the way. The first order to deliver was to the month center at the north gate of Bihui Villa district, where the customer had ordered some high-end fruits. Upon arrival, he couldn't get through to the customer's phone no matter what, and there was no response to the messages in the platform's chat box. Fortunately, the month center was understanding and allowed him to leave the order on a table at the front desk. Since it was fruit and not a meal order, it wouldn't spoil right away, and given that the storage area had surveillance cameras, Huang Jie boldly uploaded a photo and clicked delivered. It wasn't until nearly 11 at night that the customer angrily called. Where did you put the fruit I ordered? I haven't seen it, how could you mark it as delivered? Sister, you must be referring to the order from the month center, right? Huang Jie politely asked. Yes, you can't just mark it as delivered on your own. Where did you put my stuff? Sister, hey, race the thing, please check your phone. I called you 9 times, but you didn't answer. Rest assured your items are not lost, the front desk staff helped you sign for them, and they are on the table in front under surveillance, so nothing will happen. Huang Jie said politely. When encountering someone who has just given birth or is about to give birth, one must be comforting, otherwise if they have a bad temper, getting a bad review is a small matter. I'm so sorry, I just fell asleep and didn't want to disturb the baby, so I turned my phone to silent and missed the calls. They'll go check at the front desk right away. You have every right to be upset after just giving birth. Alright sister, if you have any issues, feel free to call me anytime. If it's lost, I'll go help you find it back. To avoid bad reviews, Huang Jie was truly giving it his all. It's not about groveling to clients, rather it's about wanting to avoid trouble and calmly resolving matters. As a former assassin, Huang Jie had spent over a year lurking in a large brothel in the capital of the Chu Kingdom to complete a task assigned by his master. Of course, he was doing menial work, serving as a servant without suffering any indignities. In such a beautiful society where food and drink are plentiful, and without the threat of war, being given a second chance at life naturally calls for finding a wife and living a stable life. To fulfill the original owner's last wishes, pay off debts. Take good care of the daughter. After breaking the soul seal, cultivate diligently, live well, and strive to enjoy a few more years of life. During a break in taking orders, Huang Jie even made a special call to this female client. Sister, have you found your items? If you have, that's great. Feel free to contact me if there are any issues. In fact, if there were issues, it would be about the quality of the fruits, and contacting Huang Jie would be of little use. However, everyone loves to hear kind words. Shortly after hanging up, Huang Jie received a 5 yuan tip, and it was expected that a good review would appear the next day. 5 yuan may not seem like much to most, but to a delivery rider it's quite significant. During non-peak hours, delivering a 3-kilometer order usually only earns 4 yuan in delivery fees. After 11 o'clock on Monday night, there aren't many orders. Huang Jie seized an order near the Wenyu River, initially thinking it was placed by a fisherman. After crossing the river and walking a bit west, he realized the delivery location was a small farm. It seemed he had been there during the day, or he recalled that the farm only had a few plastic greenhouses for growing vegetables. However, upon delivery at night, he was surprised to find a guard at the entrance. Hello, may I ride in? It seems someone ordered takeout here. Huang Jie asked politely. Is the last 4 digits of the phone number 9173? If so, the meal is mine, a young security guard replied. Just a moment, let me check. Yes, indeed, here you go, enjoy your meal, Huang Jie said. He hadn't gone far when he heard a voice from the security office's intercom. Who told you to order takeout? Don't you know what we do here? Huang Jie truly had no interest in their business. He mainly wanted to avoid trouble. Just after crossing the river, he was stopped by a police officer. Young man, was the delivery location just now here? Someone in the police car asked Huang Jie while holding a map. Yes, did you see anything suspicious? Huang Jie truthfully relayed the conversation he heard over the intercom. How many people did you see? I just handed the items to the security guard at the gate and left. There were 2 people on duty at the entrance. Can I go now? Huang Jie said, realizing he couldn't provide any useful information. He thought it would be better to just deliver a couple more orders. Not yet. Please hand over your phone. They'll return it to you shortly. Just a moment, let me go offline from the platform, otherwise I'll incur a penalty for not delivering any orders. Are we conducting a major operation? Huang Jie asked curiously. Don't ask unnecessary questions. You'll be free in about half an hour. Perhaps due to his cultivation, Huang Jie had developed remarkable hearing. From the police radio, he gradually gleaned that this was a gambling bust operation. It didn't seem like a big deal. They would wrap up soon and he could continue with his deliveries. But unexpectedly, sounds of gunfire erupted from the direction of the farm, followed by explosions. What the hell? It was just a gambling bust. Did it really need to escalate to this level? The situation was urgent, and the police immediately began their actions. An officer asked Huang Jie for his contact information, and Huang Jie regained his freedom. Huang Jie had seen such things on short videos. He was just a takeaway rider, and his cultivation had only reached the innate realm, merely touching the threshold of refining qi. A single peanut could easily take him out. He had no intention of going to see the commotion. Escaping the scene to save his own life was the most sensible choice. Indeed, this body seemed to attract trouble. Just delivering takeout often led to chaotic incidents. Some riders had been delivering for 5 or 6 years without encountering a single case. Human life is precious. In such major cases, Huang Jie had naturally been questioned multiple times. Fortunately, he had order information, and his recording device captured the entire process, while the rented electric bike's battery could provide a complete action track. It's hard to believe that the capital could be so unsafe with so many cases. It only indicates that you have been well protected. Consider how many police stations and officers are in the capital. Do you think they only spend their days managing community safety and maintaining traffic order? The stable life you envision is maintained by someone quietly looking out for you, so it's essential to be grateful. Of course, there are some places you should avoid, and some unreliable people you should not associate with. In just 2024, if you check past news, you will see how many times notifications have been issued for bodies found in the rivers of the capital. Therefore, raising your awareness and protecting yourself and your family is crucial. Don't assume there is no danger around you. You might wonder how Huang Jie knows all this. But don't forget that this is a vigilance that a former assassin must possess. You think Huang Jie scrolls through short videos just to look at pretty girls? No matter how severe the situation, nothing can hinder Huang Jie from delivering takeout. To earn a living, waking up at 5 in the freezing winter is a basic requirement. With his strong physique and resolute, he must become the king of deliveries, ensuring to earn at least 15,000 each month. It's not advisable for ordinary people to try this, but it can indeed be life-threatening. Huang Jie felt particularly excited when making deliveries, especially when he snatched an order not far from home to the inpatient department of a traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Delivering to the hall shelf and calling the client meant he had completed the delivery, as the nurses would gather to collect the meals. However, the situation at the Shuidan hospital was different. He needed to deliver it to the entrance of the inpatient department and wait for the nurses to come and pick it up. To deliver breakfast to Zhu Mingming, Huang Jie waited a long time for the elevator. In fact, the patient meals at this hospital, while not delicious, are nutritionally adequate and not particularly expensive. If one isn't too picky, they are still acceptable. After grabbing an order heading to the North 4th Ring, Huang Jie arrived at Huang Lei's grandmother's house and saw the atmosphere was heavy. Everyone's face looked grim. Lele, what's going on at home? What happened? Huang Jie asked while his daughter drank juice. Dad Liang, Daddy was arrested and Mommy is feeling sad. I don't know what happened, Huang Lei replied quietly. Did Liang Xian get arrested for finding a mistress? Dad, I don't know, no one told me. As Huang Jie left the courtyard, Zhang Min walked him out looking as if she had been crying. Liang Xian was arrested while on a woman's bed in a villa, and the charge is actually for adultery. This is quite a scandal, Zhang Min said. Huang Jie, caught off guard, didn't know how to comfort her. This is so sudden. What are you planning to do next? Huang Jie asked with concern. Given the circumstances, there's no doubt that a divorce is necessary. Otherwise, Lei Lei's schooling will be affected. Who would have thought that going abroad would lead to such betrayal? I really can't say much about this. Try to stay positive and take care of your health. If you're facing financial pressure, if conditions allow, you should pay off your debts sooner rather than later. Prolonging it will only lead to trouble. If anything comes up, just give me a call. Recently, you should try not to go back home. If there are things being moved in your room, it could be quite dangerous for you to stay there. Huang Jie suggested, noting that there was a lot to learn from the situation. That sounds quite frightening. I guess I'll stay at my mom's house for now, Zhang Min replied, feeling a bit scared. Out of caution, Huang Jie looked around. Sure enough, there were people watching Zhang Min's parents' small courtyard, including some in police uniforms and others in plain clothes who seemed to be official personnel. From months of learning on the platform, Huang Jie knew he couldn't provoke these people and that keeping a safe distance was the right choice. Moreover, with these individuals providing protection, Zhang Min's family should be safe. Besides, these people were merely fulfilling their duties to safeguard national security. He couldn't interfere with their work. As expected, this appearance in the courtyard had put Huang Jie on their watch list. However, after only a day of following him, the two young men assigned to tail him were somewhat overwhelmed. This guy could really... In just the deliveries they observed, Huang Jie had completed 116 orders. The next day, after clarifying Huang Jie's identity and circumstances, they decisively abandoned the surveillance. It would indeed be strange if someone with such skills were suspected of treason. However, technical means would still be needed for a while, such as phone tapping and tracking delivery records provided by Xiao Mei. On his way back through the Tian district, while passing the National Conference Center, Huang Jie received a delivery order, which made him quite happy at first glance. The distance was only 50 meters with a delivery fee of 27 yuan, but when he arrived to pick up the meal, he was dismayed. For large boxes, an average person would struggle with even one box. Moreover, this was at the entrance of the subway, and he had to figure out a way to get them to the surface. To make matters worse, the electric bike was parked far from the subway entrance, and the National Conference Center did not allow parking for electric bikes. Calculating it all, he realized he needed to carry 4 large boxes of takeout on foot to the entrance of the National Conference Center. And that wasn't the end of it. To get close to the center, he also had to go through a security check. Without a ticket, no one could enter after the security check. However, passing the security check was essential, otherwise the boxes couldn't go inside. Fortunately, the restaurant had experience in handling bulk deliveries for exhibitions and provided a small cart for the riders' use. After queuing through security, the staff from the exhibitors were quite helpful, arranging several young men to assist, and even giving Huang Jie an exhibitor's badge. When he returned the cart to the restaurant, he realized he was lucky. At least his order had arrived, and he could pick it up. At the pickup area, several riders were anxiously waiting, and the girls responsible for packing were busy and overwhelmed. It seemed that handling orders from the exhibition was truly difficult. If one wasn't well prepared, it was best to avoid taking such orders. Time was tight, meals were numerous, and deliveries were slow. Of course, such orders also attracted some riders as the unit price was high and the delivery distance short. They could hand over the order right at the exhibition center entrance. During the lunch rush, he mistakenly accepted an order for Ocean Park. The customer requested delivery into the park, but Huang Jie estimated that even entering through the nearest park gate would require about 2 kilometers for a mere 5 yuan order. He couldn't fathom what the customer was thinking. To avoid unnecessary trouble and not delay his other orders, Huang Jie simply added a 5 yuan transfer fee and passed the order on. He ended up losing 5 yuan without doing anything. That afternoon, Huang Jie saw a trending topic on the platform. A rider had assaulted a customer while delivering to the park. Upon closer inspection, the timing matched up. Wasn't this the order he had transferred? Though the rider's actions were wrong, Huang Jie felt that he was definitely on the rider's side. Delivering to the park entrance was reasonable, but delivering inside the park was indeed a bit much. The video was clear, showing the young man's face. Huang Jie decided that if he got the chance to meet him, he would find a way to compensate the young man. With no orders at the moment, Huang Jie was at the northwest gate of Zisenki Wangxiangui, refreshing for orders. Just as he spotted one in the hall and was about to grab it, something hit his helmet. Looking up, he saw an old man raising a cane, preparing to strike again. Instinctively, he blocked and then drove away. These old men are truly not to be messed with. Perhaps his electric bike was blocking the old man's path, and Huang Jie took the blame upon himself. The old man, seeing he couldn't hit Huang Jie, shakily walked towards an electric bike and forcefully pushed it over. This was ridiculous. The bike was parked in a designated space as planned by the mall. A young man coming out of the mall couldn't take it anymore and rushed over to confront the old man, but several others in uniform stopped. Forget it, Xiao Zhang, we can't mess with this old man. If you cross him, you'd probably have to support him in his old age. Exactly. Just now this old man even hit that guy on the head with his cane. That guy didn't say a word, and just, on my car. The rearview mirror is shattered. Xiao Zhang said angrily. What can we do? You have an order, right? Hurry and make the delivery, don't be late, one person advised. This is really outrageous. How can there be such an old geezer? Xiao Zhang angrily drove away from the mall entrance. Huang Jie also felt frustrated, but there were cameras everywhere. Even if he were a killer, he had to keep a low profile. Everything was to ensure a stable and peaceful life. He couldn't afford to be conspicuous. Faced with armed police, Huang Jie could easily be shot down unless he had mastered his skills perfectly. Otherwise, it was best to remain honestly cautious. Not only delivery riders cannot afford to offend this old man, but even the security personnel at the mall feel nervous when the old man approaches. Parents of mischievous children would also manage their kids well upon seeing such an elder. If they accidentally bumped into him, they'd be inviting trouble back home. Call the police. Are you kidding? Even the officers at the precinct would be helpless. They can only advise you to minimize. Have you seen the news? The motorcycle rider whose bike was knocked down is still fighting for compensation after the old man passed away. Huang Jie truly admired that motorcycle rider, but a delivery rider couldn't afford to get involved. If one day passes without work, one day passes without income. When there are no orders, one feels unhappy. Even when an order is secured, there are times of discontent. Huang Jie had just snatched a convenience store order with the customer, noting not to call, knock, or ring the doorbell. Most delivery riders harbor concerns when faced with such orders. Perhaps the customer has a dog or a child at home, or is solely a woman, regardless of the reason. Riders worry about encountering someone trying to take advantage. Moreover, 90% of communities have access control, making it difficult for riders to enter the building without contacting the customer. Some communities even lack door numbers, expecting riders to have extraordinary abilities to intuit which door belongs to the customer. Huang Jie's sixth sense was remarkably accurate. Following the customer's instructions, he placed the items at the door, took a photo, and marked it as delivered. Half an hour later, the customer called. Is this the rider? The items I ordered are missing a bottle of drink. I called the merchant, and they said they checked the surveillance and that the drink was included. A voice like that of a little fairy. There's no need to panic just yet. Whatever the reason, your item is missing. Please send me the name of the drink, and I will make sure to compensate you. Then I will check the video with the merchant. I also carry a recording device with me, recording continuously for 24 hours. If the merchant confirms it was indeed included, I will report it to the authorities. Huang Jie replied, I'm not asking you to compensate, I will look for it again. The little fairy hung up. 5 minutes later, Huang Jie managed to reach the customer by phone. Hello, have you found the drink? If it's truly missing, I will go with the police to ensure we find out who took your item in the hallway. I found it. I ordered a lot of items and didn't notice it at first. All right, then wish you a pleasant day. If I believed her words, that would be quite a twist. However, the next day, Huang Jie received a negative review as expected, with the feedback citing poor service attitude. The platform only allows you to see negative reviews and does not inform you which order received the bad feedback, making the chances of appealing quite low. What's worse, there's no appeal channel for such negative reviews, resolving it through customer service. You wish, as that would require you to reach a human customer service representative first. What you hear is always the cold voice of a robot, making you endlessly choose options. Once you reach a human representative, you may find that the penalty for appealing is 3 yuan, though your phone bill could easily. So truly don't get angry, as it serves no purpose. Who told you to encounter such peculiar customers and an ungracious platform? Instead of wallowing in frustration, it's better to deliver a couple more orders to recover your losses. Of course, the entry threshold for riders is relatively low. There are PhD holders experiencing life, unemployed graduates, failed entrepreneurs, in debt, young people emerging from factories, middle-aged individuals supporting families, as well as those of questionable character and noble souls. When peculiar customers encounter a serious rider, situations of door banging can occur. Your home is right there, your family is there. If the delivery person is not at fault, it's best not to stir trouble or lash out. So I sincerely advise customers, when you order takeout, keep your phone on, open the door when knocked, and happily accept your items without unnecessary fuss. When riders face issues, don't act impulsively, turning reason into nonsense. Not only will it waste time, but it could also lead to financial penalties and legal troubles. Listen to me, get yourself a portable recording device. One that costs around 70 or 80 yuan is sufficient. It can truly help you resolve over 90% of your troubles. I am just a rider, not a salesperson, so I won't recommend any brands. At around 9 in the evening, passing by the East Street subway station, I noticed the pancake vendor was still there, so I bought 10 servings and took out some fruits from my trunk to amuse her child, who has autism. Sister, is there a hospital that can treat children with such conditions? Yes, I regularly take him for checkups. During the day, I also send him to a special school, so I can go to work. In the evening, I bring him out for part-time work. The child needs to meet more people to become more cheerful. You truly have it tough, but take care of yourself as well. Huang Jie expressed concern. He noticed that the sister added more meat to the pancakes. After eating the pancakes made by her, Huang Jie regained his strength and decided to work for another 2 to 3 hours. At 11 o'clock, he received an order for delivering adult products, with the customer noting speed is essential. After picking up the goods, they must be delivered immediately without stopping to deliver other orders or risk a negative review. My goodness, how urgent can one be? Huang Jie wasted no time. After getting the goods, he headed straight to the address provided by the customer, and it turned out to be a high-end community. In a high-end community, without an access card, and no one entering or leaving, there's no way to sneak in. He could only register honestly and walk the items over. The person receiving the goods was a young woman dressed lightly, and her clothing was clearly of high quality. Hey, would you like to— What the heck? Is this getting out of hand? Huang Jie had been a good man for 2 years after his divorce, keeping himself clean, and naturally would not engage in such immoral acts. No, I have other orders that are urgent. You all continue, Huang Jie said as he helped her close the door. The world is perilous. If caught in a trap, it could cost dearly. A scam. You're overthinking it. Oh, what a low perspective it takes to target a rider. To take it a step further, if such complex relationships were to lead to illness, then one could only cry in the toilet. Speaking of toilets, Huang Jie indeed had an order for milk tea, with the customer noting the milk tea is for the rider, and to bring extra napkins to be delivered to the public restroom at the north side of Longjing District quickly. Quickly. My legs are numb. This is quite a good order, there's no reason to hesitate. After picking up the milk tea, he secured it in his carrying space and quickly handed the napkins to the gentleman squatting in the stall. Brother, you finally arrived. Come help me. This request was a bit excessive mainly due to the strong odor. However, considering the customer's generosity, he still lent him a hand. Since he was in the restroom, he might as well take a moment to relieve himself. As he washed his hands and exited, he saw the gentleman from earlier opening the door of an A8. I never expected that gentleman to actually be a wealthy person. Brother, it's almost midnight, are you coming back? Tianxian, I'll be home soon, 10 minutes away. Alright brother, I'll wait for you. I've prepared some food and drinks for us to enjoy later. As soon as the door opened, Tian Xiaoyo rushed over carrying several small dishes in multiple trips along with a bottle of high-proof liquor. Xiaoyo, if there's something on your mind, just say it. Why are you being so hesitant now? Huang Jie asked after taking a few bites. Brother, regarding the investment in the cafeteria, I feel I owe you. It was supposed to be agreed that if the cafeteria business improved you would have shares. Don't bring up useless matters. Between brothers we don't play tricks. I made it clear when I lent you money that it was a loan to be repaid. Talking about shares now makes no sense. Huang Jie stated. Tomorrow I will transfer the money to your account. Please provide me with a bank card number. But if 200,000 is transferred to that account, it will incur high fees when you want to withdraw it. Huang Jie planned to deposit the money into a micro account as it would earn some interest, and it would be convenient for purchases. Paying in cash every time was rather troublesome. Brother, your girlfriend is quite impressive and capable. Not only is she studying law independently, but she also manages the restaurant so well. You should learn a lot from her. I know, brother. I plan to apprentice and learn cooking. I have some foundation as I studied at a culinary school before. If you need money, just let me know. Tian Xiaoyo is a decent person. Although he might seem like he will be henpecked in the future, he is definitely someone worth helping. Even if Tian Xiaoyo is not that capable, he is still my brother. If Chun Xiaoyu encounters any problems in the future, Huang Jie will certainly have countermeasures. Brother, you need to take care of your health. Don't push yourself too hard, you've lost quite a bit of weight lately. Honestly, running deliveries doesn't really help with weight loss. Don't ask why if you think you can lose weight through this job, it's basic. The reason Huang Jie managed to lose nearly 30 pounds so quickly was due to his cultivation, which involved compressing and refining his meridians and cells through the circulation of spiritual energy daily. On Wednesday, he continued to wake up at 5 to study, and by 8:30 he had already earned over 120 yuan, marking a good start. However, it was really cold in the capital in November when going out in the morning. The breeze was quite chilly while riding the electric. He went to the same restaurant enjoying the same 3 yuan self-service porridge. Huang Jie ordered 2 buns and egg, 2 fried dough sticks, 10 bowls of porridge, and 5 plates of free side dishes. Huang Jie felt that if this restaurant eventually cancelled the 3 yuan self-service porridge, it would surely be due to his. After eating, he needed to deliver a juice infused with spiritual energy to his daughter on time. The platform was indeed quick to learn, knowing Huang Jie needed to head towards the second ring road at that time, and automatically assigned him a convenient order. The order was quite good except for the fact that the neighborhood didn't allow bikes inside. Everything else was perfect. Boss, that delivery guy is back again, called out the person monitoring the courtyard softly. He's back again. He's that girl's biological father. He comes almost every day. Should we keep following him? Forget it, we've figured it out. We won't follow him anymore, but let the tech department continue to monitor his phone and route. Exiting the courtyard, Huang Jie snagged a peculiar order worth 20 yuan, requiring him to wait by the wall at the entrance of Yonghe Palace for a while. What kind of request is this? Huang Jie didn't hesitate and called the customer right away. Hello, I just received your order. Do you have any specific requests? No specific requests. Just take a photo at the entrance and stay by the wall for 3 to 5 minutes. Alright, but to be honest, this is the first time I've encountered such a request. If there's anything else you need, I can assist you. I'm sick and have returned to my hometown. If it's convenient for you, please pray for my speedy recovery at the entrance. Sure, I'll help you with that, and I sincerely wish you a quick recovery. Huang Jie replied. For matters like this, since he promised, he really had to go through with it, otherwise his Dao heart would be unstable. Dao heart. Wait, that doesn't seem to belong to any sect, its nature is different. Forget it, I'm just a loose cultivator, and it doesn't seem necessary to care too much about this. Huang Jie's low profile was also largely due to his concern about whether there were others like him practicing cultivation in this world. He had just touched the threshold of the qi refining stage, yet he possessed valuable treasures. If he revealed too much, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Huang Jie never even considered seeking out these people. With money and ample space, running deliveries for a few years, marrying and having children and living a good life, doesn't that sound appealing? He had only been an assassin and had killed quite a few people alongside his master, but that didn't mean he enjoyed killing. Otherwise, his master wouldn't have kept him around to provide for him in his old age. Coward. There's really nothing wrong with that. Those flashy assassins from back in the day have long since disappeared, but that brother Jing did gain quite a reputation. However, it said that the king of Qin pursued his entire family. First, he took a photo at the scenic spot and uploaded it, then casually found something to photograph and clicked to pick it up. After that, he earnestly prayed for 5 minutes for the customer, uploaded another photo of the scenic spot's entrance, and clicked to mark it as delivered. He snagged a few convenient orders. For some reason, during the lunch rush, Huang Jie found himself at Zhongwankan Software. While the orders here are incredibly satisfying, they are quite centralized and delivering is exceptionally simple. Just make a call and drop it off at the unit's entrance. Of course, the delivery fee is relatively low due to the short distance, typically not exceeding 3 kilometers. As long as you are familiar with the merchants and the locations, you can easily earn over 100 yuan. It seems I need to expand my range on the map a bit. During working hours from Monday to Friday, sticking to residential areas and climbing stairs every day does indeed affect my delivery income. After the lunch rush, Huang Jie checked the map and found that there were indeed a few industrial parks nearby. The delivery conditions in Zhongwankan Software Park, Yanyu Software Park, and Yongfeng Software Park were all quite good. These parks are not far apart within a 7 to 8 kilometer range, making it possible to cover them all. Moreover, the road conditions are good, suitable for trying out during weekdays. To achieve results, there aren't many good methods. One must familiarize oneself with all the merchants in this area, starting with their locations and the time it takes to prepare food. It's also important to understand the distribution of enterprises within the parks and the delivery environment of each building, such as whether they have shelves for placing orders, whether they have delivery cabinets, and whether delivery personnel are allowed inside office buildings. If you're not aware of these situations, accepting an order that allows entry into an office building during peak hours can cause several orders to exceed their time limit just by waiting for the elevator. Of course, this is not something that can be figured out all at once. It requires exploring bit by bit. To ensure a steady income, Huang Jie plans to use Heaven-defying as a base, gradually expanding his delivery range westward and southward to secure basic earnings. Around 4 in the afternoon, it started to drizzle, making it tough. He found a nearby place to take shelter from the rain, putting on a raincoat and rain boots. However, if he rides the electric bike, even the best gear won't shield him from the wind and rain. He still needed to take orders. Huang Jie snatched a long-distance order delivering from Heaven to a car dealership and bike. Although it was a bit far, the road conditions were good. As long as he followed the Badaling Expressway north to the Bisui Villa area, he would find a very accessible road along the river. Hey, not far ahead, a van suddenly slowed down and pulled a girl dressed in a school uniform into the car. What is this? Though this road lies off the beaten path, surveillance cameras blanket most areas of the capital. Wouldn't such an act be tantamount? One might ignore other matters, but this situation demanded immediate pursuit. Naturally, the first step was to call Feng Chaoran and report the incident, followed by a formal police report to ensure dual verification. Meanwhile, his hands stayed busy shifting into third gear, maximizing battery output. The generic electric moped surged forward at 80 kilometers per hour, a speed far surpassing that of certified models, which now barely managed 25. Fortunately, his helmet came equipped with Bluetooth, otherwise maintaining a clear connection at such velocity would have been. The suspect vehicle, a van, suddenly halted. What did that mean? Then from a narrow riverside trail behind Huang Jie, a rugged SUV burst forth, hurtling straight toward him. This was outright lethal intent. The van swerved sideways across the road, blocking his path. Clearly he'd been even more alarming, a dark barrel-like object emerged from the van's window. What on earth was that? Without hesitation, Huang Jie wrenched the handlebars and plunged headlong down the embankment toward the Wenyu River. A dense thicket stretched between the highway and the riverbank. A sharp skid sent the bike tumbling violently. Huang Jie dove behind a massive tree and drew a kitchen cleaver from his spatial storage, a crude yet serviceable weapon. He resolved then to stock more precision tools, daggers perhaps. In that space, passivity in such moments was perilous. What's happening? I just heard gunshots. Feng Chaoran barked over the line. They've detected me. They have reinforcements, an SUV with license plate GB1234. I don't know how many occupants it carries, but they're armed with firearms. I can hear a helicopter approaching. That's tactical support. Stay safe and cease pursuit immediately. All major intersections are now under lockdown. I'll escalate your report immediately. At the sound of the chopper, both vehicles accelerated without pause toward the village. Evidently, accomplices awaited them there as well. This time, Huang Jie truly held back. As a delivery rider, he'd done his duty. Charging forward with nothing but a cleaver would have made him little more than a live target. Professionals handle professional threats. He'd often watched official footage on social media, police and military operations executed with precision, and trusted fully in their capability to resolve the crisis. Truth be told, Huang Jie envisioned brighter days ahead, and had no intention of dying pointlessly. To rush him would yield nothing but bullets, and nothing else. No more. From now on, delivery hours would shrink. Time must be reclaimed for cultivation. At the very least, he needed enough strength to defend himself when danger struck. Officer Feng, both vehicles turned south onto the village access road. My bike is wrecked. Please proceed with caution. Don't move. Assistance is en route. Feng Chaoran replied. After hanging up, Huang Jie hauled the moped from the riverside thicket onto the highway. Damned luck, his newly replaced rearview mirror was shattered again. The front fascia bore a deep gash, the headlight dented inward, and the trunk compartment beyond repair. At least the order contained only clothing, no damage to the goods. He remounted, applied power, and miraculously the bike still ran. Without delay, he reported the incident to Feng Chaoran, then delivered the order. That, after all, remained his primary responsibility. Hello, Ms. Zhao. Your delivery has arrived, Huang Jie announced at the entrance of the 4S dealership. Yes. Oh, my young man, you've taken quite a fall. Are you all right? Should we take you to the hospital? I'm fine. Just slipped on the wet road, he replied lightly. Do take care. Thank you. As he departed the dealership, a 20 yuan tip appeared on his app. Accepting new orders was out of the question. He needed to reach the location Feng Chaoran had designated to hand over the leaving immediately was also impossible. He had to cooperate, fully providing statements and completing official documentation. Officer, may I ask, was the girl rescued? She was. She'd been sedated upon boarding the van, had no awareness of what transpired. That's a relief. Were all suspects apprehended? Every last one. Seeing themselves surrounded, they surrendered voluntarily. So cowardly, they carried weapons and even fired at me. Not cowardice, but calculation. Resistance meant certain death, surrender meant a finite sentence. Moreover, several suspects hold foreign passports. Their claim of an economic dispute complicates jurisdiction and prosecution. A pity then. Such criminals deserve capital punishment. You've rendered extraordinary service. Commendation and reward will be formally recommended to higher authorities, the investigating officer affirmed. I simply happened upon the situation and reported it promptly. Nothing more. Emerging from the criminal investigation unit, Huang Jie found the rain had ceased. He wheeled the moped to a nearby repair shop, fixing what could be salvaged while ordering replacement parts online, front fascia and trunk compartment. All told, nearly 400 yuan vanished from his wallet. With evening rush hour now impossible to navigate, he ducked into a mall restroom to change into dry clothes, then rode past Dongda Street subway station, where the famed pancake vendor was conspicuously absent. A short distance further brought him to Tianshanyo's community canteen. He collected a tray, joined the lunch queue, paid, and scanned for a seat, only to catch sight of internet celebrity Lu Xingyan waving at him. What happened to you? That bandage on your head. How serious is it? Huang Jie thought Lu Xingyan looked rather worse for wear. Got beaten up while filming by a group of corporate bosses, Lu replied. Such carelessness. How badly injured are you? Nothing life-threatening, just needs a few days rest. Truth is, my assistant didn't look remotely like a delivery rider, got recognized instantly. We took quite the beating. Did you manage to film it? How did it turn out? You've hit the nail on the head. It went viral. Overnight, 1 million new followers and over 100 million views. Congratulations. By the way, why dine here? Huang Jie asked. My home's nearby. This canteen inspires confidence. The entire kitchen, from sanitation and vegetable washing to cooking, is streamed live. Only the chef's skill leaves something to be desired. Adequate but unremarkable, Lu added. The owner's my friend. He's about to embark on culinary apprenticeship. Once he masters his craft, I'll promote him tirelessly. Thanks in advance. Care for a drink? Huang Jie offered. No thank you. I'll have the complimentary soup. Oh, it's excellent. But seriously, have you considered joining our livestream team? One breakout video could erase every debt you carry. I'll think it over. Think. You're already trending. Virality lasts mere months. If you don't capitalize now, when will you? Relying solely on deliveries won't lift you out of hardship. Lu Xingyan couldn't help sounding anxious on Huang Jie's behalf. Just when I thought I could rest early by not running deliveries, I arrived at my place only to be picked up by Feng Chaoran in a police car. Well, this commotion certainly caused quite a stir in the apartment building. Even the security guards came out to ask what had happened. If Feng Chaoran hadn't said he was here to pick up a friend, Huang Jie would probably have had a hard time staying in this place. Feng Chaoran drove to the banks of the Wenyu River, the site where Huang Jie had encountered robbers. The purpose was simple: to recreate the scene where the robbers fired their guns. You'd think that since the suspects have already been caught, why go through all this trouble? However, I must admit the current police force is truly putting in a lot of effort. Huang Jie was busy for over 2 hours and Feng Chaoran didn't even think to treat him to a meal. You need to come to the bureau again at 9 tomorrow. The little girl's father is a famous entrepreneur, and to express his gratitude for solving the case promptly, he is prepared to donate 2 million to the bureau, and he has also set aside 200,000 as a thank you for you. Can we accept this money? Huang Jie asked. Of course we can, and there's no tax to pay. That's great, that's great. I'll definitely show up on time tomorrow morning since there's money to be made. Back at his place, Huang Jie quickly freshened up and tossed his dirty clothes into the washing machine. I must say, modern living conditions are quite nice. When it's hot, there's air conditioning. When it's cold, there's heating, and even doing laundry is automated. Huang Jie brewed himself a cup of jasmine tea, which tasted quite nice, then reclined while scrolling through short videos to gain a better understanding of society. Damn it. A delivery guy got arrested. Huang Jie opened up to find a certain Wang who had only been delivering food for a month, could not handle the hardships of the job, and switched to short videos, quickly shooting over 70 clips. All of them featured hired actors playing difficult customers or security guards, making things difficult for the delivery drivers, who would then throw the food on the ground or in the customers' faces, or get into conflicts with security guards, or even eat the customers' extra meals. This guy deserved to be caught. In real life, delivery drivers might encounter such individuals, but they are definitely a minority. Huang Jie considered himself a crowdsourcing master, a remarkable individual with more than 2,600 points, facing a system of disasters, completing over 3,000 deliveries a month, and encountering only a handful of eccentric customers, nothing like what was depicted in the videos. After finishing the videos, Huang Jie sent out his decision to decline joining Lu Xingyan's video team through a small app. At 1 in the morning, Lu Xingyan saw this message and felt a bit overwhelmed. Damn it, the proposal was already written. Huang Jie's character was clearly defined, and the content for the first few episodes was already set. Now you're telling me you won't do it? No way. I have to find Huang Jie tomorrow to have a good talk. On Thursday, I continued to hustle, heading to the second ring road early. By 9 o'clock, I had made 108 yuan, which was quite impressive. At 9 sharp, I arrived at the bureau where many leaders were present. When it came time to collect the money, Huang Jie could sense the subtle arrogance of the well-known entrepreneur. But what does that have to do with Huang Jie? With 20,000 cash in hand, Huang Jie went to deposit it at the bank, not having to worry about the bank clerk asking where the money came from. And with this money, Huang Jie could spend a little more freely in the future without raising others' suspicions as long as he didn't buy anything big. Xiao Huang, I really can't thank you enough this time. We've also applied for credit and rewards for you, but it will take some time. Captain Fong was genuinely polite. Thank you, leader. Thank you, leader. If anything comes up in the future, I'll call Officer Fong right away. When Feng Chaoran saw Huang Jie out, he mentioned something Huang Jie did not expect. Huang Jie delivering food isn't a long-term job. The Bureau is recently hiring auxiliary police. If you're interested, I can help you sign up. No need, I earn more running deliveries than as an auxiliary police officer. With the rewards from these 2 occasions plus your accident compensation, you should be able to pay off your loan now, right? Actually, it's like this, and my daughter needs money for medical treatment. Huang Jie lied. That's true, but it's a pity. With your contributions and your degree, transitioning to a full-time position in the future is also possible. I really have no choice, but I'm still very grateful to you. Huang Jie said sincerely. After delivering a few orders, Huang Jie arrived at the He Shanghui shopping mall during the lunch rush, but the first wave of orders was not that great. First, I snagged an order from a high-end residential area on the west side of the Shea Market. The platform wasn't very generous, assigning only 4 orders, and then it went silent. Seeing that time was running short, Huang Jie quickly located the merchant in the mall, picked up the food, and left. He couldn't ride his bike into the poly community, so Huang Jie honestly parked in the designated area and registered to enter the community. The first 4 deliveries went quite smoothly. However, when he arrived downstairs for the last delivery, he noticed a guy in a yellow shirt ringing the doorbell. No one answered. We should both be delivering to the same household, Huang Jie said. Indeed, 1508, this household is really frustrating. They don't answer the phone and don't respond to the doorbell. What kind of idiot orders takeout like this? The young man was genuinely angry, speaking quite loudly. You 2 are both supposed to deliver to the 15th floor. An old man walked over from a distance. Old man, could you help us open the door? Huang Jie asked. No need to open it, I'm the idiot you were just talking about. 1508, right? The last 4 digits of my phone number are 7326, so that's right, I am indeed the idiot. The old man said. No, old man, how humorous you are. Does your wife know? Indeed, old man, we were just anxious, that's why we said that, sorry about that. Huang Jie explained. The old man didn't say much and just grabbed the items and went upstairs. Bro, are we going to get a bad review tomorrow? I think we probably will. The 2 of them chatted as they walked. Bro, let's be friends, my name is Gao Shijuan. If there's a bad review tomorrow, I'll treat you to a drink. I'm Huang Jie, but that old man's angry look is truly humorous. Haha, Huang Jie laughed. Brother Huang, keep your voice down, if he hears us he might complain about us. Bro, are you going back to He Shanghui now? Yes, going back now. I can still run another delivery during peak hours. The road through Shea is truly difficult to navigate. Even though today's market isn't open, there are still many people and cars on the Bejunling Auxiliary Road, and quite a few trucks as well. Especially there were several trucks carrying pigs. The smell was truly overwhelming. Even wearing a mask couldn't block it, it was really outrageous. The key is that there are so many trucks, no matter how you ride you always end up close to them. What's worse, a pig actually fell off a truck, making the road quite lively. It's fine now, just a strong smell. If the Shea Market were to open, I really couldn't accept any orders in this direction, as taking one would surely lead to being late. What's the Shea Market like? It's somewhat like a rural market during the new year, but the prices are not cheap. The atmosphere is lively, so it's definitely no problem for gathering and enjoying the excitement. It's suitable for browsing and also for influencers to check in. Upon entering the underground level 3 of the mall, I received a dispatch from the platform. Damn, it was an upscale community located on the east side of the Beideling Expressway. Without any hesitation, I declined the order. I quickly grabbed an order from the aerospace family area for 1 yuan. The platform immediately started pushing orders. Within moments I had 10. Based on the merchant's food preparation speed, I began to collect the orders one by one. The platform was not idle either, pushing a total of 13 orders before finally stopping. Fortunately, none of the merchants. After loading several bags onto my electric bike, I only symbolically placed them in the trunk. In the dead of winter, hanging them on the handlebars would leave them icy by the time they reached the customer. This community was Huang Jie's favorite. It was spacious, had plenty of orders, allowed bikes inside, and every unit had the residents of the community had relatively high standards. Once Huang Jie delivered an order to the wrong address, and both customers proactively called to inform him, telling him not to worry. On another occasion, he mistakenly delivered an order meant for 1103 to the doorstep of 1303. The customer went upstairs to retrieve the food, and even left a positive review. Due to his speed, Huang Jie managed to snag a third wave of lunch peak orders from He Shanghui. The orders were from several communities near Yunsu Garden. Although the communities were scattered and required climbing stairs, the order amounts were good. After completing 7 or 8 orders, I barely had enough time. It was already 1:30 in the afternoon when I found a clean little restaurant nearby. These were easy to find, and I noticed a dozen delivery riders dining there. While these restaurants may not be known for their exquisite taste, they were certainly cheap, and the hygiene standards were decent. The stir-fried pork with pancakes tasted quite good, paired with a large piece of meat and a bottle of beer. The boss even gave me a 20% discount, a luxury that even Yingzheng wouldn't have enjoyed. During the non-peak hours, I completed a few cake orders. At 4:30, I passed by the hospital and decided to check on Zhu Mingming. Given Zhu Mingming's injuries, he would only stay in the Shui Tanzi Hospital for a maximum of 7 days. Since I wouldn't need the wheelchair and crutches from my space, it was better to give them to him to make use of. In the public restroom near the south entrance of the hospital, after confirming there were no hidden cameras, I took out the wheelchair crutches, fruit, and a box of milk from my space. I couldn't understand why someone would be so twisted to damn it. There was even a hidden camera in the men's restroom. What kind of taste did that person have? Didn't they feel nauseous watching that? With the increasing number of surveillance cameras, I realized it was nearly impossible to switch vehicles from my space. The only chance was at the tree line by the river, but I had to be careful of the skilled fishermen and bird photographers by the river, making it truly inconvenient. A guy using the restroom commented, "Dude, why are you bringing so much stuff into the stall?" Huang Jie couldn't be bothered to respond. At the orthopedic hospital, as soon as you entered, you could see various people in wheelchairs using crutches or limping. Huang Jie pushed the wheelchair holding the crutches, blending seamlessly into the crowd. From 4 to 6 was the designated visiting time. Huang Jie walked straight into the ward. Zhu Mingming was chatting with a beautiful girl. Even in such dire straits, he still managed to attract a lovely girl. This kid had potential. Zhu Mingming introduced, "Bro, this is my girlfriend, Ouyang Qing, and this is my brother Huang." "Hello, brother Huang." Mingming said, "You've helped him a lot." "I didn't help much. By the way, you don't need to return the wheelchair and crutches. Whenever you recover, just donate them to a nearby." "Thank you, brother. I understand." Zhu Mingming replied. "I still have orders to run, so you take care, and let me know when you're "Thank you, brother. I understand." Zhu Mingming replied. "I still have orders to run, so you take care, and let me know when you're During the evening peak, I didn't encounter any oddities. Deliveries and pickups went smoothly. However, I did meet a disgusting merchant. The conditions were beyond description. It was definitely dirtier than I had imagined, with sewage flowing everywhere and no place to put my feet down. After picking up such an order, what could I say? If I didn't deliver it, I would bear the cost. If I did, my conscience would be troubled. Huang Jie arrived at the customer's door and called, "Hello, your delivery has arrived. I'm at your doorstep. Please open the door, thank you. Just leave it at the door. I'm still on my way home, and my child will be home soon." I ordered it for my child. This mother clearly had no sense of safety. Couldn't she just say to leave it at the door? "It's for my child." "Well, I suggest you don't let them eat this meal." "Oh, I can throw it away for you, as it seems somewhat problematic." Huang Jie warned. "What right do you have to throw away my meal? Be careful, Lou, I might complain about you." This was getting a bit too much. "No way. If you don't specify what's wrong with the meal, I'll complain about you." The woman thought she was entirely justified. "There's nothing wrong, it will just cool down if left in the hallway for a while. It won't be good for my child." What more could Huang Jie say? "That's none of your business. Just leave it at the door." "Fine, I'll take a video of the entire process, and I'll send you the photos to confirm," Huang Jie said. If she claimed the food was unsanitary, she would definitely argue with the merchant, and Huang Jie would bear the cost while the merchant would still complain about him. Forget it, do as you please. It's your own child, and if you don't cherish them, what can others do? However, Huang Jie still had a conscience and conveniently sent the merchant's address and hygiene conditions to Lu Xing'an, who was currently dedicated to exposing the dark side of the food industry. "Brother Lu, when you go, try to find a delivery uniform to wear, and it's best to keep a low profile to protect yourself. Thanks, I'll be..." Huang Jie ran a few more orders in the evening. Some communities were genuinely difficult to navigate if you weren't familiar. First of all, the building numbers were unclear, the unit doors had no signs, and the customer's home didn't have a door plate. After spending a long time in the delivery industry, you realize that there are many kind-hearted people among the delivery riders. If you take a moment to look closely at the unit doors, you'll find that someone has clearly written directions in inconspicuous places. If there's an elevator in the customer's building, if you look closely, you can find signs indicating 26 in discrete places telling you this is building 2 unit 6. Once you exit the elevator, you will notice that many homes have been marked. If you are a rider, you will quickly realize how much convenience these markings can bring. The platform now tags abnormal customers to remind riders. The usual practice is to mark them in black and advise that orders be delivered directly to the customer. If a customer insists on leaving the order at the door, you must take a photo and record the call. As long as the rider follows the instructions, most complaints and negative reviews can be appealed. The reason is simple: these customers are often the ones who complain or leave negative reviews. As Huang Jie descended in the elevator, he noticed the floor indicators had faded and promptly retraced them with a pen. In certain aging residential complexes, such markings were indispensable for delivery riders, saving precious time and effort. After 10 o'clock, order volume noticeably declined and multi-order deliveries grew increasingly rare. Leveraging the lightning-fast reflexes of a man who had lived alone for over 2 years, Huang Jie secured an order with a 9 yuan delivery fee, a serving of fried chicken, originally priced at 56 yuan, now absurdly reduced to just 3 yuan. True to rumor, the restaurant occupied a semi-basement space, its hygiene deplorable, filthy, chaotic, and dilapidated. Of the several storefronts crammed into that dim subterranean corridor, only this one remained open. The moment Huang Jie stepped down the stairs, a pungent, acrid stench of urine assaulted his senses. The owner prepared the order with remarkable speed. Huang Jie had barely arrived when he found the man already packing the meal. Meanwhile, the customer, seeing the rider's arrival reflected in the app, frantically sent messages demanding Huang Jie photograph the establishment's sanitary conditions. What the hell? Didn't you realize this chat window is a group thread where the merchant, the customer, and the rider all share? "Hello, your delivery has arrived. I'm at your door. Please open up when convenient." Why haven't you replied to my messages? I've sent them over and over. Brother, that group chat includes the restaurant owner. I can't possibly take photos for you there. Ah, I see. Fair point. Then could you at least tell me, how clean is that place? Think about it for 3 yuan per serving of fried chicken. What standard of environment would you reasonably expect? That's precisely what you'll find. Brother, please don't put me on the spot. I'm merely a courier. Huang Jie was confident this warning had been unmistakably clear. Pressing further might well spoil the customer's appetite. If you refuse to explain, I'll file a formal complaint against you. I see your helmet has a dash cam. I'll review the footage myself. This was sheer pettiness. Ordering a 1.3 yuan meal doesn't entitle you to play God. Apologies, the dash cam wasn't recording. Please inspect your order for any issues. I'm currently handling other deliveries. Thank you. No issues. Then I'll be off. Enjoy your meal. Damn it, can't you speak civilly? Don't you know complaints instantly ignite a rider's fury? Go ahead and complain. If you possess video evidence, the platform will uphold your grievance, but they'll also blacklist you and alert every rider in the network. Beware. This customer is notoriously difficult. Huang Jie wasn't bluffing. He genuinely had another order waiting, a high-rise residence behind Longqi Plaza, 32nd floor, the building's apex. Inside the elevator, Huang Jie pressed 32 foot. The doors had nearly sealed when a voice cried out, "Wait." Glancing at the time, he judged there was ample margin and held the doors open. A young man in a green padded jacket, boarded, around 1.74 meters tall, sharp-eyed, and energetic. He first tapped 8, then glancing at Huang Jie, added 22. Huang Jie thought nothing of it, assuming the youth had mispressed. But then shockingly, the young man proceeded to select every single floor above the 8th. That was downright despicable. After executing this petty sabotage, he even shot Huang Jie a taunting glance. What the hell? There wasn't even a trace of alcohol on him. Had the elevator lacked surveillance, Huang Jie might have beaten the insolent brat senseless. Pranks. Anyone could play them, and Huang Jie certainly could. Besides, this delivery wasn't urgent. The young man exited at floor 8. Huang Jie followed without a word, pacing slowly behind him. At first, the youth failed to notice he was being trailed. The instant the doors swung open, the youth froze. Huang Jie stood before him, phone raised, flash blazing, as he snapped a photo capturing both the youth's startled face and his apartment door. Then with a silent, enigmatic smile, Huang Jie turned and strode back toward the elevator lobby. Brother, I'm sorry. I truly apologize. The youth capitulated instantly. What an idiot. Married with dependents. Or perhaps renting, yet still recklessly provoking a delivery rider. A single photograph could haunt him for days. Imagine if someone merely blocked his keyhole. Wouldn't that drive him mad? And paying 300 yuan for a locksmith, wouldn't that sting? Of course, Huang Jie intended no real harm. He simply needed to switch elevators. All right, buddy, I forgive you. Next time, keep those hands to yourself. You live right here. Why provoke me in the first place? Believe in the law? Or right here inside this elevator, I'd knock you flat. Huang Jie knew his imposing frame, 1.83 meters tall, weighing 110 kilograms, carried undeniable authority. Brother, I messed up. I just got a sudden urge to press buttons. Fine, go on home. Let's call it even. Huang Jie deliberately softened his tone to ease the youth's mounting dread. After all, terrifying him into relocating would be going too far. Orders around Longqi Plaza and its vicinity remained consistently strong, even late at night. To the southwest lay wholesale markets, a large supermarket, and 4 24-hour warehouse-style grocery stores. For anyone willing to work, orders never ceased. Huang Jie delivered until midnight, then clocked out and headed home. A full night's rest would prepare him for the Golden Friday ahead, traditionally the busiest day with correspondingly higher earnings. In the rush, he'd forgotten to support the pancake vendor's business. No matter, he'd double his order tomorrow. Before bed, he reviewed the contents of his spatial storage, a chaotic, haphazard assortment. The space was utterly static, no air, no passage of time. Only Huang Jie's consciousness could manipulate its contents. Even the spiritual energy stored within was compressed and isolated in a designated corner. Cashew, dollars, and gold jewelry occupied 2/3 of the space. Also present, a vintage-style 9-baht electric scooter, 2 spare batteries, several sets of backup rider uniforms, and geared 2 trunks of daily essentials and critical identification documents, plus numerous snacks, beverages, and prepackaged meals recently purchased from supermarkets, malls, and restaurants. 5 living individuals awaited disposal. Keeping them confined for too long vexed Huang Jie. Killing was simple, erasing bodies, however, was extraordinarily difficult. No corpse meant no crime scene, only a missing person case. He'd resolve this abroad during future travels. If elimination became necessary, the remains would certainly be left overseas. It wasn't reluctance that stayed his hand. It was the quiet yearning for a peaceful, prosperous life untainted by bloodshed and chaos. When fully charged with spiritual energy, the ring could unleash a single strike equivalent to the full power of a golden core cultivator. Though Huang Jie hadn't even reached the qi refinement stage, yet rendering the concept entirely abstract and utterly beyond his command. Then there was the ancient sword. Beyond its insatiable absorption of spiritual energy, it remained completely inert. Spiritual energy had grown increasingly scarce. Blame fell on some careless soul who'd uploaded a video to Douyin. Huang Jie, drenched in rain, struck by electricity near a transformer, yet scrambling upright moments later to resume deliveries. Had he not removed his license plate and wrapped himself tightly, he'd likely have been identified long ago. Now attempting large-scale electricity harvesting to generate spiritual energy felt perilously reckless. When it comes to cultivation, Huang Jie has a fundamentally flawed understanding. Once the first trace of spiritual power appears in the Dantian, he has already entered the qi refinement stage, no longer just an ordinary person. However, this cannot be blamed on Huang Jie. After listening to too many exaggerated claims, he mistakenly believes that entering the Qi refinement stage brings various supernatural abilities, but in reality, he has none. Moreover, while cultivating the two injured areas on his left leg experience sluggish circulation of spiritual energy. It seems necessary to go to the hospital for a second surgery to remove the two steel plates. But if that happens, he will need at least 3 to 4 months for recovery. His loans will definitely be overdue. Damn it. He agreed to give up this body but stubbornly insists on making a living by delivering food to repay his debts. It seems he needs to work twice as hard. Earning $15,000 a month is definitely not enough. He needs to earn a bit more to save up 3 to 4 months worth of backup money. The large sum of money in the space and Xiao Wei can only be used to improve his living conditions, which is quite frustrating. He cultivates for 3 hours, sleeps for 2 hours, and wakes up at 5 to start working. If an ordinary person lived like this, they would quickly perish. Huang Jie, however, has been so busy that he hasn't had time to even think about finding a girlfriend over the past few months. Of course, as a delivery worker, finding someone mutually agreeable is truly difficult. With Huang Jie's monthly income of at least $15,000 and his tall, sturdy build, even a waitress earning $3,500 in a restaurant would look down on him, let alone those office workers making $7,000 to $8,000 a month. Someone like Feng Chaoran has a proper job and Lin Jiaqi is even more unattainable. She is a true gem. Forget it, finding a woman would only slow him down in making deliveries. Many crowdsourced riders on the platform say that orders are decreasing, which Huang Jie agrees with, but they don't understand that as long as past data is good, orders will not run out. If one refuses 8 orders in a day, not accepting this, or that aimlessly running around and only delivering for a few hours, how can the platform send more orders? During the lunch rush, Huang Jie was picking up orders in a new map area. As he was unfamiliar with it, he inadvertently accepted an order from Zhongguan No. 1 Courtyard Building 36. It was an upscale community requiring registration and entry on foot. This round trip would take at least 15 minutes, which Huang Jie saw a young man in a yellow outfit swiftly pass by on a 2-wheeled vehicle. Oh, this thing is good. The community doesn't allow bicycles, but this one is fast. He could place a long empty box in front of the electric bicycle for camouflage. When not in use, he could store it in his space, pretending to take it out from the box when needed without being discovered. He planned to get 2 of these regardless of the community he encountered while delivering. Even in communities like Mike and Baimyuan, he wouldn't need to worry about walking or being late. During the lunch peak, he searched online and found that these small vehicles weren't cheap, especially those that could support 220 pounds, with prices starting above 4,000. After selecting a brand, Huang Jie ordered 3 of them. Yes, 3. One of which he would give to Tian Xiaonyo as a toy. When the new map mode was launched, it indeed affected his income. During the lunch rush, he barely earned $100. After getting used to it, he would definitely return to familiar areas for orders during the evening peak. Upon reaching the second basement level of the Heisheng Hui dining area, he logged off and ordered a cup of milk tea from Mi Shui, and then spotted Gao Shijun, so he ordered another cup. Huanggo, why didn't I see you at noon today? I went to run orders at the software park. Bro, were there many orders? Not many, I'm not familiar yet. By the way, what mode are you running? Huang Jie asked. Special delivery introduced by my... By the way, bro, our team is recruiting new members recently. Do you want to join? Special delivery has steady orders, although it's not very flexible. You scan for me and it'll split the referral bonus with you half and half. Gao Shijun said. Here, have a cup of milk tea. Did you get a bad review from the old man? Thanks, bro. No bad reviews yesterday. That old man was quite reasonable. Haha, Gao Shijun laughed. How old are you this year? You look so young. Have you reached adulthood? Bro, I'm 18 this year. I didn't do well in school, so I came out to work. This job isn't easy either. I have to go home for a physical check next month, and if I pass, I'll join the army. Joining the army is good if it can train a person, Huang Jie said. He has watched many videos online about flag raising, military parades, peacekeeping, combined brigades, and flood disaster relief. Huang Jie greatly respects modern soldiers, although the army was also quite strong during the Qin dynasty. However, in terms of winning the hearts of the people, they fall far behind modern soldiers by at least 10 streets. Online people criticize security guards and police, but absolutely no one criticizes firefighters and soldiers. Especially after watching the military parade through a French lens, Huang Jie felt that his thoughts about being low-key were quite wise. He didn't know how powerful a full-force strike from the Golden Core stage would be, but he clearly understood the power of a rocket. Going against the entire nation is simply asking for death. Why not just persist in delivering food for 3 years, and then live a stable life? Bro, I feel the same way. Oh, I want to strive to become a special forces soldier. That's a good thought. Just be careful while riding. Any falls or collisions could affect your physical check. Huang Jie, that's true, bro. I'm going to grab an order. We're all nearby deliveries. This one is from the southern villa area. Be careful, drive slowly when crossing the road. The space is filled with clothes and toys for 4 or 5-year-old girls. Last week, when he visited the orphanage, a boy named Zhang Hao called him dad. He must live up to the trust of the little ones. When he goes back tomorrow, he should bring a few pieces of clothing and toys for him. As for the director's attitude, Huang Jie naturally ignored it. In the afternoon, he accepted an order for milk tea from a village and arrived at the client's place, which turned out to be a standalone house with a large iron gate, where 3 or 4 small children were playing nearby. Madam, your delivery has arrived. Ooh, I am at your gate, Huang Jie said. Hang it on the doorknob. Oh, I will come down shortly. But just as he was about to leave, Huang Jie noticed that 3 kids had approached the gate, curiously looking at the delivery hanging there. Helpless, he could only call the client again. Sorry to bother you again, but there are 3 or 4 kids playing at the door, and they are very curious about your delivery. If I leave, your food will probably be gone in a bit. How about you come down and get it now? Oh, okay, just give me a moment. I just finished showering. Huang Jie severely underestimated how long a woman meant by a moment. It's already been 15 minutes, and there's no sign of her coming down. Damn it. You're just coming down to get a delivery, not on a blind date. Sister, can you hurry up? I have other orders in hand. Huang Jie was getting a bit impatient. If women are all like this, he really needs to reconsider whether to find a girlfriend. This situation is severely affecting his ability to earn money and cultivate. But how should he put it? The couple living next door to his current apartment often makes a ruckus 2 or 3 times a night, making Huang Jie feel that having a girlfriend wouldn't be so bad. The process of delivering orders is mostly quite joyful, as each delivery brings an income, and watching the numbers accumulate little by little provides a wonderful sense of achievement. After 3 waves of deliveries during the evening rush, I earned 164 yuan. After 8 o'clock, orders for beer and milk tea began to increase. After 10 o'clock, barbecues and spicy hot pot began to increase. Anyway, on Friday night, everyone is excited. After a busy week, it's nice to play a little longer, and one can sleep in the next day. Just after 11, I snagged an order for grilled skewers. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the customer called me. Hey, please bring me 2 packs of Huazi and 2 large bottles of cola. They'll give you a tip of 50 yuan if you hurry up. After saying that, he hung up without leaving me time to refuse. Fortunately, grilling takes time, and there's a 24-hour convenience store right next to the restaurant. After hesitating for a moment, I decided to be a good person and help the customer. 2 packs of Huazi cost 140 yuan, and 2 large bottles of cola cost 13.6 yuan. Although this convenience store is a bit pricey, it guarantees no counterfeit goods, and they provide a receipt. After packing the barbecued skewers, I delivered them immediately. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. When I knocked on the customer's door, a rugged man with a cigarette in his mouth came out. As the door opened, I noticed a mahjong table inside the room, with several stacks of 100 yuan bills on the table. Damn, this gambling game is quite serious. Why are you so slow? I lost a lot because of you. The man complained as soon as he opened the door. Damn it, what does your losing have to do with me, a delivery guy? Hey, race your meal, and here are the cigarettes and cola you asked me to buy along with the receipt. The total is 153.6 yuan. How do you want to pay? Do you want a tip or scan a code? Tip, just go. They'll give it to you when I get back inside. The man took the items and immediately shut the door. I waited downstairs for 3 minutes before receiving the tip from the customer, a total of 153.6 yuan. Damn it, where's the promised 50 yuan tip? I called the customer. Hello, sir. I'm the rider who just delivered your order. Could you please pay me the 50 yuan tip you mentioned? Thank you very much. Thank you for what? You must have misheard. Where's the tip? If you keep whining, I'll give you a bad review. He hung up after. Damn, this is a bit excessive. Where's the basic integrity in being a person? If I go confront him, it won't end well. Getting beaten up won't help, and I could get banned or even arrested. But if I don't resolve this, ID definitely feel unhappy, which would affect my Dao heart stability. Calling the police and filing a report would also be a hassle. So I decided to call Feng Chaoran. Although the criminal police don't handle these small matters, having a connection might speed up the police's response. Don't talk about how a gentleman waits 10 years for revenge. After waiting half an hour, I was still unhappy. Officer Feng, is it under your jurisdiction if someone is gambling? I've discovered someone gambling, and they're playing quite big. How big are we talking? I saw through the crack in the door that the table was stacked with 100 yuan bills. This is something we can handle. Our funding has always been tight, so wait a moment while I report to my superiors. A minute later, Feng Chaoran called back. Send me the address. Well, be there in 5 minutes. This efficiency is impressive. When I knocked on the customer's door again with the police, just as that man was about to yell at me, several officers armed with weapons rushed in. Indeed, they were playing quite big, and there was an unexpected surprise. Damn, not only did they find 2 automatic weapons, but also a significant amount of flour, at least half a pound. This is definitely a death penalty situation. While they were really going big, I started to regret it. If these people sought revenge, it would definitely be a considerable trouble. You're running a big operation. Do you really care about this 50 yuan from a delivery guy? In this situation, I didn't dare to make any small moves. I just had to leave it to fate. Anyway, the platform not only protects the privacy of customers, but also that of riders. These people would only know my name at most. My phone number is a virtual one. Alright, Huang Jie, you really are my lucky star. I didn't expect this case to be so significant. Let's go to the bureau to file a report together. After all the suspects were taken away, Feng Chaoran said to me, this needs to be kept confidential. I'm worried about retaliation from these people. Don't worry, I'll keep it under wraps, I replied. After the delay, once everything was done, I could only clock out and go home, still feeling indignant. You say you're involved in big things, but you got caught over 50 yuan. Isn't that unjust? How would your boss think if he knew? On Saturday, I felt uneasy. Riding past the intersection of Zaidaji and Wumei at 10 o'clock, while waiting at a red light on the bike lane, a car behind me kept honking. I just wanted things to slow down a bit, but the driver got out cursing and approaching me. It looked like he wanted to throw a punch. He probably thought he could bully anyone. I didn't let him have his way. When the driver got close enough, I kicked him in the abdomen. It was a kick, not a stomp, or I held back. It only made him stumble without causing any real harm. Then I twisted the electric bike and drove onto the sidewalk, quickly slipping into a narrow path that the car couldn't access. Things often develop unexpectedly, and who would have thought that such a small matter could escalate so much? By evening, this incident had turned into a definite big event. I don't even know which busybody posted this online, and it ended up on all the major video platforms. In less than a day, any random repost would garner millions of views. The focus isn't the event itself, but rather the comments on it. These people are truly creative. That driver will probably never get over it for the rest of his life. Every comment is infuriating. For instance, this driver will want to flip the table every New Year's Eve. He got hit and lost face, and now he can't catch me. The driver must be furious. I bet he couldn't sleep at night after seeing himself online. It's perfect. He got beaten, lost face, and will remember it for a lifetime. Using the electric bike was legitimate self-defense. I only kicked after he raised his hand. The car owner was so angry that he couldn't sleep that night, and when he looked in the mirror, he saw a mouth full of ulcers. 10 years later, when he recalls this scene, the car owner still won't be able to eat. Huang Jie also watched the video. Fortunately, I was well covered, but the license plate of the electric bike is a potential risk. That night my true identity was dug up again, and the speed was astonishing. Damn, we truly live in an age where I've heard that hotels nowadays are filled with pinhole cameras. When staying at hotels, one can only sleep soundly, otherwise they might be streamed live. I don't know if it's true. Online things escalated quickly. Huang Jie's identity and the driver's identity became transparent. The latter is a minor official with some connections. Huang Jie's situation became even more tragic. Having failed in business, losing his wife and children with his daughter severely ill, he had to climb buildings to save people and deliver takeout to earn money. However, in real life this matter is hard to define. Even if the driver reports it, it won't be of much use. At most, the police will just give him a verbal warning. This incident, aside from being mentioned by a few acquaintances, has little impact on Huang Jie. The car owner is truly unfortunate. His aggressive demeanor when getting out of the car to confront me made his leaders, colleagues, relatives, and friends see him in a new light. More importantly, the more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets, and there's no way to fix it even after learning about Huang Jie's true identity. Revenge on Huang Jie. In hindsight, the driver really lacked the courage to ruin himself just to teach a lesson to a poor food delivery person. It wasn't worth it. While on the road, it was road rage, but after calming down, there was still reason to teach the other party a lesson. From the video, it was clear that without a few people, he really wouldn't stand a chance. During the evening rush hour, after picking up 7 orders at Jixian to deliver to the Aerospace Family District, just as he reached the intersection, he found that the rear tire of his car was flat. Getting out to check, he discovered a nail had punctured the tire. Oh no, this really delays things. The large commercial area has almost no blind spots for cameras, and it was impossible to change cars, so he could only park by the roadside and scan for a shared bicycle. This is where having a space at hand comes in, otherwise there would be no way to remedy the situation. He first rode the bike to an abandoned construction site, confirming that there were no surveillance cameras nearby, before retrieving his electric bike from a hidden corner. Still, one order was 3 minutes late, resulting in a 40 penalty on the delivery fee from the platform. Fortunately, the customer was reasonable and expressed understanding. However, the customer requested him to take out the trash. As long as he didn't receive a negative review, Huang Jie was naturally willing to help with this small favor. After sorting the trash into the bins, he notified the customer in the platform's chat. Then a 5 yuan tip appeared splendidly. Wow, this customer really is considerate. Oh my, I wonder why I like this community so. He returned to Jixian and picked up 2 more peak orders, swapping back to his bicycle at the usual spot. During his break, he pushed the bike to a newly opened electric bike repair shop, which also sold electric bikes. Boss, please help me fix the tire, it got punctured. Let me take a look. Wow, this nail is quite big, it won't be easy to patch it up. If we do, I can't guarantee it won't leak again soon. Better to get a new one. How much, boss? 40 for a patch, but for a replacement, it's 150 or 180. Huang Jie noticed that the tires he was replacing were all of substandard brands. Wow, this boss is really shady. In other places, a patch costs at most 25, and for a replacement of such low quality, it should be no more than 90, certainly quite unscrupulous. Boss, let's just patch it for now. Today has been tough, and I haven't made any money, Huang Jie said. Alright, you can park it aside. I'll give it a patch after I finish what I'm working on. The boss seemed a bit unhappy. Alright then, thanks for your hard work, boss. I'm going to grab something to eat. Just as he was about to leave, he saw another rider pushing a bike over. What happened to your bike? Huang Jie asked. The tire got punctured. This is really delaying things. Mine too, I just pushed it here to get it fixed. After the rider parked his bike, Huang Jie carefully inspected the other bike's tire. Oh my gosh. The nails are brand new, and as long as a horse's tail, they are exactly the same. When Huang Jie returned after eating, he found several other riders had arrived. This was no coincidence. Riders are indeed a community, especially in a commercial area. There are always a few small groups. Otherwise, how could one rider's mishap lead to many others showing up to help or to fight? Within moments, this matter became a hot topic in various groups, and everyone decided to track down this perpetrator. Spending money to fix a tire is bearable, but because of a punctured tire, not only does it delay work, but it also leads to customer complaints, negative reviews, and penalties, all while suffering losses from several orders. Who can tolerate this? For crowdsourced workers like Huang Jie, there really isn't much that can be done, but the station master for dedicated deliveries is impressive. They asked the property management to pull the recent day's surveillance footage. It can't be helped, in the entire business district, frequent tardiness of dedicated delivery riders is unacceptable for any station master. The next day, they indeed found the suspect, a worker from the new electric bike shop, who occasionally dropped a nail from his pocket. Oh no, before the police arrived, the shop owner had already been beaten up. When Huang Jie arrived, the shop was closed, and the entrance was in a complete mess. What a pity, the loss of 40 yuan cannot be recovered. Anyway, that shop ceased operations that very Sunday and has not opened since, with a mess of feces or urine at the door. Good luck trying to open it. Making a living the right way is the principle. Engaging in such underhanded tactics only harms the majority of riders. It's truly strange if nothing happens. There are still quite a few orders on Sunday morning, but by the afternoon, they noticeably decreased as office workers had to refocus for the upcoming week, significantly reducing their desire to spend. After the lunch peak, Huang Jie went back to the orphanage, even though the director was not too pleased. The reason he frequently visited Xiao Hui was due to karma. To be honest, he was the first to discover her grandfather dead in the shack, and the little girl depended on and trusted him, which formed a connection. In those years, he too was raised by his master. Anyway, now that he wasn't short on money, if he had the ability, it would bring her a bit of warmth in her heart if he visited regularly or irregularly. As for that little friend Zhang, how he recognized this son of his, and they had formed a family bond in the orphanage, allowing them to care for him. When he left the orphanage, he found a good opportunity to help with a purchase. Someone wanted to buy a birthday cake. Huang Jie saw it exceeded 200 yuan and decisively gave up. Huang Jie never accepted purchases exceeding 200 yuan, mainly because it was troublesome. Before 10 o'clock, there were many purchase requests at the restaurant, mostly for ingredients, and the like. With many requirements, they had to be fresh, specific brands, some of which he had never even heard of, making them especially time-consuming to buy. There are also some scammers on the platform cheating riders out of money or merchants maliciously inflating orders. After accepting an order, he still had to confirm whether the customer paid through the platform or by other means. Sometimes after buying the items, he couldn't reach the customer, or just after the items were bought, the customer would cancel the order, which was quite troublesome. Although the platform does impose many restrictions on customers are still kings, and it's mostly the riders who suffer. Huang Jie had suffered losses before, so he mostly didn't accept purchase requests, especially those requiring the riders. A few days ago, he accepted a purchase request to buy a prescription medicine at the hospital. The medicine was a pain reliever for terminal cancer patients with a registration fee of 60 yuan and the medicine costing 40 yuan per box. After purchasing, he would deliver it to the customer, and aside from a 10 yuan delivery fee, the customer would give a 20 yuan tip. As a result, after just one purchase, he was notified by the police to assist in an investigation. Considering it was his first offense and he had acquaintances in the criminal police unit, he was not detained. Damn it, Huang Jie then realized that the medicine he helped buy could lead to severe dependency, and the person buying the medicine was not a patient, but a drug dealer. This guy resold the medicine for over 300 yuan. Through such means, it is said that the number of riders helping him buy medicine reached over 100. Riders who helped him purchase medicine multiple times the most were detained in the station for 3 months. There were also requests to buy concert tickets with high commissions. Purchasing expensive cigarettes and alcohol was certainly a scam, and they shouldn't even be touched. The capital city is neither particularly large nor small. Within the Huaiqian region alone, there is a population of 642,000. During the first wave of orders in the evening rush hour, Huang Jie encountered a few acquaintances. In the delivery app, Huang Jie could only see the customer's surname and had no way of viewing their full name, while in the customer app, the other party could see Huang Jie's name. This delivery consisted of 2 boxes of chilled beer. When he knocked on the door of a client named Li in Longyue community, a middle-aged man opened the door and grabbed Huang Jie's arm. Damn, Lao Huang, it really is you. Lao Yao and Lao Zhang are here too. Why don't we sit down and have a drink? Sorry, I've lost my memory since the accident. It's a bit embarrassing for me. We all know about your situation, but we couldn't get in touch with you. We've been buddies since we interned together after graduation. If you don't have an order, why not sit down and chat over a drink? Yeah, let's have a drink together, the other two chimed in enthusiastically. Huang Jie doubted their words. He hadn't changed his phone number since his first day as a freshman. I truly apologize, but I really have amnesia. I can't recall anything from before. I still have 5 or 6 orders to deliver, and am about to run out of time. How about we add each other on WeChat and stay in touch later? Huang Jie pointed to his forehead. All right, then I'll scan you. Let's keep in touch more often. Huang Jie thought it through, as since they were acquaintances, it was fine to treat it as such. There's no shame in earning a living through hard work. Another order was from the villa area on the east side of Xing'anline community. This community allows bicycles to enter, and when he delivered to the client's doorstep, the other party recognized Huang Jie once again. Manager Huang, it really is you. How come you're delivering takeout? Why not come to my company? We're still looking for a vice president of business development. Although the exhibition industry is not thriving, events are gradually resuming. Sorry, Mr. Li, I really can't remember. I suffered amnesia from the accident. What a pity. With your business skills, it's a shame. How about coming in for a cup of tea? No need, thank you. I still have a few orders to deliver. All right, then here's my business card. Although we were competitors before, I really admire your business capabilities. If you need anything, just give me a call. I can help with small matters. After leaving the community, Huang Jie truly felt sorry for the original owner of this body. Starting a business during the 3-year pandemic was quite unfortunate, especially in the exhibition industry. By 10 o'clock in the evening, he managed to grab a big order, 2 servings of lobster and some side dishes totaling over 200 yuan for a distance of 13.8 kilometers, earning him a total of 63 yuan, including delivery fees and substantial subsidies. Only after securing the order did he realize that the customer was a flagged user. The note specified to leave it at the door, avoid calling and avoid knocking, because there were aggressive dogs at home. Damn it. If something goes wrong with this order, I'll have worked for nothing for 3 or 4 days. Upon arriving at the client's community, Huang Jie's heart sank. This community was particularly shabby, lacking a security guard or any management personnel, consisting only of a few old buildings near the village. Huang Jie deliberately parked his electric bike in a corner outside the community, then climbed to the 5th floor to leave the order at the client's door. Following the client's request, he took several extra photos and uploaded them to the chat. After clicking delivered, he made some noise while going downstairs to confirm that the recorder was functioning correctly and then sat on the stairs next to the client's door. Huang Jie decided to wait it out with this customer. He needed to see the customer open the door and confirm with him before leaving. About 3 minutes later, a middle-aged woman with a round face quietly opened half the door. "Hello ma'am, it's so good to see you. Here's your takeout. For the safety of your delivery, I've been waiting here. I was even hesitant. Oh, you scared me. How can you put food on the ground?" "I put it on the ground as you instructed, but don't worry, I laid down a bag." Huang Jie had experience dealing with this kind of person. "Why are you filming while delivering? Is that a recorder on your hat? That's an invasion of our privacy. Rest assured it's not a live broadcast. It's just a precaution in case of an accident while driving. Besides, this video automatically overwrites itself after several hours of work." "Fine, but if I see any related videos online, I'll sue you." "Ma'am, you can rest assured we are all strictly trained." Huang Jie was just talking nonsense. Who could have predicted that despite being so vigilant, he still received a negative review the next morning? The reason was that too much salt was used in the lobster, and if too much salt was added, go find the chef. What does it mean to give the writer a negative review? This is just ridiculous. Thankfully, Huang Jie eventually succeeded in appealing and had the fine revoked. After finishing this order, it was almost 11 o'clock, and there were no more orders around the customer. Huang Jie decided to head back along the Badaling Auxiliary Road to West Street. West Street had a barbecue small square, which was quite busy at night, with relatively more orders. However, upon arrival, Huang Jie felt a bit disappointed. There were just too many riders here in the dead of winter, and the hall was filled with orders of 4 to 5 yuan that required climbing 6 flights of stairs. After cycling around, he noticed a 3 or 4-year-old boy dressed too lightly crying as he walked along the roadside. Huang Jie stopped his bike next to the boy and asked, "Little buddy, where are your adults?" "I don't know," the little child replied through tears. This was a tricky situation. Huang Jie pretended to take out a winter coat from his trunk and offered it to the boy, not wanting him to freeze in such cold weather. "How about this? They'll take you to find the police officer and let the police help you find your dad and mom, okay?" He coaxed the child onto the bike, and in less than 3 minutes, he delivered him to the police station's duty room. The young man in the duty room was stunned. Who would pick up a child in the middle of the night? The child's parents must have been quite careless. This was no small matter. Soon the duty room had 2 more staff members preparing to retrieve surveillance footage from several intersections. Just then the police station received a report saying a child was missing. After half an hour, the police officers clarified that the child belonged to a nearby resident. After parking the car outside the community, the parents went home and forgot their sleeping child in the car. The child woke up and wandered off. Yet the child's parents, after an hour at home, still hadn't realized their child was not with them. It was unbelievable. Huang Jie genuinely doubted whether this child could grow up normally with such parents. However, the child's father was quite generous and insisted on giving Huang Jie 1,000 yuan as a thank you fee. It was indeed hard to refuse. However, it was a bit unfortunate that this money couldn't be accepted as a reward through the platform, which had many restrictions. Anyway, one couldn't accept such a large reward at once. Huang Jie was not a stingy person. He found a clean barbecue restaurant and packed 300 yuan worth of meat skewers and grilled lamb legs. He also bought 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 large bottles of cola from a 24-hour convenience store and delivered them to the police station's duty room. Not for any other reason, but these people genuinely worked hard. He wasn't short on money, and it wasn't a bad thing to build good relationships and become familiar faces. Monday is Singles Day, a rather ironic occasion as Huang Jie remains resolutely unattached, with no one so much as acknowledging the day on his behalf. And what precisely are these women celebrating by indulging in frenzied shopping sprees? The delivery courier who lives in the same residential complex has been utterly overwhelmed these past few days. By 7 o'clock, Huang Jie had snatched up an urgent delivery request transporting a backpack from a customer's home to an elementary school roughly 5 kilometers away. When Huang Jie arrived to collect the package, he stared in disbelief. This was no ordinary backpack. It was a 6-year-old child wearing one. "I'm sorry, but delivering a child isn't feasible. I can't guarantee safety en route." Huang Jie said, "If others can do it, why can't you? I'll reward you 50 yuan upon successful delivery. I truly have no time to handle this myself." The child's mother replied. Frankly, her composure was astonishing. Surely rising just 15 minutes earlier would have resolved everything. Then again, judging by her barefaced, unmedupe appearance, she genuinely seemed pressed for time. "Fine. I'll send you a photo once he's safely inside the school gate." Huang Jie muttered, dumbfounded. Such an order was unprecedented and frankly bewildering. "Make sure it's a photo taken after he's crossed the school threshold. Don't worry. I'll leave both the reward and a 5-star rating." The boy stood calmly on the scooter's footboard, helmet already fastened, evidently a seasoned veteran of such rides. "How old are you?" Huang Jie asked, steering with one hand while trying to strike up conversation. "My name is Fang Zihan. I'm 6 in 1st grade. My father's a police officer, my mother's an executive at a company, and my grandparents aren't well enough to help. Every new person asks me the exact same questions." Fang Zihan sighed. Good heavens, he was already a little sage at 6. "Do you do well in school? What grades do you usually get?" The boy turned his face away. No matter how Huang Jie coaxed, he remained stubbornly silent. Upon arrival, Huang Jie handed the child over to a teacher at the school gate, snapped a photo, uploaded it to the platform chat, and moments later received the promised 50 yuan reward. Though such orders paid more handsomely, they carried undeniable risk. If an accident occurred, en route consequences would be grave. The return on effort simply wasn't worth it. Brother, the doctor cleared me for discharge. The school's sending a car to pick me up, Zhu Mingming announced over the phone before 9 o'clock. All right. Rest well back on campus, attend classes diligently, and when you're fully recovered, let's gather for a proper reunion. Brother, the compensation settlement arrives in a few days. I'll repay you the moment the funds hit my account. No rush. I don't need the money urgently. Brother, you've gone viral lately. Several classmates say if you launched a live stream, you'd explode overnight. If you're open to it, I can assemble a team from campus to help craft your strategy. With smooth execution, we could help you clear your debts swiftly. Let's table that for now. Focus on healing first. I'm writing right now, so I'll cut this short. Zhu Mingming's girlfriend and her best friend exchanged quiet disappointment. What an extraordinary opportunity. And yet that delivery man Huang Jie seemed utterly oblivious to its potential. Huang Jie, this is Jixian from Xiaomei's publicity department. I've secured a complimentary set of official winter uniforms and thermal gear for you. Just share your address, and I'll ship them immediately. Jixian was the young woman he'd rescued outside that bar. Thank you. Truly, but no thank you. I work as an independent contractor. Wearing branded uniforms restricts access to certain residential compounds. They're complimentary and genuinely effective against the cold. We've recently partnered with major retailers. Without the uniform, you won't be permitted to accept their orders. Huang Jie had indeed encountered this before. Orders from large commercial complexes like Wash and Shanmu explicitly stipulated uniform requirements. If it's inconvenient, I can deliver them personally. I still owe you that meal. Jixian added. No need, my address is. Huang Jie replied. He'd accept the clothing, but decline the meal. Jixian, he reasoned, surely harbored no romantic intentions toward a debt-burdened delivery man. Her gesture was purely gratitude. Sharing a meal without mutual romantic intent amounted to nothing more than frivolous provocation, wasteful and counterproductive. Returning to Hexinghui before lunchtime, he witnessed a massive altercation erupting outside the subway station adjacent to the mall. 2 or 3 dozen couriers clad in yellow and blue uniforms surrounded a Mercedes-Benz. Several were pummeling a young man. The assault appeared severe. As a bystander, Huang Jie quickly learned from passersby that the incident began trivially, a minor collision between the driver and a courier, hardly serious enough to warrant injury. Yet one careless remark ignited collective fury. I've got 3 million. I'll run you bastards down. Truly, the driver's judgment was abysmal. Even if he believed it, voicing such arrogance publicly was sheer folly. That mouth, born solely to incite disaster. One wonders how someone with such intellectual limitations ever qualified to drive a Mercedes C200. After all, he possessed a spatial realm, within which lay no less than 2 billion yuan in cash, not to mention gold bars capable of crushing anyone outright. Yet had he ever flaunted such wealth? Still, the beating couldn't continue. It risked fatal consequences. Huang Jie raised his voice sharply. Stop now. Another blow could kill him. Police arrived swiftly. The driver's life was likely spared, but the memory of that beating would haunt him for life. A single courteous word could have diffused the crisis. Why escalate it into chaos? Huang Jie had delivered countless orders. Most disputes arose in ordinary residential buildings. In contrast, clients in villa districts or ultra-premium compounds rarely hurled insults or issued negative reviews, even if deliveries ran late. This wasn't because the affluent were inherently more refined, but because they deemed such conflicts beneath their dignity. Though the principle of the contented yield isn't universally valid, it holds a kernel of truth. Watching several couriers led away in police vehicles, Huang Jie felt a pang of sorrow. These men worked tirelessly to support their families. Though the driver's words were offensive, filing a formal complaint would have sufficed. Once fists flew, justification dissolved. Should the victim sustain serious injury, reconciliation would become impossible. Of course, should Huang Jie himself confront a threat to his Dao heart, he'd retaliate instantly. Albeit with subtlety, an incident of this scale could never remain minor. Those couriers were undoubtedly finished. Their platform accounts would likely be terminated permanently. Should criminal charges follow, no delivery platform would ever hire them again. Yesterday's lobster delivery earned a poor review due to excessive salt. Huang Jie bore it silently. But tonight's order pushed his limits beyond endurance. Just before midnight, he accepted an adult products delivery. Scanning the note, he recoiled. Send a handsome young man for oral service. Tip included. Decline if unwilling. No mistakes, no cancellations. What on earth? Male clients indulging in such extravagance. Hello, I'm your delivery rider. This order was auto-assigned by the platform. Kindly cancel it at your convenience. Thank you. He remained impeccably polite. Sorry, I won't cancel it. If you refuse, cancel it yourself, came the effeminate reply. Good grief. What manner of riders faced immense administrative hurdles when canceling orders. Regardless of cause, each cancellation triggered an automatic penalty notice followed by a burdensome appeal process. Whether fines applied or not, appeals demanded exhaustive documentation, and success rates remained dismally low. First, take screenshots to preserve evidence while keeping the client's address, then report the anomaly and cancel the order. For orders involving colors like this, although the appeal process is troublesome, it can generally be successful. Then log off, put the phone away, and rush to the vicinity of the client's community. Oh no, the community surveillance should have no blind spots, and the opposite door has a fingerprint lock with a camera installed, making it impossible to play pranks. After going downstairs, Huang Jie called Feng Chaoran. From her voice, it seemed she had already fallen asleep. Sorry, I accidentally pressed the phone while putting it in my pocket. I truly apologize for disturbing your rest. It's fine, just get home early and be safe. Huang Jie glanced at the clock and realized it was almost midnight, feeling a bit off. Feng Chaoran mumbled sleepily. Just as Huang Jie was about to call the police, he discovered that a delivery guy had actually accepted the order, and there was a prompt sound when he pressed the doorbell. Oh no. If I call the police, wouldn't that end up getting this delivery guy in trouble too? The street is filled with surveillance cameras. These people are really well protected. Fortunately, within a minute, the delivery guy came downstairs whispering curses as he descended. What a freak. A grown man wearing a skirt. After the delivery guy left, Huang Jie decisively called the police, realizing that even if he couldn't take revenge, he needed to make sure the police made life difficult for that guy. As expected, he managed to annoy the officers at the police station, but since the situation wasn't serious, he was only warned and wasn't taken to the station. However, there was quite a commotion, and the neighbors as well as those living upstairs and downstairs had seen this guy dressed in a red skirt. To be honest, your personal orientation is your own business, but it is truly inappropriate to disturb delivery guys with orders. Only when everything was settled did Huang Jie feel at ease, otherwise even practicing at night would be disrupted. As for greater revenge, it wasn't necessary. The next day went on as usual, starting the grind at 5. In winter in the capital, the wind is really strong, blowing at 7 or 8 levels. It feels quite refreshing. Orders before 7 o'clock are relatively normal, but after 7, Huang Jie received an order for an egg pancake, only to find at the restaurant that at least 10 delivery riders were queuing to pick up their meals. Huang Jie glanced at the serving numbers and realized that there were at least 20 orders ahead of him. At the current serving speed, it would definitely delay the delivery of other orders. He decisively added 5 yuan and transferred the order out. There was no other choice. If he didn't transfer it, all 4 orders in his hands would be late, resulting in a deduction of almost 15 yuan, and he would definitely face restrictions on taking orders tomorrow. This store has really caused him a lot of trouble. He didn't earn anything from this order and ended up losing 5 yuan. As he turned to leave, he heard that the boss was arguing with the delivery guy, probably because the rider and the boss had clashed. Around 10 o'clock, he received an order from a hotel. Nowadays, hotels in the capital use robots to deliver to rooms. When Huang Jie arrived at the hotel, he saw several foreigners enthusiastically discussing the delivery robot. Upon dialing the customer's number, Huang Jie realized that the order was actually placed by a foreigner, but fortunately this guy could still understand Mandarin. Could you place it with the robot, so it can deliver it upstairs for me? Come on, you are right here. However, since it's the customer's request, I can only comply. Selecting the customer's room, the compartment opened, I placed the meal inside, clicked confirm, and the robot began its task. Huang Jie looked up and saw that everyone had a phone in hand, either taking pictures or recording video. Then these people followed the robot into the elevator. Isn't it said that many countries abroad are developed nations while we are just a developing country? Why are these people so naive? Which country are these people from? Huang Jie asked the staff beside him. From the United States, a young lady replied. All right, then it's from the United States. After the busy lunch peak, Huang Jie found a relatively large noodle shop. No matter if they were from Guangzhou or Hunan, Huang Jie loved eating noodles. The space is not short on money. It can't be used to pay off a mortgage, but it can be used to improve life. He shouldn't deprive him. Damn, 68 yuan for a bowl of noodles, and you actually just cut open a bag of pre-packaged ingredients and dumped it into the noodle bowl. That's really a bit excessive. At least you could have pretended to pour it into a large bucket and then scooped it into a bowl. Isn't using pre-packaged food supposed to be discreet? It's not that pre-packaged food is bad, but if you're charging 68 yuan per serving, at least clarify that on the menu. After finishing the noodles in a few bites without touching the soup, he got up to leave the restaurant, knowing he would never come back to this chain store. It was too much. Just as he was about to find another place to fill his stomach, Zhang Min called. Huang Jie, Leilai's re-examination results are out, and the effects are surprisingly good. The director asked about Leilai's diet in detail, and little Lei said the juice you delivered was the best. Could you provide another bottle for the director to test? Oh no, this brainless woman. Isn't this just asking for trouble for herself? Sure, I'll bring an extra bottle when I go tomorrow. It's not anything special. In the future, I have to be more careful about using spiritual energy for my daughter, and I have to completely let go of using spiritual energy for Tian Zionia's cafeteria. I was initially considering using spiritual energy to support Xiaoyo if his business was bad, but now it seems impossible. In a while, I have to go to the most expensive supermarket in the capital to buy some imported high-quality fruits for juicing apples, over 200 yuan per pound, grapes for 998 yuan per pound. Huang Jie wouldn't dare to buy these things if he didn't have those 2 billion in his space. Regardless of how good they taste, they are certainly not cheap. Right when I go tomorrow, I must bring the receipt. This has caught the attention of researchers, which is really not a good sign. After purchasing the fruits and finishing the evening peak, Huang Jie saw a young girl setting up a stall by the road at the Pingxi subway station selling some homemade snacks. However, her business was truly poor. Huang Jie had been watching for quite a while, and no one had inquired. The young girl looked very upset with tears in her eyes. This girl met Huang Jie's aesthetic standards, and seeing how pretty she was, he approached her. How much are these? They look quite good. Can I taste one? Sure, these are Western-style desserts I made in the afternoon. Your prices are a bit high. Huang Jie pointed to the price tag. The ingredients are genuine and healthy. Not bad, they taste good. It's a pity you're not opening a store at this price near the subway. It's hard to sell. Huang Jie said. I don't have money to open a store and currently unemployed. During my job search, I make a few things at home and set up a stall to earn some living expenses. I haven't even opened yet. What do you do for work? Huang Jie asked directly. I work in wedding planning and my boss took deposits from many people at an exhibition and then ran away. I am a planner. That shop owner is truly outrageous. Tell me about it. Brother, how much would you like? He'll weigh it for you. How much do you? Not much. Just 4 kinds of pastries, roughly 3 Jin each. Today's just a trial run for the stall. He'll take it all. How much do I owe you? Really, brother? Absolutely genuine. 14 Jin total at 38 yuan per Jin, 532 yuan. You may round it down to 520. Do you accept cash? Never mind. We'll scan your WeChat Pay QR code. Huang Jie noticed the young woman hesitating slightly. Thank you, brother. Huang Jie was still weighing how best to ask for her contact information, or at least add her on WeChat, when a tall, energetic young man around 180 centimeters and strikingly handsome approached from afar and began helping the woman pack up her stall. Oh, blast it. Just when had finally taken a liking to someone, she was already spoken for. You have a new delivery order. Please check promptly. Even the most captivating woman couldn't distract him from his deliveries. The order was for 2 large barrels of premium imported beer, but the destination posed complications. Delivery had to be made directly into a private karaoke room with explicit instructions to hand it over inside the booth itself. This truly put the delivery rider in a bind. For routine food deliveries to nightlife, venues security staff off, but delivering alcohol, that violated a cardinal rule of such establishments. Alcohol sales were their primary revenue stream. Small quantities might slip through unnoticed, but hauling 2 massive barrels inside, the security guards would have to be utterly blind. After picking up the goods, Huang Jie called the customer upon arriving at the nightclub's entrance. Hello, your beer has arrived. I'm at the club's front gate, but I'm not permitted entry. Could you please come out to collect it? I've already informed security. Just give them your room number. They'll let you in. Understood. I'll deliver it upstairs short. Brother, the guest in room 8888 says they've briefed security about you. Got it. Leave your helmet here and slip in quietly. Yes, sir. Thank you, brother. As Huang Jie pushed open the door, he was struck by how unconventional the scene was. Not at all like the stereotypical hostesses he'd imagined. Instead, the room was filled with young women dressed in summer uniforms of a major bank, and astonishingly several even wore glasses. Their poise was remarkably refined. Evidently, today's generous elder brother had very particular tastes. After setting down the goods and obtaining a signature, Huang Jie tapped delivered on his app, and as he stepped out, he spotted 2 young women in maid-like attire emerging from the adjacent room. Clearly, that room's generous elder brother favored an entirely different aesthetic. That evening back at his residence, Tian Xiaonyou was still awake, so Huang Jie shared half the pastries with him. Thanks, big brother. Where did you get these pastries? They're genuinely delicious. From a street vendor. I tried them and liked them, so I brought you some. How's business been lately? It's been packed every day. We've hired 2 more chefs and 4 servers. Oh, and my father mentioned a renowned feng shui master has arrived in town. He asked if you'd like him to examine your ancestral gravesite to improve your fortune. Please tell him it's unnecessary. I'll decide when I return for spring festival. Returning to pay respects at the gravesite left Huang Jie deeply uneasy. After all, he now inhabited the son's body. Performing ancestral rites would feel profoundly disingenuous. Still, burning extra joss paper during the spring festival visit would be a reasonable gesture. A small negotiation with the unseen world. All right, brother. I'll tell my father. Go on, get some rest. You've both been working tirelessly these days. Just as he finished showering and lay down, the couple next door reignited their nocturnal commotion. The building's soundproofing was truly abysmal. Ever since Singles Day, his restlessness had intensified, undoubtedly stirred by those 2 next door. Otherwise, he'd never have gone to that street vendor's stall and indulged in such a whimsical allure-nothing purchase. He calmed his mind and breath, only settling into cultivation once silence finally returned next door. According to the Jade Tablet's instructions, cultivation entailed gradually transforming ambient spiritual energy into refined spiritual force, then storing that force throughout the limbs and meridians, before steadily channeling it inward toward the dantian. Each day required purifying the marrow and renewing the meridians using this cultivated spiritual force. During the chi refining stage, cultivators remained fundamentally within the realm of mortals, relying on continuous absorption of spiritual energy to nourish the body and advance their strength. Each minor breakthrough demanded sustained infusion of spiritual force to temper both meridians and limbs. Upon reaching the 4th layer of the chi refining stage, one's physical constitution far surpassed that of ordinary mortals, enabling basic spellcraft and awakening the divine sense, granting perception far beyond mortal limits. Through daily meditation, Huang Jie eventually confirmed he wasn't in the innate foundation establishment stage, but had already entered the 1st layer of chi refining. Though stronger than average, his advantage remained modest. Cultivation without a master's guidance proved arduous and perilous. Before 5 a.m., the neighbors next door erupted again. Such relentless vigor. Huang Jie resolved to find a new apartment. During months of food delivery, he'd noticed many residential complexes offering compact 1-bedroom units, far superior to his current lodging. Failing that, a 2-bedroom unit would suffice. Once his daughter regained her health, she could stay with him briefly, making it easier to administer spirit-infused substances discreetly. Unable to sleep, Huang Jie rose and juiced yesterday's grapes. 2 small bottles of juice from grapes priced at 998 yuan per jean. Yet to him the taste held nothing extraordinary. At 7:30, he completed his shift and delivered the juice to Zhang Min so she could submit it for testing by the hospital's chief physician. You truly spare no expense for your daughter. This bottle alone must cost at least 2,000 yuan. There's nothing I wouldn't spare for my daughter. Recently, I helped the police rescue a child whose father is a prominent real estate developer. He rewarded me with 200,000 yuan. If Xiaolei needs funds for treatment, just tell me. No, it's better you use that money to repay your debts. Settle them early if possible. Daily interest on installments adds up significantly. As for Liang Xian, how he fared or how long his sentence would be, Huang Jie didn't inquire. It bore no reconciling with Zhang Min had never crossed his mind. She was after all the original owner's wife. Marrying her would feel deeply awkward. And though he'd willingly raise the daughter in this life, assuming responsibility for an ex-wife was quite another matter. Mr. Huang, are you home? Your package has arrived. Just leave it by the door. Actually, that won't work. I'm delivering 3 self-balancing scooters. If they go missing, liability becomes complicated. How about I leave them at the courier station in the neighboring complex, the Xing'an Line Zone 4 station? It'll be convenient for you to pick them up. Fine, go ahead and leave them there. That suited him well. It meant Tian Xiaoyo wouldn't learn he'd purchased 3 scooters at once. Mr. Huang, you also have another parcel, apparently clothing. I'll leave that at the station as well. Thank you very much. Huang Jie felt thoroughly at ease in this era, and genuinely fond of it. Of course, this adaptation meant little more than efficiently navigating food deliveries, performing physical labor, and embracing the conveniences modern technology offered, much as a person with only elementary or secondary education could sustain themselves in contemporary society. As he passed by Qinghe Wangxiangwei, a delivery guy rushed over, loudly reminding those without helmets, "There are traffic police ahead, put on your helmet, they're checking vehicles." In such situations, you must believe. In this world, you may not trust any stranger, but when someone reminds you like this, please do not let their kindness go to waste. Huang Jie was stopped at the intersection. "Hello, please cooperate and open your battery compartment so we can check the battery." Huang Jie was experienced. In Kyoto, electric bike batteries cannot exceed 48 V. If they do, not only will there be a fine, but the vehicle will also be impounded. "No problem, thank you for your cooperation, and please ride safely." As he spoke, a woman rode over, pressing on the crosswalk. "Ma'am, stop. Riding on the pedestrian crosswalk incurs a fine of 20. Riding against traffic incurs a fine of 20. Seeing that he had nothing to do with this, Huang Jie rode off as soon as the green light appeared. To be honest, if following the national standard speed limit of 25 km per hour, 99 of the bikes in the capital would be penalized, including Huang Jie's. However, law enforcement in the capital is relatively humane, as long as you have a license plate and were not speeding. When checked, they generally do not pursue further penalties. In the dead of winter, barriers will not be forcibly removed unless it's excessive, such as having an excessively wide cargo rack on the back seat. During the lunch rush, he set the delivery destination for a privileged order to Jiuwei Vocational Technical School. The platform was indeed quite efficient, immediately dispatching 12 orders, each earning him around 7 to 8 yuan, totaling nearly 100. This school is quite easy to deliver to. He can directly place the orders on the shelves at the school entrance, call the customers to notify them, and then take a photo to mark them as delivered. Then at the software park, he picked up 2 more orders worth 4 to 5 yuan, each earning him over 100 yuan. It felt quite refreshing to see these earnings, but achieving this ease was based on being particularly familiar with the merchants and the surrounding delivery environment. Otherwise, it would surely be chaotic with delayed deliveries. If the lunch rush performance is poor, there is no guarantee of income for the day. After finishing the lunch rush, there will be a wave of orders for milk, tea, coffee, and convenience stores. Although these stores have resident delivery riders, they occasionally release long-distance large orders that the resident riders do not necessarily accept each time. After several turns, Huang Jie returned to the Heshenghui business circle, preparing to welcome the evening rush. He first parked his bike in an area where riders gathered, listening to what everyone was chatting about, while pulling out his phone to browse for orders. "Is it true that someone is running orders with his wife after work?" one rider asked. "It must be true. If you don't believe it, ask Lao Zhang. He has seen it for several days now. The wife of that crowdsourcing brother is truly beautiful. Isn't that so? Here they come." "I don't point," Lao Zhang said. Huang Jie felt a pang in his heart. He couldn't help but admire that brother. He could run deliveries and still marry such a beautiful wife. It's one thing to marry such a wife, but to bring her along for deliveries in this freezing winter is quite another. The couple parked their bike, and the brother went into the mall to pick up the meal, while his wife stayed outside to watch the bike. "Sister, how many orders have you taken this time?" "Not many, just 2 orders. We just run a few after work to earn some money today. We spend it all on food. Wherever we go, we find something good to eat," the sister said with a smile. "Oh no, I can't listen to this. This is just pouring dog food everywhere." Huang Jie quickly received 7 orders, and seeing that the merchants were gradually preparing the meals, he went downstairs to. During the meal pickup, he received 5 more orders, one of which was quite far. Considering the delivery time was over an hour, and it was somewhat on the way, Huang Jie decided to accept the order. "Bro, and the one with the grilled fish order from Shanzhuang. When you come, please bring me 2 packs of yushi and a lighter." "Big brother, I have 12 orders on hand, and I'll try my best to bring them to you. But if it gets too close to the deadline, please." "Bro, I'll tip you. It's really inconvenient for me to go downstairs. I'm not afraid of being late. You can deliver it a bit earlier." This guy really doesn't understand delivering early means a direct deduction of 50 yuan. Okay, I'll hang up now. It's hard to hear while writing. They'll try my best to bring it to you. After delivering other orders along the way, Huang Jie paid 45 yuan at a convenience store for the customer and completed the purchase. Riding quickly, he arrived downstairs at the customer's building in the last 3 minutes, finally managing not to be late. The brother sitting in a wheelchair indeed couldn't go downstairs. After handing over the meal and cigarettes to the customer, the brother directly paid 60 yuan as a tip. That was quite generous. Tips are great. With this operation, the money Huang Jie had advanced also counts as related to his delivery work. In this way, it was equivalent to opening a new world. During off-peak hours. He could grab some small orders for purchasing, and he no longer had to worry about repayments. However, he still cannot accept orders for helping to buy meals from restaurants in the morning, as it is too troublesome. He also cannot take orders for purchases exceeding 200, as it is prone to issues. He also cannot accept orders for whole packs of cigarettes or expensive alcohol, as they are likely to be scams. Finally, just before the station closed, Huang Jie picked up a balance bike and clothes sent by Jixian. It was just past 10 o'clock, and Huang Jie thought about how he hadn't seen the pancake lady these past few days while passing the subway entrance, so he decided to check there. It's not that he had any particular thoughts about the pancake lady, nor was he a do-gooder. He mainly enjoyed their conversations and admired how she managed to raise a child with autism while remaining optimistic. Big brother'll have a pancake. Add an extra egg, and he'll also have a grilled cold noodle plus a grilled sausage. Huang Jie said to the pancake brother. All right, just a moment, he'll make it right away. By the way, big brother, why haven't I seen the pancake lady these past couple of days? Huang Jie casually asked. I think she went back to Shuqing. She said there were some family matters to attend to. Big brother, no chili on the pancake, and the grilled cold noodle needs to be spicy. As long as she's fine, that's good. It's getting cold. If she doesn't come back, I'll see if Xiaonyo needs anyone for the night shift. Buying pancakes might have been to get some information, but it was also to support the pancake brothers' business. Coming out to set up a stall in the cold weather is commendable, so within his means he decided to buy more of his goods as an act of kindness. After delivering a few more orders, Huang Jie saw a young lady delivery rider from Shuanfeng dressed in sandy colors with red and black stripes preparing to place candles on a cake under the light of a street lamp sheltered from the wind. The cake had already become deformed, clearly a tragedy caused by delivering it. It's a birthday? I've celebrated 2 birthdays in the past couple of days. Huang Jie consoled the young girl with a lie. Oh, this cake costs over 300 yuan. Oh, I wasted a whole day running around today. Big brother, do you want to help me eat some? That's definitely fine. Give me half. I'm not freeloading. I found a 300 yuan shopping voucher for a mall today, but it seems I can only buy some women's stuff which I have no use for. You can see if you can use it sometime. That's a load of nonsense. Huang Jie had bought a few extra shopping vouchers when he saw discounts while buying items for his daughter. This cake is good but tastes quite nice. In the future, try to avoid accepting cake orders as delivery issues could lead to a day's work being wasted, Huang Jie advised. Thank you, big brother, but today is not my birthday. I know. By the way, how are you doing now? Are you better than our Xiaomei? It's about the same. I earn around 200 to 300 yuan a day. All right, take your time eating. I'm heading home now. As a young girl, try not to go out alone at night. Stay safe. Huang Jie is not some saint. He only struck up a conversation because the young girl was pretty. However, if he continued to pester her, she would have to worry about her safety. Upon returning home, he found that Xiaonyo and his partner had not yet returned. It seems that working in the catering industry is indeed hard work. Huang Jie unpacked 2 balance bikes and began charging them according to the manual as he needed to practice a bit early the next morning. The yellow work uniform sent by Jixian turned out to be quite good. It not only looks nice, but also keeps warm for sure. It also came with the latest winter helmet, gloves, knee pads, and cotton boots. Naturally, when receiving favors, one should express gratitude. Huang Jie took a photo and sent it to the WeChat chat expressing his thanks. To his surprise, the other party replied instantly, were they not sleeping at this late hour? As for practicing cultivation, there really isn't much to describe. It's a slow and repetitive process. Only after accumulating a certain amount will there be a qualitative change. The next day, when delivering juice to Huang Lei, she quietly said to Huang Jie, Dad, the juice yesterday tasted different. Indeed, after multiple tastings, one could definitely notice the difference. I have no choice. I have always bought it from that supermarket. Perhaps this time it was different. I will buy some next time to try again. Huang Jie explained, and Zhang Min was indeed quite worrisome. Wasn't sending samples to the hospital for analysis going to delay their daughter's recovery? Dad, the doctor said my recovery is going well. Can you take me to the global theme park? Not yet. We need to wait a while longer. The doctor said we can go only when the next checkup says it's okay. You have to listen to adults. After some time I will take you. I keep my promises. All right then. The little girl clearly delivering food is not always filled with major events. Most days are just ordinary and busy. With the help of the balance bike, Huang Jie delivered orders as if aided by divine intervention. In communities where he could not ride a bike, he truly moved like the wind. There was definitely no risk of hitting anyone. Traveling at a top speed of 25 kilometers per hour was nothing to Huang Jie. With external storage, carrying large and heavy items was not a problem at all. He would prepare them in the stairway ahead of time and then deliver them to the customer's door, perfectly solving the issue of surveillance cameras. Unfortunately, the weather took a turn for the worse as it started to rain lightly in the afternoon with occasional snowflakes. Huang Jie received an order from a clay pot restaurant. The restaurant's location was not ideal, situated in a small alley on Shea Street. If it weren't for the fact that it led back to a familiar business district, Huang Jie wouldn't have accepted this order. It wasn't about being picky if the alley roads were difficult to navigate in the rain. Perhaps due to the cold, the restaurant had thick curtains hanging at the entrance. The cashier and 2 waitstaff were lying on the floor. What the heck, there were still people in the kitchen. Seeing the situation was serious, Huang Jie first. The cashier and 2 waitstaff were lying on the floor. What the heck, there were still people in the kitchen. Seeing the situation was serious, Huang Jie first pulled down the curtain and then opened the door. He carried them out in a hurry and managed to get through to the emergency services and police. After some commotion, a few people from the neighboring store came out to help hold umbrellas. The ambulance, police car, and fire truck arrived one after another. Huang Jie finally breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the ambulance take the people away. Of course, while the rescue personnel were attending to the injured, Huang Jie still took a few photos, sent them to the chat with the customer, and then called the customer to cancel the order. It was much easier if the customer canceled the order themselves, as it would eliminate any subsequent complaints or troubles. The police arrived at the scene and they definitely needed to take a detailed report. Huang Jie left his information and departed. 2 hours later, Huang Jie received calls from both the police station and the restaurant owner, both informing him of the situation and expressing their gratitude. Huang Jie felt that the restaurant owner should be thanking not him, but the customer who ordered food during non-meal hours, otherwise 6 lives would have definitely been lost. After the order was cancelled, Huang Jie received a strange help order. It was placed by an individual rather than a restaurant, requesting him to pick up 2 meals from a barbecue rice shop with order numbers 64 and 65. As soon as Huang Jie received the order, the person who placed it called him. "Brother, I'm a rider just like you, but my bike broke down. I placed a help order. Remember, it's 2 meals, so don't miss any. Call me when you reach the gate of Shea Vocational School. Alright, don't worry, I'll go pick it up right away." This was a case of urgent help, and there was no hesitation involved. Huang Jie quickly arrived at the merchant and then rode to the school entrance in the rain. A young man in a yellow shirt received the meals and began calling the students at the school, ultimately placing them in the food delivery locker as per the customer's request. "Thanks, brother. My bike tire burst, so I parked it by the roadside and took a taxi to the school. I didn't earn anything on these 2 orders, and after spending half a day fixing my bike, it's all for nothing. Your idea is great. Delivering both meals on time is already impressive. I've learned something. By the way, where's your bike? I can ride you over." "Oh, thank you so much, brother. Let's add each other on WeChat and keep in touch." After the evening rush hour began, the orders piled up to the point where they couldn't be handled. In such bad weather, the number of orders skyrocketed and the delivery fees doubled. Normally, orders costing 7 to 8 yuan could now reach over 10 yuan with no takers. The reason was simple: there weren't enough riders. Huang Jie snatched 4 batches during this evening rush, with each delivery fee around 10 yuan, successfully earning nearly 200 yuan. However, it was indeed cold. The snowflakes hitting his face felt quite harsh. After 8 o'clock in the evening, the orders kept coming in. Huang Jie grabbed 2 large orders that were on his way, each costing over 60 yuan. One was delivering a computer, and the other was a carton of milk. When delivering the computer, Huang Jie was particularly careful. He first took photos from various angles to ensure there were no blemishes, then asked the customer to power it on and reach the password input screen. Although the customer was quite impatient, Huang Jie still followed the advice Tian Xiaonyou had given him and asked the customer to perform the operation. Most people are good, but when encountering a bad one, it could cost several thousand or even over 10,000 yuan in damages, which is no small matter for a rider. The milk order was a bit unusual. A box of ordinary milk only cost a few dozen yuan, while the delivery fee obviously exceeded the value of the milk itself. Only when picking up the goods did he realize that the sender was not the person who placed the order. The order placer urged Huang Jie to deliver quickly, promising a 100 yuan tip upon delivery. The sender was a retired elderly man who didn't say much. He just wanted Huang Jie to deliver the items as quickly as possible. The delivery of the computer went relatively smoothly. As long as the customer signed off normally, there were no issues. However, when Huang Jie was delivering the computer order, the customer called. "Why is my order getting farther away? Can't you take a detour?" "Big brother, please don't worry. I have several orders to deliver, and yours is the farthest. Rest assured I won't be late. Can you deliver it to me first? I'll give you a tip." "Big brother, I am very close to other customers, and their orders are about to be late. If I delay too much, I won't be able to take orders tomorrow. Please wait a moment, there will definitely be no problem." "Alright then, hurry up. If you delay things, I will definitely complain about you." Hearing a complaint would stress any delivery person, this order already felt suspicious. Huang Jie turned his bike and entered the police station nearby. The officer on duty reacted quickly, opening the milk delivery box, which contained a significant amount of cash. The subsequent events had nothing to do with Huang Jie. He sat in the heated duty room enjoying tea. A police officer of similar height to Huang Jie changed into his clothes and began taking over the deliveries. Huang Jie even pretended to take out a set of yellow work clothes from the trunk. Although the voices of Huang Jie and the officer were slightly different, after an hour the police car returned with 3 suspects in custody. They caught them red-handed, preventing another delivery person from handing over a large sum of money to these individuals. Not only that, but the officer who resembled Huang Jie even obtained the delivery code from the suspects on site, helping Huang Jie mark the order as delivered, which was truly impressive. This not only solidified the suspect's guilt, but also saved Huang Jie a lot of subsequent trouble. However, the promised tip was undoubtedly gone. Huang Jie wasn't a good person either, mainly because he couldn't tolerate those who kept urging him for deliveries. He had more than just one order. No matter how much they urged, he couldn't change the delivery route arranged by the rider. He couldn't just prioritize delivering to another customer or let another order exceed the time limit. If one wanted speed, they should choose a dedicated delivery service when placing the order. Once they opted for dedicated delivery, the rider couldn't accept other orders, nor could they take orders from other platforms. If the rider's route was incorrect, the platform would actively call the rider. If the rider couldn't provide a reasonable explanation or evidence, they would be warned or penalized by the platform. Working together with the police, they were busy until 11 at night, even being asked to take a photo with the victims. Fortunately, the rain and snow finally stopped. The roads, though slippery, had no snow accumulation. Huang Jie delivered 2 more orders on the way back home. The next noon, he realized how big of a mistake taking a photo was. A trivial matter turned into a hot topic for publicity. At that moment, he really hadn't intended to be a good person. He just found the constant urging for deliveries particularly annoying. Now it was great. He suddenly became a typical example of anti-fraud publicity. Huang Jie didn't oppose being a model, but would the inclusion of the photo affect his safety? Had all the members of this fraud gang been captured? Of course, this was just Huang Jie's unilateral concern. Perhaps the police had already considered everything thoroughly. Another piece of news that gained similar attention as Huang Jie's incident was that experts hoped all delivery workers would become food safety inspectors. This feels like when standards for electric bikes are set requiring them to have pedals. They are unnecessary when powered, but when out of battery, they can't be moved without pedaling, and pushing them is a hassle. Restaurants that prepare food fresh during peak hours often face delays. If all prepackaged meals are reported, what can delivery workers deliver? Furthermore, if you report something, the merchant might retaliate with a counter-report which could get the delivery worker's account banned. Of course, in some truly filthy and chaotic situations, a few riders might report, but that is usually out of a sense of duty or due to conflict with the merchant. Experts say that at the very least, delivery workers who undergo professional training should be granted legitimate supervisor credentials, providing them with a sense of professional honor and timely human care. Damn it, what do we need the relevant management and platform supervisors for? What about the safety of the riders? Have you considered cash rewards? During the lunch rush, I encountered a female customer who, after completing her order, made a request. Can you help me take out the trash? This platform has a new regulation that prohibits taking items. Help me take it out, and they'll give you a tip of 10 yuan. Sister, if you had said that earlier. So it's just these 3 bags of trash. Is there anything else to throw away? Huang Jie smiled, saying that if there was a tip involved, it wasn't too much trouble. As long as the tip was in place, there was nothing he couldn't help with. After the lunch rush had passed, and Huang Jie had no orders, another generous big brother came along saying, can you deliver it to me quickly? If you do it fast, I'll tip you 20. Alright, I guarantee you will be surprised by the speed. I'm going to pick up the food now. While the customer was indeed wealthy, 2 steak sets cost around 1,500 yuan. Huang Jie made the customer experience a service of 6 kilometers in 10 minutes, delivering it right to the hotel lobby. It is true that food cannot be delivered to hotel rooms, and even if it could, it is strictly prohibited due to the risk of accidents. Huang Jie had a deep understanding of this. There was a budget hotel on West Street, with a rather peculiar layout where the lobby was on the 5th floor, while the hotel rooms were on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors. The customer's room number was 3108. After taking the elevator, Huang Jie found that the elevator could stop on the 3rd floor, so he called the customer from there. The customer asked him to leave it at the door and promised to pick it up in a minute. Huang Jie, having another order, hurried downstairs to deliver the other one. Then he got into trouble. Just as he reached the bottom, the customer called saying he hadn't received it. This was a big mess. During the lunch rush, he had over a dozen orders. Huang Jie could only go upstairs to explain the situation to the customer, compensating him with an extra 10 yuan on top of the original price and asking the customer to place the order again. Fortunately, the customer was quite nice. He neither complained nor left a bad review, nor did he request compensation after receiving the money. After finishing his orders, Huang Jie returned to the hotel again. With the help of the hotel staff, Huang Jie witnessed an astonishing scene. At dusk, Huang Jie received an express delivery order, destined for a villa community in Chaoyang. The distance was considerable, and the fee substantial, 540 yuan for over 20 jin of lamb. Boss, what kind of lamb is this? Why so expensive? Huang Jie asked curiously. Flown in from Ningxia. Purely natural, completely free of gaminess, ideal for slow stewing. No wonder it's not cheap. How much do you sell per day? Do you sell by the piece? Huang Jie considered buying some to try. All our customers are regulars. We only sell whole lambs, and advance reservations are mandatory to secure stock. So much for that idea. Braving fierce winds, he cycled for nearly an hour before reaching the villa gates. After registration and confirmation with the resident, he was finally permitted entry. It took him quite some time navigating the winding lanes before arriving at the client's door. Upon pressing the doorbell, a middle-aged man dressed like a private steward answered. The lamb, packed in sealed crates, was strapped to his bike. After verifying Huang Jie's identity, the steward recited the pickup code and tapped delivered on his device. Just as Huang Jie began untying the straps, a swarm of heavily armed law enforcement officers burst forth from nowhere, startling and imposing. Huang Jie was detained at the entrance without resistance. Within minutes, several strikingly handsome men and beautiful women were led out of the villa, dazed, disoriented, clearly in a state of profound confusion. After thorough interrogation and inspection, even the lamb crate was opened and meticulously examined by a gloved officer. Huang Jie was cleared only after presenting the order details via his delivery platform. This was unprecedented for him. Tentatively, he asked, "Officer, what about the lamb? I haven't handed it over yet, and now the box is open. How do I process a return?" "Return? Just tap delivered in the app. Do you really think anyone inside will be eating lamb tonight?" My word, what a perfectly logical point. In full view of the officer, Huang Jie resealed the crate, placed it on his scooter's footboard, and rode away. You're just letting him go like that. Is he truly safe? Safe? This young man is no ordinary courier. A quick check revealed he'd previously provided crucial leads in a major case, and helped solve numerous others. Just yesterday, he assisted in cracking a fraud ring. The lamb had been thoroughly inspected, no anomalies found. With no one left in the villa, leaving it overnight would spoil the. Once outside the villa grounds, Huang Jie located a blind spot in the surveillance coverage, slipped his hand into the crate, and transferred the entire batch of lamb into his stasis space. Carrying such a bulky crate made further deliveries impractical. Yet Friday's evening rush hadn't yet subsided, so accepting a nearby parallel order seemed sensible. He arrived at Tian Xiaonu's community canteen just before 10 p.m. Tian Xiaonu happened to be on duty. Huang Jie unloaded the lamb crate and an unopened self-balancing electric scooter from his bike. Xiaonu, please stew the lamb for me. Clear broth only. Tell the chef to keep seasoning minimal. Got it, bro. Where'd you get this lamb? Wow, it's genuine tan sheep. I'll personally supervise the cooking. Be right back. When he returned and heard Huang Jie recount the incident, even Tian Xiaonu was left speechless. Bro, you've just stumbled upon the legendary Chaiyang vigilantes exposing illicit activity. Though that officer was unusually considerate, letting you take the lamb home. I bought 2 scooters, one's for you. Bro, I don't deliver anymore. I'm in the kitchen full-time now. No time to ride around. Maybe you should keep it as backup. Backup for what? Take it. Thanks, bro. Let's have a drink later. Too late for that. Just a simple meal of lamb will do. I've been exhausted these past few days. Huang Jie wasn't after profit. He simply wanted to taste lamb, so exorbitantly priced. An hour later, the stew emerged tender, fragrant, elevated by salt alone. A flavor worthy of its premium cost. No, I must bring some home for my wife. It's that delicious. Ah, so he was the archetypal henpecked husband. When are you two tying the knot? Business is thriving. Why delay if you can settle down sooner? Still too early, bro. We've only run the restaurant a few months. Haven't saved up the bride price yet. I want to rent a larger. Fair enough. If funds run low, let me know. Oh, and mom found you a match, my cousin's daughter from the neighboring village. If you refuse to go home, she says the girl will come work here instead. Enough of that nonsense. At the very least, I need to repay my debts first. Tell Annie not to worry. I won't compromise someone else's future. Huang Jie resolved to find a woman who was both beautiful and grounded, someone truly suited for life together. On Saturday afternoon, he encountered several such beauties while delivering meals to an upscale billiards lounge, where young women gracefully accompanied guests on the green felt. His horizons broadened. Elegant women abounded not only in billiards lounges, but also in tea houses, gyms, and among cyclists. Yet none showed interest in him. After completing deliveries, he tried joining a game, only to be met with silence and indifference. That night, scrolling through Jixian, he discovered they were collectively dubbed billiards girls. A single search yielded astonishing results. Jixian, ever intuitive, instantly recommended Buddha girls, tea girls, cycling girls, bathing girls, billiards girls, archery girls, mountaineering girls, frisbee girls, and even delivery girls. Good heavens, finding a sincere, down-to-earth partner suddenly felt like scaling a sheer cliff. After several deliveries to beauty salons, Huang Jie grew increasingly astounded by their all-encompassing services, head-to-toe transformations, every detail perfected. Wasn't this exponentially increasing his difficulty in finding a wife? University students seemed promising, but he knew no one there. Without familiarity, trust remained elusive. He'd often seen young women picked up by chauffeured cars near campus gates during evening deliveries. Then again, his own circumstances weren't ideal. 3 more years of delivery work still lay ahead. Perhaps during spring festival, he'd accompany Tian Xiaonu back to their hometown. Maybe Annie's match would prove genuinely suitable. His thoughts had wandered again. Years of solitude made even faint sounds from next door spark flights of fancy. Gathering his composure, he resumed, converting spiritual energy, guiding qi along intricate pathways within his body. Under the ancient sword's voracious absorption, the spatial realm's ambient qi was rapidly depleting. Why was acquiring electricity proving so arduous? Huang Jie had long since deduced any power conversion apparatus was certain to be monitored. Should he survive electrocution, rising in scathe, dusting himself off, and walking away, the authorities would surely take notice. Tapping residential grids was equally impractical, not only due to pervasive surveillance, but also because even light contact in stairwells triggered immediate circuit breakers, yielding negligible spiritual energy. On Sunday morning, Huang Jie accepted a frustrating delivery order. When he pressed the intercom button for the client's apartment unit, there was no response, so he called the client directly to explain the situation. Just pull the door firmly. It will open, the client instructed. Indeed, with only slight force, the door gave way, just as a woman suddenly rushed toward Huang Jie and seized his collar. What on earth? Was this woman unhinged? It's you, ridiculous food couriers like you have ruined our building's access system, she roared. What in the world was happening? Huang Jie instinctively shielded the delivery bag with one hand while preparing to push the woman away with the other, utterly bewildered by the unprovoked assault. Before things escalated further, a middle-aged man swung an object he carried and struck at Huang Jie's head. Good heavens, was merely delivering a meal now a capital offense? Though he refused to strike a woman, he had no qualms confronting the man. With a single sharp kick to the abdomen, the man tumbled backward into a flower bed. Still, Huang Jie held back. Had he not, the man would surely have been killed outright. The woman, seeing her companion fall, lunged straight for Huang Jie's face with her nails bared. He could not afford to indulge such aggression. Seizing the moment, she loosened her grip on his clothes. He swiftly retreated and broke free from the scuffle. What do you think you're doing? I've recorded everything. I'm calling the police right now. Indeed, only in a place like China, with its extensive surveillance infrastructure, did such recordings save both men from far graver consequences. You damaged our building's security gate. You dare claim innocence. Everyone call security immediately, the woman shouted loudly. When property management staff and security guards arrived, the conflict did not escalate further. Huang Jie remained restrained and calmly recounted what had transpired. A security guard pulled the door lightly, and it opened effortlessly. Huang Jie then played the phone recording proving the client had explicitly instructed him to force the door open, finally silencing the furious couple. Police arrived promptly. Huang Jie first delivered the meal to the client before accompanying the property management team to the office to resolve the matter through negotiation. During the surveillance playback, it turned out the man had actually swung a durian fruit at Huang Jie's head. The facts are clear. The delivery rider committed no wrongdoing. The gate was already faulty. Will you reconcile voluntarily or pursue formal action? We'll repair the gate immediately. Next time, we hope the rider refrains from forcibly damaging locks when encountering such issues, said the property manager. That property manager was certainly no ally. I need a medical examination. I still feel discomfort where he kicked me. The middle-aged man began feigning injury. Go ahead, though I won't cover your medical expenses. Keep all your receipts. We'll settle this in court. In that case, I intend to hire a lawyer and press charges for intentional assault. Officer, how many years does attempted assault carry? Huang Jie, recalling the existence of legal professionals, spoke with deliberate emphasis. How did I assault you? I didn't even hit you, the man retorted, growing flustered. Attempted intentional assault constitutes a criminal act already initiated, but thwarted by factors beyond the perpetrator's control. For attempted crimes, punishment may be mitigated relative to completed offenses. Intentional infliction of bodily harm carries a sentence of up to 3 years imprisonment, detention, or probation. The officer from the local police station recited the statute flawlessly, perhaps aided by having enjoyed Huang Jie's barbecue the previous evening. Ultimately, under mediation by the police station and Huang Jie's firm insistence, the couple compensated him with 200 yuan for lost working hours, and both parties reached mutual understanding, bringing the absurd episode to a hasty close. Residents certainly have every right to protect their building's access system, but at least verify the facts before acting. Truly, they were reckless. Huang Jie bore the greatest loss, falsely accused without cause. He wasted 2 precious hours and missed the critical lunchtime rush, jeopardizing his entire day's earnings. This grievance Huang Jie vowed to remember. Later, if the couple's floor lacked surveillance, he planned either to remove all footwear and shoe cabinets outside their door, or seal the lock with industrial adhesive. Assault or homicide? Absolutely not. This was merely about preserving inner composure. This incident underscored a vital truth: carrying a body-worn recorder resolves over 90% of such crises, because no one can predict what challenges or what people they'll encounter en route. Conversely, some riders do behave unacceptably. Just days earlier, Huang Jie witnessed precisely such an instance. The client lived in a shared rental apartment 1103, a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room unit housing 4 separate households, 7 or 8 people in total. Shared housing, as everyone knows, often means relentless doorbell ringing, with no one ever answering. So it was again seeing no response, the rider pressed the intercom for Unit 1102 instead. His misfortune unfolded the moment he stepped off the elevator. A man from Unit 1102 stood waiting at the elevator entrance, and as Huang Jie and the rider emerged, a physical confrontation nearly erupted. Seriously, I just dropped my pants, and you ring the bell. Do you think I'll keep opening doors for you just because I'm kind? The young man snapped, incensed. His anger was hardly unwarranted. Once you helpfully open your door, even once riders inevitably ring your bell again, whenever their actual client is absent or unresponsive. The incident grew so heated it drew the property manager and neighborhood committee director, and ultimately prompted an official notice posted across the residential WeChat group. All food ordering residents must specify in their orders, do not ring wrong doorbells or face negative reviews. Huang Jie firmly sided with the residents'. Kindness is admirable, but never an invitation to exploitation. When you recklessly ring someone's doorbell, do you consider what they might be doing? Cooking, making love, writing, painting, sleeping, recovering from illness, helping children with homework, or soothing them to sleep? Nor should one overlook those who pilfer items left outside doors, or photograph deliveries before stealing them outright. Given the industry's low entry barrier, such misconduct remains tragically foreseeable. Yet the vast majority of riders earning 8 or 9,000, or even 10,000 yuan monthly rarely covet trivial items left outside clients' doors. And sometimes when fortune turns, misfortune arrives in swift succession. Later that afternoon, Huang Jie accepted an order, and moments after the client phoned requesting, he also purchased a pack of betel nuts, a delicacy unfamiliar to most northerners. He searched 3 convenience stores, but failed to locate the requested brand. With delivery times slipping away, he opted to deliver the meal first. Hello, your order has arrived. Did you bring the betel nuts I asked for? I apologize. I checked 3 stores but couldn't find your preferred brand. To avoid late delivery, I brought your meal first. Must you be so rigid? Couldn't you have called to ask whether another brand would suffice? Huang Jie thought, well, You're pregnant, so apparently you're exempt from reason. Seeing the client was pregnant, Huang Jie chose not to argue further. My apologies, I simply forgot in the rush. Then go buy them now, or I'll leave a negative review. Fine. Huang Jie saw no point in engaging further. He descended without returning, knowing full well he'd likely receive a negative review tomorrow regardless. Some people can be so shameless that a normal person might struggle to comprehend it. On Monday, November 18, 2024, the morning after the betel nut order, Huang Jie did not receive a negative review, but instead received a summons from the police station. Upon arriving at the police station, Huang Jie was left dumbfounded, thinking this is really serious. The woman who was supposed to help deliver the betel nuts had a miscarriage. After Huang Jie left, the woman became increasingly agitated, accidentally fell, and was taken to the hospital where the child could not be saved. Thus, they reported the case, demanding that Huang Jie cover the medical expenses and compensate for the emotional distress and the loss of the child, totaling 200,000 yuan. With such a significant matter, the police would surely file a case immediately, so Huang Jie went to the police station. After spending half an hour in the interrogation room, the officers, upon understanding the situation and watching the video recorded by Huang Jie's camera, were also astonished. Is this even possible? Huang Jie, we believe this matter falls more under civil disputes. How about I call the other party's family, and you can negotiate a resolution, said one officer. There's nothing to negotiate. As long as this isn't a criminal matter, let them sue me. Negotiation implied the other party wanted money, and it was crucial not to give in, otherwise there would be even more trouble. After leaving the police station, Huang Jie received a call from the platform's customer service. After thorough questioning, they requested him to provide evidence. After uploading the complete video as requested, the platform's customer service did not provide any response or take any. Huang Jie had thought the platform would first restrict order taking and that he would need to contact a reporter to lift the restriction, but unexpectedly, there was no further communication, which was completely contrary to the platform's usual conduct. Not only did the platform go silent, but the woman's family also had no further updates. The reason was quite simple. The police officers had shown the video from the moment Huang Jie accepted the order to its completion, along with phone call recordings and order screenshots, all of which were reviewed by the other party, followed by a legal explanation. Unwilling to give up, they consulted multiple law firms, and the lawyers were also very surprised. Given the completeness of the evidence chain from the other side, suing was possible, but winning was highly unlikely. The lawyers were not foolish either and rejected the woman's family's idea of paying the lawyer's fee based on a contingency arrangement. They insisted on charging by the case and did not guarantee a win. In the end, the matter was left unresolved. Although Huang Jie sympathized with the woman who had miscarried, he truly could not bear the responsibility. During dinner that evening, Tian Xianyo comforted Huang Jie, saying, "Brother, I think it's not a bad thing that the parents are incompetent, but the child is wise and left overnight." "Exactly, brother, don't overthink it. This matter is as it is, and we have evidence on our side," said Chen Jianzhou. "Right, brother Huang, even if this goes to court, we won't lose. You were right not to have a direct conflict with the client, and there were no arguments afterward," Chen Xiaoyu added. However, what Huang Jie did not know was that this incident had affected him to some extent. The relevant department, which had planned to publicize Huang Jie's achievements, decided to postpone the announcement until they were certain that he would not lose the lawsuit. The legal system in this world is truly robust. The forensic and investigative methods are exceedingly advanced, and the surveillance in the capital is indeed quite prevalent, with the police and military forces being exceptionally powerful. Huang Jie wanted to enjoy life peacefully, as he had just saved a family's life. Otherwise, he would have seriously considered. To calm his mind, Huang Jie made a large purchase at the supermarket, buying several large boxes of fruit, intending to share some with his daughter and a local orphanage. Before his evening training, he ate several pomelos, which were quite delicious, sweet and tangy with plenty of juice, though he wouldn't want to serve them to an emperor. Waking up at 5 in the morning to continue working, he received a good order at noon, with the client requesting assistance in delivering a small dog to a friend. The client's address was a small duplex in Meteor Garden. It couldn't be considered a villa, but it was the type with a small yard in front on the first floor, and when Huang Jie arrived, the client was packing. "Hello, I'm here for Xiaomei delivery. The dog is in the cage, you just take it over, no rush on the way. Are you moving? This house isn't ours, we are tenants. The job market hasn't been good recently, so we are preparing to return to our hometown. This house is really nice. How much is the rent? I really like this place. Living in a house like this is way better than that 25 square meter apartment. We are a few people sharing the rent, 8,000 a month. Can you give me the landlord's contact information? I have a friend who wants to rent." "Of course, no problem. Take down the landlord's number. You can contact them directly to save on agency fees." "Thanks, I'll take a picture of it for you once I deliver it. Be careful on the way." After delivering the dog, Huang Jie called the landlord. Due to the landlord's urgent business trip, the viewing was scheduled for Saturday, which Huang Jie could wait for in 3 or 4 days. Buying a house. That doesn't align with Huang Jie's current identity. Although renting such an expensive house also doesn't quite fit, no one will check. On the way back, Huang Jie saw a young man who had fallen off his bike and landed on the curb. Huang Jie quickly rode over. The young man sat on the ground, crying loudly, saying, "I really don't want to live anymore." In the adult world, collapse can happen in an instant. Huang Jie had no idea what difficulties this young man was facing and didn't know how to comfort him. If one truly couldn't bear it, probably no one would want to break down and cry in public. After about 10 minutes of waiting, the young man stood up by himself and looked at Huang Jie, saying, "Thank you, I was just tired." "What happened?" I lost my job, my house was foreclosed, I got divorced, my loan is overdue, and just now my meal was stolen. We are quite similar. I'm worse off than you. I got divorced, failed in my business, sold my house, and car, had a car accident, owe the bank for to 500,000, and my child has leukemia. Huang Jie felt that the original owner of his body was even worse off than this guy. Come on, buddy, let me treat you. Let's go have a drink. You're not in a state to be running orders today, Huang Jie continued. In the end, Huang Jie escorted the young man to his place, and they found a small restaurant nearby. After exchanging contact information, Huang Jie let this guy Zhang Zhao, a former manager in the tech development department, get quite drunk. Looking at the young man who had already fallen asleep, Huang Jie left 10,000 yuan, 2 boxes of fruit, a box of milk, and a note saying to use it in case of emergency, and he could pay him back whenever he had the money. Perhaps many people would casually say, what's such a big deal that it warrants crying like that? It's just being overly dramatic. But unless you've experienced it yourself, you can't truly empathize. I sincerely hope that every food delivery person can get their calls answered, that they don't make requests aside from the delivery, that they don't complain unless it's a major issue, and that they don't maliciously take advantage of others. Having consumed some strong liquor, he naturally had to give up on the evening rush hour, both for safety reasons and because the capital city has strict checks. If caught, it would be quite troublesome. Giving this guy 10,000 yuan isn't a charitable act. After all, the money in his space is endless, and it can't be used to buy anything substantial like houses or cars, so he might as well gift it without a second thought. A man who can cry loudly on the street has reached the brink of absolute despair. With this 10,000 yuan, he can resolve his urgent needs and perhaps keep himself from taking extreme measures. Since crossing over to this era, he hasn't really had a moment to relax except during his recovery period. Less than a kilometer from where he currently lives is a pedestrian street known as Long Street. Although he comes here occasionally to pick up meals, he hasn't really explored it properly. The pedestrian street is not friendly to delivery riders. All pedestrian streets are quite long, and there is no way to ride a bike, in making it truly time and energy-consuming to walk to pick up meals. Now, just at dinner time, he watches as delivery riders rush around various restaurants, tea shops, and bakeries, their burdens truly heavy. Currently, Huang Jie can't accept any orders, so he starts wandering from shop to shop. He's not familiar with the non-food areas like clothing, gaming, and cinemas as a rider. The buildings on both sides of the pedestrian street are all 3 stories high. The first floor is mostly occupied by brand stores and eateries. The second floor is more complex with various shops, and the third floor mainly hosts gyms, cinemas, and game halls. Huang Jie wanders aimlessly, purchasing any food, entertainment, or practical items he comes across, storing them in his still space, where they won't spoil, as they might be useful someday. Especially in an outdoor equipment store, not only are there warm clothes and shoes, but also many tents, sleeping bags, small gas canisters, alcohol stoves, and uniquely practical and fun cooking tools, as well as small military shovels and knives. If he had these items while living with his master in the Qinling Mountains, life would certainly be much more convenient and comfortable. Huang Jie felt he had purchased practical items, much to the delight of the outdoor shop owner. After getting tired from wandering, he entered a Starbucks cafe, though although he had delivered a lot of coffee, he had never actually tried it, as Tian Xiaonyo said it didn't taste good. However, Huang Jie was curious. After all, every time he passed by, he saw it full of people, each with a computer sipping coffee while working. Though curious, he felt embarrassed to ask about it. He ordered the most expensive one, and it smelled quite nice. However, drinking it was a different story. It was likely like beer. He saw people drinking it at every meal, but for him it felt like a horse's whatever. Casually picking up his phone, he started scrolling through Douyin, and this time, instead of pretty girls, he saw various fighter jets and weapons from an airshow. Fighter jets and missiles are measured by Mach speed. Drones have become hive-like, and robotic dogs armed with weapons can now go into battle, while spherical robots are patrolling the streets. Huang Jie felt that even if he reached great heights in his cultivation, he might not be a match for these things, and certainly not now, as even a single peanut could take his life. However, watching this truly ignited his blood. Eng Zheng would never have imagined that one day the country would become this powerful, but unfortunately, there's still one America causing trouble. Forget it. After drinking this cup of traditional medicine, I'll head home to continue my cultivation. After all, cultivating can greatly improve both my spirit and physical strength, and it can also help with fitness and weight loss. The technique even claims one can live for several hundred more years once mastered. Life became even more comfortable after the heating was turned on. Clothes washed at night could dry by the next morning. Just as he was about to start cultivating, he received a call from Zhang Zhao. Thanks, bro. When I have money, I'll definitely pay you back. It seems this guy has become clear-headed. Just use it. There's no hurdle that can't be crossed. Huang Jie replied. Thanks, bro. I understand. Tomorrow, I'll deliver orders while looking for a job properly. All right, keep sleeping and rest well. On Wednesday, he got up at 5 on the dot to continue delivering orders, taking advantage of the special delivery and free-running opportunities before they went online, as the orders were also 2 yuan higher than during the day. The first order was a portion of Xilongbao from Hangzhou delivered to the wholesale market on Qixiao Road. Upon arriving, Huang Jie felt that he hadn't woken up early enough. These people probably came out to work around 2 or 3 o'clock. The entire wholesale market was full of vehicles, large trucks, small trucks, and tricycles, completely blocked. With no choice, he could only park outside the market and walk into the hall. The resources here were plentiful. Everything one would need daily was available, cheap prices and fresh goods. If it weren't for the platform assigning him a large order, Huang Jie would have considered doing some major shopping here. The order was a direct delivery of 2 large boxes of pork to the kitchen of a tech park near Yongfeng subway station. 7 kilometers and 400 meters with the delivery fee, plus overweight subsidy totaled 32 yuan, which was quite reasonable. He truly didn't expect that after completing the delivery there would be unexpected surprises, perhaps due to the early hour. Just as he got there, the platform assigned him 5 orders heading towards Wenquan town. Each was over 12 yuan for a distance of 7 to 8 kilometers, delivering breakfast from a place called the Yuqiao. The only trouble was that it was too early. The several residential complexes did not allow him to ride a bike, in which took quite a bit of time during registration. Speaking of registration, most riders fill it out randomly. He once encountered a rider who was serious and said the complex was not qualified, demanding to fill in identity details, raising suspicions of personal information collection. The security guard made a good point. You can make up a name, and I won't check it if you don't fill it out. You're just making it hard for me. What the security guard said made a lot of sense. During one registration, Huang Jie saw a name on the paper. Wang X appeared 5 times, and Ma X appeared 3 times. After 3 deliveries, and not even before 7 o'clock, Huang Jie's earnings for today had already exceeded 126 yuan. Truly, the early bird catches the worm. Unfortunately, while in this area, there were no orders in the order hall, so Huang Jie could only rush to the area where there were orders, wasting about 20 minutes in the process. By 8 o'clock, Huang Jie's earnings had exceeded 150 yuan. He quickly ate something and headed straight for the second ring road along the Beideling Expressway, covering 22 kilometers in about an hour and a half. During the morning rush hour, riding is truly unmanageable. After soothing his daughter, Zhang Min sent Huang Jie out. The hospital's test results are out. They said there are no special substances in the juice, so don't buy such expensive fruits for juicing anymore. It's such a waste of money. Not every time is this expensive. Ooh, I try to buy some good ones. The director asked me to check if you have any special remedies. If you do, they are willing to pay a high price for them. No, I really don't have anything like that. If I did, I would have become rich long ago. Huang Jie directly refused, realizing he needed to rent a larger place soon to bring his daughter over for a short stay. Otherwise he really couldn't allow her to absorb spiritual energy. As he approached Linshui Bridge on his bicycle, he received a lucrative order to walk a dog for an hour, earning 50 yuan. This job was quite rewarding, as most delivery riders toil for an hour just to make 30 yuan. If Huang Jie put away his helmet, he dressed quite well, making it easy to blend into an ordinary residential area. This time was no different. The community had a nice environment, but once winter arrived in the capital, even the best landscaping seemed lackluster. He took the little dog from the affluent lad's hand, strictly following the client's request to walk in circles in the residential area. The world of the wealthy was beyond his understanding. As long as he earned money, that was enough. As long as he controlled the little dog from eating anything indiscriminately, there wouldn't be much danger. Of course, he also had to be cautious around children, ensuring not to frighten them. Huang Jie felt no shame in doing this job. The money was cleanly earned, and it was far easier than the time he had to lurk in the chicken courtyard for his master's tasks. After completing the task on time, he returned the dog to the client, and the 50 yuan was effortlessly credited to his account. Such easy work was rare. After crossing Linshui Bridge, he saw a young man in a yellow shirt pushing an electric bike. Huang Jie stopped his bike. The battery is dead. It suddenly dropped from 30 to 0. There's at least 2 kilometers ahead to the battery swap station. How long will you push the bike? Do you have a rope? I can pull you part of the way. Thank you, big brother, I do have one. After securing the rope, the two slowly moved forward. Huang Jie suggested, next time you encounter this, find a shared bike at the roadside, ride it to swap the battery. First, pushing the bike is too slow. I just started not long ago and really have no experience. Now it's winter. If the battery you rented is the silver-white old type, when you still have 40, you swap it for a new battery at the exchange station. Having 30 battery is a bit risky. If it breaks down on the road, it will really delay things. The lunch rush could only be described as mediocre. After running 2 batches of orders at Sanchi Wangxiangui, there were no more orders. There was no choice. This area was mostly residential, and orders were relatively scarce during working hours. A summary of his income showed around 100 yuan, just barely enough to get by. Huang Jie had no orders, but that didn't mean Chang Pao was idle. Most riders waited for orders while chatting, but Chang Pao had to rush to finish the deliveries. These riders reduced the order price to a minimum of 8 yuan, leaving no one else. Running 10 orders left them exhausted, earning only 20 or 30 yuan, and no one knew what for. With so many people in Huaxiao and riders not being unified, if you don't run, someone else will take those orders. A young man suddenly rushed out of a mall, hopped on his bike, and sped off. Just as he got onto the auxiliary road, he accidentally knocked an old man to the ground. Fortunately, the old man sat on the ground for a moment, stood up to confirm he was fine, and told the young man, "Don't be afraid, I'm fine. You go ahead and be busy." Fortunately, the old man sat on the ground for a moment, stood up to confirm he was fine, and told the young man, "Don't be afraid, I'm fine. You go ahead and be busy. I have medical insurance and a pension. Thank you, old man, thank you. In that case, let's wait a bit. If you truly feel fine, I'll leave." Huang Jie thought the old man was nice, so he took out an outdoor folding chair from his trunk, set it up for him to sit, and after about half an hour confirming everything was fine, the delivery guy finally left the scene to deliver his order. Although he would definitely be late, he still wanted to complete the delivery. Late penalties are still better than covering food losses. Luckily, the young man encountered a kind person. Otherwise, if he went to the hospital for a checkup, it would cost thousands. The old man had many underlying health issues, and even a slight discomfort could lead to medical expenses in the tens of thousands. Earning just a few yuan per order is really not worth such effort. Sometimes going slowly is faster. If you slow down your pace, avoid running against the traffic or running red lights, you might not earn too little. After retrieving the chair, Huang Jie quickly accepted an order. The client was on the 20th floor of the highest building. After completing the delivery, as he was going back down, a middle-aged woman came up. Although she was called an aunt, she was probably just recently retired. The aunt was dressed in sportswear and sneakers, wearing headphones, clearly a fitness enthusiast. Perhaps worried about the cold outside, she immediately started doing warm-up exercises as soon as she got on the elevator, bouncing in place. What the heck, this is an elevator. Huang Jie tried to advise her a couple of times, but the aunt ignored him completely. When they reached the 10th floor, the elevator suddenly jolted. The aunt paid no mind and continued her exercise. When they reached the 4th floor, the elevator lurched suddenly and began to plummet, crashing heavily into the basement. The height wasn't much, about 10 meters, but even an ordinary person would need to see a doctor after such a fall. Huang Jie was fine, but the aunt was in trouble. She was taken away on a stretcher when the staff arrived. There were cameras in the elevator. Not only would the aunt have to bear her own medical expenses, but she likely had to pay for the elevator repair costs too. Huang Jie was unharmed, but had to cooperate with the property management and police investigation, staying for more than an hour before leaving the community. Every day it seemed this body was prone to disasters. Even delivering takeout led to so many incidents. He worked until past 11 that night, just managing to barely reach an income of 500 yuan from deliveries. He helped place 6 orders for others, spending over 200 yuan up front. This money effectively became Huang Jie's income, deposited into his platform account. In Huang Jie's view, this was a successful scam of sorts. Saying scam sounds a bit harsh. It was more like a workaround, turning his own money through orders into something related to takeout. Scam was hardly the right term. The soul imprint in Huang Jie's mind seemed to be a type of soul contract. Similar to how cultivators swear oaths with their Tao heart, it's harmless when one's cultivation is low, but during significant breakthroughs, such things could lead to devastating losses. The soul imprint in Huang Jie's mind was just that, without its restrictions with space cultivation techniques, and 2 billion in cash along with a vast amount of gold and jewels, he could find a secure place to cultivate. There would be no need to spend 15 to 16 hours daily running takeout. Most of the large value orders for purchasing on behalf of others are scams, and the platform also considers that some people might use it for dubious purposes. Most orders visible to riders are for purchases ranging from dozens to 100 yuan, and these orders aren't always available. Some orders can also be extremely troublesome to execute. Buying vegetables for restaurants is something to avoid if possible. Spending half a day at the market with a purchase fee of around 11 yuan, paying out dozens, running to several stalls trying to find brands he had never heard of. Store owners or procurement staff strictly limit purchase prices. If the market fluctuates even slightly, they will repeatedly call to confirm, or else if they refuse to accept, how would you explain buying all those items? Returning to his residence, Tian Xiaoyo mysteriously told Huang Jie that his cousin Yang Xuemei would arrive at the West Station in the capital tomorrow, and asked Huang Jie if he wanted to go pick her up. No, let her focus on her job. Do you think someone like me who owes so much debt would attract her attention? Huang Jie replied. Brother, I'll settle her into the staff dormitory first. You two can take your time to get to know each other. Who knows, sparks might fly. Alright, by the way, I bought a box of oranges. You can take half of them. Sure thing, brother. Tian Xiaoyo was not shy with Huang Jie. After leaving him 4 oranges, he directly took the more Tian Xiaoyo acted this way, the more comfortable Huang Jie felt. Not being formal was also a way to bring them closer together. Before he knew it, Saturday arrived, and the landlord proactively called Huang Jie, scheduling a viewing for around 3 in the afternoon. Before the viewing, Huang Jie packed all the takeout gear into his storage to avoid any hesitation from the landlord about. The landlord was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Despite his gentle demeanor, he was quite easy to deal with. After understanding Huang Jie's general situation, he agreed to rent the place to Huang Jie at the same price as the previous tenant. The apartment had 2 floors featuring a large living room, 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen and attic, and a small courtyard of over 20 square meters in front. Such duplex apartments were rare in the community. Most other homes were 6-story commercial buildings. Although the internal decoration of the house was somewhat dated, it was likely made with solid materials, so it did not appear old. The appliances, however, had been replaced 2 years ago and looked relatively new. The contract was signed annually with a monthly rent of 8,000 yuan, including heating and property fees. Huang Jie paid 3 months in advance with 1 month's deposit, transferring the rent directly to the landlord's account, saving on agency fees, and sparing his brother from tax. I bought the house 5 years ago intending to live in it permanently, but I was later assigned to another city by the company, so I never got around to decorating it. You can rest assured and stay here. However, if there are any issues or repairs needed, you will have to handle them yourself. If costs arise, just keep the receipts, and we'll deduct them from your next rent. Don't worry, we will take good care of your house and won't cause you any trouble. Huang Jie thought it best if the landlord didn't visit often, as it would save him a lot of hassle. Once the contract was settled and the landlord left, Huang Jie started cleaning. With the storage at hand, he could easily sort through the items left behind by the previous tenant. However, he still had to take the trash down by hand. There was no other choice since several surveillance cameras monitored the waste disposal area to enforce garbage sorting. With some free time, he also planned to do a big shopping spree to prepare for his daughter's visit in a while. As for Tian Xiaoyo, since his current place still had over half a month left on the lease, he would delay informing him. In the small courtyard at the front, Huang Jie planned to hire someone to construct a sealed activity greenhouse so he could grow some vegetables in the winter. In the summer, the greenhouse could also be folded away, which Huang Jie found quite appealing. With a new place to live, he no longer had to listen to the frequent commotion from the neighboring couple, which had greatly disturbed his peace of mind. As Huang Jie busied himself with setting up the house, it caused a bit of trouble. The village head who had been keeping an eye on him learned of Huang Jie's activities a few days later. Those with an interest in the infamous villa were also focusing their attention on Huang Jie. Due to Huang Jie's status as a celebrity, he had around 5 to 600,000 yuan in cash from accident compensation, rewards from a tong, and money from parents of rescued children, and debts of 4 to 500,000 yuan. These details were relatively easy to investigate, as public institutions were not impenetrable. Having only this amount of money, yet renting an 8th Wissandian house, seemed rather illogical. Renting an apartment, a studio, or a one-bedroom would be more understandable. Any deviation from the norm would naturally pique the curiosity of those with ulterior motives, especially since Huang Jie had been present at the scene where money had gone missing. Brother, come have dinner at the cafeteria. He'll have the chef prepare some good dishes to welcome my cousin. Okay, he'll head over shortly. Even during the evening rush hour, it was worth checking out. If the girl turned out to be nice, he would pursue her. If not, he would let her know about his debts. However, Huang Jie found that he had overthought things. Although this girl didn't know how to dress up, she was quite pretty, and upon arriving in the capital, she instantly hit it off with Chun Jianzhou. It was clear that Chun Jianzhou had similar intentions, and this guy was somewhat underhanded, having privately told the girl about Huang Jie's delivery job, his debts, and his daughter's leukemia. For Tianxianyo's sake, Huang Jie naturally had no intention of settling scores with this guy. Matters of mutual affection were purely based on fate. 2 days later, on Monday evening, Huang Jie returned to his newly rented house, only to find signs that strangers had entered. A seemingly casual, yet thorough inspection confirmed that someone had tampered with the room. He even discovered 2 inconspicuous pinhole cameras, which was quite unsettling. Huang Jie regretted renting this house. If he immediately removed the cameras, it would clearly indicate that he had something to hide. But if he didn't, living under constant surveillance was incredibly uncomfortable. After thinking all night in bed, Huang Jie came up with a plan. He would look for a roommate, live in the attic, and rent out the 3 bedrooms. Given the current market, renting each room for 22,2,800 yuan should not be a problem. This way, living in the attic would effectively mean he lived for free. He would let the roommate monitor him for a while, and then casually discover the cameras and call the police to handle it. Doing this would eliminate the other party's concerns, making them think he was just trying to save money, acting as a subletter while living in the house, which aligned with his current identity as a delivery worker. Though he did not know who was monitoring him, he had to ensure his actions were consistent with his identity. Damn it, even having money can't be spent properly. Renting this house was just asking for trouble. Without hesitation, Huang Jie posted his rental information on major websites that night. He wasn't in a hurry to rent it out. As long as people kept coming to view the place, that was enough. Huang Jie's bold move left those monitoring him bewildered. This guy was essentially living for free without spending. It seemed that the boss expectations were off. This guy wasn't wealthy, but was trying to save money. He would report back to the boss to see if the monitoring was still necessary. After all, with more tenants, the installation of cameras would eventually be discovered. As long as a girl moved in, their vigilance would never. Such incidents of surveillance and hidden cameras occur frequently. If discovered, his secretive entry into the community would definitely be caught on camera. At that point, not only would monitoring cease, but he might also end up spending a few days in jail, raising Huang Jie's alertness and potentially jeopardizing the boss's plans, leading to dire consequences. Every night at 8 o'clock, amidst the frequent viewings, Huang Jie discovered that someone had sneaked into the room and dismantled the surveillance equipment. However, the apartment still needed to be rented out, and Huang Jie truly regretted getting himself into such a troublesome situation. Isn't it better to continue living in the original apartment? Now the kitchen, bathroom, washing machine, and living room all have to be shared with others. What a hassle. On the last day of November, all 3 rooms were finally rented out. In the end, Huang Jie only needed to pay 100 yuan each month to live in the attic. The master bedroom rented for 2,800 yuan to a working couple. The larger second bedroom rented for 2,600 yuan to 2 recent graduates preparing to work while studying for the postgraduate entrance exam. The smallest second bedroom rented for 2,500 yuan to a couple still in school from the Electric Power University. The rental agreement required 3 months' rent as a deposit, and changing the locks was not allowed. Each room could be locked from the inside, and when leaving, the power switch for the room had to be turned off. The common areas would be cleaned on a rotating basis. The kitchen was shared, and Huang Jie was responsible for major repairs. Of course, buying water and electricity and communicating with the landlord were also Huang Jie's responsibilities. What a hassle. On the evening of the 30th, everyone got to know each other briefly before going back to their own routines. After all, it was only a shared rental, not with acquaintances. Huang Jie had space at his disposal. Aside from the bathroom and washing machine, he hardly needed anything from the room. The attic only had a computer desk and chair, a large double bed, a trash can, and a simple plastic wardrobe containing just a few change of clothes, nothing else at all. The apartment checkout process was quite simple. After packing everything into the space, he directly handled the lease termination procedures, settled the utility bills, and got back a deposit of 2,000 yuan. At this point, he definitely had to inform Tianxianyo. Upon hearing that Huang Jie now had almost no rent to pay and could live in an apartment, Tianxianyo was very happy, since it meant saving a lot on rent. Bro, I've topped up your meal card with 500 yuan again. You need to come over more often so we can see each other frequently. Don't push yourself too hard with deliveries, make sure to rest more. Got it. Take good care of your restaurant. That way if I run into trouble, I can borrow money from you, right? Understood, brother. On December 1st, Huang Jie resumed his usual delivery work, wondering what he had been busy with these past 10 days. Originally, he had his own small room, but now it had turned into a shared rental. Did he really need this extra rental income? The person watching him definitely needed to be found. As long as he stayed vigilant, it wouldn't be difficult. He had merely offended someone or taken money that shouldn't have been taken. Returning to his room at 11:30 in the evening, he found that the tenants were still awake. What a bunch of night owls. Huang Jie quickly took a shower, drew the curtains, and lay down on the attic bed, scrolling through Douyin. The attic was still quite spacious and had a suspended ceiling, but something felt off about the ceiling, or it seemed as if heavy objects were pressing down on it, slightly deforming it. Curiosity killed the cat. Huang Jie stood on the bed and poked at the movable wooden panel of the ceiling, pulling out a flashlight to shine inside. Wow. Bundles of items wrapped in plastic were piled inside, filling the entire ceiling space to the brim. After removing 2 movable panels and putting on gloves, he took a look and gasped. Packed with money, one plastic bag contained 500,000. Huang Jie took out all the transparent plastic bags, confirmed nothing was left behind, and restored the ceiling. Counting carefully, there were 154 bags, each containing 500,000, totaling 77 million. Having seen the world, Huang Jie was excited for a moment, but soon calmed down. Should he report it to the police? After all, this was different from before. In the past, he had only briefly appeared at the scene, and to anyone else, there was no possibility he could have taken that money. This time was different. He was living here. If the money were to disappear, he would be highly suspected. And if the original owner of the money was still around, he would be in big trouble. But if he reported it, would that mean he wouldn't face any trouble? Would the other party retaliate against him for reporting the money? If he thought about it from their perspective, Huang Jie would definitely retaliate. To hell with it. A horse cannot grow fat without night grass. He might as well take it. If there are more lice, he wouldn't be afraid of itching. He would deal with the troubles when they came. This money kept in the space took up a lot of room. How heavy is 1 million? 11.5 kilograms. What does that really weigh? It's equivalent to 2 super large Xinjiang watermelons, the weight of 15 Xinhua dictionaries, the weight of 34 330 milliliters bottles of Coca-Cola, or about 200 eggs. How large is 1 million? 10,000 100 yuan bills can cover a medium-sized room. If you packed 1 million into a box, how big would that box be? The volume of 1 million is about 0.011935 cubic meters, which can fit into a medium-sized suitcase. 77 million would be 0.918995 cubic meters. The money in the space took up the vast majority. It can't be spent properly, it takes up space, and he can't bear to part with it. Taking it leads to worry. The next day, Monday, Huang Jie went out to run some orders in the morning. Around 10 o'clock, he returned again, taking advantage of the fact that the tenants had all gone to work or school to carefully inspect the room. After ensuring there were no surveillance cameras, he checked every corner of the room, confirming that there were no spaces within the walls, no items in the ceiling, no abnormalities on the floor, and no basement. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. If there were more valuables, there would be no place to store them. The space ring had 36.93 cubic meters with pure 100 yuan bills occupying nearly 20. Since he had taken the money, he needed to figure out who it belonged to. First of all, it definitely wasn't the tenants nor the current landlords. With a little inquiry, he learned that the original owner of the house was a big figure who seemed to have gone to prison 5 years ago due to corruption and later died in there. His wife and children were all abroad now, and they definitely wouldn't be coming back. It's likely they didn't even know about this money. Even if they did know, what could they do? In 5 years, the tenants had changed 3 or 4 times, all being shared rentals. With so many people, who could they even ask for it back? It was said that at that time the big figure owned over 10 properties, which made Huang Jie quite interested in the other dozen or so auction houses. Of course, it was only a passing thought. Fortunately, it was just a thought. This was the only fish that slipped through the net. Most of the assets had been confiscated, leaving not even a feather behind. As a sublessor, it was a basic moral principle not to enter the tenants' rooms. After finishing the inspection, he restored everything. In fact, he hadn't touched any of their personal belongings. He truly had no interest in them. To be on the safe side, Huang Jie opened the ceiling of the attic again, wearing gloves to sweep away the dust inside, and evenly sprinkled it through the space. At first, the tenants really didn't know what Huang Jie did for a living. He didn't wear a yellow work uniform, his clothes looked good, he changed them daily, and maintained good personal hygiene. His work was quite mysterious. He left around 4 or 5 in the morning and returned around 11 or 12 at night, leaving little opportunity for interaction. Little did they know this was Huang Jie's necessary means to blend into the upscale community. Whether he was a delivery person, the security could almost tell at a glance. Someone like Huang Jie, who didn't carry a delivery box or food, put his phone away before entering the community and stowed his helmet in the trunk, dressed well, made it hard to determine whether he was a resident. On December 3rd at 7 a.m., the bank deducted 1500 yuan on time for debt repayment, leaving Huang Jie with a remaining debt of 43,000 yuan. The dedicated card for repayment has enough to cover 2 months of loans. Fortunately, in November, Huang Jie earned 1640 yuan from delivering food, and the 230 yuan he advanced for purchasing also entered the platform account. After withdrawing from the platform, using it for repayment would pose no issues. Unfortunately, purchasing on behalf of others is quite troublesome, requiring a lot of time, and there are many scammers, not to mention it's not always available. The platform is also under supervision. If there are a large number of purchase orders daily with significant amounts, it wouldn't take long before the account would be restricted from accepting orders. Moreover, asking friends for help is unrealistic. How can you guarantee that the orders placed by your friends will be the ones you... The platform has a dispatching and grabbing mechanism. You cannot ensure that your friend's order will appear in the order hall, nor can you guarantee that a designated person will grab the order. Thus, the main income must still rely on normal deliveries. There are no better solutions. I can only wake up at 5 every day and continue to hustle. In the afternoon, Huang Jie helped capture a scammer assisting an elderly victim in recovering a large sum of money, which became a hot topic for major media outlets. Huang Jie became famous again. When he returned to the rental unit at midnight, his 6 co-tenants were still awake, chatting in the living room. "Brother Huang, I thought you looked a bit familiar when I saw the apartment. I never expected you to be such a big internet celebrity," said Zhang Li, one of the 2 girls sharing the rental. The other Hao Wan also looked curious. "Yeah, I really didn't expect to be living with such a famous person," said Huang Nan from the Electric Power University, though she clearly lacked some social intelligence. Her boyfriend Zhao Yu smiled a bit awkwardly. Since they were aware of Huang Jie's identity, they must also know about his tragedy. "Come sit down, let's chat and have some tea. I brought this from my hometown." Wang Jixian, a native of Fuxing province, is the customer service department manager of the most renowned English training company in the country. His wife Cui Qian is from the Siming district of Luda Island and currently works as a personnel manager at a design company. The reason they haven't bought a house is that they started working when the housing prices in the capital city were at their peak, hence they have always rented, although they do have plans to buy a home. Their temporary quarantine is a transitional phase, and of course it is also due to the instability of their jobs, as the overall environment is not good, so they save wherever they can. The atmosphere of the chat was pleasant, deepening their understanding of each other. In a shared rental, who wouldn't want to foster good relationships and at least avoid major conflicts? Many have become lifelong close friends after sharing a rental, though more have become strangers. Through conversation, they believe the best development route for Huang Jie would be to fully utilize his brief moment of fame and pursue live streaming, quickly monetizing his fame, which could resolve Huang Jie's predicament. They were also willing to play a role. Huang Jie could only tell them to consider it carefully, definitely, not outright rejecting their goodwill. Back in the attic, Huang Jie thought it over and felt that quarantine was quite good as it brought more popularity, and having someone to chat with could broaden one's horizons. Thursday was the day Huang Jie went for a follow-up at the Shitanzi Hospital in Longza Park, mainly to check the recovery situation, whether the steel plate was misaligned, and when the surgery to remove the steel plate would be scheduled. The follow-up appointment had been booked during the last visit, so he paid and got the number queued for registration, received the bill queued for an x-ray, and after half an hour, he could have the director assist with the follow-up. "You've healed well, you could serve as a teaching example," said Director Chow. "Director, when can I get the steel plate removed, Huang Jie asked, as it was already affecting the flow of his spiritual energy in the meridians. "This will take at least 12 to 18 months. Additionally, your tibia fracture is quite special, as there is a collapse at the connection point. Whether the steel plate can be removed will depend on the specific situation." This was not good news for Huang Jie. After leaving the director's office, he made a trip to the restroom at the hospital. Damn, what does it mean to find a pile of sunflower seed shells in front of the squat toilet? This is bizarre, the taste is really peculiar. By coincidence, the last order during the lunch rush was also to that high-end community, the same building where the man who threw a durian at Huang Jie lived. Huang Jie is one to hold a grudge. He had glanced at the case record at the police station back then and noted down the other party's floor and door number. Although it had been over 10 days, Huang Jie wouldn't specifically seek revenge. However, delivering to this place, he still made a point to scout it out. It's surprising that such a high-end community doesn't have surveillance in the hallway, and the neighbors across the door haven't installed an electronic lock either. What Huang Jie didn't know was that the neighbors had initially installed one, but at the request of this household it was removed with a strong reason that it invaded their privacy. However, this hallway is indeed clean. There are no shoe cabinets or anything at the door, so blocking the door isn't an issue, and besides, he didn't bring any adhesive. After some hesitation, Huang Jie put on gloves, opened the electric meter box, took out the ring from his dantian, and used a knife to scratch the wire a few times to connect the ring. This is a dangerous move you do not imitate, as it could cost you your life. In an instant, the main circuit of the building tripped. "Oh no, I messed up the location. This is stealing electricity from the community." Leaving the community slowly after putting his consciousness into the space, he found that not much spiritual energy was generated. It seems the voltage is a bit low or the time was too short. Perhaps he can try placing it on the building's lightning rod during summer thunderstorms. While brushing orders at the entrance of the mall, he saw a thief at the mall entrance square reaching into a girl's bag, participating. Just as Huang Jie was hesitating, a slightly darker-skinned girl next to him took action, directly throwing the thief to the ground with a diagonal throw, taking out a thin rope from somewhere and tying him up. She was really cool and beautiful. Moreover, this girl looked very experienced. During the operation, most of her attention was on the surroundings, likely being cautious of someone else trying to intervene. This girl was also of the type he liked. Although a bit dark, she was not ugly, rather quite pleasant to look at, and stood about 1.7 meters tall. Huang Jie decided to help her to prevent her from facing any loss. The thief's accomplices, seeing no one helping the girl, were really considering getting involved. To please the girl, Huang Jie would not let these people off easily, and without caring about potential retaliation, he prioritized helping the girl. Silently approaching with a few sudden attacks, the 4 or 5 thieves lost their ability to resist in no time. All of them collapsed on the ground, and the fruit knife fell, which Huang Jie kicked to a pile. The surroundings quickly became lively with the crowd stepping back slightly and forming a circle truly just to watch the excitement disregarding any danger. The mall security reacted well and the police arrived quickly. Hello, my name is Shiru. You have good skills. Did you serve in the... Huang Jie had just seen her military officer's credentials accidentally. Pursuing her might be a bit difficult. My name is Huang Jie. I haven't served in the army, just learned a bit of martial arts in elementary school. Huang Jie began to spin a story. That should be a family tradition. I can see your movements are clean and agile. I truly cannot tell what martial arts you have learned. It has no name. Oh, I just learned it from an old Taoist by the village entrance. That must be from a master. Do you have any interest in sparring later? Oh my, I really like this girl. However, when it comes to sparring later, I might need to hold back against this girl. The techniques I learned are not flashy, they are all lethal moves. Sure, Huang Jie readily agreed. The two exited the police station, and Shiru led Huang Jie to a boxing gym on the 5th floor of a shopping mall. Xilian, why do you have time to come here today? Is this your boyfriend? Asked a burly man at the gym. What boyfriend? We just met. His skills are decent, so I borrowed your space to spar. Right now is perfect, there are no matches on the ring. He'll get you some protective gear. The burly man was surprisingly accommodating. It's free fighting, you just go easy on each other. Put on the protective gear, Shiru said. This girl truly has potential, meaning her muscles are exceptionally firm and proportionate. Although Huang Jie was a bit unaccustomed to wearing protective gear, he indeed managed to go easy, which left Shiru quite frustrated. Against Huang Jie, she really couldn't unleash her full potential. Huang Jie, standing at 183 meters and weighing over 210 pounds, coupled with his strange movements, could stop her attacks with just one move. Moreover, she had already noticed that if Huang Jie moved even a bit faster, he could easily take her life with one strike. In the end, when Huang Jie let her attack with all her might, she found herself utterly helpless against him. What do you do for work now, eh? Shiru asked breathlessly after stopping. I'm a delivery person earning money to repay debts. Huang Jie was candid. When pursuing a girl, sincerity is key. Well, that's a bit of a pity. What's a pity? It's just that you're a bit older, otherwise you'd be a good candidate for the army. Shiru went to wash up and change clothes while Huang Jie hadn't worked up a sweat and didn't have a change of clothes. Dude, you are this. Shiru was my instructor when I was in the army, and now she's a deputy squad leader, plus she's a top student from a prestigious university. How did you two meet? We just met. We caught a few thieves together. Dude, how about this? You come work as an instructor for me, and I'll pay you a high salary. No thanks, I prefer the freedom of delivering food now, and I also don't know anything about boxing. Huang Jie pointed to the name of the other person's shop. How about this? If you have time, come by more often. If any masters come to spar, you can help me out. Ooh, I won't let you do it for free. Do you want Xilian's contact details? Oh my gosh, this burly man is truly clever. Not long after Shiru walked out of the changing room. Huang Jie, let's add each other on WeChat and exchange phone numbers so we can stay in touch. However, my phone might not be on often, so just leave a message if there's anything. Such a straightforward girl fits Huang Jie's aesthetic. Although it seems she isn't one to settle down, at least she doesn't mind that he's... Huang Jie would never believe that his information would be compiled the next day and sent to the desk of the Special Forces leadership, and even more outrageous, reported to the public security departments. Someone like Huang Jie, deemed an unstable factor, must be monitored closely and guided onto the right path. He should not be led astray by a bit of money. Moreover, through connections from Huang Jie's hometown, they clarified a story Huang Jie fabricated. Before the renovation of the village's fire god temple, there indeed was an old Taoist who lived there alone, but he passed away when Huang Jie was 18. However, from the current perspective, Huang Jie is still fine, and despite being in such dire straits, he can still spend 15 to 16 hours a day repaying debts and continuously doing good deeds. Fundamentally, he's a good person. But one must also be cautious. Allowing such a master to roam freely in society could lead to an explosive situation one day. If an honest person causes trouble, it's bound to be a big deal. If Huang Jie knew that he was falling for a girl, and before he even started pursuing her such a huge incident occurred, he would definitely regret it immensely. No matter how good the girl is, the delivery must still be made. It was only at midnight that Huang Jie finally started heading home. To his surprise, someone was smoking at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, it was Wang Jixing. Why are you smoking outside so late? It's freezing. I ran into something and can't sleep, so I came out for a smoke. What's bothering you at this hour? It's work-related. I might get laid off, and I haven't dared to tell my partner. Isn't your company the largest training institution? No matter how big the company, there can be tough times, and I must admit I have a significant part in this. Huang Jie was excited. It's not easy to meet a girl he likes, especially one who is a capable female soldier. With her natural beauty, she was quite attractive and wouldn't bring any unnecessary complications. At this moment, he was very willing to listen to others' tragic stories. Tomorrow is only Friday. Are you working tomorrow? No, the company has asked me to pause work and wait for their investigation. I'm just at home waiting for notice. Want to grab a drink? I'll take you to a good place. Sure, I can't sleep anyway. Oh, just wait for me to get a jacket. A good place would be Tian Zionia's community canteen. Surprisingly, there were quite a few people eating late at night. Sanitation workers, taxi drivers, rideshare drivers, and delivery guys. All the night owls who don't sleep. Let's go pick something you want to eat. It's on me, Huang Jie said as he took out his meal card. Seeing that this guy seemed a bit shy, Huang Jie directly ordered several big dishes. Braised fish chunks, braised pork, spicy chicken, mushu pork peanuts, and a cold dish. The portions were small, but the prices were reasonable. He ordered a bottle of beer for Wang Jixing and got himself 2 liang of beef. After hearing Huang Jisheng's story, Huang Jie felt that the situation was quite serious. He even thought that as long as Huang Jisheng didn't end up in jail, the company might be lenient and let him off. The company Huang Jisheng worked for is a large training organization offering both online and offline training. Currently, the most profitable aspect of the company is the online training business. The online training business has two forms. One is self-sales online, and the other is developing agent channels with 1 or 2 agents developed in each city who help students access courses through various value purchase cards. Huang Jisheng was the head of the customer service department for the online training business, mainly responsible for answering queries and guiding proactive customers to purchase courses. In theory, this department's work is not easy with around 40 to 50 staff under him, and their salaries are not high, so there should be high turnover. However, after Huang Jisheng took office, he found the work unusually easy. With 4 capable team leaders, he didn't have to work. The business was clearly organized and his subordinates were quite stable. From the perspective of the HR department, everything seemed too good to be true. Anyone in this department could not find fault. For 3 to 4 years, Huang Jisheng lived quite comfortably. High salary, little work, capable subordinates who were also considerate. Everyone understands being considerate. Small gifts are accepted, though not expensive. They feel good. Such a good life ended the day before yesterday due to the recruitment of an intern female college student in the customer service department 2 weeks ago. Do not misunderstand. Huang Jisheng truly did nothing improper to this young woman, nor had he even exchanged more than. She held genuine devotion to the company and revered its founder as an idol. After working there for only half a month, she secretly approached the founder with startling news. The customer service department had been embezzling company funds, systematically and for several years. The founder was utterly stunned. Other departments might be suspect, but how could customer service possibly pull this off? Within any department, many things can remain hidden from management, but not always from junior colleagues nearby. After being recruited, the young woman feigned compliance, immersed herself in the entire operation, and then reported everything to her idol. Customer service duties were relatively straightforward. Staff routinely fielded calls from students inquiring about courses and monitored the back end where they saw orders placed but not yet paid for. They would simply select high-value orders and, using a backup mobile phone, forward student information to an unknown number. Local agents would then proactively contact those students, even visiting them in person, offering discounts and persuading them to cancel their original orders, instead purchasing course access cards. Superficially, the company appeared unharmed. Courses were still sold. Yet agents purchased these cards at only 30 to 40% of face value, meaning a 100 yuan course cost the company at least half its revenue. Most company courses ranged from 1,000 to nearly 9,000 yuan. With nothing more than a single text message, the customer service representative earned a 10% commission. Thus, ordinary customer service staff, earning base salaries of merely 5 or 6,000 yuan, routinely collected commissions of 20 or 30,000 per month. The founder could not tolerate this. At first, he assumed only rogue agents had bribed staff. To avoid raising suspicion, he discreetly engaged external investigators through personal connections, only to grow increasingly alarmed. Not only was customer service compromised, but numerous critical positions across the company were tainted, and even key city-level agents had been strategically placed long in advance. What followed, Huang Jisheng never learned. Even this much was whispered to him by a senior executive friend. Yet one thing was certain: the perpetrator would face corporate accountability and at the very least dismissal for gross incompetence. Brother Huang, you were simply careless. But this is serious. Prepare yourself mentally, Huang Jie said. I've braced myself, but I haven't figured out how to tell my girlfriend. We plan to marry next Labor Day. Now, that seems unlikely. If I end up in custody, well, it may not escalate that far. Otherwise, the company wouldn't have asked you to wait at home for further notice. After all, you weren't involved in any of it. True enough, but for now there's little else to do but await their decision. And please, keep my suspension confidential. How long can you keep this quiet? Huang Jie asked. 1 day at a time. By the way, what if I joined you delivering take? Huang Jisheng replied. Not advisable. You couldn't endure the hardship. You'd sweat profusely every day, reeking of dust and earth. More critically, you lack both an electric scooter and proper gear. Huang Jie doubted a man accustomed to office comfort could handle delivery work. After all, I'd just be pretending to go to work. I'll frame it as cycling for leisure. Besides, I heard that if I'm criminally detained, I'll carry a permanent record and won't be able to register for certain roles later. If I get into trouble now, at least I'll have a livelihood waiting when I'm released. Huang Jie was astounded. This fellow had clearly prepared meticulously, even securing post-detention employment. It's late. Let's head home and sleep. If you're still serious, tomorrow, I'll take you along for 2 days. Agreed. Send me the app name tonight. I'll register and buy a scooter tomorrow. Hold off on buying the scooter. I'll help you choose wisely. Purchasing a branded model outright isn't cost-effective, Huang Jie advised. Over this modest drink, he'd unwittingly acquired a new delivery apprentice. Friday was Huang Jie's favorite day. Orders surged then. Delivery work held no inherent eccentricity. One rarely encountered bizarre customers daily. Most of the time, clients remained unseen. Ideally, a door cracked open just wide enough for a hand to snatch the package inside. More often, they'd simply instruct him to leave the order at the door, without ever laying eyes on the customer. Of course, if one delivered 100 or 200 orders daily, the odds of encountering odd customers or merchants increased. Probability rose with volume. During his afternoon break, Zhu Mingming transferred 10,000 yuan to Huang Jie via WeChat, then called immediately. Big brother, I've received the accident compensation. I'm repaying you the principal only, no interest. Once I'm walking again, I'll treat you to a meal. Zhu Mingming said cheerfully. Rest and recover well, and focus on your studies. If you need money urgently, just let me know, Huang Jie replied, deeply impressed by the young man's integrity. During the evening rush, Huang Jie accidentally accepted a platform scheduled order, a type he particularly disliked. Especially when already juggling multiple deliveries, even passing a customer's door meant nothing. He couldn't mark it delivered until the precise scheduled time, or face a 50 yuan fine. This time was no exception. With 10 minutes remaining, Huang Jie reluctantly delivered other orders instead, only for the customer to call angrily, "Why are you carting my order around town? Just now you were less than 50 meters from my home, then suddenly vanished a kilometer away. It's winter. By the time you deliver, my food will be stone cold. Sir, this is a scheduled order. You cannot receive it before the designated time. Doing so incurs a 50 yuan penalty. I don't care. Bring it now. Just mark it delivered at the right moment." "Sir, that's impossible. Early delivery triggers a 50 yuan fine, and I'd also bear the cost of spoiled food. Delivering from an alternate location carries another 50 yuan penalty. Scheduled orders are strictly governed this way. I have no authority to override them. Rest assured your meal will arrive piping hot in your hands. If it cools, I'll compensate you double." With spatial mastery at his command, not even the harshest winter could chill a customer's meal. Most riders despised scheduled orders, and customers rarely received quality service. Unless timing aligned perfectly and routes overlapped precisely, such orders were invariably assigned last. Thus, riders sincerely hoped customers would refrain from placing them. Huang Jie knew firsthand why scheduled orders went unclaimed. Upon seeing such orders, restaurants segregated them, and often delayed cooking entirely, sometimes even forgetting them amid busier tasks. Riders arriving at the scheduled time frequently found meals missing and incurred penalties. Moreover, scheduled orders were dispatched earlier than standard ones, making route optimization nearly impossible. While regular orders reached readiness, scheduled meals remained uncooked, or their delivery windows remained distant, rendering coordination impractical. Since riders optimized efficiency by grouping 3 to 5 deliveries en route, imagine 5 orders arriving simultaneously in one neighborhood for a ready, but yours remains uncooked. How could he deliver all 5? He certainly wouldn't make 2 trips, first delivering the 4 then returning for yours. Such inefficiency defied both logic and economics. If you arrive early at the community building, you can only wait foolishly. Don't have the idea of giving the items to the customer ahead of time, or you might really face a complaint. In this case, not only will there be a fine of 50 yuan, but you may also have to bear the cost of the meal loss along with deductions for negative reviews. This order is no exception. Huang Jie will definitely be the last to arrange delivery. Although the elder brother was very angry in the end, he also expressed understanding and stated that he would never place an order again. As long as we do not exceed the time limit and maintain a good service attitude, even if the elder brother gives a negative review, we can appeal, although it will be quite troublesome. Thinking from another perspective, most riders dislike orders like these. How good of a service can you enjoy? More importantly, pre-orders are not as timely as regular deliveries. This is similar to those unmanned stores that require riders to help pick goods and package them. Most riders see this as exploiting their labor for free. If they just play a little trick and don't take much, they can mess things up for you and your business will be unmanageable. Frequent wrong deliveries and the need for regular inventory checks also consume the boss energy. Moreover, when the rider picks up the goods, you need someone to remotely open the door and keep an eye on things. When doing business, always think a step further. Don't just listen to the nonsense from those franchisees. If you think about taking advantage of the riders by having them work for you for free, you save on labor costs. Have you ever considered whether the riders are willing to do so? The vast majority of riders lack the ability, willingness, and time to work for you for free. Not to mention your goods if the rider is in a bad mood while delivering the order and wraps up their own delivery, tightly locking your door with a lock, then no matter how good your business is or how many orders you have, other riders won't be able to pick up the goods. Reporting to the police. You're thinking too much. Such matters are hard to resolve. You haven't lost anything and the store hasn't been damaged. Do you think the police have much motivation to help you solve the case? Of course, every time a rider picks up goods, you can give them a red envelope either by item or by the value of the goods. More than 90% of store owners are unwilling, so don't complain about why the riders won't take your orders. In the afternoon, Wang Jixing got through to Huang Jie's phone. "Brother Huang, are you busy? Do you think I should buy a No. 9? I have my eye on a car. It's very cool and fast. As a newbie, I don't recommend buying such a good car. New cars are limited to a speed of 25 kilometers, otherwise it's hard to get registered. More importantly, in the first 2 or 3 months of running deliveries, you will definitely have a few minor accidents." Huang Jie explained. "Then recommend one for me. No rush, let's discuss it properly tonight. You should check out various car stores first. If you find one you like, just take a picture." "Brother, I'm anxious. Pretending to work is even more tiring than actually working." "Alright, that reason is quite powerful. What are you anxious about? The company won't take action against you immediately. At most, they'll ask you to resign voluntarily. Then you can properly find another job. There's really no need to run deliveries, as it's not a promising path. If you really want to buy a car, I'll help you take a look tonight. I have to get back to work now." Huang Jie advised again. Who knew that by the time he got home that night, Wang Jixing had already bought a car. Although it wasn't a No. 9, it was still a brand-name car costing over 4,000. After successfully registering, he spent another 100 yuan to have someone remove the speed limit, allowing him to reach a maximum speed of 45 kilometers per hour. Huang Jie opened the battery compartment and found that the rented battery wouldn't fit. Jixian, your battery compartment is too small. It can't fit the rented battery. Tomorrow go find the boss and see if he can help you swap it for a larger one for free. My battery can run for 100 kilometers. Isn't that enough? Actually, it's really not enough. When delivering food, you must rent a battery. For me, I run at least 15 hours a day, and on average, I need to change the battery every hour and a half. During peak hours, I have to change it every hour. I'll try it tomorrow. Is there anything else I need to prepare? There's quite a bit to prepare. I'll make a list for you soon, and you can order everything online. But if you really decide to run deliveries, shouldn't you discuss it with your girlfriend? Huang Jie said. I'll tell her after the company's final decision comes out. There's no need for both of us to suffer. They'll just try delivering first. Even if I can't do it, I can still ride the bike to work and take my girlfriend for a drive, which isn't bad. You can't take passengers on a bike. You'll get fined if caught. After you modify the battery compartment and buy a helmet and storage box, I'll take you out for a few days so you can avoid some detours. Huang Jie directly dismissed this unrealistic idea. The reason he patiently guided Wang Jixing and was willing to chat with him was that he felt this guy, though a bit naive, was not a bad person. As for whether it was right to hide such a big issue from his girlfriend, Huang Jie could not comment. However, the fact that he thought about self-rescue and transitioning after encountering a big problem showed some responsibility. Of course, the biggest reason was that Huang Jie noticed he had started talking to himself frequently while running deliveries for long hours, even learning to sing pop songs. What's worse is that he had unconsciously started to curse the platform when there were no orders, and when there were orders, he cursed the platform, the merchants during pickups, and the customers during deliveries. Of course, this cursing was also self-talk and would not affect Huang Jie's relationship with merchants and customers. Now there was a silly and naive guy willing to learn to run deliveries alongside him and discuss the issues he encountered, which naturally made Huang Jie quite happy. Feng Chaoran called Huang Jie, and Huang Jie was also very pleased. Although this girl was also spirited, she was not Huang Jie. The rewards for saving the little girl and helping to crack the fraud case have come through. Can you come to the bureau on Monday for a special interview? Boss, how much is it in total? You're too focused on money. Do you know which media will conduct the special interview with you? You're only thinking about money. The money isn't much, only a total of 8,000 yuan. Be sure to come to the bureau to see me at 8:30 on Monday. Okay, boss, I'll be there on time on Monday. After hanging up Feng Chaoran's call, Huang Jie thought of Yuxian. This girl had sent Huang Jie a complete winter outfit from Xiaomei, and she seemed to work in the company's publicity department. In any case, this matter cannot be hidden. Can I help her while also asking for a reward from Xiaomei's company? Otherwise, Xiaomei would also promote it actively afterward. Let's get to it. After explaining the situation on the phone, Yuxian was very pleased as this was a guaranteed performance. I'll report to the leadership first thing tomorrow morning, hoping to go with you during the interview. There will definitely be rewards, but time is tight, so we may not be able to apply for it by Monday. The next day was Saturday, and it was even colder. The weather forecast predicted a low of -6 degrees, but riding an electric scooter would feel at least like -10. No matter how cold the weather or how strong the wind, nothing could stop Huang Jie from heading out at 5 in the morning to grab order. By 8 in the morning, he had already earned 121 yuan, averaging over 40 yuan per hour, which was quite decent. After breakfast, Huang Jie made a special trip back to his place and saw that none of his housemates were up yet. It seemed Wang Jixing also couldn't go out today as he had to accompany his girlfriend. Just as he was about to head out again, Zhang Li came out of her room to use the bathroom. Brother Huang, you're leaving already. Yeah, I was just about to head out. Aren't you all working today? Huang Jie had no intention of explaining further and asked a question that had no substance. It's Saturday, a rare day off, she said as she entered the bathroom. Not taking it to heart, Huang Jie freshly squeezed a glass of juice, rode his electric scooter to deliver it to his daughter, and could pick up a few orders along the way without affecting his normal income. The platform was quite intelligent. Based on Huang Jie's daily routes, it would dispatch orders in the same direction during this time. As Xiaoniu put it, this was called nurturing. The platform operated on algorithms. If you didn't nurture it, it would either send you random orders or none at all. There was one order along his route, and the client's neighborhood was decent with strict security management. Huang Jie didn't try to sneak in. At that moment, there was really no need to argue with the security personnel. They were all struggling at the bottom, and it wasn't their rules. Letting him in could potentially cost them their salary. After parking his scooter in the designated area, Huang Jie walked about 300 to 400 meters, blending in with an old man who was taking his dog for a walk as he entered the corridor. Upon reaching the client's door, he knocked for a long time without any response, so he had no choice but to call the client, and the call connected quickly. Hello, your takeout has arrived. I didn't order anything, and am not home. I'm driving out of town with my boyfriend. Did you deliver to the wrong address? No, I am right at your door. You are Ms. Li. Your door number is 608, and your phone number is correct. It's a large box of chocolates. I know who sent it. You can handle it yourself. You can throw it away or take it with you. After that, the girl hung up the phone. What the heck, I encountered yet another simp. Currently, there aren't too many simps, but during various holidays, delivery riders are inundated with gifts like flowers and milk tea, making the chances of encountering a simp greatly increased. Returning chocolates is usually quite easy. With the intention of saving the simp some money, Huang Jie wanted to call the person who placed the order, but he couldn't find an alternative phone number. With no other option, he accepted the chocolates on behalf of the lady and planned to give them to children at the orphanage in the afternoon. What? This isn't right. I should note that the customer refused delivery and return it to the merchant. That was impossible. There was a recorded phone call where the recipient instructed Huang Jie to handle it himself. In the absence of contact with the order placer, the handling rights of the item rested with Huang Jie. From another perspective, the girl wasn't wrong either. Ordering takeout for someone without permission is indeed confusing, and the other party would likely hesitate to eat it. The most unworthy endeavor in life is to engage in one-sided actions. The other party might not be touched and could even feel troubled. In such cases, it seems the only one moved is the simp himself. On his way back from the second ring road, he passed by the National Conference Center and noticed another large exhibition, seemingly a grand wedding expo. This time Huang Jie was more experienced, quickly logging off to avoid large orders from the platform related to the expo. In just a short distance, Huang Jie encountered several quarreling couples. Embracing the spirit of bystanding, he stopped each time out of curiosity to hear the reasons, which mostly revolved around disagreements on choosing a wedding company and purchasing wedding supplies. As he was about to leave, he picked up an exhibition guide from the ground. Damn, the cost of getting married is really high now. If one were to procure services and items from the exhibitors, getting married would easily cost over $1 million. Even if one saves a bit, it would still be several $100,000. It's truly not cheap. If one doesn't come from a wealthy background, it's genuinely not advisable to take a girlfriend to such high-end expos. Without comparison, there is no harm. From the woman's perspective, why can others spend tens of thousands on a travel wedding photo shoot, while she can only take a few pictures against a backdrop at a photo studio? Thus, to eliminate the chance of comparison altogether, it's best not to take a girlfriend to such large comparative venues. However, if he could successfully pursue his dream girl, Huang Jie believed it would be worth it. But Huang Jie did not want to. Shiru was quite the fierce one. Huang Jie felt that he would only have a chance if he could subdue her. Otherwise, as a twice-married man, his chances were slim. During the lunch rush, he completed 2 waves of orders, each time taking over 10, earning 176 yuan without encountering any bizarre customers. However, he did come across a peculiar community. It appeared that new regulations had been implemented requiring not only registration, but also preventing riders from entering. Even the residents had to swipe cards or scan their faces to gain entry. Huang Jie could understand and comply with such regulations. After all, it was tough for everyone. However, when leaving, even someone as good-natured as Huang Jie felt like cursing. The entrance and exit of the community were separate. For example, entering from the southeast gate meant exiting only from the northeast gate. The distance between the 2 gates was 600 to 700 meters, and the riders' electric scooters were parked at the entrance. Just going in and out between the 2 main gates required walking over a kilometer. Wasn't this just pointless? Every rider Huang Jie encountered was cursing, vowing not to take orders from that community again. Huang Jie was a crowdsourced rider and had a balance bike, so it wasn't a big deal for him, but it was tough for those dedicated delivery riders. He also made a trip to the orphanage, bringing a lot of fruits, toys, and a large box of premium chocolates. The director had become numb to Huang Jie. Despite all efforts, the 2 children were unwilling to be adopted, and she was at a loss. Whenever families interested in adoption came by, the 2 children either acted crazy or cried, causing the families to lose. The director genuinely had a good heart. Growing up in a loving family is indeed better than being raised in an orphanage. Otherwise, entering society alone at 18 would make life even more difficult. Huang Jie understood these principles and even advised the 2 children privately, but they were stubborn and wouldn't listen. As for the future lives of the 2 children, Huang Jie truly didn't worry. As long as they weren't bad-hearted and lived well, they really wouldn't have to worry about money. During the evening rush hour, I encountered a superb residential community, which was a staff housing area for a school tightly managed. I thought that as long as I didn't ride a bike, I could simply walk in to deliver. To my surprise, the security guards sternly informed Huang Jie that no one from outside the community was allowed to enter unless a resident came down to escort them. What the heck? This is just wonderful. Huang Jie quickly called the customer. Hello, your delivery has arrived, but I'm afraid I can't enter your community. Just leave it at the entrance of the community. I'll come down to get it myself. Sure, I'll place it next to the delivery locker. There's a camera there. Please hurry, it's freezing outside, and it will get cold soon. Alright, I'll be right down. The customer seemed full of helplessness, who orders delivery and wants the rider not to bring it to their doorstep. There are actually quite a few communities like this, though most of them are military family areas. I never expected that a school staff housing would be managed so strictly. I truly hope that all communities in the capital are managed like this. After completing this order, Huang Jie opened the platform settings and unhesitatingly set this community as a preferred delivery address. Not all crowdsourced riders have such privileges. To have access to special orders, one must reach a certain level, meaning they need enough points. Points are accumulated one order at a time, and they expire after a certain period. To maintain a high level, one must keep taking more orders. Therefore, many new riders complain that the platform does not assign them orders, that the environment is not good, and no one is placing orders. That really means their permissions are insufficient. The platform is not foolish. Riders with high points are definitely experienced and have strong stress resistance, so the platform naturally prioritizes assigning them orders. As the evening rush hour concluded, Huang Jie completed a task worth 500 yuan, and there were also 2 orders for over 100 yuan that day, totaling nearly 800 yuan in his platform account. Feeling good, and with the time at 8:30, Huang Jie decided to leave work early to find Tian Xiaoyo to chat and grab some. Passing by an intersection, he discovered a newly opened fast food restaurant where many riders were dining. Curious, Huang Jie parked his bike at the entrance. One rider recognized Huang Jie. Bro, you're here to eat too. Hurry, and the food is quite good. It's not easy for anyone, so let's help each other out. What's the story? Who opened this place? Huang Jie asked curiously. He actually didn't know this rider's name, but they often ran into each other and were somewhat familiar. You don't know? Remember the woman who delivered food with her child a couple of years ago? This is her restaurant. It's really impressive that she managed to open a place while taking care of her kid. That's not easy. As long as the food is hygienic, we should support her. Huang Jie ordered the most expensive set meal and also requested 2 bottles of cola. When paying, the female owner gave him a 30% discount for riders. After satisfying his hunger, Huang Jie packed 3 more portions and ordered 5 bottles of beer, knowing they would not spoil in his storage space. He deliberately took a detour to the East Street subway station and found that the woman selling pancakes had not returned, probably encountering some trouble. However, Huang Jie did not have her contact information, so even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. Upon arriving at Tian Xionia's community canteen, he found Tian Xiaonyo still busy. Despite working so hard, his brother hadn't lost any weight. This couldn't go on when necessary. He could try to give him some spiritual energy. Of course, it would only be for him alone, and it had to be done secretly, not letting him find out, let alone taking anything. Bro, have you eaten? Want to have a drink together? I just ate. I was passing by and delivered a milk tea order, but the customer refused it and told me to handle it myself. 4 or 5 cups. I can't finish it all, so I brought it to you. Huang Jie lied, actually wanting to drink it himself, having ordered a few extra cups. Bro, we have a few new dishes recently. I won't be polite. I just ate. There's a female rider who used to deliver food with her child, and she just opened a restaurant. I passed by while delivering and ate at her place. That's truly not easy. I'll go support her when I have a chance, Tian Xiaonyo said earnestly. By the way, how's your business lately? It's definitely good. Business is steady in the evenings. By the way, the delivery business is even better, especially orders from the children's hospital are particularly numerous. It feels great to provide clean and hygienic meals for the children. However, I've recently received a lot of malicious negative reviews, and I've already reported them to the platform. I happen to know someone from Xiaomi's publicity department. I'll see if I can bring them to your restaurant next Monday. That would be great. Those malicious negative reviews are truly detestable. On the way home, Huang Jie bought 200 yuan worth of milk tea and drinks at Mi Shui, setting aside 7 cups, while putting the rest into his storage. When time is tight, he doesn't need to go to the store to buy. The 7 cups set aside were for his housemates. It wasn't about ingratiating himself or anything, he just wanted to foster a more harmonious relationship. Besides, he had too much money in storage, so he decided to take out some cash to experience the joy of spending generously. When he returned home, everyone was watching TV in the living room, which was quite rare. Usually, everyone hid in their rooms playing on their phones. Upon asking, he learned it was Hao Wan's birthday and friends had ordered an extra cake to share. So Huang Jie took out 2 bags of milk tea and recounted the story about the simp. Although it seemed excessive to order 7 cups of milk tea in the world of simps, there's no logic. Huang, good does that mean on days like Valentine's Day you must encounter a lot of such things? I've never sent anything on Valentine's Day, but during the recent Qixi festival, I helped the simp deliver cakes, flowers, and chocolates. If the goddess doesn't want them, we just deal with it ourselves. That sounds quite interesting, Huang then said. Although this girl shared the last name Huang, she had no relation to Huang Jie. She herself mentioned that her father was a leader in the local power company. However, with such a family background, why was she still renting a place? The issue might lie with her boyfriend's financial situation, but Zhao Yu was indeed a handsome guy, very sunny. Huang Jie really enjoyed such an atmosphere. Chatting with others made him feel good, so spending a little money to maintain an environment he liked was certainly worth it. The evening's cultivation was the same as usual. There wasn't much to describe. It was just a process of repeated accumulation. In less than 8 months since acquiring the storage space, Huang Jie was very satisfied with his current progress. The only concern was that the ancient sword was dormant in his dantian, showing no response, not listening to his call, and being very aggressive when absorbing spiritual energy. In these 8 months, Huang Jie was also observing this world through newspapers, the internet, and personal experiences. He found no trace of spiritual energy in nature. There were plenty of supernatural events, but they were ultimately debunked as false by science programs. Cultivation and monsters only exist in movies, television, and novels. The current people's martial prowess is considerably inferior to that of the Qin dynasty, though there are indeed experts. However, they are merely physically strong and skilled in fighting. No one like himself exists who practices cultivation. Of course, perhaps he was just a delivery rider with limited exposure. But technology is indeed advanced now. A master like Huang Jie would surely be outmatched by automated weapons.